Chapter 1, Goddess in Desperate Circumstances, Conquest System Activated. Get out. If you don't leave, I'm calling the police. A cool, slightly husky voice, belonging to a mature woman, sounded particularly abrupt in the quiet riverside park. Su-chen looked in the direction of the sound, and his heart clenched. On a bench deep in the park, a woman wearing a white silk blouse and a black pencil skirt is reclining. Even while lying down, his astonishing height could not be concealed. A pair of long, beautiful legs encased in flesh-colored stockings were casually crossed. Her black Jimmy Choo stilettos gleamed dangerously and alluringly in the moonlight. The woman's cheeks were flushed with an alluring red from the alcohol. It was the face of a top-tier mature woman, stunning even in the entertainment industry. Her features were exquisite, like God's most perfect masterpiece. However, her brows were furrowed, clearly indicating that she was quite drunk. A middle-aged man wearing an inexpensive suit and with slicked-back hair was rubbing his hands together and approaching her with a lewd look on his face. The greed in his eyes was almost overflowing. "Beautiful lady, you must be lonely all by yourself. How about I have a couple of drinks with you? You're so drunk." "Shall I take you home?" the man said, tentatively reaching out to touch the woman's shoulder. "Get away. Don't touch me with your filthy hands." The woman waved her hand sharply, her voice filled with disgust and domineering force, which remained undiminished even in her drunken state. Instead of backing down, the man laughed even harder. "Wow, you're pretty hot. I like guys like you, you've got guts." He could tell the woman was truly drunk. This was like a windfall. A beauty of this caliber was a rare find, not just in this park, but even in the most upscale clubs. If he could pick her up and take her home, he'd probably have to eat sea cucumbers for a month to recover. Su-chen, sitting in the corner, unconsciously clenched his fists. Just a few hours ago, he was also a salesman for Hongyuan Trading Company. Because he caught his boss, Ma Dong, having an affair with his colleague, Lin Weiwei, whom he secretly admired. He was framed by the two of them. They said he leaked customer information, causing the company to lose a large order. In front of all colleagues in the department, Ma Dong pointed at his nose and started cursing. Lin Weiwei, on the other hand, kindly advised him to admit his mistake, but her hypocritical face made Su-chen feel nauseous. Final. After being publicly humiliated, he was kicked out of the company like a stray dog. Penniless and jobless, he felt utterly lost in this magical city called Jianhai. He wandered aimlessly into the park and never expected to see such a scene. Should we go up and intervene? Reason told him that this was a big problem. But as the greasy man became increasingly brazen and was about to touch those perfect calves encased in stockings, Su-chen's anger and the last vestige of his sense of justice made it impossible for him to stand idly by. Just as he was about to rush out, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is at a major turning point in their life and is experiencing low spirits, meeting the system activation requirements. Strategy system officially integrated. Su-chen was startled, thinking he was hallucinating because of the shock of losing his job. But the next second, a light blue virtual panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. In the center of the panel is a 3D projection of the drunk woman, with rows of detailed data next to her. Target, Qin Shuiwei. Age, 41. Height, 181 centimeters. Position, Chairman of Tianhe Group Parent Company of Hongyuan Trading. Status, deeply intoxicated, mentally exhausted, emotionally broken down. Affection level, 0 stranger. Boom! Su-chen's brain felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Qin Shuiwei? The chairman of Tianhe Group? That legendary woman hailed as the #1 business queen of Jianhai in financial magazines? He had only seen her photos in the company's brochures and financial news before. In the photos, she was always wearing a well-tailored suit, with sharp eyes and a powerful aura that made people afraid to look directly at her. But now, this once high and mighty empress is drunk here like a helpless little woman, and is about to be defiled by a local thug. Ding! New player quests have been issued. Mission name, First Protection. Mission objective, rescue Qin Shuiwei from danger and prevent her from being defiled by a villain. Make a good first impression on her. Task reward, skill divine insight, able to see through the essence and information of all things. Mission failed, system unbinding, the host will never have a chance to recover. Looking at the tasks on the panel, Su-chen's breathing instantly became rapid. This is real. This is not an illusion. His life has truly taken a turn for the better. Beautiful lady, stop struggling and come with me. I promise I'll make you feel comfortable. The greasy man had lost his patience and grabbed Qin Shuyue's arm. Stop. Su Chen could no longer bear it and rushed forward, grabbing the greasy man's wrist. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? The greasy man turned around and saw Su Chen, who was dressed plainly and looked like a college student. His fierce expression immediately turned menacing. Su Chen, standing at 1.8 meters tall and a regular gym goer, was much stronger than the middle-aged man who had indulged in excessive drinking and womanizing. With a slight exertion of force, the greasy man immediately winced in pain. Let go. It hurts, it hurts. Get out. Su Chen's eyes were icy, and his voice carried a ruthless determination. The greasy man was startled by the young man's gaze, feeling as if he were about to fight him to the death. He weighed his options and decided it wasn't worth risking his life for a woman he wasn't even sure he could get. Fine, kid, you're awesome. You just wait. He threw down a harsh remark, then retreated to a distance, hiding behind a tree, seemingly unwilling to give up and wanting to wait for Su Chen to leave before returning. Su Chen ignored him and turned to look at Qin Shuyue on the bench. Only when he was up close did he truly realize how terrifying the charisma of this business tycoon was. Her fair skin seemed to glow in the moonlight. Because of her intoxication, the top two buttons of her silk shirt had been undone, revealing a delicate collarbone and a deep, snow-white cleavage. With her rapid breathing, her breathtaking E-cup breasts heaved, almost bursting out of the shirt. Su Chen felt her throat was a little dry and subconsciously looked away. Who are you? Qin Shuyue opened her eyes groggily, her narrow phoenix eyes filled with mist, unable to see the person in front of her clearly. Chairman Qin, you've had too much to drink. I'm an employee of Hongyuan Trading, Su Chen said nervously. Hongyuan, Qin Shuyue murmured, as if she remembered something, but the alcohol had completely numbed her senses. She felt that the young man in front of her had a clean aura, unlike the greasy man from before who was so repulsive. As the alcohol took effect, years of suppressed loneliness and resentment burst forth like a flood, instantly overwhelming all her reason. Another blurry figure appeared in her mind, her husband, who had passed away many years ago and whose memory was buried deep within her. Husband. She suddenly stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Su Chen's neck, pressing her soft, voluptuous body tightly against him. Su Chen froze, and before he could react, a pair of red lips, carrying a strong scent of wine and top-quality perfume, pressed firmly onto his lips. Soft, fragrant, and with a touch of domineering. Su Chen's mind went completely blank for a moment. I was forcibly kissed by the company's chairman, that legendary ice queen? What made his blood boil even more was that Qin Shuyue's incredibly long legs, clad in stockings, also wrapped around his waist. This pose? Behind a tree in the distance, the greasy man, who was ready to watch the show, almost popped his eyes out. What did he see? That seemingly unattainable, stunningly mature woman actually threw herself into the arms of a young, inexperienced man, kissing him so passionately that she even wrapped her legs around his waist. What the hell is this plot? He thought he had a lucky night with a woman, but little did he know he was just doing someone else's favor. Although the young man was young, he was tall and had a clean and handsome appearance. Look at yourself again. The greasy man let out a long sigh. Knowing he had no chance at all, he turned and left, cursing. After the initial shock, Su Chen. The repressed male instincts erupted completely. He could sense the awkwardness and madness in Qin Shuyue's kissing skills. It didn't seem like she was a seasoned lover, it was more like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. Without further hesitation, he wrapped his arms tightly around Qin Shuyue's soft waist, turning the tables and passionately responding to the sudden kiss. He knew that Qin Shuyue was a widow, and there was no moral issue involved. At that moment, all the humiliation of being fired and the uncertainty about the future were thrown to the back of his mind. He just wanted to succumb to the intoxicating fragrance and exquisite softness. The deep kiss lasted for 10 minutes, until both of them were almost suffocating, before Qin Shuyue slightly released him. Her hazy phoenix eyes gazed at Su Chen, who was so close to her, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Who are you? Chapter 2, The Chairman's Teaching Favorability Soars. Su Chen lowered his head. My gaze inevitably fell on a certain spot again. Qin Shuyue is not only remarkably tall. Her figure is absolutely perfect, with every inch of her flesh growing in the most desirable places. Su Chen felt a surge of emotion. How could there be such a perfect woman in this world? She must be a favorite of the creator. Chairman Qin, I'm Su Chen, an employee of Hanyuan Trading. You've had too much to drink, let me take you home. Su Chen forced himself to calm down, even though his heart was pounding like a drum. He didn't want to see anyone from Hong trading again, but leaving the chairman here was clearly out of the question. Su Chen. Qin Shuyue murmured the name, seemingly vaguely familiar with it, yet also completely forgetting about it. She raised her hand, her slender fingers touching Su Chen's lips, where they were covered in her lipstick. Your lips, why are they so red? You're a boy, do you wear lipstick? Her voice was languid and hoarse from being drunk, and every word tickled Su Chen's heart like a feather. Even when drunk, she subconsciously maintained her composure in front of her employees and didn't start cursing like she had before. No, Chairman Qin, it's your. Don't call me Chairman Qin. Qin Shuyue interrupted him, grabbed his hand, and suddenly burst into tears without warning. Wa'ada. Crystalline tears slid down her perfect cheeks, making Su Chen feel a pang of heartache. These men, they're all bastards. Business talk, they all want to get me drunk, they all want to sleep with me. Do I look that easy to bully? Xiao Chen, you mean Su Chen? Have a couple of drinks with me, let's go to that bar over there. She took Su Chen's hand and stood up unsteadily. Seeing Qin Shuyue's tearful face, Su Chen knew he couldn't refuse. The vulnerability shown by a woman who is usually so strong is enough to shatter any man's defenses. Ding! Detected emotional fluctuations in the target, triggering a hidden quest. Task name, the listener's tenderness. Task objective, accompany Qin Shuyue, listen to her troubles, and let her feel a moment of peace and trust. Mission reward, Qin Shuyue's favorability plus 20, cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Upon seeing the mission reward, Su Chen's heart stirred, and he agreed without hesitation. Okay, Chairman Qin, no, sister you, I'll drink with you. The word sister you softened Qin Shuyue's gaze considerably. She seemed to have sobered up a bit, and took Su Chen's hand as they walked towards the bar outside the park. Qin Shuyue, who is 1.81 meters tall, is over 1.9 meters tall when wearing 10-centimeter high heels. Su Chen, who is 1.8 meters tall, actually looks rather petite next to her. Cough cough. Walking on the road. Qin Shuyue's astonishing height, outstanding appearance, and powerful aura attracted the attention of countless passers-by. They looked at the couple with curiosity, noting the apparent disproportion in age and height. His eyes were filled with curiosity and envy. Enter the bar. Qin Shuyue found a secluded booth and sat down, then skillfully ordered several bottles of expensive-looking spirits. Su Chen, do you drink alcohol? Qin Shuyue poured herself a glass and also poured a full glass for Su Chen. Seeing that she no longer seemed to see him as her deceased husband, Su Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, the kiss from earlier still lingered in his mind, leaving him with a lingering, intoxicating memory. I know a little bit, Su Chen replied modestly. How can a boy not know how to drink? Come on, drink. Qin Shuyue pushed the glass in front of him, her tone commanding and leaving no room for argument. Su Chen looked at the amber liquid in his glass, hesitating slightly. He had a very low alcohol tolerance, his parents were strict, and he had hardly ever touched alcohol. Seeing that he didn't move, Qin Shuyue suddenly reached out, snatched the wine glass, grabbed his chin with her other hand, and poured the entire glass of wine down his throat. Cough. Cough cough. The spicy liquid slid down my throat, like fire burning. Su Chen, who already had a low alcohol tolerance, choked and coughed violently, his face turning bright red instantly. Qin Shuyue looked at his disheveled appearance and suddenly laughed, a smile that carried a hint of mockery and a touch of melancholy. Su Chen, you can't even drink alcohol, you haven't ever been in a relationship, have you? Su Chen fell silent. He'd never actually dated anyone. Back in college, he was strung along by that scheming Lin Weiwei, used as a tool for years, and only today did he finally see her true colors. And this was actually his first kiss. No way? You've really never been in a relationship? Then, you can't even kiss anymore? Qin Shuyue lazily crossed her legs, her thighs, encased in stockings, were fully exposed under her black pencil skirt, exuding the ultimate allure of a mature woman. She leaned closer to Su Chen, her warm breath brushing against his ear. I'm in a good mood tonight, so I'll teach you some tips. You'll find them useful when you have a girlfriend in the future. Ding! Qin Shuyue's favorability plus 5. She's become interested in your naivety. Su Chen felt like she was dreaming. Kissing isn't as simple as it looks on TV, Qin Shuyue's voice grew deeper and more magnetic, it's about intertwining like two fish. The language was explicit and bold. This is not something a group chairman should say. She really drank too much. Seeing Su Chen's blank yet longing eyes, Qin Shuiwa chuckled and took his hand, saying, "Judging from your expression, you clearly didn't understand. Come on, sit on your sister's lap. Your older sister will teach you personally." Su Chen's mind completely stopped thinking. The strong liquor he had just been forced to drink was now taking effect. His world was spinning, and his reason was being slowly consumed by the alcohol. He was pulled by Qin Shuiwa, and as if possessed, he stood up and straddled her lap. The bar was dimly lit and the heavy metal music was deafening. This secluded corner became their private world. The moment Su Chen sat on Qin Shuiwa's lap, he truly felt the fullness and amazing elasticity of her figure. "Su Chen, watch carefully, I'll only teach you once." Qin Shuiwa stretched out her arms and hugged Su Chen tightly like she was holding a child, then kissed his lips again. This time, it wasn't the madness and despair we felt in the park just now. Instead, it's like being a teacher. Since her husband's death, she had suppressed her loneliness and emptiness for too long, and under the influence of alcohol, she found an outlet for her emotions. Ding! Qin Shuiwa's favorability +5. Ding! Qin Shuiwa's favorability +5. Ding! Qin Shuiwa's favorability +10. Current total favorability, 40. Dependency developed. Su Chen felt like he was suffocating, but he was still enjoying it. He learned and responded clumsily, his body's instincts allowing him to learn without a teacher. After what seemed like an eternity, the two finally separated, panting heavily. "Xiao Chen, drink." Qin Shuiwa's eyes were glazed over as she poured another glass of wine into Su Chen's hand, and she herself also tilted her head back and took a big gulp. "Those damn bastards, they all want to get into my bed. Do I look that cheap? And that boss Wang, just because he has a few stinking bucks, he always tries to get me drunk. Does he really think I'm easy to bully? A bunch of beasts. How dare you touch me?" Qin Shuiwa, who had drunk too much, leaned close to Su Chen's ear and kept cursing, venting her anger. Su Chen listened quietly. He could sense how difficult it was for a woman to make it in the business world. Especially for a woman as stunningly beautiful as Qin Shuiwa, there will only be more wolves and tigers coveting her. "Someone like you is better. Simple, innocent, and doesn't understand anything." She talked more and more, and her words became increasingly illogical. "Su Chen, did you remember what your sister just taught you? You'd better behave well when you get a girlfriend in the future." As she spoke, she poured Su Chen another glass of wine. After finishing her drink, she stood up unsteadily and pulled Su Chen to the front desk to pay the bill. The waiter's eyes were filled with amusement and a hint of jealousy as he watched Su Chen being held in the arms of a tall, mature woman. This kid really doesn't want to go to work even for a single day. As she stepped out of the bar, a night breeze blew by, and Qin Shuiwa could no longer hold on. Her body went limp, and she collapsed straight to the ground. Su Chen was startled and tried to hug her, but she pulled him down to the ground. Unlike those slender girls, she is 1.81 meters tall, and with years of fitness training and a slightly plump pear-shaped figure, she weighs over 130 kilograms. This weight might look fat on an average girl. But it transformed into perfect curves and astonishing capital. Sister Yu, wake up, I can't lift you up." Su Chen was sweating profusely with anxiety. "Let's go to the hotel to rest, I'll help you walk." Qin Shuiwa seemed to hear his words. With her last bit of consciousness, she was half supported and half dragged by Su Chen towards a nearby 5-star hotel. "I'll get a room," Su Chen said breathlessly at the front desk. "Sir, would you prefer a king room or a twin room? As long as I can sleep. Then let's have a double room. There's free Durex on the bedside table." The receptionist gave me a knowing smile. After paying and receiving the room key, Su Chen felt Qin Shuiwa on his shoulder become heavier. She seemed to have fallen asleep. He gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and carried Qin Shuiwa on his back. Carrying a woman who is 1.81 meters tall on your back is definitely a physically demanding task. But the smooth touch of the stockings on his hands and the intoxicating fragrance lingering in his nose seemed to give Su Chen endless strength, enabling him to carry Qin Shuiwa all the way into the room and gently place her on the soft bed. After closing the door and turning on the air conditioner, Su Chen was so tired that she lay down directly on the edge of the bed. The effects of the alcohol kept surging up, and he felt he was about to give up. He turned to the side and looked at Qin Shuiwa, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Under the lights, her skin was so white it practically glowed. Her long eyelashes resembled two small fans, and even when she was asleep, her queen-like aura remained undiminished. Those legs are so long. This woman is poison. Su Chen admired the beautiful scenery before him, and an unprecedented feeling of longing rose within him. Suddenly, Qin Shuiyue rolled over, and one of her long, slender legs landed directly on him. Her bright red lips moved closer, finding his mouth precisely. Husband. In her drunken state, Qin Shuiyue had completely come to regard Su Chen as her deceased husband. She forgot that she was a widow. At that moment, all she wanted was to let loose completely. These past few years have been so tiring and so difficult for her. Su Chen was still trying to maintain his last shred of rationality, but under Qin Shuyue's deliberate guidance and the complete intoxication of alcohol, his last thread snapped. Chapter 3. After one night, the test from the female CEO. Touch my legs, honey, don't you love my legs the most because they're long and straight? In her drunken state, Qin Shuyue completely forgot who she was. She simply followed the deepest memories and desires of her body, constantly guiding the equally intoxicated Su Chen. In a daze, Su Chen completely obeyed Qin Shuyue's instructions. She was the high-ranking chairperson, an elder who was almost 20 years older than him. Listening to elders was a traditional virtue. The boy has grown up. The next day, Su Chen slowly woke up when the midday sun shone through the gaps in the curtains. An unprecedented wave of soreness and weakness swept through my body, as if my body had been hollowed out. Fragmented and frantic memories flooded his mind like a tide. Although he had drunk too much last night, he was far from having a blackout. He remembers everything that happened clearly. He recalled those jokes online about how drunk people are no good, but now it seemed like pure nonsense. Last night, I tossed and turned for a full 7 minutes. Thinking about this, he felt even more weak. He stiffly turned his head and saw Qin Shuyue, who was still fast asleep beside him. That fair and exquisitely beautiful face, bearing a touch of elegance honed by time, possessed a fatal allure more captivating than any young girl. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her sleeping face serene and beautiful. Su Chen's gaze unconsciously shifted downwards, and those incredibly long legs, exceeding 1.2 meters, even when bent over, made him feel slightly dizzy. Those legs are simply works of art. He shifted his body, feeling something tangled around his legs. Looking down, he saw it was Qin Shuyue's torn flesh-colored stockings. Beside his pillow lay two black Jimmy Choo high heels, lying haphazardly. Oh my God! What on earth happened? Su Chen felt that his worldview had been completely overturned. He forced himself to calm down and remembered the most important thing: the system. He immediately opened the system panel with his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's mission, First Guardianship. Mission reward: the skilled Divine Insight has been added to your inventory. Use it now? Use it, Su Chen said without hesitation. Instantly, he felt a cool breeze rush into his brain, and the whole world seemed different to him. He could see the dust particles floating in the air, and he could clearly see the patterns on the windows of distant buildings. His thoughts became clearer than ever before. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, the listener's tenderness. Task reward: 50,000 renminbi in cash has been automatically deposited into the host's default bank card. Please check your account. Ding! Target: Qin Shuyue's current favorability, 55 complex possessiveness. Su Chen's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a bank text message pop up. Your savings account ending in 8868 received a deposit of 50,000 yuan at 12:05. Current balance, 50,032.50 yuan. Looking at that string of numbers, Su Chen was so excited he almost shouted it out. 50,000 yuan. This is more than he earns in a year of hard work. The system is real. Just then, the system panel refreshed again, and several new intelligence messages appeared. Today's intelligence has been updated. 1. Go to the Good Luck Lottery shop at the intersection of Zhongshan Road and buy the one book, 10,000 Profits scratch-off lottery book with the last 4 digits of the number being 888. One of the tickets contains a top prize of 500,000 yuan. 2. Your former boss, Ma Dong, and former colleague, Lin Weiwei, are spreading rumors in the office, embellishing the story that you were fired for embezzling public funds and misconduct, causing everyone to despise you. 3. Your target, Qin Shuyue, will wake up in 3 minutes. She will feel ashamed of her behavior last night, but her strong self-control will keep her calm. She won't get angry, but will test you with a task to regain the initiative. 4. Due to excessive energy expenditure last night, the host's body is severely depleted and urgently needs to replenish with a large amount of protein and carbohydrates. Upon seeing these messages, Suchen clenched his fists instantly. 500,000. This money is enough for him to temporarily gain a foothold in this city. And Ma Dong and Lin Weiwei, what a despicable couple. A cold glint flashed in Suchen's eyes. Before, he could only endure their bullying and humiliation, but now, he had the system, the power to fight back. He would make those two scoundrels pay a heavy price for their actions. However, the most pressing issue right now is Qin Shuiwei is about to wake up. What will her reaction be? Although the system said she wouldn't get angry, Suchen's heart was still in her throat. After all, this was her first time, and with a subordinate who was almost 20 years younger than her and whose status was vastly different. 3 minutes felt like an eternity. Qin Shuiwei's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and her narrow, beautiful phoenix eyes slowly opened. At first, she was completely bewildered. But when she saw Suchen lying in front of her, her pupils contracted sharply, and a look of shock and embarrassment flashed across her face. Last night's memories flashed through her mind like fragmented movie scenes, the encounter in the park, the tutorial in the bar, the madness in the hotel. She remembered everything. Suchen's heart was pounding in his chest. He nervously stammered, "Sister, you, last night." He planned to use his prepared story to blame everything on alcohol, saying that he was also drunk and didn't remember anything. However, Qin Shuiwei only gave him a deep look, her gaze sharp as a knife, as if she wanted to see right through him. In front of her, Suchen felt like a naked child, completely exposed. Just when he thought a storm was about to break, Qin Shuiwei unexpectedly calmed down. She threw back the covers, sat up, and the silky sheets slipped off her perfect body, revealing large expanses of snow-white skin and the marks left by last night's frenzy. She didn't try to cover it up, she simply glanced calmly at the bright red stain on the sheet, then spoke in an unquestionable, commanding tone. "Go to the pharmacy downstairs and buy me a box of Yuding emergency contraceptive." Suchen was stunned. He had imagined that Qin Shuiwei would break down and cry, slap him, or even call the police to arrest him. He never expected her to be so calm. He was as calm as if nothing had happened last night, and was simply assigning a subordinate a trivial task. And one more thing. Qin Shuiwei picked up the pair of tattered stockings from beside her pillow and tossed them to him. "These are ruined. Go to the department store across the street and buy the exact same pair, using the same brand and size. I have a meeting this afternoon, and I can't be impolite." She paused, then added, "Make sure it's flesh-colored, don't buy the wrong one." Suchen took the stockings, which still carried warmth and fragrance, and felt a mix of emotions. This empress is indeed an empress. After losing her virginity, the first thing she cared about was the afternoon meeting and her appearance. She completely disregards me, treating me like a disposable tool? Ding. Probing behavior detected from target Qin Shuiwei. Triggering the choice quest, the Queen's command. Option 1, refuse to comply. Show your masculine dignity and tell her you are not her subordinate. Reward, straight man title permanently reduces the rate at which you gain favor with all women by 50%. Option 2, perfect execution. Complete all tasks according to her requirements, demonstrating your value and obedience. Reward, Qin Shuiwei's favorability plus 10, cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Upon seeing the reward for option 1, Suchen chose option 2 without hesitation. Dignity? Can dignity put food on the table? Compared to a scratch-off lottery ticket worth 500,000 yuan and a cash reward of 100,000 yuan, what's running an errand? Okay, sister you, I'll go right away. Suchen nodded immediately, picked up her clothes, and quickly put them on. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Shuiwei's voice rang out again. "Oh, right. Suchen. Let's treat last night's events as a dream. Once we step out this door, we have no connection whatsoever. You're just a fired employee of Hongyuan Trading, while I remain the chairman of Tianhe Group. Understand?" Her voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. "I understand." Suchen felt a pang of disappointment, but still nodded. She knew that Qin Shuiwei was drawing a line. She was aloof and untouchable. Last night was nothing more than an accident, an act of alcohol, a way for Qin Shuiwei to release her pent-up emotions. And he, Suchen, was merely an insignificant tool who happened to be present. But a subtle smile appeared on Suchen's lips. It doesn't matter. Now that the system has already activated the strategy, he won't give up easily. Only when the iceberg melts will a more beautiful landscape be revealed. After he left, Suchin didn't immediately look for a pharmacy or stockings. He went straight to a convenience store downstairs from the hotel, bought 70 eggs and a carton of milk, and ate them all in one go. The intense exercise the night before had left his body protesting strongly and in dire need of energy. After eating the eggs and drinking the milk, he felt his exhausted body slowly regain some strength. Phew! Suchin breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that he had received the system notification. Following the system's instructions, he headed straight for the Good Luck lottery shop at the intersection of Zhongshan Road. "Boss, give me a scratch-off lottery ticket, the one with the one book, 10,000 profits and the last 4 digits being 888, Suchin said, pointing to a thick stack of scratch-off tickets in the counter. The lottery shop owner, an old man, handed it to him with a smile. "Young man, you have a good eye. This one just came out today, and you're on a winning streak." Suchin took the scratch card and, following the instructions, scratched off the one ending in 888. His heart pounded as he scraped away the coating. "Congratulations! You've won the top prize of 500,000 yuan. The glittering numbers caught Suchin's eye, and he was stunned. 500,000. I actually won. He suppressed his inner elation and handed the scratch-off lottery ticket to the shop owner. The shop owner took it and was stunned. He quickly put on his reading glasses to check it carefully. "Oh my goodness! Young man, what incredible luck you've struck! The jackpot! The real jackpot!" The old man danced with excitement, attracting several lottery buyers in the shop to gather around. This young man is really lucky. To win 500,000 at such a young age, he struck it rich. Amidst the envious glances of the crowd, Suchin calmly completed the prize redemption procedures. After deducting taxes and fees, he received 410,000 yuan. Ding! Side quest completed, scratch card bounty. The cash reward has been credited to your account. Suchin received a text message from the bank, and seeing the huge sum of money that had appeared in his card, his adrenaline surged. He knew this was just the beginning. Next, Suchin went to the pharmacy and bought a box of emergency contraceptive pills. The young saleswoman looked at him with a hint of ambiguity and curiosity in her eyes, as if guessing what kind of intense battle he had experienced the night before. He then went to a large shopping mall near the hotel. The mall was brightly lit and bustling with people. With his godlike insight, Suchin quickly located the boutique of the brand of stockings Qin Shuiyue was wearing. It was a top-tier luxury brand from France, where even a single pair of stockings could cost over 1,000 yuan. "Sir, how can I help you?" the saleswoman asked sweetly. "Hello, I'd like to buy a pair of flesh-colored stockings, this brand, this model." Suchin handed over the tattered stockings in his hand. The sales assistant took it and glanced at it, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This style was only available in their most expensive collection. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is one of our classic styles, very popular with mature women. Your size is exactly in stock." She deftly produced a brand new pair of stockings. Suchin paid the money. I carefully placed the birth control pills and stockings into the bag. He glanced at the information on the system panel again. "Your former boss, Ma Dong, is announcing to everyone in the office that you have been dismissed for embezzling company funds." Suchin gripped the bag in his hand tightly. He now has 500,000 yuan to his name. They have a system to rely on. There's also a high and mighty female CEO. His future is no longer bleak. "Madame Lin Weiwei, you will soon realize how foolish it was to offend a man favored by the system." Chapter 4, The Queen's Deal Physical Enhancement. Suchin stood outside the heavy door of the presidential suite, took a deep breath, and forced his wildly beating heart to calm down. In the bag he carried were a box of emergency contraceptive pills and a brand new pair of top-quality stockings worth 4 figures. These two items seemed to burn his palms with scalding heat, reminding him of last night's madness and the reality of the present moment. He straightened his collar, raised his hand, and rang the doorbell. Ding dong! The crisp sound of the bell echoed in the quiet corridor, striking Suchin's nerves like a heavy hammer. A few seconds later, faint footsteps came from inside the door, and the lock clicked open. The door was pulled open a crack, revealing Qin Shuyue's stunningly beautiful face. She had already washed up, the last trace of the flush from the alcohol had faded from her face, and she had regained her usual aloofness and elegance. She had changed into a white silk bathrobe provided by the hotel, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, a few damp strands clinging to her fair neck. This did not diminish her aura, instead, it added a touch of languid yet deadly sexiness. Her gaze, sharp as an eagle's, shot straight at Su Chen. It was a scrutiny, an assessment, carrying the inherent oppressive feeling of those in power. Under such a gaze, no lie or guilty conscience could hide. Su Chen's heart tightened, but he immediately remembered the system's prompt: she wouldn't get angry, but she would test him. He mustn't panic, absolutely not. Sister Yu, I've bought what you wanted. Su Chen's voice was so calm that even he was a little surprised. He handed over the bag, his gaze meeting Qin Shuyue's scrutiny without flinching. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Qin Shuyue's phoenix eyes. She anticipated several possible reactions from Su Chen: either he would be terrified and apologize incoherently, or he would feign composure while his eyes darted around, or he might even harbor a hint of wishful thinking and greed, trying to use their relationship from last night to curry favor with her. But she never expected him to be so calm. He was as calm as a subordinate who had just finished a routine task for his boss, as if the passionate lovemaking of the previous night was just a fleeting dream that had nothing to do with him. This composure beyond his years made Qin Shuyue truly look at the young man in front of her for the first time. She reached out and took the bag, her fingertips accidentally brushing against the back of Su Chen's hand. Su Chen could feel the coldness of her fingertips, while his own skin was burning hot. Qin Shuyue quickly withdrew her hand, as if she had been burned. Without looking at the contents of the bag, she turned and walked into the room, her voice icy. Come in. Su Chen followed his instructions and went into the room, closing the door behind him. The room had been tidied up, but the air still held an ambiguous scent of alcohol, perfume, and hormones. The disheveled bed, a witness to last night's frenzy, was impossible to ignore. Qin Shuyue did not avoid it. She walked to the bar, poured herself a glass of ice water, then turned around, leaned against the bar, crossed her arms, and casually crossed her incredibly long legs, which were hidden by the hem of her bathrobe. This pose amplified her already powerful aura to its peak. She was like a queen sitting on a throne, and Su Chen was a subject awaiting her judgment. Su Chen, she said, her voice completely calm, I'm sorry about last night. I drank too much and lost my composure, causing you trouble. She used the word troubles instead of harms or offends. Su Chen sneered inwardly. This was the art of language for those in power. They casually defined an event that could change an ordinary person's life as a minor trouble. Sister Yu, you're too kind. You've just had too much to drink. Besides, if it weren't for me, you might have run into even bigger trouble, Su Chen replied humbly, subtly reminding her that he was her savior. Qin Shuyue picked up her water glass, took a sip, and the cool liquid made her mind even clearer. You're right. She nodded, acknowledging Su Chen's contribution. I, Qin Shuyue, am not someone who likes to owe favors. You saved me, so I need to compensate you. At the same time, I need you to keep what happened last night to yourself forever, as if it were all a dream. In exchange, I can give you a job. She finally revealed her purpose. Compensation, silence, transaction. Every word was filled with cold rationality and the flavor of business negotiations, completely severing the last trace of ambiguous feelings between the two. Fengxing Media, a subsidiary of Tianhe Group, is short of a vice president's assistant. I can arrange for you to go there. The salary during the probation period is 15,000 yuan, and 20,000 yuan after you become a full-time employee. You'll have your own office. Many people would kill to get this position. She looked at Su Chen as if throwing out a huge lure. This is compensation for you, and also hush money. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Assistant to the vice president, monthly salary of 20,000. For a salesperson who had just been fired and was penniless, this was like a meteoric rise to the top. He knew that Qin Shuyue was using her most effective methods, money and status, to resolve the issue and draw a clear line. She wanted him to understand that they were from two different worlds, and that last night's encounter could be settled completely with a transaction. Just then, that cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Probing behavior detected from target Qin Shuyue. Triggering the choice quest, the Queen's Bargain. Option 1, refuse to comply. Tell her firmly that your feelings for her are not a transaction, upholding your ridiculous dignity. Reward, devoted simp title permanently reduces all positive evaluations of you by Qin Shuyue, resetting her favorability to 0. Option 2, perfect execution. Accept her deal readily and demonstrate your desire for money and status, making her believe you are just an ordinary, controllable young man. Reward, Qin Shuyue's favorability plus 10, skill comprehensive physical enhancement. Looking at the heinous reward of option 1, Su Chen silently declared in his mind without hesitation, I choose option 2. Dignity? Faced with absolute power and interests. A worthless sense of self-esteem is the most ridiculous thing. What he needs to do now. He simply followed the excuse Qin Shuiwei gave him, making her believe that he had the whole situation under control. Su Chen's face immediately lit up with surprise and excitement. Sister Yu, is it true? The vice president's assistant? A monthly salary of 20,000? His voice trembled slightly, perfectly portraying a young man who was stunned by a windfall. Seeing his expression, Qin Shuiwei's tightly clenched lips finally relaxed. That's right. This is the normal reaction a person should have. Greed, desire, and the yearning for power and money. These are the kinds of young people who are easiest to control. The last trace of wariness that had risen in her heart because of Su Chen's calmness also quietly dissipated. I never joke. Qin Shuiwei took a document and a pen from the bar drawer and threw them on the table. This is a confidentiality agreement. Sign it and report to the HR department of Fingxing Media tomorrow. I'll make the arrangements. Su Chen strode forward and picked up the agreement. The agreement was very harsh, requiring him to keep silent about everything that happened last night, as well as any private relationship between him and Qin Shuiwei. If he leaked anything, he would not only have to pay an exorbitant penalty for breach of contract, but Tianhe Group would also have the right to pursue his legal responsibility. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the pen and signed his name in a flourish. Thank you, Sister Yu. I will definitely not let you down. And please rest assured, I will not say a word about what happened last night. Su Chen raised his head, his eyes filled with gratitude and loyalty. Qin Shuiwei nodded in satisfaction. Things returned to the track she was familiar with. Let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any work-related problems, you can report them to me directly. She took out her phone and opened her QR code. This was yet another test. Su Chen knew that this work report channel was actually a means for her to monitor and control him. Su Chen quickly took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and added the friend. Looking at that familiar portrait, which he had seen countless times in the company's brochures, and the three words Qin Shuiwei, Su Chen felt a strange desire to conquer. From this moment forward, this high and mighty queen will no longer be just an unattainable symbol. Alright, you can leave now. I need to rest. Qin Shuiwei gave him the order to leave, her tone returning to its cold and distant tone. She turned away, refusing to look at Su Chen again, as if even a glance would be superfluous. Okay, Sister Yu, you should get some rest. Su Chen respectfully left the room and gently closed the door behind him. Only after stepping into the elevator and looking at his reflection in the mirror did Su Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. Those short 10 minutes or so were more tiring than all the business trips and client meetings he'd had in the past year combined. To negotiate with a tiger for its skin is to be on the verge of disaster. However, the gains were also enormous. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the choice mission, the Queen's Deal. Task reward, Qin Shuiwei's favorability plus 10, current total favorability, 65 complex desire for control. Mission reward, the skill comprehensive physical enhancement has been added to your inventory. Would you like to use it immediately? Use it immediately. Su Chen silently recited in his mind. Instantly, an indescribable warm current burst forth from his heart, like a flood bursting its banks, rushing to every part of his body. He could clearly feel that every muscle, every bone, and every blood vessel in his body was being frantically washed, transformed, and strengthened by this warm current. The weakness and soreness from last night's 7 intense battles and the effects of being drunk were completely swept away at this moment. In their place came an unprecedented, explosive sense of power. He could even hear his bones crackling softly, and his muscle fibers were becoming tougher and more explosive at an astonishing speed. He clenched his fist instinctively, a surge of power coming from his arm, as if he could punch through a steel plate. The elevator doors opened with a ding, and Su Chen stepped out. He looked at his reflection on the mirror-like floor of the lobby. His figure seemed even more upright than before, with broader shoulders and a narrower waist, exuding an unprecedented masculinity and confidence. He feels like he can run a marathon and then do 500 push-ups. Is this a comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness? Su Chen couldn't help but smile. With a mind possessing godlike insight, coupled with a physique comparable to a top athlete, a newly acquired fortune of 500,000, and a promising job, his life has completely changed. He took out his phone, looked at the high and mighty queen's profile picture in his WeChat contacts, and his eyes gleamed with a burning light. Qin Shuiwei, do you think this is the end of a deal? No, this is just the first step in my strategy to win you over. Chapter 5, 500,000 renminbi deposited, new intelligence. Stepping out of the hotel. The midday sun was a bit too bright. Su Chen felt refreshed and full of unprecedented energy. He hailed a taxi and gave the address of a high-end residential complex in the city center. Master, go to the heavenly palace on the clouds. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror and saw his cheap casual clothes, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Heavenly palace on the cloud top. That's a well-known wealthy area in Zhanghai City. An apartment can easily cost tens of millions of dollars, and the rent is also astronomical. Su Chen didn't pay attention to the driver's gaze. His mind was entirely focused on his future plans. Last night's presidential suite gave him a profound understanding of how luxurious the lives of the wealthy are, and he no longer wanted to stay in that tiny, cramped pigeon coop in the urban village where he used to rent a room. If a person wants to move up in society, the first thing they need to do is change their living environment. He opened his mobile banking app and looked at the long string of numbers in his account. 410,032.50 yuan. 401,000. This amount of money might be insignificant to the truly wealthy. But for Su Chen yesterday, it was a huge sum of money. He intends to use this money to unlock even greater wealth. The car drove smoothly along the bustling street. Su Chen closed his eyes and began to organize his thoughts. First, there's the accommodation. He wants to rent the best studio apartment in the Sky Palace. This is not just about enjoyment, but also about creating a new identity for oneself. When he started working as assistant to the vice president of Function Media, a decent address was essential. Secondly, there's the issue of travel. The days of squeezing onto the subway and taking the bus are over. He needs a car. It doesn't need to be too luxurious, but it must be presentable enough to make a good impression. A BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi BBA car costing 300,000 to 400,000 yuan is currently the most suitable choice. Finally, and most importantly, is revenge. Ma Dong. Lin Weiwei. The mere thought of those two names sent a chill down Su Chen's spine. He would repay the humiliation they had inflicted upon him tenfold, 100-fold. Just as he was pondering how to deal with that despicable couple, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding. Daily intelligence has been updated, please check. A pale blue virtual screen unfolded before Su Chen's eyes, displaying several new pieces of information. Today's intelligence has been updated. 1. Your former boss, Ma Dong, and former colleague, Lin Weiwei, are in the break room of Hongyuan Trading, vividly describing to a new intern your glorious deeds of being caught embezzling public funds but refusing to admit it, and threatening to use their connections to make it impossible for you to work in the entire trading industry in Zhanghai City. 2. Qin Shuiwei's only best friend, loomingly 40 years old, 168 centimeters tall, with a voluptuous figure, the behind-the-scenes owner of the upscale private club Jiang Nanli, will be hosting a private party at the club tonight. Qin Shuiwei will be invited, but because a 30 million yuan overseas investment has just failed, she will be in a terrible mood tonight. She will be surrounded by several business partners who will try to force her to drink, putting her in a difficult situation. 3. In the cryptocurrency market, an altcoin called Dogecoin is expected to surge 30 times in price at 3 a.m. tonight due to a tweet from the world's richest man, before quickly falling back down 30 minutes later. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike it rich. 4. Your new identity as assistant to the vice president of Function Media has been entered into Tianhan Group's internal system by Qin Shuiwei, but the official appointment notice will be issued tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Li Jiqiang, the vice president of Function Media, is Ma Dong's distant cousin. This man is treacherous and narrow-minded, and he has long harbored resentment towards Qin Shuiwei's sudden appointment. He is preparing to give you a hard time. Upon seeing these 4 pieces of intelligence, Su Chen's breathing instantly became rapid. There's so much information. Ma Dong and Lin Weiwei, those two despicable women, actually want to kill each other. Su Chen's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. But they quickly calmed down. Anger is a sign of incompetence. He is no longer the weakling who can be slaughtered at will. The second and fourth pieces of intelligence showed him both the crisis and the opportunity. Qin Shuiwei's predicament presents him with the perfect opportunity to shine. And Li Jiqiang, who was about to become his boss, was Ma Dong's relative, so he was bound to be an enemy. Knowing in advance about the other party's hostility allows him to make thorough preparations. What excited Su Chen the most was the third piece of intelligence. Dogecoin. Its price has surged 30 times. Although he didn't know much about cryptocurrencies, he had heard countless stories of people getting rich overnight. If this information is true, then the 400,000 in his account can turn into 12 million overnight. 12 million. This number made Su Chen's head spin. With that money, would he still need to care about that assistant job with a monthly salary of 20,000? They could simply set up a company and crush Ma Dong's Hongyuan trading under their feet. Calm down, I must calm down. Su Chen forced himself to calm down. The system is his greatest trump card. The intelligence from the system is his invincible weapon. He made a decision immediately. Tonight's plan consists of 3 steps. First, rent a house and buy a car to upgrade my image. Second, invest all your funds in Dogecoin to achieve exponential growth and wealth. Third, go to Jiangnan Lane and appear when Qin Shuyue needs him most, staging a hero saving the beauty. The taxi quickly arrived at the Cloud Top Palace sales center. Su Chen got out of the car and looked at the magnificent, modern skyscraper in front of him, his eyes filled with longing. He went straight into the real estate agency next door. Hello sir, are you looking to buy or rent a house? A young female real estate agent greeted him warmly. Renting a place, Su Chen said succinctly. Cloud Top Palace, a south-facing apartment of over 100 square meters, fully furnished with appliances, ready to move in, 1-year lease. The female real estate agent paused for a moment, then her smile widened. Anyone who could afford to rent a place like this was definitely a high-quality client. Yes, sir, we happen to have a few properties here that perfectly match your requirements. Shall I show you? Led by the female real estate agent, Su Chen viewed 3 apartments. Ultimately, he chose a 150 square meter penthouse on the 38th floor. It featured floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views overlooking much of Zhanghai City's nightscape. The interior design was modern and minimalist, and all the appliances and furniture were from top international brands. This is the one, Su Chen decided on the spot. Yes, sir. The female agent was overjoyed. The rent for this apartment is 35,000 a month, with a deposit of 1 month's rent and 3 months' rent paid in advance. The first payment will be 140,000. No problem. Su Chen took out his bank card. Let us sign the contract now. Half an hour later, Su Chen stood in his new home, holding the key to the smart lock. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the endless stream of cars and the towering buildings in the distance. A surge of heroic ambition welled up in his heart. From today onwards, Su Chen is also a member of the upper class in this magical city. With accommodation sorted out, the next step is getting a car. Su Chen took a taxi straight to the city's largest auto mall. He wasted no time and went directly into the BMW 4S store. With the help of his godlike insight, he had a thorough understanding of the performance, advantages and disadvantages, and even the psychological price point for selling each car. He ultimately chose a black BMW 530i, with a final price of 450,000 yuan. Because he opted for full payment and precisely pointed out some minor flaws in the display car, he successfully persuaded the sales manager to offer an additional 20,000 yuan cash discount, along with a full set of top-of-the-line car film and several free maintenance services. After paying and completing the formalities, it was already 4 p.m. Su Chen drove his brand new BMW 5 Series home. Gripping the leather steering wheel and feeling the powerful engine, he felt as if he had been reborn. Back in the underground parking garage of the Cloud Top Palace, he parked his car and then went to a nearby large supermarket to do some shopping, buying some daily necessities and a high-quality suit. When he returned to his new home carrying large bags and small packages, night had already fallen. He took a shower, changed into a bathrobe, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, drank some chilled Perrier, and looked at the dazzling city night view outside the window, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. He wasn't blinded by the sudden wealth and opportunity. He knew perfectly well that it all stemmed from that mysterious system. He opened his laptop, skillfully registered on one of the world's largest cryptocurrency trading platforms, and completed the identity verification process. Then, without hesitation, he transferred all the remaining 250,000 yuan in his card into the bank account and used it all to buy Dogecoin. After doing all this, he glanced at the time, 8 o'clock in the evening. There is still some time before Qin Shuyue falls into trouble. He took out the Armani suit he had just bought that afternoon from the closet and put it on, along with a Vacheron Constantin watch, of course, a high-quality replica, but good enough to fool the eye. The man in the mirror was tall and handsome, with deep and confident eyes. His cheap casual clothes had been replaced by a well-tailored suit, completely transforming his demeanor and making him look every bit the successful man. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. He picked up his phone and opened Lu Mengli's profile, which was information provided by the system, detailed down to her birthdate, measurements, and even her favorite perfume brand. In Jiangnan. Lu Mengli. A playful smile curved Su Chen's lips. Tonight, let me see just how fascinating this high society circle really is. He picked up his car keys, turned around, and strode towards the door. The hunt has begun. Chapter 6. Entering the tiger's den for the first time, the fairy boss lady Lu Mengli. Shanghai City at night. It was dazzling with lights, like a giant city that never sleeps. The black BMW 5 Series moved smoothly through the traffic. Finally, we entered a quiet and elegant tree-lined avenue. The end of the road. It is a traditional Chinese courtyard. Above the Vermilion Gate hangs a plaque with gold lettering on a black background, Jiangnan Lane. But Su Chen knew. This is the most exclusive private club in Shanghai City, a true haven for the powerful and famous to squander their wealth and socialize. Those who can enter this gate are either extremely wealthy individuals with assets exceeding 100 million or powerful figures wielding significant authority. Su Chen slowly parked the car at the entrance. Two burly security guards dressed in black Zhongshan suits immediately came over. "Hello sir, there's a private party at Jiangnan Lane tonight, it's not open to the public." One of the security guards spoke politely, but his eyes held an unquestionable scrutiny as he glanced at Su Chen and his BMW 5 Series. A BMW 5 Series is only considered an entry-level commuter car here. Su Chen rolled down the car window, a calm smile on his face. "I'm not here to spend money, I'm here to find someone." "Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" The security guard's tone remained formulaic. "I'm looking for your boss's wife, Lu Mengli, Miss Lu," Su Chen said directly. The expressions on the two security guards' faces changed slightly at the same time, and their scrutinizing gazes instantly became wary. "The proprietress's name isn't something anyone can just call out." "You know our boss?" "I don't know her," Su Chen said frankly. "But she will definitely want to see me. You just need to let her know that a man who knows she injured her left ankle while skiing in Switzerland 3 years ago and has a particular fondness for the perfume Midnight Flight is waiting for her at the door." These two pieces of information were top-secret personal intelligence about Lu Mengli provided by the system. The security guard looked at Su Chen suspiciously, clearly not believing his words. But Su Chen's confident and resolute demeanor made him hesitate. Such details, involving personal privacy, are impossible for anyone other than someone extremely close to know. "Sir, please wait a moment." A security guard turned around and whispered a few words into his headset. Su Chen leaned back in his seat, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel, his mind calm. He was betting that Lu Mengli, this enchanting woman, would be filled with curiosity about a mysterious man like him who knew her secrets. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, the security guard quickly returned, his attitude much more respectful than before. "Sir, our boss invites you in. You can leave your car with the parking attendant." Su Chen smiled slightly, handed the car keys to the parking attendant, straightened his suit, and stepped into the Vermilion Gate. After passing through a corridor with carved beams and painted rafters, a bright and open space suddenly appeared before me. A small bridge and flowing water in the courtyard. Pavilions and towers. Every step reveals a new scene. It is full of the elegant charm of Jiangnan Gardens. A graceful maid, dressed in a high-slit cheongsam, was waiting at the end of the corridor. "Mr. Su, please come with me. The proprietress is waiting for you at Shuianjian. Led by a maid, Su Chen passed through several moon gates and arrived at a pavilion overlooking the water. Inside the attic. The lights were dim and yellow, and the air was filled with the fragrance of incense. A woman is reclining on a chaise lounge by the window. Holding a glass of red wine, he looked at Su Chen, who had just walked in, with great interest. She was about 40 years old. Her long, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, making her already beautiful face even more charming. Her features were so exquisite that she looked like someone from a painting. Her captivating eyes were so alluring, they seemed capable of stealing a man's soul at any moment. She was wearing a deep purple silk robe with a low neckline, revealing a large expanse of fair and delicate skin and a deep cleavage. The hem of the robe was also quite high. As she swirled her wineglass, a pair of plump, shapely legs encased in black stockings were faintly visible. She wasn't particularly tall, probably under 1.7 meters, but her proportions were absolutely stunning. She was the kind of woman who achieved great results from small things, with every curve exuding the ultimate allure of a mature woman. She is Lu Mengli, a vibrant and alluring enchantress. You're Su Chen? Lu Mengli asked, her voice slightly husky and languid, yet full of magnetism. Miss Lu, I've long admired your name. Su Chen nodded slightly, meeting her gaze frankly. With his god-level insight, Lu Mengli's information was completely clear to him. Target, Lu Mengli. Age, 40. Height, 168 centimeters. Identity, owner of Jiang Nanli Clubhouse, investor in multiple luxury brands. Status, curious, tentative, mild alcohol intoxication. Affection level, 5, an interesting stranger. Sit down. Lu Mengli gestured to the pear-wood chair opposite her. Tell me, who are you? How do you know about me? As she spoke, she looked Su Chen up and down with her captivating peach blossom eyes, her gaze bold and direct, as if she wanted to strip him naked. Who I am is not important. Su Chen sat down opposite her, his posture upright. What is important is that I know what Miss Lu needs right now. Oh? Lu Mengli's interest was piqued. She leaned forward, the neckline of her robe lowering further, her breathtaking white skin almost leaping out. Then what do I need? You need someone who can help you solve your problems. Su Chen's gaze passed over her and landed on another brightly lit banquet hall not far from the window. For example, help your best friend who is being attacked by a pack of hungry wolves. Lu Mengli's smile froze slightly, then she smiled even more charmingly. Little brother, you've got quite the nerve. Do you know who my best friend is? Do you know what kind of people surround her? She chuckled and shook her head. Each of them could shake Zhanghai City with a stomp of their foot. What makes you, a young man driving a BMW 5 Series, think you can compete with them? Her words were full of contempt and disdain, as if she were looking at a naive and ignorant fool. Su Chen wasn't angry, he knew this was the other party testing him. Miss Lu, sometimes, solving problems doesn't necessarily require power and wealth, but also brains and courage. Su Chen picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said calmly, moreover, I'm not here to ask you for anything, but to make a deal with you. A deal? Lu Mengli exclaimed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. What can you give me? I can get Chairman Qin out of her predicament, and I can also tell you why her 30 million overseas investment failed, and how to recover the losses. Su Chen slowly put down his teacup, his voice not loud, but every word was like thunder. The smile on Lu Mengli's face froze completely at that moment. She sat up abruptly, and for the first time, a look of shock and solemnity appeared in her peach blossom eyes. The fact that Qin Shuyue's investment failed was only confirmed this afternoon. Besides her, Qin Shuyue herself, and the fund manager who was far away overseas. There is absolutely no way a fourth person could know. And this man in front of me not only knows, but also knows how to salvage the situation? Who exactly is he? Who exactly are you? Lu Mengli's voice took on a serious tone for the first time. I told you, I'm here to help you. Su Chen looked at her, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Now, Miss Lu, are you willing to take me to see Chairman Qin? Lu Mengli stared intently at Su Chen for a full half-minute, seemingly trying to discern something from his face. But Su Chen's expression remained calm and unwavering, his eyes as deep as the sea, making it impossible for her to see through him. Finally, she stood up, her robe flowing smoothly down, outlining her stunning S-shaped curves. Okay, I'll take you there. She walked to Su Chen's side, stretched out her slender hand painted with bright red nail polish, and gently placed it on his shoulder. Her body was almost pressed against his, and her warm breath was blowing on his ear. But, little brother, if you dare to lie to me, I promise I'll make you know what it means to wish you were dead. Her voice was charming and alluring, but the threat in her words sent chills down one's spine. Su Chen could smell the strong midnight flight perfume on her body, mixed with her unique body fragrance, creating an alluring scent that made one's blood boil. He turned his head to look directly at Lu Mengli, who was so close to him, and whispered, If I succeed, what reward will Miss Lu give me? Lu Mengli giggled, stuck out her tongue, and gently licked her red lips, her eyes glazed over. If you really do it, your sister will be your reward. Chapter 7 The First Step to Conquering Fairies, a high-stakes gamble at a drinking party. Sister, this is your reward. Lu Mengli's voice, like the finest wine, carried a fatal allure, gently echoing in Su Chen's ear. Her body was soft and boneless, almost entirely leaning against Su Chen. Underneath her silky robe, her amazing curves clung tightly to his arm, conveying waves of incredible elasticity and warmth. Su Chen could even feel her steady heartbeat and even breathing. This woman is a natural enchantress. Every move she made stirred up the man's primal desires. Any ordinary man would probably have already lost his will and surrendered by now. But Su Chen just smiled faintly. He leaned back slightly. He subtly distanced himself from her. Miss Lu's reward is too precious for me to accept, he said calmly. I only hope that after this is done, Miss Lu will consider me a true friend. His refusal caused a hint of surprise to flash in Lu Mingli's eyes. She has always been extremely confident in her charm. Men throwing themselves at her are as numerous as fish in a river, yet this young man who looks to be no more than 20 years old can resist her temptation? Is it that he has the desire but not the courage, or is he really not interested in her? Or perhaps, his target from beginning to end has only been one person, Qin Shuiwei? It's interesting, getting more and more interesting. What a true friend. Lu Mengli straightened up, regaining her languid and alluring demeanor. Then we'll see how you perform tonight. Come on, my little friend, I'll show you the real battlefield. She turned around. She swayed her slender waist as she walked out of the attic. Her graceful figure, under the dim light, resembled a beautiful serpent, exuding a dangerous yet alluring charm. Su Chen followed behind her. My eyes simply can't see anywhere else. After passing through the winding corridors, we arrived at the brightly lit banquet hall, the Gathering Dragon Hall. As soon as you step inside, a wave of heat hits you. Inside the hall, glasses clinked and voices rang out as well. Well-dressed men and women gathered together, chatting and laughing. The air was filled with the aroma of top-quality cigars, expensive perfumes, and fine food and wine. The atmosphere of luxury was almost overflowing. Su Chen's eyes quickly searched through the crowd. Soon, he saw that familiar figure, the one that made his heart race, in the sofa area in the center of the hall. Qin Shuiwei. She changed into a black Chanel business suit. The well-tailored top accentuated her amazing bust and slender waist, while the pencil skirt perfectly showcased her pert peach-shaped buttocks and incredibly long legs. She sat gracefully on the sofa with her legs crossed, a polite business smile on her face. However, from the perspective of God-level insight, Su Chen clearly saw the weariness, irritability, and a hint of undisguised disgust deep in her eyes. Her status bar showed, status, mentally exhausted, forcing a smile, inner defenses about to collapse. Around her were 3 or 4 pot-bellied middle-aged men. One of the men, with thinning hair and an oily face, was holding a full glass of mutai and fawningly approaching Qin Shuiwei. Chairman Qin, you have an incredible capacity for alcohol. We brothers have truly seen something amazing today. The man said, pushing another glass of wine in front of Qin Shuiwei. If you don't drink this, you're disrespecting us, Mr. Wang. We won't dare to cooperate with Tianhe Group on that land project in the east of the city in the future. The man's words, though seemingly flattering, were actually full of threats. He is Wang Hailong, a well-known real estate developer in Jianhai City. He was greedy and lustful, and because he owned several plots of land, he acted recklessly in the business world. He had long coveted Qin Shuiwei's beauty, and today he seized this opportunity to get her drunk so he could make his move. Qin Shuiwei's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly. She had drunk too much tonight, and her stomach was burning, and her head was starting to spin. The failure of this 30 million investment had already put her in a very bad mood, and now she had to deal with this pack of hungry wolves. She felt like she was about to reach her limit. But this glass of wine, she couldn't refuse to drink it. The project in the eastern part of the city is of vital importance to Tianhe Group. If she messed things up because she offended Wang Hailong, she wouldn't be able to explain it to the board of directors. Just as she was torn between 2 options and was about to grit her teeth and drink the wine, Lu Mingli walked over with Su Chen. Oh my, Mr. Wang, what a lively scene. Lu Mengli walked forward with a charming smile, naturally squeezing between Wang Hailong and Qin Shuiwei, separating the two of them. Mengli, you finally arrived. Qin Shuiwei saw her best friend as if she had seen a savior, and her tense nerves relaxed slightly. Boss Lu. When Wang Hailong saw Lu Mengli, the lewdness on his face disappeared, replaced by a smile. We're having drinks with Chairman Qin right now. You're accompanying our Shuiwei for drinks? Is this how you do it? Are you forcing her to drink? Lu Mengli rolled her eyes at him, exuding charm and an undeniable aura. She helped Qin Shuiwei up and said softly, Shuiwei, you don't look well. Did you drink too much? Let me help you to rest. I'm fine. Qin Shuiwei tried to put on a brave face. Wang Hailong objected, blocking their way and saying with a forced smile, Boss Lu, this won't do. Chairman Qin hasn't even drunk his drink yet. This is a toast to give our brother's face. Lu Mengli's face darkened. Just then, Su Chen, who had been standing behind her, suddenly stepped forward with a humble smile on his face. Is this Mr. Wang? Hello. Su Chen extended his hand proactively. Wang Hailong glanced at him, saw that he was just an unfamiliar young man, and didn't take him seriously at all. He shook hands with him perfunctorily and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Su Chen, Chairman Qin's assistant," Su Chen introduced himself. "Chairman Qin is indeed feeling unwell tonight and shouldn't be drinking. How about I drink this glass for President Wang?" "You?" Wang Hailong sized Su Chen up and down, his eyes filled with disdain. "Who do you think you are? You dare to drink for Chairman Qin?" Su Chen's smile remained unchanged. "Of course I'm not worthy. But it's still more sincere than having Chairman Qin discuss cooperation with you while he's drunk, isn't it?" His words were both soft and firm, praising Wang Hailong while also highlighting the advantages and disadvantages. Qin Shuiwei and Lu Mengli both looked at Su Chen with some surprise. They hadn't expected that this young man would be so unfazed by such a situation. "Interesting." Wang Hailong narrowed his eyes. "Well, kid, you want to stand up for your Chairman Qin?" "Sure. But just having a drink won't do." He pointed to the half-empty bottle of mutai on the table and sneered, "See? Drink this half bottle, and I'll pretend Chairman Qin drank it. We'll sign the contract for the East City project tomorrow. If you can't drink it, then you and your Chairman Qin can both get out of here. He's deliberately making things difficult for us. Half a bottle of high-proof mutai, chug it down in one go, and even the toughest man would be knocked out on the spot." All eyes in the hall instantly focused on this spot. Qin Shuyue's expression changed, and she immediately grabbed Su Chen's sleeve. "Su Chen, don't be ridiculous. You can't drink." She knew Su Chen had a low alcohol tolerance last night at the bar. He choked on just one glass of liquor and his face turned bright red. This half bottle of mutai would kill him. Lu Mengli frowned as well. She hadn't expected Wang Hailong to be so disrespectful. She was about to speak when Su Chen stopped her with a look. Su Chen turned around, gave Qin Shuyue a reassuring look, then turned to look at Wang Hailong, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Mr. Wang, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond." "Of course." Wang Hailong patted his chest. "I, Wang Hailong, keep my word. If you can blow up half a bottle like this, I'll not only sign the contract, but I'll also consider you my brother." "Good." Su Chen picked up the bottle of mutai and, to everyone's astonishment, unscrewed the cap. Ding! God-level insight has been activated. Target, Wang Hailong. Physical condition, moderate alcoholic liver damage, hyperlipidemia, and gastric ulcer. Currently, approximately 400 milliliters of alcohol has been ingested. 53% ABV liquor, reaching 90% of the body's tolerance limit. Ingesting more than 50 milliliters will trigger acute alcohol poisoning, accompanied by gastric bleeding. Looking at the information on the system panel, Su Chen sneered inwardly. He tilted his head back, brought the bottle opening to his mouth, and his Adam's apple bobbed, making a glug-glug sound. The pungent liquor burned like a line of fire from my throat all the way down to my stomach. Everyone was stunned. Is this young man insane? Qin Shuyue's fingernails dug deeply into her palms, her heart leaping into her throat. She didn't know why she was so nervous, even though they had only known each other for less than 24 hours. For the first time, genuine surprise and admiration appeared in Lu Mengli's captivating eyes. This young man has guts. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Su Chen remained expressionless, not even blinking, as if he were drinking plain water, not liquor. The effects of the comprehensive physical enhancement were on full display at this moment. His powerful metabolism and organ function made him far more tolerant of alcohol than the average person. Soon, half a bottle of mutai was gone. Su Chen turned the empty bottle upside down. Not a single drop of wine remained. He put down the bottle, his expression unchanged, except for a slight blush on his face, which made him look even more dashing. "Mr. Wang, it's your turn." Su Chen smiled and looked at Wang Hailong. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Su Chen as if he were a monster. Wang Hailong was completely dumbfounded. He had thought Su Chen would only drink a couple of sips before passing out, allowing him to humiliate him and Qin Shuyue to his heart's content. But he never dreamed that this kid would actually down half a bottle of mutai. I. Wang Hailong's face turned a deep purplish red, and he stammered, unable to speak. "What? Mr. Wang just said you meant what you said, and now you want to go back on your word? Su Chen's tone remained calm, but his eyes sharpened. Or does Mr. Wang think your promise is as empty as the wine in this bottle? A suppressed chuckle came from the surrounding crowd. Wang Hailong's face flushed red and then turned pale. If I back down today, I won't be able to get along in Jianhai City's social circles anymore. He gritted his teeth, picked up another full glass of mutai on the table, and said to Su Chen, "Kid, you win. I'll drink this one. But just drinking isn't fun, let's make a bet." He pulled a deck of cards from his pocket and threw it on the table. "Let's play all in, one round to decide the winner. If I win, the East City project is off the table, and your chairman Qin has to keep me company tonight. If you win, I'll sign the contract, and I'll add another 10 million in investment." He's finally revealed his true intentions. Qin Shuyue's face instantly turned cold. Su Chen smiled. This is what he's been waiting for. Ding! God-level insight has been activated. Target: the playing cards in Wang Hailong's hand. Information: this deck of cards has tiny markings on the back, invisible to the untrained eye. Wang Hailong is an expert in this area and intends to cheat. His whole card is the Ace of Hearts. Okay. Su Chen agreed readily. I'll bet with you. He glanced at Lu Mingli beside him and said in a low voice, "Miss Lu, can you lend me 10 million chips? If I win, it's yours. If I lose, Su Chen, will be your slave for life." Looking into his incredibly bright eyes, Lu Mingli's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her was like a magical vortex, making her unable to resist getting closer and wanting to fall into it. She took a black card from her handbag, handed it to Su Chen, and her red lips parted slightly, her breath sweet as orchids. "Go on, my little friend. Tonight, the entire Jiangnan district is your bargaining chip." Chapter 8: A long talk under the moon. You're just a child. When Lu Mingli handed the black card, representing the highest credit in Jiangnan, to Su Chen, the atmosphere in the entire Gathering Dragon Hall reached its peak. All eyes were on Su Chen. It was filled with shock, jealousy, and disbelief. Who is Lu Mingli? The Queen of Jiangnan. She had never publicly supported any man before, let alone an unknown young man. What does now mean? Wang Hailong's face turned extremely ugly. I felt like I had been slapped in the face in public. He originally intended to humiliate Su Chen and Qin Shuyue, but unexpectedly became Su Chen's stepping stone, allowing him to steal the limelight. Qin Shuyue stood aside, her heart churning with turmoil. She felt an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity as she looked at Su Chen, who stood calmly at the gambling table, confronting Wang Hailong. Is this the same young man who was fired yesterday and looked dejected in the park? Is this the same subordinate who acted like a greedy clerk when facing me this morning? Where does his powerful confidence and commanding presence come from? The betting begins. The dealers skillfully shuffled and dealt the cards. Soon, 2 cards, one face up and one face down, were placed in front of Su Chen and Wang Hailong. Wang Hailong's revealed card is a king. Su Chen's revealed card was just a small 7. Kid, looks like your luck isn't so great. Wang Hailong sneered smugly as he looked at his cards. He secretly glanced at his whole card, an ace of spades, and felt reassured. He threw down $1 million bet, 1 million, call or not? Su Chen glanced at his whole card, a 7 of hearts, but showed no sign of panic. Because his God-level insight had clearly presented every card that was about to be dealt in his mind. He will make 3 sevens, while Wang Hailong will only get a pair of kings in the end. Call. Su Chen casually tossed out 1 million chips. In the following rounds of card dealing, the cards were dealt exactly as Su Chen had predicted. Wang Hailong's face-up cards formed a pair of kings, and he thought he had the game in the bag, so he kept raising the bet, becoming increasingly arrogant. Su Chen's revealed cards, however, were a bunch of unrelated miscellaneous cards. The chips on the table have accumulated to 20 million. Kid, out of money, huh? If you're broke, get the hell out of here. Wang Hailong pushed out all his last chips and shouted arrogantly, I'm all in. Call if you dare. Everyone thought Su Chen was doomed to lose. Qin Shuyue held her breath nervously, her palms sweating profusely. Lu Mingli watched Su Chen with great interest, wanting to see how this young man would turn the tables. Su Chen smiled, glanced at his whole cards, then looked up at Wang Hailong and slowly pushed out all the chips in front of him. I'm going all in too. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he slowly revealed his trump card. 3 sevens. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Wang Hailong's smile froze instantly.
He stared at Su Chen's cards as if he'd seen a ghost, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg.
No. Impossible. How could you have 3 of a kind?
He suddenly stood up, pointed at Su Chen, and roared hoarsely, "You cheated.
You must have cheated."
Su Chen looked at him coldly and threw the deck of cards in front of him.
Mr. Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want.
These cards are yours, the dealer is yours, and there are so many eyes watching.
How can I cheat?
Wang Hailong was speechless. Of course he knew that Su Chen hadn't cheated, because he himself was the one who wanted to cheat. But he just couldn't understand how he could lose so badly in a game he was sure to win.
If you lose the bet, you should accept it. Su Chen stood up, looking down at him.
The contract should be delivered to Fengxing Media by 9 a.m. tomorrow. I hope the additional 10 million investment will arrive this afternoon.
As for Chairman Qin,
Su Chen walked to Qin Shuyue's side, naturally put his arm around her soft waist, and pulled her into his embrace. In a gesture of assertive dominance, he said to Wang Hailong,
"She is my woman. From now on, Mr. Wang, please stay away from her." At this moment, Su Chen exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance.
Qin Shuyue's body stiffened abruptly as he held her in his arms, feeling the burning heat and strength from his arms.
Her mind went blank. He said, "I'm his woman? In front of so many people?"
Wang Hailong's face was ashen. He knew that he had not only lost money today, but also lost all face.
He glared at Su Chen with resentment.
Amidst a chorus of laughter, he slunk away with his men. The storm has thus subsided.
Su Chen released Qin Shuyue and smiled slightly at her. "Sister Yu, it's all right now."
Qin Shuyue looked at him with an extremely complicated expression. There was shock, gratitude, and a hint of heart flutter that she herself hadn't even noticed.
It was nearly midnight when the party ended.
Lu Mengli was drunk and her eyes were blurry. She insisted that Su Chen take her and Qin Shuyue home.
Final. Su Chen drove away in his BMW with 2 stunningly beautiful mature women. Lu Mengli sat in the back seat.
Without any hesitation, she placed her beautiful legs, clad in black stockings, on the back of the passenger seat. It was very close to Su Chen's head.
"Little Chen, you look absolutely stunning today."
She mumbled, "I'm liking you more and more. Why don't you leave your ice queen and come with me instead? I promise I'll make you feel like you're in heaven every day." Sitting in the passenger seat, Qin Shuyue listened to her best friend's lewd words, her cheeks burning.
She turned around and glared at her, annoyed. "Lu Mengli,
if you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I'll throw you out of the car."
He. Look at you, getting anxious.
You even said he's not your little lover. Lu Mengli laughed so hard she was shaking.
Su Chen focused on driving, ignoring Lu Mengli's flirting.
He first took Lu Mengli back to her detached villa halfway up the mountain, and then turned around and took Qin Shuyue home. Inside the car, only Su Chen and Qin Shuyue remained.
An ambiguous silence spread through the carriage.
Qin Shuyue watched the night view rushing past the window, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Everything that had happened tonight had been a huge shock to her.
"Su Chen." She finally spoke, breaking the silence. Thank you for tonight."
Her voice was soft, with a hint of tenderness that was barely perceptible.
"Sister Yu, you're too kind. As I said, I'm your assistant, and it's only right that I help you out." Su Chen's reply was impeccable.
Qin Shuyue was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned her head and looked at him seriously. How did you know Wang Hailong's trump card?" Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew she was starting to have doubts. He smiled slightly and said, half jokingly, "I was just lucky, I was just guessing."
"Good luck?" Qin Shuyue clearly didn't believe it. "Then how did you know my investment failed?" This issue is even more pointed. Su Chen tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He knew the crucial conversation was about to begin.
He slowly parked the car in a secluded parking space by the roadside and turned off the engine. The car fell silent instantly, with only the soft breathing of the 2 people remaining.
Su Chen turned around.
He stared intently at Qin Shuyue. There's a new kind of look in his eyes that everyone understands.
"Sister Yu, if I told you that I like you, and that I would try my best to know everything about you, would you believe me?"
He chose the most direct and boldest way to express his feelings. Qin Shuyue's breath hitched. She instinctively tried to avoid Su Chen's aggressive gaze, but found herself completely unable to move.
"Su Chen, don't talk nonsense."
She forced herself to calm down, but her voice trembled slightly.
We can't be together. Why is it impossible? Su Chen pressed. Why?
Qin Shuiyue seemed to have heard a ridiculous question. She laughed self-deprecatingly, and then stretched out her incredibly long legs, encased in flesh-colored stockings, and gently placed them on the dashboard.
In the dim light inside the car, the curves of those legs were breathtakingly perfect. Su Chen, open your eyes and look at yourself.
Her voice regained its coldness and rationality.
I'm 41 years old this year, and you? At most 22. There's a full 19-year age gap between us. I'm almost a full 12 years older than you.
When I'm 30 and successful in my career, you're still in elementary school. When I've experienced the ups and downs of the business world and seen through the wickedness of human nature, you're still struggling for the college entrance exam.
Our lives are simply not on the same track. You're saying you like me now. What do you like about me?
She pointed to her face, then to her legs and chest.
Do you like my fairly well-maintained face? Do you like my body that can still attract men? Or do you like my identity as the chairman of Tianhe Group and the status and wealth it can bring you? Su Chen, you're too young. You don't understand what true love is at all.
Your feelings for me are nothing more than a young man's momentary impulse driven by hormones, a fantasy about mature women, and a desire to conquer them. You just want to sleep with me, to sleep with a high-class woman who is much older than you, to satisfy your pathetic vanity. She dissected Su Chen without reservation, and she also dissected herself. Once this impulse passes, you'll find that I'm just a middle-aged woman who will grow old, become ugly, and feel weary inside. At that time, you'll get tired of me, you'll despise me, and you'll go find younger, prettier girls.
And what about me?
I, Qin Shuiyue, can't afford to gamble. I can't possibly use the little youth I have left to gamble on the vague like of a mere boy like you. So, put away your childish ideas. She looked at Su Chen and said, word by word, clearly and cruelly.
Su Chen, you're just a child. Chapter 9 The Final Embrace. To get on, you must pass the test. Su Chen, you're just a child.
Qin Shuyue's voice echoed in the quiet carriage.
Su Chen listened quietly without refuting.
He knew that every word Qin Shuiyue said was from the perspective of a mature and rational adult woman, and was impeccable.
Age, status, experience.
These are the enormous chasms that stand between them, like insurmountable barriers. Faced with such a calm and cruel analysis, any ordinary young person would probably have been so ashamed that they would have nowhere to hide and would have fled in a sorry state.
But Su Chen is no ordinary person.
Looking at the woman before him, who was feigning strength and wrapped herself in a cold armor, he felt not retreat, but an unprecedented heartache and an even stronger desire to conquer her. The more rational she is, the more she is struggling internally. The more she resists, the more she desires it.
Sister Yu, are you finished?
Su Chen suddenly spoke, his voice calm and gentle. Qin Shuiyue was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Su Chen to react this way.
That's all. Now, can I say a few words?
Qin Shuiyue looked at his eyes, which shone brightly even in the darkness, and nodded as if possessed.
Su Chen smiled gently. Sister Yu, what you just said is all true. I admit that I am young and impulsive.
I do like your beautiful face and your perfect figure, and I also crave the status and wealth that you can bring me. His confession stunned Qin Shuiyue once again.
She thought he would defend himself or deny it.
However, Su Chen's tone shifted, his gaze becoming incredibly serious. This is only a part of my liking for you, not all of it. I like you, also because of the pride you showed when you told that thug to get lost in the park, even though you were so drunk you could barely stand.
I like you.
In the bar, you held my hand, crying and cursing those lousy men, yet you were also like a teacher, clumsily teaching me the cuteness and vulnerability of kissing. I admire your strength in waking up this morning, despite feeling panicked and ashamed, forcing yourself to calm down, using orders and deals to cover everything up, and trying to regain control of the situation. I admire even more your sense of responsibility and commitment at tonight's dinner party, when you were already on the verge of your death, yet prepared to drink that glass of wine that could have ruined you for the sake of the company. Every word Su Chen said was like a bullet, precisely striking the softest spot in Qin Shuyue's heart. The pride, vulnerability, strength, and responsibility she spoke of were aspects she had never shown to anyone, yet this man, who had only spent less than a day with her, saw them clearly.
Qin Shuyue's eyes suddenly welled up with tears.
She felt her hard armor being peeled away layer by Su Chen's gentle words. Sister Yu, you are not a cold symbol, not the chairman of Tianhe Group, nor a machine that only thinks rationally. Su Chen's voice grew deeper and more magnetic. You are a living person, a woman who can cry and laugh, who can be vulnerable and helpless.
And what I, Su Chen, like is precisely this complete and real you.
As for age, in my eyes, it is not a gap, but your unique charm. Your maturity, your elegance, and the wisdom and temperament that you have gained through the years are unmatched by any young girl. In my opinion, those 20-year-old girls are like unripe apples, while you are like a top-quality red wine that has been brewed for 20 years, mellow, rich, and intoxicating. So please stop saying things like, I'm just a child, but.
Su Chen leaned forward, closing the distance between them.
He looked directly into Qin Shuyue's phoenix eyes, which were already misty with tears, and said, word by word,
I am very mature when it comes to loving you. A long silence fell over the carriage once again.
Qin Shuyue was completely speechless. She had lived for 41 years and heard countless sweet words and flattery from men, but none of them had shaken her so much as Su Chen's words had just spoken.
This man is terrifying.
He was like a top-notch hunter, accurately discerning all her disguises and weaknesses, and then launching the most lethal attack with the gentlest words. She felt her heart gradually crumbling. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shuyue finally found her voice, but it carried a hint of hoarseness and weakness that she herself was unaware of.
Take me home, I'm tired. She gave up arguing with him.
Because she knew that if she continued, she would truly succumb to his charms.
Su Chen gave her a deep look and didn't press her any further.
He knew that the time was right, and pushing her any further would only backfire. He restarted the car and drove towards Qin Shuyue's house according to the navigation. Qin Shuyue's home is located in Zijin Manor, the most upscale residential area in Jianhai City. It consists entirely of detached villas, with tight security and extremely high privacy. The car stopped at the entrance of the manor, but Qin Shuyue did not let Su Chen drive in.
I'll get off here.
She unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to push open the door. Sister Yu, Su Chen called out to her.
Is there anything else? Could I have a hug?
Su Chen's tone carried a hint of pleading and reluctance.
Just consider it, a final farewell. The final farewell.
These 5 words, like a needle, gently pricked Qin Shuyue's heart. Looking at Su Chen's handsome face, and the burning yet reluctant light in his eyes, the softest part of her heart completely crumbled. She remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing.
Su Chen knew that she had tacitly agreed.
He unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, walked around to the passenger side, and opened the door for her. Qin Shuyue got out of the car. She was wearing high heels, and her height of 1.81 meters still gave her a strong sense of pressure in front of Su Chen. Su Chen didn't speak, but simply opened his arms and gently, yet firmly, embraced her. Qin Shuyue's body stiffened instantly. It had been many, many years since her husband passed away that she had been held in a man's arms like this.
Su Chen's embrace was very warm.
It is very spacious.
He exudes a clean and refreshing youthful vibe.
It was completely different from the powerful masculinity he exuded when he was writing her last night. Yet it also made her feel at ease. She could clearly hear his strong, powerful heartbeat, thump, 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 as if it were striking her heart. Su Chen buried his face in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling the intoxicating scent emanating from her body, a blend of top-quality perfume and her unique natural fragrance. He held her tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his very bones. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Shuyue's hands, which had been hanging limply at her sides, finally slowly rose and gently placed on Su Chen's back.
This is a silent response.
Just as the embrace was about to melt everything away, Qin Shuyue was about to push his hand away when she accidentally touched his trouser pocket and felt a soft, strangely shaped object inside. She paused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. The two slowly separated. Qin Shuyue's gaze fell on Su Chen's pants pocket. There, due to the pressure of the embrace, a corner of translucent, flesh-colored fabric with a hole was revealed.
It was her torn stockings. Qin Shuyue's face flushed red instantly, both ashamed and annoyed.
You, why did you keep this? Her voice trembled. This pervert. He actually put her worn-out stockings in his pocket. Su Chen blushed slightly, a rare occurrence, but he quickly regained his composure and explained frankly, Sister Yu, please don't misunderstand. This morning when I left the hotel, I saw you throw it in the trash can. I was afraid. I was afraid the hotel cleaning staff would see it and do something strange, like selling it online or something. I felt that wouldn't be good for your reputation, so I kept it and was planning to find a place to dispose of it.
His explanation was reasonable and full of consideration for her. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyue's initial embarrassment and anger instantly transformed into immense shock and an indescribable sense of gratitude. She never expected that this man would be so thoughtful. He cared not only about her safety and her feelings, but also about the potential risks that a discarded, tattered personal item might pose to her. At that moment, the strongest defense in her heart collapsed. She looked at Su Chen with an extremely complicated expression. After a long silence, she took a deep breath, as if she had made a momentous decision.
Su Chen. I am here. Didn't you want a chance? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Fine, I'll give it to you.
Qin Shuyue's voice carried a hint of resolve.
1 month.
Starting tomorrow, for the next month, I will not see you, contact you, or offer you any help. If you can achieve something within this month, without relying on me or Tianhe Group, that I and everyone else can acknowledge. She paused, her narrow phoenix eyes fixed on him, and said, word by word. I'll give you one, the right to pursue me. After saying that, she didn't look at Su Chen again, turned around, and resolutely walked into the manor gate. Her tall and aloof figure, under the cold moonlight, appeared both powerful and desolate. Su Chen stood there, watching her disappear into the night, his smile growing wider and wider. Test? This is hardly a test. This was clearly a way for her to save face and accept him.
1 month, hee.
Su Chen chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented fighting spirit and brilliance.
Qin Shuyue, you underestimate me. A month from now, what I'm giving you will be more than just a report card.
But rather, the whole world. Chapter 10, 10 million in startup capital.
Target, Ma Dong's company.
Qin Shuyue's figure completely disappeared into the depths of the manor, but the unique and intoxicating fragrance emanating from her seemed to still linger on Su Chen's nose.
He lowered his head.
He glanced at the glimpse of flesh-colored stockings peeking out of his trouser pocket, and a playful smile appeared on his face.
He wasn't lying. He was indeed afraid that the hotel staff would use it to make a fuss.
But he didn't tell the truth either.
Su Chen kept it mainly because of a man's most primal possessiveness.
These are spoils of war. These stockings witnessed his transformation from boy to man, and also the beginning of his conquest of this Ice Queen. Within a month, produce results that you can accept.
Su Chen leaned against the car door and lit a cigarette.
The crimson flames flickered in the night, illuminating his handsome and resolute face.
For a young man who has nothing, this is almost an impossible task.
But for Su Chen, who possesses the strategy system and God-level insight, this is practically a freebie. Just then, the system's voice sounded in my mind again, with an unprecedentedly exciting tone.
Ding!
Target Qin Shuyue has been detected and has issued her ultimate test.
Main quest triggered, the Queen's approval. Mission name, Hunting Time.
Mission objective, within 1 month, swiftly acquire your former company, Hongyuan Trading, and make its former boss, Ma Dong, work for you. Take complete control of the company that once humiliated you.
Task time limit, 30 days. Mission rewards, 1. Increase Qin Shuyue's favorability by 20. 2. Cash reward of 10 million yuan. 3. Unlock the system shop beginner. Boom! Upon seeing the mission details and rewards, Su Chen's mind was struck as if by a thunderbolt. Acquire Hongyuan Trading. Let Ma Dong work for me.
This mission is practically a revenge script tailor-made for him.
It's exactly what he wanted.
The rewards for the mission were so generous that they took his breath away.
A cash reward of 10 million.
And that mysterious system shop.
Su Chen's blood was boiling at that moment.
He took a deep drag on his cigarette, then flicked the butt away, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light.
Hongyuan Trading. Ma Dong. Lin Weiwei.
He murmured the names, a cold and cruel smile curving his lips.
Your end has come.
He opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and the black BMW roared into the night like a black lightning bolt. Back in his luxurious apartment at the Cloud Palace, Su Chen felt no sleepiness whatsoever. He rushed into the study, turned on the top-of-the-line laptop, and logged into the cryptocurrency trading platform he had previously registered for. At this point, less than 3 hours remained before the surge in Dogecoin, as mentioned in the system intelligence. He looked at the 250,000 yuan in his account. In a few hours, this money would become the first starting capital for his revenge plan. The waiting time was agonizing.
Su Chen didn't sit idle.
He used his God-level insight to frantically search for all information about Hongyuan Trading online. The company's equity structure, list of major clients, financial statements for the past 3 years, information on key employees. With the blessing of God-level insight. Commercial information hidden deep within the internet, which ordinary people simply cannot find, is exposed to him. In his eyes, Hongyuan Trading had become a sandbox with no secrets. He discovered that Hongyuan Trading's equity was highly concentrated. Ma Dong alone accounts for 60%. The remaining 40% is held by a few minority shareholders who do not participate in management. The company's business is heavily reliant on 2 or 3 major clients. If these clients are lost, the company will be immediately paralyzed. The company's financial situation is far from as glamorous as it appears. It has a high debt ratio and very tight cash flow. It's riddled with flaws. Su Chen sneered. He quickly devised a detailed, 3-step acquisition plan. Step 1: cut off their supply. Leveraging their financial and intelligence advantages, they precisely poached Hongyuan Trading's core sales staff and lured away their most important major clients. Step 2: add fuel to the fire. While Hongyuan Trading was in chaos and crisis, spread rumors of its impending bankruptcy to create panic and lower its valuation. Step 3: the true intentions revealed. When Ma Dong was at his wits' end, they appeared as a savior, acquiring the company at the lowest possible price. This plan is ruthless, precise, and efficient. Time passed by, second by second. Finally, when the clock struck 2:59 a.m., Su Chen's eyes were fixed on the unremarkable price curve of Dogecoin on the computer screen. It's here. It's exactly 3 a.m. Elon Musk, the world's richest man and founder of Tesla, posted a new tweet on Twitter, the world's largest social media platform. The content consists of only one word and one emoji. Doge. The moment this tweet was posted, the global cryptocurrency market went crazy. Countless retail investors and speculators who saw this tweet rushed into the Dogecoin trading market like sharks smelling blood. The price curve in front of Su Chen seemed to be on a rocket, rising wildly at a terrifying angle of almost 90 degrees. 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. It's doubled. His 250,000 became 500,000. 300%, 500%, 1,000%. It increased tenfold. It became 2.5 million. Su Chen's heart was pounding, and his adrenaline was pumping wildly. This is the allure of the capital market. This is what it feels like to get rich overnight. The price increase continues unabated. 1,500%, 2,000%, 2,500%. Finally, at 3:28 a.m., the price curve reached a terrifying figure 3,012%. It increased 30-fold. The funds in Su Chen's account also increased from 250,000 to a number that made it difficult for him to breathe. 7.5 million. Divine insight told him that this was the highest point. Without the slightest greed or hesitation, he decisively pressed the sell all button the moment the price reached its peak. The moment he completed the transaction, the price curve began to plummet. Countless speculators who chased the high prices were trapped at the top of the mountain at this moment, losing everything. Su Chen has already made a perfect exit. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Those short 30 minutes were more thrilling than the previous 22 years of his life combined. He looked at the cold string of numbers in his account, then at the still sleeping city outside the window, and suddenly felt a sense of unreality. A few hours ago, he was still a poor boy who had been humiliated, expelled, and whose future was bleak. Now, he is a tycoon with a net worth of nearly 10 million. All of this change stemmed from that drunken night, that aloof woman, and the system. Su Chen stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at his reflection, his eyes gleaming with ambition and desire. 7.5 million, that's not enough. He muttered to himself. To acquire Hongyuan Trading and leverage even greater capital, this amount of money is far from sufficient. He needs more. He returned to his computer and reopened the system panel. Main quest, hunting time. Current progress, startup funds are in place. 7,500,000. 10 million. Xin Shuyue, you wait for me. 1 month from now, I will stand before you again with a business empire beyond your imagination. Then I'll see if you'll still say you're just a child. Chapter 11, An army marches on its stomach. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, but Su Chen felt his heart beating faster than the second hand. He sat on a genuine leather sofa in the 150 square meter penthouse of the Cloud Palace, with the screen of his laptop glowing softly on the coffee table in front of him. The screen displays the balance of a bank account. 7.5 million.
3 days ago, this string of numbers was an astronomical figure that he wouldn't have dared to even imagine.
And now, it's just the beginning.
Qin Shuyue's cold yet resolute face lingered in his mind.
Within a month, achieve something that I, and everyone else, can recognize. I'll give you the right to pursue me.
Su Chen picked up his phone and swiped the screen.
The wallpaper was taken by him secretly.
A profile of Qin Shuyue as she sleeps in the hotel. Under the light, her eyelashes resembled butterfly wings, her sleeping face serene, all the sharpness of a queen gone, leaving only the gentleness of a woman.
Sister Yu, a month is too long. Su Chen's fingers gently brushed across her face on the screen. I only care about the present moment. In my mind, the system's task panel was cold and clear. Main quest, hunting time.
Task objective, within 1 month, acquire your former company, Hongyuan Trading, with overwhelming force, and make its former boss, Ma Dong, work for you.
Task reward, 10 million renminbi cash reward. Unlock the system shop beginner. Acquired Hongyuan Trading. Su Chen's eyes turned cold.
He remembered Ma Dong's smug face, Lin Weiwei's hypocritical performance, and the humiliation of being kicked out of the company like a dog.
This debt needs to be settled.
He closed the bank page and opened the top-secret information about Hongyuan Trading that he had collected and organized the previous night using his god-level insight.
The company's lifeline is crystal clear.
The reason why Hongyuan Trading was able to thrive in the trade circles of Jianhai City was not because of Ma Dong's management ability, but because of 2 key factors: a top sales champion and a super customer who accounted for 70% of the company's business. The top salesman is Wang Chang, 35 years old, who has worked at Hongyuan for 10 years. He brought in half of the company's clients all by himself.
Su Chen looked at the detailed information about Wang Chang on the system panel and smiled. Target, Wang Chang. Position, Sales Manager, Hongyuan Trading. Status, extremely dissatisfied, under immense family pressure, considering changing jobs.
Key information: 1. Ma Dong owes him a total of 300,000 yuan in sales commissions accumulated since last year, citing company cash flow needs. 2. His 6-year-old daughter suffers from congenital heart disease and needs surgery next week. The surgery costs 500,000 yuan short.
3. He values relationships, but prioritizes his family above all else, feeling extremely guilty towards his wife and daughter.
It was a godsend for a breakthrough. Without further hesitation, Su Chen picked up his phone and dialed the bank's VIP service number.
Hello, Mr. Su.
A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. I need to make an appointment to withdraw 1 million in cash.
Yes, cash. I'll be there in half an hour.
After hanging up the phone, Su Chen took out a Givenchy casual suit he had just bought yesterday from his wardrobe, changed into it, then picked up a black travel bag, drove his BMW 5 Series, and headed straight for the bank. Half an hour later, when Su Chen walked out of the bank carrying a heavy travel bag full of 1 million yuan in cash, he felt his steps become much steadier.
Money is a man's courage.
Instead of going directly to Wang Chang, he drove to the city's children's hospital based on the information provided by the system. Downstairs in the inpatient building, he saw a middle-aged woman with a sorrowful face squatting by the flower bed, crying into her phone.
Dad, please think of something. The surgery is next week, and we're still short 500,000 yuan. Where are we going to get that money? We can't get the money back from Chang's company.
That boss Ma is a bastard. Wah, my daughter, she's only 6 years old. The woman was crying her heart out.
She was Wang Chang's wife, Li Hui. Su Chen stepped forward and handed over a tissue.
Sister-in-law, don't cry, there's always a way to solve things. Li Hui looked up and saw a young man who was unfamiliar but had a clean and handsome appearance.
She wiped away her tears with some wariness and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Wang Chang's friend."
Su Chen's lie came out naturally, with a sincere smile on his face.
"My name is Su Chen. I've heard about my family from Brother Chang and have always wanted to come and see them."
As he spoke, he placed the black travel bag in his hand in front of Li Hui and then unzipped it. Stacks of brand new red banknotes, sealed with bank seals, were neatly stacked in the bag, gleaming dazzlingly in the sunlight. Li Hui's crying stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the money in the bag, her breath catching in her throat.
This is 1 million. Su Chen's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable force. 500,000 is for the child's surgery. The other 500,000 is an advance payment of Wang Chang's annual salary. Annual salary?
Li Hui was completely dumbfounded.
Yes.
Su Chen looked at her and said seriously, I'm planning to start my own trading company and I'd like to ask Brother Chang to come and help me.
The position is sales director, with a base salary of 1 million, and sales commissions are calculated separately with no upper limit. Here is the contract, you can let Brother Chang take a look.
Su Chen took out a pre-prepared employment contract with extremely favorable terms from his pocket and handed it over. Li Hui's mind went blank, she felt like she was dreaming. 1 second, she was desperate for the 500,000 yuan surgery fee, and the next, a strange young man appeared in front of her with 1 million yuan in cash and a contract with a 1 million yuan annual salary.
Why are you helping us? We don't even know you.
Li Hui's voice trembled. Because I value Brother Chang's abilities and admire him as a responsible man.
Su Chen's smile faded, and his tone became serious. Sister-in-law, to be honest with you, you know Ma Dong better than I do.
The fact that he can owe Brother Chang 300,000 yuan in commissions shows that he doesn't consider Brother Chang one of his own. If Brother Chang continues to stay with him, it won't end well. Instead of working for a heartless boss, you'd be better off working with me.
I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that if you follow me, Su Chen, you'll never have to worry about money again. Su Chen's words struck a chord with Li Hui.
She thought of her husband's hardships and grievances over the past few years, and of Ma Dong's sharp and mean face, and then looked at the generous young man in front of her.
It's a multiple-choice question that requires almost no thought.
She stood up abruptly and bowed deeply to Su Chen. Mr. Su.
You are our family's greatest benefactor. Just then, a tall, haggard-looking man walked over carrying a thermos. It was Wang Chang.
He was stunned when he saw his wife bowing to a strange man, with a bag full of money next to her.
Hui, what happened? Xianzi. Come here quickly.
Li Hui excitedly grabbed his hand and recounted the whole story incoherently.
Wang Chang was stunned after hearing this.
He looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with shock and confusion.
Mr. Su, you.
Su Chen didn't say anything, but patted his shoulder and pointed to the lit ward upstairs.
Brother Chang, let's not talk about anything else for now.
The child's illness is the most important thing. Let's pay the surgery fee first, so the child can have the surgery without worry.
We can talk about work later. Wang Chang looked into Su Chen's sincere eyes, and then at his wife's expectant gaze. At last.
This man has been working hard in the business world for 10 years, shedding blood but not sweating. Her eyes instantly turned red. He didn't say another word, but nodded heavily. Then he took the contract from his wife, glanced at the terms, and his hands began to tremble.
Sales director. A base salary of 1 million. 20% commission on personal performance.
This is more than 10 times better than the treatment Ma Dong gave him.
President Su.
Wang Chang raised his head, his voice hoarse with excitement. From today onwards, my life, Wang Chang's life, belongs to you.
Su Chen smiled.
He knew that he had successfully poached the first pillar of Hongyuan trading. He watched Wang Chang and Li Hui excitedly run into the inpatient department to pay their bills, but he felt little emotion. For him, solving problems with money and information asymmetry is just the most basic operation. He turned to leave, but his phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw it was an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone, and a familiar yet repulsive voice came through.
Su Chen? This is Ma Dong. Ma Dong? What does he want by calling? To show off? Or to mock? Su Chen didn't speak, but listened quietly. Su Chen, I know you're not having a good time right now. You got fired, and it's hard to find a job, isn't it? Ma Dong's tone was full of schadenfreude.
However, I'm the kind of person who values old friendships.
After all, you used to work for me. How about this, I'll give you a chance.
My company is currently short of a handyman, someone to sweep the floor, wipe tables, and deliver documents. I'll pay you 3,000 yuan a month, plus room and board.
How about it?
Come back, kowtow to me, and admit your mistake, and I'll let you come work here. On the other end of the phone, Ma Dong's voice was full of condescension and insult, as if letting Su Chen come back to work as a cleaner was a great favor to him. As Su Chen listened, the smile on his lips grew colder and colder.
He wasn't angry, he just found it ridiculous. Mr. Ma, I appreciate your kindness.
Su Chen's voice was as calm as still water.
However, I've been quite busy lately. Busy? What can a fired good for nothing like you be busy with? Busy looking for your next job cleaning toilets? Ma Dong laughed loudly.
No, Su Chen said calmly.
I'm busy acquiring a company and I need a boss.
I think you're quite suitable.
Ma Dong's laughter stopped abruptly. He thought he had misheard. What did you say? Acquire a company? You? Yes.
Su Chen said clearly, word by word, so, Mr. Ma, enjoy your last few days as the boss.
Soon, you'll be working for me.
After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone and blocked the number. He could even picture Ma Dong's face on the other end of the phone, contorted with shock and anger. After Wang Chang finished the formalities, he walked out of the hospital and quickly walked up to Su Chen, his expression extremely excited.
Mr. Su. Everything's taken care of.
The doctor said the surgery can be scheduled immediately.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Brother Chang, you're too kind. Su Chen patted him on the shoulder. Now, we can talk about work.
Wang Chang immediately stood up straight, like a soldier about to receive orders.
President Su, please tell me what you need me to do. Su Chen's eyes sharpened. Hongyuan Trading's biggest customer is Huamei Electrical Appliances, right? Yes. Wang Chang replied immediately.
Their procurement accounts for more than 70% of the company's total procurement, and I've been handling that for a long time. However, their procurement director, Li Weigua, is a cunning old fox. He is impervious to persuasion and only cares about money and contracts.
Ignored by both oil and salt? Su Chen laughed. There is no such thing as an unresponsive person in this world. It's just that the oil and salt you give them don't suit their taste.
He opened his phone, pulled up a piece of information that the system had just updated, and handed it to Wang Chang.
Do you know this person? Wang Chang leaned closer to take a look.
The photo showed a girl in her early 20s with a pure and innocent appearance, but with a hint of melancholy in her eyes.
I don't recognize him, Mr. Su. Who is this? Su Chen's smile became meaningful. Her name is Li Meng, and she is Li Weigua's only daughter. Her biggest dream is to be admitted to the piano department of Jianghai Conservatory of Music. However, she performed poorly in the mock exam for her major 3 days ago, and her ranking dropped below the admission line. Now, she is locking herself in her house and not seeing anyone. Professor Zhang, the head of the piano department at Jianghai Conservatory of Music, has a great passion for collecting antique calligraphy and paintings from the Ming Dynasty. Wang Chang was completely confused and didn't understand what Su Chen meant by saying all this. Su Chen put away his phone, looked into the distance, and slowly said, Brother Chang, what if we took a genuine Ming Dynasty painting, Autumn Breeze and Silk Fan, to visit Professor Zhang right now and discuss Li Meng's artistic potential with him? Then, casually we'll go to Mr. Li's house and chat with him about his daughter's bright future. Do you think the exclusive supply agreement for Huamei Electrical Appliances might be signed under a different name? Upon hearing this, Wang Chang stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. He looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of fear. This young man, his methods have completely gone beyond the scope of business competition. This is not doing business at all. This is attacking their spirit. Chapter 12. Your client is mine now. Under the cover of night, Jianghai City is ablaze with neon lights, resembling a giant jewelry box. The Jiangnanli clubhouse remained as understated yet luxurious as ever. But tonight, Su Chen was not a guest, but the host. He booked Lu Mingli's most private room, Shuyanjian, where instead of wine, there was an exquisite tea set and a slowly unfolding ancient painting on the table. On the painting, a lady holds a silk fan, her face filled with autumn thoughts. The brushstrokes are delicate, and the artistic conception is profound. It is Tang Boa's Autumn Breeze and Silk Fan. This painting cost him a full 2 million. It was an hour ago. He bought it from a collector who was eager to leave the country, using information from the system. He felt a pang of regret at the cost of the money. But Su Chen knew that this was an absolutely worthwhile investment. Wang Chang sat to the side, looking somewhat uneasy. Looking at the priceless ancient painting on the table, I felt like I was dreaming. He had only been with Su Chen for less than a day, but what happened in that one day was more exciting than the past 10 years combined. President Su, will Professor Zhang really meet with us? And, just for a painting, he would. Wang Chang still couldn't quite believe it. Brother Chang, remember this. Su Chen personally poured him a cup of De Hong Pao tea, its aroma filling the air. For some people, money is just a number. But for others, their hobbies are their lifeline.
Professor Zhang has devoted his entire life to art, and his desire for such a masterpiece is beyond your imagination. We are not begging him, we are giving him a chance to fulfill his dream. As for Li Meng's admission, that is just a bonus to this opportunity, and he has no reason to refuse.
Su Chen's tone was calm, yet it was full of insightful understanding of people's hearts. Wang Chang listened and nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite.
He discovered that his old sales methods, which relied on drinking, giving gifts, and persuasive talking, were child's play compared to Su Chen's.
Su Chen glanced at his watch. It was almost time. Let's go and meet this Professor Zhang.
The faculty and staff dormitory building of Jianghai Conservatory of Music is a cluster of old red brick buildings. When Su Chen and Wang Chang knocked on Professor Zhang's door carrying a long, rectangular brocade box, an elderly man with gray hair and wearing reading glasses opened the door.
Who are you? Professor Zhang looked at the two strangers with some wariness. Professor Zhang, I am Su Chen. I am honored to visit you. Su Chen respectfully handed over his business card. I have long admired your expertise in Ming Dynasty calligraphy and painting. I recently acquired a piece of your collection by chance, but I am not good at judging it. I would like to ask you to help me appraise it.
Upon hearing Ming Dynasty calligraphy and painting, Professor Zhang's eyes lit up instantly. He invited the two into the room, and when Su Chen slowly unfurled the painting Autumn Breeze and Silk Fan in front of him, Professor Zhang's breath caught in his throat. With trembling hands, he put on white gloves, took out a magnifying glass, and carefully studied every inch of the paper, from the texture of the paper and the layers of ink to the seals on the inscriptions. Half an hour later, he finally let out a long sigh of relief, a look of infatuation and rapture on his face.
A genuine work. It's absolutely a genuine work by Tang Yin. The brushstrokes, the spirit, there's no mistake. Professor Zhang exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed. Xiao Su, where did you get this painting? It's a national treasure. Su Chen smiled but didn't answer.
Instead, he changed the subject.
Professor Zhang, actually, besides asking you to appraise my painting, I have another small favor to ask you today. Tell me. As long as I can do it. Professor Zhang patted his chest confidently. He now looked at Su Chen as if he were a lucky charm. I've heard that there's a student named Li Meng in your school's piano department who was very talented, but seems to have encountered some bottlenecks recently, Su Chen said casually. Professor Zhang paused for a moment, then remembered the name. Oh, Li Meng, I know her. She's a bright child, but her mental fortitude is a bit lacking. She didn't do well on the last mock exam. Yes, it's such a pity. Su Chen sighed. I'm friends with her father, and it's heartbreaking to see the child so upset. I'm thinking that if a promising talent like her misses out on your school because of one mistake, it's not only a loss for her, but also a loss for your school, and even more so a loss for our country's piano industry. Su Chen slapped a heavy label on Professor Zhang, and Professor Zhang's expression turned serious. Seeing that the time was right, Su Chen pushed the painting, along with the brocade box, in front of Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang, a fine sword is given to a hero, and a beautiful woman is given to a beauty. In the hands of an ordinary person like me, this painting is nothing more than an ornament. But in the hands of a master like you, it can bring out its true value. Consider this my small contribution to the art of our country. Professor Zhang stared wide-eyed at the painting Autumn Breeze and Silk Fan before him. He swallowed hard, struggled for a long time, but finally couldn't resist this fatal temptation. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Xiao Su. You're right. We can't let a promising talent go to waste. I'll personally mentor Li Meng. I guarantee that within 3 years, I'll get her to win an award at the Chopin International Piano Competition. The matter was settled. Leaving Professor Zhang's house, Wang Chang was still completely dazed. He felt like he'd just witnessed a magic trick. 2 million, just like that? And all he got in return was a verbal promise? President Su, is this all? All right. Su Chen got into the car and started the engine. Now, let's go see the second hero. Li Weigua, the purchasing director of Huamei Electrical Appliances, lives in a high-end residential area in Jianghai City. When Su Chen and Wang Chang rang his doorbell, a middle-aged man with an impatient look opened the door. Wang Chang? How did you end up at my house? Didn't I tell you, the contract has expired and we're not planning to renew it? Li Weigua saw Wang Chang and was about to close the door. Mr. Li, please don't be in such a hurry. Wang Chang quickly blocked the door. I'm not here today to discuss the Hongyuan contract with you.
I'm here on behalf of my new company, Chinching Trading, to discuss a much bigger deal with you.
A new company? Li Weiguo glanced at Su Chen behind Wang Chang, his eyes filled with disdain. What big business could a young guy like him, a fired salesman, possibly have? Su Chen wasn't angry. He just smiled and said, Mr. Li, congratulations. Your daughter, Li Meng, has just been accepted as the last disciple of Professor Zhang Qingde of Jianghai Conservatory of Music. Professor Zhang said he will personally train her so that she can win international awards in the future. Li Weiguo's action of closing the door stopped abruptly. His eyes widened as he stared at Su Chen in disbelief. What did you say? Professor Zhang Qingde? This is true? Of course. Su Chen took out an envelope and handed it over. This is a recommendation letter written by Professor Zhang, as well as Li Meng's special admission notice. You can take her to the school to register tomorrow. Li Weiguo took the envelope with trembling hands, opened it, and saw the familiar signature and the school's official seal. It couldn't be faked. He was completely stunned. His daughter's college entrance exams were his biggest worry lately. He had pulled countless strings and spent an unknown amount of money, all to no avail. He never expected that this young man would quietly and effortlessly get it done. The way he looked at Su Chen completely changed. From disdain and contempt, it turned into shock and awe. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, you've really helped me a lot. Li Weiguo's attitude changed completely, and he quickly invited the two of them into the house. Please come in. Please come in. After entering the house, Su Chen did not rush to talk about business, but first chatted with Li Weiguo about everyday things, from the children's education to his recent work. With the help of God-level insight, Su Chen had a thorough understanding of Li Weiguo's personality, preferences, and even the troubles he had recently encountered. Mr. Li, I heard that the company has recently encountered some trouble because of a batch of TV panels imported from Southeast Asia? Su Chen asked casually. Li Weiguo's expression changed instantly. This was a company secret. Because he was trying to save money, he bought a batch of panels from a new supplier, only to find that 30% of them were defective upon arrival. The total value of this shipment was 30 million. If he didn't handle it properly, he would lose his position as purchasing director. President Su, how did you know? Li Weiguo's voice was a little hoarse. Not only do I know, I also have a way to help you solve it, Su Chen said with a confident smile. He opened his tablet computer and pulled up a document. The main defect in this batch of panels lies in the substandard packaging process of the backlight module. I know that there is a small factory called Jinka Optoelectronics in the suburbs of Jianghai City. They happen to have an exclusive cold packaging patent technology that can perfectly repair this batch of panels at a cost of less than 500,000 yuan. Moreover, Su Chen looked at Li Weiguo, his smile becoming even more mysterious. The owner of this factory owes a gambling debt and is preparing to sell the factory and its patented technology for a bargain price of 2 million. I have already sent someone to make contact. As Li Weiguo listened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt like he was naked in front of Su Chen, with all his secrets and weaknesses laid bare before him. This young man is terrifying. Just how formidable is his intelligence network? President Su, what do you mean? My meaning is very simple. Su Chen turned off the tablet, leaned forward, and looked at him intently. I will help you solve your daughter's future and fill the 30 million hole for you. In return, I will take Huamei Electrical Appliances' exclusive supply agreement for the next 5 years. Moreover, the price is 5 points lower than that of Han Yuan. Li Weiguo's heart was pounding. I had no choice but to accept it. The conditions Su Chen offered seemed harsh, but in reality, they were to save his life. Fine. He gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the sofa armrest. President Su. I promise you. Not just 5 years, 10 years is fine too. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. The second and thickest pillar of Hongyuan trading now also belongs to the Su family. He stood up, ready to take his leave. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Tomorrow, I will have my team bring official company documents and contracts to meet with you. All right. Take care, Mr. Su. Li Weiguo bowed and scraped as he saw the two to the door, his attitude even more respectful than towards his own father. Sitting in the car on the way back, Wang Chang looked at Su Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, and his awe reached its peak. He'd truly seen things for the first time today. He'd never imagined business could be done this way. Without firing a single shot or shedding a drop of blood,
they'd taken down Guangdong's toughest opponent without lifting a finger.
President Su, I, Wang Chang, have never admired anyone in my life, but today, I am truly impressed by you. Wang Chang said sincerely.
Su Chen opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Brother Chang, this is just the beginning. His phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message. The sender was that vibrant and alluring enchantress Lu Mengli.
Little Chen, where are you?
I'm so bored at home all by myself. A few bottles of 82 Lafite just arrived in the wine cellar.
Come over and have a couple of drinks with me.
A photo was also attached to the message.
In the photo, a pair of long, slender legs encased in black fishnet stockings are casually draped over an ornate European-style sofa.
The heels of the red-soled high heels on her feet are sharp as daggers. The camera pans upwards to reveal a corner of a deep purple silk nightgown and a suggestive shadow.
Su Chen felt his throat was a little dry.
This fairy always manages to stir his most primal flames unexpectedly. He was about to reply when Lu Mengli called directly.
Hey, Chen, why aren't you replying to your sister's WeChat messages? Are you with your ice queen and have forgotten about your sister?
On the other end of the phone, Lu Mengli's voice was tinged with drunkenness, both charming and coquettish, each word like a little hook scratching at his heart. Sister Mengli, I just finished work here, Su Chen explained helplessly.
Work, all you ever do is work.
Lu Mengli grumbled discontentedly.
Is work any more fun than my sister's? Aren't my legs prettier than your reports? It looks good, of course it looks good. Su Chen could only agree with her.
Then hurry up and come over.
Lu Mengli's tone carried a hint of coquetry and an undeniable command. I'm in a bad mood today and I just want you to keep me company. If you don't come, I'll go to your company building in this outfit and wait for you. I'll let everyone see how you leave me all alone at home, all alone in my empty room. Su Chen was in a real bind. This crazy woman is capable of anything. He glanced at the time. It was already 11 p.m.
Although things were settled with Li Weigua, they still needed a proper set of company documents and an office to make a good impression.
Sister Mengli, I really have something very important to do tomorrow. I need to register a company, and also... Registering a company? A piece of cake. Lu Mengli interrupted him.
Come here, I'll take care of it for you. Business registration, tax, bank, it's all a matter of one phone call from me.
An office?
I have a spare floor on the top floor of the China World Trade Center. I'll give it to you. Consider it a reward for helping me win money last time.
Su Chen was stunned. The top floor of the International Trade Center? That's the most prestigious office building in Jianghai City, incredibly valuable, with astronomical rents. She just gave it away like that? Ding.
Detected emotional fluctuations in target Lu Mengli, triggering a hidden quest.
Quest name, The Fairy's Invitation. Task objective, accept Lu Mengli's invitation, soothe her distress, and accept her gift. Mission reward, Lu Mengli's favorability plus 10, cash reward of 2 million yuan.
Looking at the rewards on the system panel, Su Chen knew that he had to keep this appointment. Moreover, Lu Mengli's help can indeed save him a lot of trouble and greatly speed up his plans.
Okay, Sister Mengli, wait for me at home, I'll be right there.
That's more like it, little Chen. Lu Mengli smiled contentedly, her voice saccharine.
Big sister's all clean and ready, waiting for you in bed.
After hanging up the phone, Su Chen stepped on the gas, and the BMW sped off like a black arrow toward the brightly lit villa halfway up the mountain. He knew that tonight would be another sleepless night.
Chapter 13: The Fairy's Wine Cellar, the test of red wine and beautiful legs. Little Chen, it's so late, are you afraid your older sister will eat you up? After Lu Mengli hung up the phone,
Su Chen accelerated the car to its maximum speed. The black BMW 5 Series drew a smooth arc on the empty mountain road and finally came to a steady stop in front of a brightly lit villa on the hillside.
This villa has a very modern design.
The massive floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall, like a dazzling crystal palace in the night, reveals the luxurious interior in its entirety. The dynamic water feature sculpture in front of the gate, designed by a famous artist, is worth enough to buy Su Chen's car.
He just got off the bus. The villa's heavy metal door slid open silently inward.
A woman in a purple silk nightgown was leaning against the doorframe, smiling at him.
Lu Mengli.
She seemed to have just taken a bath. Her wet, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and water droplets slid down her fair neckline, disappearing into the breathtaking white expanse of her deep V-neck robe. The robe is made of extremely thin and close-fitting fabric. It tightly hugged her voluptuous and mature curves. A thin belt was casually tied around her waist, as if it might come undone at any moment. The hem of her robe was slid very high, and with her slight movements, her long, beautiful legs, encased in black fishnet stockings, were faintly visible.
Sister Mingli, I'm actually a little scared by your show of force. Su Chen composed himself and walked over. He could feel Lu Mengli's gaze, like it had hooks, lingering on his face and body, bold, direct, and full of scrutiny and amusement. That's right, you should be afraid.
Lu Mingli giggled, her voice both charming and coquettish. She stretched out her slender hand, painted with bright red nail polish, and naturally took Su Chen's arm, pulling him into the villa. I love seeing you young boys looking scared but unable to resist.
Su Chen's arm instantly came into contact with something incredibly soft and elastic.
Even through the thin silk, the sensation was so clear that his heart skipped a beat.
This woman is practically walking hormones. The two entered the villa. The interior decoration is even more luxurious to the extreme.
The huge living room has a ceiling height of nearly 10 meters, and an entire wall is made up of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves.
But what's on it isn't a book. Instead, they are bottles of top-quality wines from all over the world.
Crystal chandeliers hung down like a galaxy, and the floor was covered with a soft Persian carpet that made no sound when stepped on.
Don't sit down yet. Lu Mengmeng pulled Su Chen along, not staying in the living room, but heading towards the basement. Come on, let me show you some good stuff.
She led Su Chen down a spiral staircase and opened a heavy keypad door.
Behind the door, a rich aroma of oak and alcohol wafts over you. This is her private wine cellar.
The temperature inside the wine cellar was noticeably lower than outside. Rows of temperature and humidity-controlled wine racks neatly displayed countless bottles of red wine, each one quite valuable. In the center of the cellar, there was a small bar and 2 bar stools.
How about it? Isn't this treasure trove of yours pretty good?
Lu Mingli released Su Chen and, like an elegant cat, walked to a row of wine racks, her slender fingers gently tracing the bottles of red wine.
Not just good, it's practically a mini wine museum. Su Chen exclaimed sincerely.
His brain was working at high speed at that moment, and his super memory allowed him to instantly recall the countless pieces of information about top-quality red wine that he had browsed online before. He recognized almost all of the wine labels in front of him.
You have a good eye.
Lu Mingli took a bottle of red wine with a slightly yellowed label from the wine rack and waved it in front of Su Chen.
Do you recognize it? The 1982 Lafite, Su Chen blurted out.
The climate in Bordeaux that year was perfect, and the grapes reached a legendary level of ripeness. Robert Parker gave it a perfect score, calling it a flowing legend. It's the holy grail for all wine lovers. Lu Mingli's smile froze for a moment. She had intended to use the bottle of wine to intimidate the young boy. Let him see the threshold of high society. To my surprise, he answered fluently and even knew the wine critic's comments perfectly.
Well, Chen, I didn't know you knew this. She skillfully opened the bottle with a corkscrew and poured the wine into a decanter.
I thought boys your age only knew how to drink cola and beer. I only know a little bit, Su Chen replied modestly. Lu Mingli poured the decanted red wine into 2 stemmed glasses and handed one to Su Chen.
Come on, have a drink with your sister.
She took a sip herself first, then leaned lazily against the bar, her beautiful legs in fishnet stockings crossed, the black mesh outlining her voluptuous and sexy curves under the light.
Sister Mengli, you know I can't hold my liquor well, Su Chen said helplessly. It's more fun when you can't hold your liquor.
Lu Mengli's peach blossom eyes narrowed, her gaze sparkling as if they could drip water. I just want to see if you'll become as obedient and well-behaved as you were in front of Shuiyue last time when you were drunk. Her words were full of implications, reminding Su Chen of that chaotic yet exciting kiss in the park.
He picked up his wine glass. There was no further refusal. I took a small sip. How is it? Is it good?
Lu Mingli asked, looking at him.
It tastes good. Then, do I look pretty, sister?
She suddenly leaned forward, the neckline of her robe opening even wider, revealing her deep cleavage almost without reservation to Su Chen.
Su Chen felt his throat was a little dry, and he forced himself to look away. What? Afraid to look? Lu Mengli's laughter carried a hint of smugness and provocation. Little Chen, you wouldn't still be a virgin, would you? Su Chen didn't answer, but silently took another sip of wine.
His silence was interpreted by Lu Mingli as tacit agreement. She smiled even more broadly, straightened up, walked around the bar, and went to Su Chen's side. She was half a head shorter than Su Chen, and at that moment she tilted her head slightly, her warm breath tickling his chin.
Don't be afraid.
She reached out, her slender fingers gently touching Su Chen's lips, where a trace of red wine still lingered.
I don't eat people. I'm just very curious about how nice you are to me.
Her fingers were icy cold and carried a hint of alcohol, causing Su Chen's body to involuntarily tense up.
Who exactly are you?
Lu Mengli's eyes suddenly sharpened, no longer displaying the playful and teasing tone from before. You saved Shuiwei, helped her defeat Wang Hailong, and even saw the root cause of her investment failure at a glance.
These are not things an ordinary college graduate could do. What exactly is your purpose in approaching us?
That's her real purpose tonight. To probe, to interrogate. Su Chen knew that if he couldn't get past this hurdle, he might not even be able to leave the villa, let alone register the office and company. He looked at Lu Mingli, who was so close to him, and at her peach blossom eyes that seemed to see right through people, and suddenly smiled. Sister Mingli, my purpose has been very simple from the beginning.
What? Make money, build a career, and then.
Su Chen paused, his gaze falling on her alluring red lips, and said, word by word, get rid of top-notch women like you and Sister Yu. Lu Mingli was completely stunned. She had considered countless possible responses from Su Chen, such as fabricating a bizarre backstory or using sweet words to express his loyalty. But she never dreamed that Su Chen would be so direct, so naked, so shameless, laying his ambition and desires bare before her. Looking into Su Chen's clear yet ambitious eyes, she was speechless for a moment.
This man is a madman. He's a genius too. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Mingli was not angry at all.
Instead, she burst into an even more charming laugh, laughing so hard that she almost lost her balance and fell directly into Su Chen's arms.
He. Interesting, very interesting.
She raised her head and looked at Su Chen with seductive eyes.
Little Chen, I like you more and more. However, ambition alone is not enough. You need to have the ability to match your ambition.
She paused, then changed the subject, her voice becoming genuinely serious. Do you really think I called you here tonight just because I'm bored and want someone to drink with?
Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, isn't that right? Of course not.
Lu Mingli straightened up from his embrace, her smile fading.
I've run into a bit of trouble. A very tricky one.
I've asked many people for help, but none of them can solve it, so I wanted to hear what kind of wicked ideas are going on in your little head. She looked at Su Chen with a hint of expectation and consideration in her eyes. If you can help your sister solve this problem, then I'll take care of the office and the International Trade Center and the company registration. But if you can't solve it, she reached out and gently tapped Su Chen's chest with her finger, then you'll have to stay here tonight and make up for it in another way. Chapter 14: A Gentle Trap, the Fairy's Hidden Illness.
How can I compensate my sister in another way? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Lu Mingli's suggestive words.
This woman exudes a dangerous and deadly allure at all times. He looked at her face, which appeared even more beautiful under the dim light, and asked with feigned composure, I wonder what kind of trouble could be so difficult for the all-powerful Sister Mingli. Lu Mingli did not answer immediately, but instead pulled him back to the bar and poured half a glass of red wine for both of them.
Let's drink and talk.
She pushed the wineglass in front of Su Chen, then gracefully sat on a high stool, her plump legs, encased in fishnet stockings, drawing an alluring arc in the air.
Su Chen sat down opposite her. The atmosphere in the wine cellar became somewhat heavy. However, the ambiguous atmosphere between the two remained undiminished. Do you know what makes my Jiangnanli stand out among so many clubs in Zhanghai City? Lu Mingli asked, swirling her wineglass.
It's all thanks to your face, your figure, and your unpredictable skills, Sister Mingli, Su Chen replied half-jokingly.
You're such a smooth talker.
Lu Mingli rolled her eyes at him, her charming appearance making Su Chen's heart flutter. Of course these things are important, but the most important thing is people. She put down her wineglass, her expression turning serious. I have a top-notch sommelier here, one of the best in all of Asia, named Alain Ducasse, an old Frenchman. I spent a lot of money to poach him from Paris. With him here, the wine cellar and service at Jiangnanli are the pinnacle of the entire Zhanghai city. Those CEOs with assets of over 100 million come here, half to discuss business, and the other half specifically for him.
Su Chen nodded, he understood.
For the truly top-tier wealthy.
Consumers are not just consuming goods, but also experiencing and appreciating the taste.
The added value that a top sommelier can bring is enormous.
But now, someone is trying to poach my talent.
A cold glint flashed in Lu Mingli's eyes. A new club called Golden Dynasty has opened in the west of the city. The owner is Zhao Sihai, a nouveau riche who made his fortune through land expropriation. He is not very educated, but he has money to burn. He knows that Alan is my trump card, so he wants to poach him. He offered Alan 3 times his salary and promised him 10% of the company's shares. Although Alan is an artist, he's not some otherworldly being. He was tempted. These past few days he's been arguing with me about terminating his contract. Lu Mengli rubbed her temples, looking a bit of a headache. There is a contract, but you can't retain top talent with just a contract. If their heart is elsewhere, there's no point in keeping them.
I can't exactly tie him down, can I?
Su Chen listened quietly, his brain already racing. Hyperthymesia made him remember all the gossip news and forum posts about Jianghai City's high society circles that he had browsed.
Countless fragments of information appeared in his mind. A complete portrait of Zhao Sihai and Alan Dukas is being rapidly constructed.
I know a little about Zhao Sihai, Su Chen said slowly.
He decided to reveal some information to test his deductions and to further gain Lu Mingli's trust.
I heard that besides money, his biggest hobby is gambling. He especially likes to play Texas Hold'em in underground casinos, and he has terrible sportsmanship.
He curses and swears when he loses money. Lu Mingli's eyes showed surprise again. You even know this?
These are semi-public secrets within the industry, but it still seems incredible to her that a young person who has just entered the workforce knows them so clearly.
I know more than just that.
Su Chen looked at her, his smile becoming somewhat mysterious. I also know that the French gentleman, Alain, has a son who is currently in university, and his son seems to have recently developed a gambling addiction. He lost a large sum of money at the underground casino that Zhao Sihai frequents.
It's not a small amount, probably around 3 million. What?
This time, Lu Mingli was truly shocked. She jumped up from the high stool, her chest heaving with excitement.
Where did you hear this news? Is it reliable?
She used all her connections to investigate, but found absolutely nothing. Alan has protected his family very well.
I never mention it to outsiders. How did this guy know?
Sister Mingli, you don't need to know my source of information. You just need to know that it's absolutely reliable, Su Chen said confidently.
This is the terrifying aspect of his information correlation and deduction ability.
He could deduce the most likely connection between 2 seemingly unrelated pieces of information. Zhao Sihai likes to gamble and Alan urgently needs money, that Alan's family might also be involved in gambling-related trouble. Then, he would use some unconventional online methods, hacking techniques to verify this deduction. Lu Mingli stared intently at Su Chen, as if trying to see right through him.
But she couldn't see through it at all. So that's how it is. Lu Mingli instantly understood the crux of the matter. That bastard Zhao Sihai. He set me up.
First, he tricked your son into incurring gambling debts, and then he pretended to come and poach you with a high salary, forcing you to betray me and switch jobs to him.
What a brilliant move to cut off the fuel supply. It's really vicious. Anger appeared on Lu Mingli's face, but it quickly turned into a deep sense of powerlessness. Even if I know, so what? The gambling debt is real.
Alan still has to leave for his son.
I can't possibly pay off his 3 million for him, can I?
If I open this door, it will never end. She sat down again, picked up her wineglass, and downed the rest of the red wine in one gulp, her face full of annoyance.
Who said we were going to pay it back for him? Su Chen laughed. He won't pay? What can we do then? Just watch him leave?
Sister Mingli, to deal with thugs, you have to use methods that are even more thuggish than thugs.
Su Chen's eyes turned sharp and cold. Doesn't Zhao Sihai like to play Texas Hold'em?
Then let us play a big game with him.
What do you mean? Lu Mingli seemed to have thought of something. It's simple. Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. We'll go to the owner of that underground casino and tell him that we're willing to pay 5 million to buy out Alan's son's 3 million debt. The only condition is that he has to cooperate with us in putting on a show.
What play? A poker game specifically set up for Zhao Sihai. Su Chen spoke slowly, but every word carried a chilling ruthlessness.
We'll find a few top poker players to be his opponents.
Then, we'll arrange for Alan's son to appear at the most crucial moment of the game, crying and begging Zhao Sihai, saying that if Zhao Sihai can help him pay off his gambling debts, he will persuade his father to switch jobs immediately. Zhao Sihai, thinking he has victory in his grasp and seeing the hope of taking down Alan in one fell swoop, will inevitably become overconfident and raise his bets recklessly.
At that time,
Su Chen looked at Lu Mingli and smiled, We'll make him spit out all the money he's made from demolition compensation over the years, with interest. We not only want Alan to stay, but we also want him to be eternally grateful to you. We also want a bankrupt Zhao Sihai, so he'll know that there are some people he can't afford to mess with."
After hearing Su Chen's plan, the entire wine cellar fell into a deathly silence.
Lu Mingli stared blankly at him, and for the first time, fear appeared in her charming peach blossom eyes.
This plan is ruthless.
One step leads to another. The goal is not only to solve the problem but also to utterly destroy the opponent, leaving not even a bone fragment. She considered herself ruthless in the business world, but compared to this young man in front of her, she was simply an innocent little rabbit.
Is he really only 22 years old? So, Sister Mengli? Su Chen broke the silence. Are you satisfied with this plan? Lu Mingli let out a long breath.
The look in his eyes as he looked at Su Chen was extremely complicated. There was admiration, and there was fear.
But more than anything, I felt excited. Being with a man like that would be so exciting. Satisfied, so satisfied.
She suddenly laughed, a laugh she had never shown before. She walked to Su Chen's side again, stretched out her arms, and hugged his neck from behind, her soft, voluptuous body pressed tightly against his back.
Little Chen Chen, you are such a wonderful surprise for your sister.
Her red lips brushed against his ear, her breath sweet as orchids.
Sister has decided, from now on I will follow you. If you point east, sister will never go west. Then, the office in the China World Trade Center? Su Chen felt the amazing elasticity coming from his back, and his body stiffened a little. It's nothing.
Lu Mengli's hand began to wander around his chest, drawing circles.
However, since your sister helped you solve such a big problem, shouldn't you show your appreciation? What kind of gesture does Sister Mingli want? I don't know what's wrong with my sister lately.
Maybe she's been drinking too much and staying up late a lot. She keeps getting migraines, and her shoulders are so stiff.
Lu Mengli's voice carried a hint of coquetry, full of exhaustion and vulnerability. Didn't you show off your bottle-chugging skills at the drinking party last time? You must be in great shape, right? And very strong too?
Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew the real test was about to begin. He had seen some information about human meridians and acupoint massage online, and thanks to his hyperthymesia, he remembered those complex acupoint diagrams and techniques clearly. "I know a little about massage techniques," Su Chen replied calmly.
"Really?" Lu Mengli's eyes lit up instantly. "That's great.
Come on, let's go upstairs to my sister's room, and you can give her a good massage." She grabbed Su Chen's hand and started walking upstairs without saying a word.
He looked so anxious. It was as if they didn't want to wait a moment longer. Chapter 15: The Queen's Check-In, the prelude to a battleground.
Lu Mengli's bedroom is located on the second floor of the villa, occupying the best view. When Su Chen was pulled into the room by her, the first thing that catches the eye is a huge, curved floor-to-ceiling window.
Outside the window is the dazzling night view of Zhanghai City.
The room's color scheme is an ambiguous dark red and mysterious black, exuding a strong personal style. A large, round, black bed, big enough for 4 or 5 people to lie down, was placed in the center of the room. The bed was covered with silky bedding, which exuded the same fragrance as Lu Mengli. Next to the bed is an equally huge walk-in closet. It was filled with all sorts of dazzlingly beautiful clothes, high heels and bags.
In the air,
the perfume scent, called Midnight Flight, was even stronger. The scent, unique to a woman's boudoir, made Su Chen feel her breathing become rapid.
"Sit wherever you like."
Lu Mengli pointed to a velvet chaise lounge beside the bed, then walked into the bathroom connected to the bedroom. Soon, the sound of running water came from inside. Su Chen sat on the soft chaise lounge, feeling somewhat surreal. He surveyed the room, which was filled with an ethereal atmosphere. Several bold and abstract modern paintings hung on the walls, and an open copy of Thus Spoke Zarathustra lay casually on the bedside table. Next to it was a uniquely designed aromatherapy lamp, emitting wisps of white smoke. This woman is sexy and dangerous, yet she also possesses a touch of artistry and intellect, exuding a contradictory charm.
About 10 minutes later, the bathroom door was opened.
Lu Mengli emerged wrapped in a white bath towel, her long, freshly washed hair dripping wet. The towel barely covered her private parts, revealing her rounded, fair shoulders and a pair of shapely, firm legs. Soaked in hot water, her skin had an alluring pink hue, like a ripe peach. As she dried her hair with a towel, she walked up to Su Chen and then naturally lay down on the round bed.
The towel rode up a bit as she moved, revealing the shapely curves of her buttocks. Come on, my physiotherapist.
She turned her head and winked at Su Chen.
Let me see how good your skills are. Su Chen felt his Adam's apple bob up and down.
This image would be devastating to any normal man. He forced himself to calm down, quickly recalling his knowledge of acupressure. He knew this wasn't just a simple massage, it was a crucial step in completely conquering this woman. If he just randomly pinched her a couple of times, it wouldn't alleviate her pain, instead, it would make her look down on him.
He walked to the bedside, but instead of immediately helping her, he asked first, Sister Munli, do you often wake up between 1 and 3 in the morning and then have a hard time falling back asleep? Lu Mengli, who was lying on the bed, paused and turned her head in surprise. How did you know? This has been a chronic ailment of hers for many years.
She has seen many doctors with little effect, and she has never told anyone about it.
And every time you have a migraine, does it start from your right temple and then spread to the back of your head, feeling like a needle is pricking you? Su Chen continued to ask. Lu Mengli's eyes widened even more.
She suddenly sat up in bed, her bath towel slipping off and revealing a large expanse of skin without her noticing. Who exactly are you?
Have you investigated me?
For the first time, her eyes held a hint of wariness and fear.
Su Chen's understanding of her had gone beyond the realm of intelligence and entered the realm of weirdness. Sister Mengli, don't be nervous. Su Chen's tone was gentle and calm, carrying a convincing power. I haven't investigated you. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation.
From your complexion, the tone of your voice, and the scent of the aromatherapy you're using, we can roughly deduce your physical condition. The calming aromatherapy you're using mainly contains sandalwood and agarwood. Although it can help you sleep, long-term use can aggravate liver fire, and excessive liver fire can lead to the symptoms you described. This half-true, half-false explanation was, of course, fabricated by Su Chen. The real reason was that he used hyperthymesia and information deduction to connect information such as Lu Mengli's daily routine, the business pressure in Jiangnanli, and her preference for certain fragrances to arrive at the most logical conclusion. Lu Mengli looked at him with some skepticism, but Su Chen's serious and earnest demeanor, like that of an old Chinese medicine doctor, made her wariness lessen.
Then, is there any way to cure it? She asked subconsciously, her tone filled with a hint of expectation.
A complete cure requires long-term treatment, but relieving symptoms is not difficult, Su Chen said confidently.
Lie down, I'll massage your shoulders first.
Lu Mengli hesitated for a moment, but ultimately lay down again. This time, her mindset was completely different. It had shifted from a playful teasing and testing attitude to an expectation tinged with hope and trust.
Su Chen took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions.
He reached out and placed his fingers on Lu Mengli's smooth, rounded shoulder. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, with an amazingly good feel. He concentrated and, following the acupoint diagram in his mind, accurately located the Jianjing acupoint on her shoulder. Then, with his thumb, he slowly pressed down on it using a unique spiraling force.
Lu Mengli let out a muffled groan that she couldn't suppress.
It was a complex sensation, a mixture of soreness, numbness, swelling, and pain, yet also carrying a strange sense of pleasure. A surge of heat seemed to emanate from Su Chen's fingertips, instantly seeping into the depths of her stiff muscles, causing her entire body to tremble.
It's here, yes, a little harder,
she urged impatiently.
Su Chen didn't speak.
He closed his eyes and focused all his attention on his fingertips. He could clearly feel the tense, adhered fascia beneath her muscles, and then, with skillful force, he gently kneaded and stretched them little by little. His technique was extremely professional, sometimes kneading, sometimes pressing, sometimes plucking, with a clear rhythm and the force gradually increasing, precisely stimulating every acupoint on her shoulders and neck.
At first, Lu Mengli could still endure it, but soon, the indescribable feeling of comfort completely overwhelmed her will.
She felt as if her stiff shoulders and neck, which had been stiff for several years, were being melted away little by a pair of warm hands, and the fatigue and soreness that had accumulated over the years were being expelled from her body with each press from Su Chen. She collapsed onto the bed, like a pool of melting spring water, emitting soft, alluring moans.
Little Chen, your skills, who did you learn from? It's so comfortable.
Self-taught, Su Chen replied calmly, without stopping his hands. After massaging her shoulders, he moved down along both sides of her spine, focusing on pressing acupoints such as the liver shu, gallbladder shu, and spleen shu. Each time he pressed a spot, Lu Mengli's body would involuntarily tremble. She felt like a small boat in a raging storm, completely controlled by Su Chen's hands. All her senses were amplified, and an unprecedented, pure physical pleasure left her mind blank, almost causing her to succumb. Just when the atmosphere in the room was so ambiguous it was almost dripping with ambiguity, Lu Mingli's phone on the bedside table suddenly rang at an inopportune moment. The crisp sound of the bell, like a bucket of cold water, instantly shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Lu Mingli opened her drowsy eyes with some displeasure and impatiently reached for her phone. When she saw the name of the caller on the screen, a playful smile appeared on her face.
Caller ID, Ice Queen.
It is Qin Shuiwei. Lu Mingli glanced at Su Chen, who was diligently working on her body.
A mischievous thought popped into my head. She pressed the answer button.
And he also casually turned on speakerphone.
Hey, Shuiwei, it's so late, are you missing your sister? Lu Mingli's voice carried a hint of languor and hoarseness from being satisfied, full of a unique charm. Su Chen's movements suddenly stopped.
On the other end of the phone, Qin Shuiwei's voice, as always, was cool and aloof, but Su Chen could keenly detect a subtle tension in it.
Where are you now?
Qin Shuiwei asked directly. I'm at home, Lu Mingli replied lazily.
I just finished showering and am getting ready for bed. Where's Su Chen? Is he with you? Qin Shuiwei's question went straight to the point.
Lu Mingli raised a flirtatious eyebrow, glanced at Su Chen, and then deliberately let out an ambiguous breath into the phone microphone. He is here, she drawled, her voice full of implication. Not only is he here, but he is in my sister's bed.
There was an instant, deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Su Chen could even imagine the storm brewing on Qin Shuiwei's icy face at that moment. That vixen. She did it on purpose. What is he doing on your bed?
After a good 10 seconds, Qin Shuiwei's voice rang out again, her voice as cold as if it were about to freeze. Lu Mingli giggled, reached out a hand, and gently grasped Su Chen's hand that was massaging her back.
Then she said into the phone, he's getting you a full body massage. He's so skilled, it's almost too much for me. Shuiwei, you have no idea how amazing your little assistant is. He's a real gem. I'm finding it harder and harder to let him go. Chapter 16: A deal between best friends, the key to the China World Trade Center.
Now, my sister is finding it increasingly difficult to let him go. Lu Mingli's words were like a depth charge dropped on a calm lake. The ripples they created were clearly transmitted to the other end of the phone via radio waves.
Su Chen could sense it.
His hand, which was resting on Lu Mingli's back, was tightly enveloped by her warm little hand, and the delicate touch made his heart skip a beat.
Qin Shuiwei's breathing seemed to have stopped on the phone.
This wasn't some intimate chat between best friends, it was clearly a war without gunfire, and he was the most tempting prize in the center of that war.
Lu Mingli. Finally, Qin Shuiwei's voice rang out again.
Her voice was no longer cold as before, but a calm that suppressed anger. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth.
Are you drunk?
It's the middle of the night, don't act crazy.
He, I'm not crazy, nor am I drunk. Lu Mingli's laughter was full of Victor's smugness.
She even deliberately twisted her body so that Su Chen's palm could feel the softness of her body more deeply.
I'm perfectly sober now.
But you, Shuiwei, why are you calling so late just to check up on me?
What, are you afraid I'll steal your little puppy away? Didn't you say he's just a kid and there's no possibility between you two? Since that's the case, and you don't want him, then I won't be polite.
It's such a waste to have such an energetic and skilled young man as your assistant. Lu Mingli's words were piercing, hitting Qin Shuiwei's most sensitive points precisely.
Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine.
He witnessed firsthand the terrifying nature of conflicts between women, especially between best friends. They understand each other's weaknesses best, and they know best how to use the gentlest knife to stab the deepest wounds.
He is my employee, and I have a responsibility to ensure his safety.
Qin Shuiwei's voice still sounded firm, but Su Chen could detect a hint of lack of confidence in it.
An employee? Lu Mingli scoffed. What boss would care this much about their employee's nightlife? Shuiwei, stop fooling yourself. Dare you say you have absolutely no feelings for him? Dare you say that you didn't deliberately bring him back to the hotel that night at Binjiang Park? Lu Mingli. Shut up.
Qin Shuiwei seemed to be completely enraged, and her voice suddenly rose.
All right, I'll shut up.
Lu Mingli knew when to stop. She knew that if she pressed further, Qin Shuiwei might really lose her temper. She changed the subject, her tone becoming languid and ambiguous again. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore.
My therapy is only halfway through, Xiao Qinshan, come on, continue. Where did you press just now? Was it your back? My back has been really sore lately too.
After saying that, she didn't give Qin Shuiwei a chance to speak again and hung up the phone with a snap. The room fell silent instantly. Lu Mingli tossed her phone aside, then turned around and looked at Su Chen smugly, like a cat that had stolen a fish.
How was it? Exciting, isn't it? Su Chen gave a wry smile. Sister Mingli, you're putting me on the hot seat.
Of course.
Lu Mingli's eyes were alluring.
That woman, Shuiwei, is such a silent devil. She is clearly worried sick inside, but she is tougher than anyone else when it comes to words. If you don't give her a good slap, she'll stay holed up in her shell forever.
I'm doing this to help you. Help me?
Of course.
Lu Mingli's fingers traced up Su Chen's arm and gently hooked around his neck. I've helped you break through the first crack in her defenses.
Whether you can completely conquer her heart next depends on your own abilities. She leaned close to Su Chen's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. However, I must remind you, Shuyu's iceberg is not easy to melt.
If you feel too tired, you can come to me anytime. My embrace is always open for you.
Su Chen's heart fluttered at the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, but he remained composed. I appreciate Mingli's kindness.
But now, shouldn't we get down to business?
He was referring to office and company registration matters.
You little man, you're really impatient. Lu Mingli gave him a playful glare, but didn't tease him any further.
She sat up from the bed, casually wrapped a bath towel around herself, and walked barefoot to the walk-in closet. From a safe, she took out a set of keys and a folder. She threw the things on the bed in front of Su Chen.
Here, this is for you.
Su Chen picked up the key, which had an elegant metal plaque engraved with the words Top Floor, Area A, China World Trade Center. He opened the folder, which contained a stamped agreement for the free use of the property, as well as several blank business registration documents with the name Lu Mingli already signed by the legal representative. Top floor of the China World Trade Center, 1,200 square meters, fully furnished, with a complete set of office furniture.
It's yours to use as long as you want.
Lu Mingli's tone was as if she were talking about a trivial matter.
I've already arranged for the company registration.
Just fill in the company name and your information, and the business license will be delivered to you tomorrow afternoon. Su Chen looked at the thing in his hand, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart.
Top floor of the China World Trade Center. That's a landmark building in Jianghai City. This is truly prime real estate.
A 1,200 square meter office would cost at least 10 million yuan in rent per year.
And she actually gave it away without hesitation.
And those blank documents that had already been signed represented her unconditional trust, handing over all the initiative to Su Chen.
This woman's boldness and ambition are truly remarkable. Sister Mingli, this gift is too much. Is it heavy? I don't think so.
Lu Mingli interrupted him, sat back down on the edge of the bed, her beautiful legs casually crossed. You helped me solve Alan's problem, and you might even have helped me swindle a lot of money from Zhao Sihai.
Consider this a payment I'm making in advance.
She paused, her eyes turning serious. Besides, I'm not doing charity.
I have my conditions too. What are the conditions? Su Chen knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch.
First, Lu Mingli extended a slender finger. I want 10% of the shares in your new company. I won't be involved in the operations or decision-making, I just want the year-end dividends.
No problem. Su Chen agreed without hesitation. Trading 10% of the shares for such a powerful ally and such a huge upfront investment was a winning deal. Second.
Lu Mingli held up a second finger, her face once again displaying that enchanting smile. From now on, whenever something fun happens, like how you want to deal with your former boss, or how you want to continue conquering our Shuiwei, you must tell your sister first. Your sister loves watching the excitement, especially watching a little rascal like you create a hole in the sky.
This condition left Su Chen somewhat dumbfounded. This woman was truly treating him like a joke. Okay, I agree too. Then it's a deal.
Lu Mingli nodded in satisfaction. She picked up a black card from the bedside table and stuffed it into Su Chen's shirt pocket.
This is your access card and elevator card for the China World Trade Center. From now on, that's your territory.
She patted Su Chen's cheek, as if soothing a pet. Go, my little friend, go build your business empire.
Don't let your sister down, and even more so, don't let someone on the other end of the phone down. Holding the keys and documents in his hand, Su Chen felt a surge of pride.
With Lu Mingli's help, his plan can be completed at least half a month ahead of schedule. He stood up and said solemnly to Lu Mingli, Sister Mingli, thank you.
I will remember this favor. Just remembering isn't enough.
Lu Mingli looked up at him with seductive eyes. You have to repay me with your body. She suddenly reached out, hooked her arm around Su Chen's neck, pulled him towards her, and then gently planted a kiss on his cheek, the scent of red wine in the air.
This is the deposit. She licked her red lips and said softly, go on, and when you've truly become a man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with us, come back to your sister and collect your reward. It was already 2 a.m. when I left Lu Mingli's villa. Su Chen drove his car on a quiet night road. The cold keys in my pocket and the warm lip print on my cheek were reminders of everything that had happened tonight. None of these are dreams. His life is moving forward at a frenzied pace he never imagined. He knew that all of this was just the beginning. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then opened Qin Shuyue's WeChat chat. He sent a message, Sister Yu, go to sleep early. Good night. A few seconds later, the phone vibrated. Qin Shuyue replied with 2 words, get lost. Upon seeing these 2 words, Su Chen not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled. He knew that this woman had completely lost her composure. Chapter 17 Morning Star Trading. The ambition of the top of the International Trade Center. President Su, this place is ours now? Wang Chang stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his voice trembling. Looking down at the stream of cars that resembled matchboxes and the towering skyscrapers in the distance, he felt his legs go weak. This is the top floor of the China World Trade Center. The most prestigious office building in Jianghai City. There is no other. The spacious 1,200 square meter room features floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of most of Shanghai. The interior design is top-notch modern minimalist style. Every desk and chair was from an Italian luxury brand that Wang Chang had only ever seen in financial magazines. He never dreamed that he would one day be able to work here. For now. Su Chen leaned against a 6-figure executive desk, toying with the heavy bunch of keys Lu Mingli had given him. Miss Lu is lending it to us. As for the rent, we'll deduct it from our future profits. He didn't tell the truth, he didn't say the place was given away for free. For a pragmatic person like Wang Chang, borrowing made him feel more at ease than giving away. Miss Lu, she's truly a remarkable person, Wang Chang exclaimed sincerely. His awe of Su Chen had reached an unparalleled level. In just a few days, she had poached Hong Yuan's core sales representative, secured their biggest client, and now she had even managed to get an office on the top floor of the China World Trade Center. Her methods were simply unbelievable. Brother Chang, stop lamenting, we still have a lot of work to do. Su Chen patted the table, gesturing for Wang Chang to come over. I decided on the company name, it'll be Qinxing Trading. Chen as in dawn, Xing as in starlight. Morning Star. What a great name. Wang Chang's eyes lit up. President Su, this name has spirit. A name is just a label. Whether it can resonate throughout Jianghai City depends on what we do. Su Chen opened his laptop, displaying an encrypted file on the screen. He pointed to a name on the file and said to Wang Chang, we have sales and clients. Now, we need someone who can manage the money. Wang Chang leaned closer to take a look and saw a middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses who looked somewhat frail. Zhang Lan? Hong Yuan's CFO? Wang Chang recognized her. President Su, this woman is not easy to poach. She has been with Hong Yuan for 7 or 8 years and is Ma Dong's most trusted person. Moreover, she is conservative and timid, so it will be difficult to get her to switch jobs. Difficulty makes it more fun. Su Chen lightly tapped the touchpad, and another document popped up on the screen, which was the latest intelligence about Zhang Lan provided by the system. Target, Zhang Lan. Position, Chief Financial Officer of Hong Yuan Trading. Status, extreme anxiety, mental exhaustion, on the verge of collapse. Key intelligence, 1. Their only son, Chen Hao, a junior at Jianghai University, borrowed 300,000 yuan in student loans due to vanity and a desire to keep up with the Joneses, using the money to buy luxury goods and tip female live streamers. 2. The student loans have accumulated huge interest, and the debt has now reached 700,000 yuan. 3. The loan sharks have given Chen Hao an ultimatum: if he doesn't repay the money within 3 days, they will send his nude photos and loan information to the entire university and visit his home. For Zhang Lan and her husband are just ordinary wage earners, even selling their house wouldn't raise enough money, and they are in despair. Brother Chang, there is no wall that can't be broken up in this world, only a price that isn't right. Su Chen looked at the intelligence report and said calmly, as if stating a fact. Sometimes, the price isn't money, but a lifeline in a desperate situation. Wang Chang looked at Su Chen and felt a chill run down his spine. He once again felt how terrifying this young boss was. He always seemed to be able to pinpoint everyone's weaknesses and then strike them fatally in the most direct and effective way. "Mr. Su, what do you mean?" "An army marches on its stomach." Su Chen shut down his computer and stood up. "You go and set up the company's framework first, and recruit some basic staff. I'll go meet with this director Zhang, and while I'm at it, help her resolve some family difficulties." Su Chen didn't say anything more, picked up his car keys, and left the office alone. He didn't go directly to Zhang Lan, but went to the bank first. He withdrew another 800,000 yuan in cash and put it into an inconspicuous sports backpack. Then, based on the location information provided by the system, we drove to a coffee shop near Zhanghai University. In the corner of the coffee shop, a middle-aged woman was crying into the phone, her voice low and almost pleading. "Xiao Hao, don't do anything foolish." "What am I going to do?" 700,000 yuan, where are we going to get that from?" "Your dad's already planning to sell the house back home, but that's only 300,000 yuan, not nearly enough." "Wah, please don't do anything rash, you're my only son." The woman was Zhang Lan. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes were red and swollen, and her face was filled with despair and helplessness. She no longer possessed any semblance of the dignity expected of a CFO of a listed company. Su Chen carried 2 cups of coffee over and sat down opposite her. "Director Zhang, hello." Zhang Lan was startled by the sudden voice. She raised her bloodshot eyes and looked warily at the unfamiliar young man in front of her. Who are you? How do you know me?" "Who I am is not important." Su Chen pushed a hot latte in front of her, his tone gentle. "What's important is that I might be able to help you solve the trouble you're currently facing." Zhang Lan looked at him, her eyes filled with suspicion and incomprehension. Without saying a word, Su Chen opened the sports backpack next to him a crack, revealing stacks of neatly stacked red banknotes inside. "Here is 800,000. Su Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, striking Zhang Lan's heart hard. 700,000, to help your son pay off his debts. The extra 100,000 is for the child's pocket money, so that he will never touch those unclean things again." Zhang Lan's breath caught in her throat. She stared intently at the backpack, her eyes wide and round, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. The despair that felt like a mountain pressing down on them just a second ago was shattered by this sudden windfall. What exactly do you want?" After a long while, Zhang Lan finally found her voice and asked hoarsely. She didn't believe in free lunches. This young man's extravagant gesture must have some ulterior motive. "I would like to invite Director Zhang to shine in a different field." Su Chen took out a pre-prepared employment contract from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Morningstar Trading, my company. Position, Chief Financial Officer CFO. Annual salary, 1.2 million, plus 2% company stock options." Every word on the contract was stimulating Zhang Lan's mind. 800,000. And options. She worked at Guangdong Hongyuan for almost 10 years, and her annual salary was only 400,000 yuan. Su Chen's offer was 3 times that of Ma Dong's. Why did you choose me?" Zhang Lan asked in a trembling voice. "Because I have investigated, Director Zhang, you are one of the top financial experts in the industry. Not only are your professional skills outstanding, but your professional ethics are also impeccable." Su Chen's gaze was sincere and frank. "The fact that Hongyuan has managed to survive such a mess until today is largely thanks to you. A boss like Ma Dong does not deserve to have a talent like you. Morningstar Trading is just starting out, and I need someone trustworthy like you to help me safeguard my finances. What I'm offering you is not just a job, but a partnership to build a business together." Su Chen's words were full of respect and sincerity. This was a stark contrast to Ma Dong's usual bossy and sarcastic attitude towards her. Zhang Lan looked at the young man in front of her, and then at the extremely generous contract. At last, his gaze fell on the backpack containing 800,000 yuan in cash. On one side is the old employer, which is on the verge of collapse and whose boss is mean and ungrateful. On the other hand, there's a promising new platform where the boss is eager to hire talented people and can help her solve her immediate problems. There's no need to answer this multiple-choice question. She took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed deeply to Su Chen. "President Su. From today onwards, I, Zhang Lan, will serve you." Su Chen stood up and helped her up. "Mr. Zhang, welcome to the team." Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone and pressed speakerphone.
On the other end of the phone came Ma Dong's furious roar.
Su Chen! What the hell are you trying to do? You poach my people, steal my clients, and now you're even messing with my finances. Do you want me dead?
Before Su Chen could speak, Zhang Lan, who was standing nearby, heard Ma Dong's voice and her face instantly turned icy. She took Su Chen's phone, spoke into the microphone, and said in an unprecedentedly emotionless tone, "Mr. Ma, from this moment on, I am no longer an employee of Hongyuan Trading.
Please do not harass my new boss anymore."
After saying that, she hung up the phone and blocked the number. Su Chen looked at her and smiled. He knew that the last pillar of Hongyuan Trading had also collapsed. And on the other end of the phone, in the office of Hongyuan Trading, Ma Dong listened to the busy tone coming from his phone.
I was completely stunned.
He slumped in his boss's chair, his face ashen.
It's over, it's all over.
He picked up his phone with trembling hands and dialed the last number he could think of.
Hey, cousin, help me. I'm about to die. Chapter 18: The Last Pillar.
The Art of Cutting Off the Supply.
Cousin, you have to help me. That little bastard Su Chen is trying to kill me.
The office at Hongyuan Trading, which Ma Dong was once so proud of, was in a complete mess. The documents were scattered all over the floor. The expensive purple clay tea set was broken into several pieces. Ma Dong, like a trapped beast, roared at his phone with his face flushed red.
Spit was spraying everywhere.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a somber male voice.
What's the panic? The sky hasn't fallen yet.
Explain the whole story to me clearly. How could a poor kid who was just fired possibly drive you to this point in just a few days? The speaker was Li Jiqiang, Ma Dong's cousin and the deputy general manager of Funshan Media. As if grasping at a last straw, Ma Dong rambled on, embellishing the events of the past few days. From how Su Chen poached Wang Chang and Li Weigui to Zhang Lan's betrayal right in front of him, he portrayed himself as an innocent victim betrayed by a treacherous villain.
Cousin, this kid is really weird. He seems to know everything.
I suspect that Chairman Qin is helping him behind the scenes.
Otherwise, where would he get the money and connections?
Ma Dong pointed all his suspicions at the woman he both respected and feared.
Qin Shuiwa?
Li Jiqiang's voice grew increasingly cold.
This name is a thorn in his side.
As a veteran of Tianhe Group, he considered himself to have made great contributions and always coveted a higher position. But Qin Shuiwa, since taking over the group, has been carrying out sweeping reforms and installing her own cronies, completely disregarding him, the veteran.
A while ago,
she ignored everyone's objections and directly parachuted a young man named Su Chen into his department to serve as his assistant.
In his view,
it was blatant surveillance and humiliation.
It's that Su Chen again.
Li Jiqiang gritted his teeth. He had prepared countless ways to make this arrogant brat unable to stay at Funshan Media. Unexpectedly, before even starting work, this kid had already stirred up such a storm outside, and even nearly bankrupted his cousin. This is no longer a simple business competition, this is a slap in the face for Li Jiqiang.
Don't worry.
Li Jiqiang's voice was laced with ruthlessness.
He wants to play games?
I'll play along.
Hongyuan Trading is gone, so what? It's just a lousy company. You stay calm and don't panic.
Once that kid comes to work for me, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. I'll make him pay back everything he's taken, with interest.
Really? Cousin! Ma Dong exclaimed as if he had heard heavenly music. When have I ever lied to you?
Li Jiqiang sneered. Go spread the word right now that Su Chen's company is a shell company with dubious funding sources and is about to be shut down.
Make everyone who follows him panic. Leave the rest to me. I hung up the phone.
Li Jiqiang sat in his spacious vice president's office. His face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. He picked up the internal address book on the table and found a name.
He Wanting. He is a director and the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group, and also his closest blood relative and the one he can rely on most in terms of power, his aunt. He dialed the number. Hello, Auntie, it's me, Jiqiang.
His voice instantly became respectful and humble.
What is it?
A dignified and authoritative female voice came from the other end of the phone.
It's nothing serious, just wanted to report to you.
Chairman Qin recently assigned a new person to my team named Su Chen. I looked into it, and this young man, his background is a bit unusual, and his relationship with Chairman Qin seems far-fetched. He's also recently started a small company outside, which almost bankrupted one of my good-for-nothing distant cousins. Li Jiqiang downplayed the seriousness of the matter, portraying himself as a loyal subordinate who was thinking about the overall situation of the group and had discovered potential risks.
Oh? Su Chen?
He wanting on the other end of the phone seemed to recognize the name.
Is that the assistant Qin Shuiwei insisted on putting in your department despite everyone's objections?
Yes, Aunt.
I'm worried. Is Chairman Qin trying to use him to interfere with our media business?
You know, this business has always been ours.
I understand. He wanting interrupted him. I will keep an eye on this matter. On your end, follow the rules and don't give anyone any leverage. If this Su Chen is capable, then use him.
If he is just a good-for-nothing who causes trouble by relying on connections, then let him disappear gracefully.
I understand, Auntie.
After hanging up the phone, a sinister smile appeared on Li Jiqiang's face. His aunt's words gave him confidence. Su Chen Qin Shuiwei, he looked out the window toward the Tianhan Group headquarters. I want to see what tricks you two can pull.
At the same time, top floor of the China World Trade Center. Inside Morningstar Trading's office, however, a bustling scene unfolded. Zhang Lan is extremely efficient.
After Su Chen used 800,000 yuan in cash to help her son pay off all his debts, she completely let go of all her psychological burdens. He devoted all his energy to the establishment of the new company. Leveraging her extensive network in the finance industry, she established the company's basic financial framework and completed all tax and bank account opening procedures within a single day.
Lu Mengli also kept her promise. It was afternoon.
The brand new business license was delivered by a special person.
The legal representative's name is Su Chen. Su Chen also knew that being a legal representative wasn't a good thing. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. Wang Chang was in charge of recruiting.
Many people in his previous sales team had long harbored resentment towards Ma Dong's harshness and exploitation. When they heard that Wang Chang had joined a new boss and started his own business on the top floor of the China World Trade Center, with double the salary and benefits, 7 or 8 key business personnel immediately submitted their resignations and rushed over overnight.
In just 2 days,
a small but complete Morningstar trading company miraculously began to operate.
President Su, this is our financial budget for the next 3 months.
Zhang Lan handed over a detailed report. After deducting staff salaries, operating costs, and reserve funds, we currently have 5.6 million yuan in available working capital.
This is our preliminary customer development plan. Wang Chang also handed over a document. Huamei Electric Appliances' first order will be finalized tomorrow, worth 5 million.
In addition, several old customers I've been following up with are also interested in switching to us. We expect our turnover to reach more than 15 million within a month.
Su Chen looked at the 2 professional reports and nodded in satisfaction.
He once again experienced the benefits of having a professional team. Wang Chang was in charge of the charge.
Zhang Lan was responsible for stabilizing the rear. And him.
All he had to do was sit in the central command tent and point out the direction.
Very good. Su Chen closed the file. But it's not enough. Not enough? Wang Chang and Zhang Lan were both taken aback. A monthly turnover of 15 million was an astronomical figure for a newly established company. Our goal isn't to snatch food from Hong Yuan's mouth. Su Chen stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked into the distance. Our goal is the entire trade market of Zhonghai City.
Within a month, I want the name Qinxing Trading to appear on the purchasing lists of all relevant companies. His words put immense pressure on both Wang Chang and Zhang Lan. But at the same time, it ignited a flame in their hearts. With a boss like this, the future holds endless possibilities.
Oh, right, Miss Su,
Zhang Lan suddenly remembered something. I just received a call from a supplier that Hong Yuan used to work with. He said that Ma Dong is spreading rumors everywhere, saying that our company is a shell company, has financial problems, and will go bankrupt soon. Several small suppliers who originally wanted to work with us are now hesitant.
Oh? He still has the energy to shout? Su Chen was not angry at all, but laughed instead.
I think he's dying too slowly.
Since he wants to play the media war, then we'll play along.
Su Chen picked up his phone and dialed Lu Mengli's number.
Hey, Sister Mengli, can you do me a small favor? Tell me, my little boss, what kind of mischief are you up to now?
Lu Mingli's languid yet alluring voice came from the other end of the phone.
Help me contact a few of the most influential financial media outlets in Jianghai City. Su Chen's tone was casual, as if he were talking about a small matter. I'm going to hold a press conference at the International Trade Center tomorrow morning. A press conference? Lu Mingli was taken aback. What are you going to do? Your company just opened. Why are you holding a press conference?
I have something to announce in front of the entire city of Jianghai, Su Chen said, looking out at the bustling traffic, enunciating each word clearly.
Morningstar Trading will officially launch a full acquisition of Honyuan Trading. Chapter 19 Fengxing Media. A powerful initiation from the vice president. What? You're going to hold a press conference to announce the acquisition of Honyuan?
On the other end of the phone, Lu Mingli's voice rose 8 octaves, filled with disbelief.
She even wondered if she had misheard. Little Chen Chen, are you running a fever? Your company just got its business license yesterday, and you're already planning an acquisition today? And you're doing it publicly in the media? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to stage a real-life snake swallowing an elephant? Sister Mingli, it's not a snake swallowing an elephant. Su Chen's tone was calm and confident. It's a lion eating a mouse that's about to die. Besides, I'm not discussing this with the media, I'm informing them. He paused, then continued, didn't Ma Dong say outside that I'm a shell company?
Well, I'll let the whole of Jianghai City see how this shell company of mine will devour him in one bite. I'll make him die a clear and unspeakable death, a death that everyone knows about.
Su Chen's words revealed an undeniable ruthlessness and domineering aura. Lu Mingli on the other end of the phone fell silent.
I underestimated this man's madness and ambition. He not only wanted to win, but to win spectacularly, to win in a way that would be known to all, and to utterly crush his opponent's dignity.
Interesting, so interesting.
After a long while, Lu Mingli finally giggled, her laughter filled with excitement.
Okay, I'll go crazy with you.
All 10 of Jianghai City's top financial media outlets will be at your office door tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
I guarantee that every single one of them will be there.
The venue, the schedule, and the travel expenses for the press conference will all be taken care of by me.
However, she changed the subject, her voice becoming ambiguous. With such a big fuss, aren't you afraid of scaring our ice queen?
If she finds out, she'll probably have no sleep again.
I want her to know. Su Chen looked out the window towards the Tianhe Group headquarters, his eyes burning.
I want her to see with her own eyes how I walk step by step to get to her. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen immediately called Wang Chang and Zhang Lan to begin assigning tasks. Brother Chang, you need to contact all the suppliers who are owed money by Honyuan tonight and tell them that Qingqing Trading is willing to buy all their debts at a 10% discount.
At tomorrow's press conference, I want them to stand on my side.
Mr. Zhang, please prepare all the capital verification documents and the letter of intent for cooperation with Huame Electrical Appliances. Tomorrow, I want all the reporters to see that Qingqing Trading is not short of money, nor is it short of business.
President Su, please rest assured.
The next day, Su Chen got up very early. Instead of staying at the China World Trade Center to prepare for the press conference, he changed into a well-fitting suit, drove his BMW 5 Series, and arrived at another building, the headquarters of Tianhe Group. Today is the day he joins Fengxing Media.
It was also the first day of his direct confrontation with Li Jiqiang.
As Su Chen entered the floor where Fengxing Media was located, the receptionist's eyes lit up when she saw him.
The appointment notice from the Human Resources Department came down yesterday.
Everyone knew that a new vice president's assistant, personally appointed by the chairman, would be taking office today.
Hello, is this Su Chen, Assistant Su? It's me. Vice President Li is already waiting for you in his office. I'll take you there. Led by the receptionist, Su Chen walked through the spacious office area and arrived at the door of an office at the end of the corridor. A sign on the door reads, Deputy General Manager Li Jiqiang. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in.
Su Chen pushed open the door and entered.
In the office,
a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, with slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses, was sitting in a large executive chair, scrutinizing him.
This is Li Jiqiang.
Li Jiqiang wore a forced smile, but Su Chen could clearly see the undisguised hostility and contempt in his eyes.
Target, Li Jiqiang.
Position, Deputy General Manager of Fengxing Media.
Status, jealous, angry, preparing to attack.
Key intelligence: 1. He is extremely dissatisfied with Qin Shuyue's appointment of you, believing you stole his nephew's position. 2. He spoke with Ma Dong on the phone last night and already considers you a thorn in his side. 3. This person is narrow-minded, vindictive, and loves to use impossible missions to suppress newcomers. You're Su Chen? Li Jiqian leaned back in his chair and asked in a condescending manner, without even getting up or inviting Su Chen to sit down.
Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Su Chen, here to report for duty today. Su Chen's expression was neither humble nor arrogant.
Li Jiqian snorted, picked up a document from the table, and threw it in front of Su Chen. Since you're here, don't just sit around. This is your first task.
Su Chen picked up the document and opened it. The document contained very simple information. It was about collecting an advertising fee.
The client is a nightclub called Brilliant Entertainment. 2 years ago, it placed a series of advertisements in a magazine under Fingxing Media, totaling 800,000 yuan. But to this day, not a single penny of this money has been paid.
Su Chen continued reading and saw the collection records.
Over the past 2 years, Fingxing Media's legal and sales departments had visited the company no less than 20 times and sent more than a dozen lawyers letters, but the other party completely ignored them.
Brilliant Entertainment? Su Chen's hyperthymesia was instantly activated, and countless fragments of information about this nightclub began to surface in his mind. What? Is there a problem?
Li Jiqian looked at Su Chen with a mocking smile. This company, Brilliant Entertainment, is owned by Brother Long, a notorious ruthless figure in Jianghai City, with connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. Our company's legal team can't handle him. Since Chairman Qin values you so much, you must be no ordinary person.
I'll leave this small matter to you. 1 week. Li Jiqian held up one finger.
Within 1 week, get back that 800,000 yuan, principal and interest, every single penny.
If you can do it, your assistant position is secure. If you can't.
He didn't finish his sentence, but the threat in his words was all too clear. All eyes in the office were on Su Chen, filled with sympathy and schadenfreude. They all knew that Vice President Li was deliberately targeting the newcomers.
This isn't a mission, it's a death trap. Let alone a new assistant, even the toughest case that the entire legal department can't handle, what can a greenhorn like him do?
Everyone was waiting to see Su Chen's expression, whether he was panicked or angrily retorting. However, Su Chen simply closed the file calmly.
No problem. He looked at Li Jiqian and answered crisply.
Li Jiqian was stunned. All the sarcastic remarks he had prepared were choked back by the name Su Chen. However, Su Chen changed the subject. I also have a condition.
What are the conditions?
If I succeed, from now on, all my work at Fingxing Media will be my own decision, and Vice President Li, you must not interfere.
Su Chen's gaze was fixed on Li Jiqian, showing no sign of backing down. He's turning the tables on us.
Li Jiqian was so angry he almost laughed. He thought Su Chen had gone completely mad.
Okay. I agree.
He agreed without even thinking. In his view, Su Chen had no chance of completing this task. Then, he could not only rightfully drive Su Chen away, but also thoroughly humiliate him.
It's a deal. Su Chen took the documents, turned around and left without any hesitation.
As he walked away, the people in the office immediately erupted in a commotion.
Is this newbie crazy? How dare he talk to Vice President Li like that? Too young and arrogant. Do you think Brother Long is so easy to mess with? Last time our legal department went there, their car was smashed. Just wait and see.
In less than 3 days, he will definitely come back crying and begging Vice President Li. Listening to his subordinates' discussions, Li Jiqian's smile grew even more smug. He could almost picture Su Chen looking disheveled and humiliated as he was forced to leave Fingxing Media.
He picked up his phone and sent Ma Dong a WeChat message. The fish has taken the bait. Just wait and see the show. Su Chen walked out of the Tianhe Group building and glanced at the time, 9:30 a.m. There was still half an hour until Morningstar Trading's press conference. Instead of immediately dealing with the matter of Brilliant Entertainment, he took a taxi straight to the China World Trade Center. Debt collection? For him, that's not a problem at all. Because in his mind, his God-level insight had already exposed the so-called Brother Long completely. Target, Zhao Tianlong Brother Long. Identity, owner of Brilliant Entertainment. Status, extreme panic, restlessness.
Key information: 1. His only daughter, Zhao Jingya, 17 years old, was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia half a month ago and is currently undergoing chemotherapy at the First People's Hospital of the city. She urgently needs a bone marrow transplant. 2. Zhao Tianlong himself is not a match. His only hope is through the China Marrow Donor Program. 3. Due to his past involvement in the underworld, he has many enemies and has kept his daughter's illness a closely guarded secret, daring not to let anyone know. 4. His greatest wish is for his daughter to recover, and he is willing to pay any price for it. Looking at this intelligence report, Su Chen's face remained expressionless. He simply took out his phone and dialed another number. On the other end of the phone was the chief physician of the hematology department at the city's First People's Hospital, an expert whom Su Chen had found through the system's intelligence network.
This expert had academic aspirations but was struggling to find research funding. Hello, Director Liu? This is Su Chen. Hello, Mr. Su. When will the 10 million yuan leukemia special research fund you mentioned arrive? Director Liu's tone on the other end of the phone was full of urgency and anticipation.
Money is not a problem, Su Chen said calmly.
However, I would like to ask you for a small favor. Does your hospital have a patient named Zhao Jingya?
I hope that her bone marrow can be matched with the best and most perfect match in the bone marrow registry as soon as possible.
Well,
Mr. Su, bone marrow matching depends on luck.
Director Liu, Su Chen interrupted him, I don't want luck, I want results.
I believe that with your professional competence and the sincerity of Morningstar Foundation, this result will appear very soon.
Isn't that right? There was silence on the other end of the phone.
A few seconds later, Director Liu's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of understanding and decisiveness.
I understand, Mr. Su. Miss Zhao Jingya's matching results will be available by tomorrow at the latest. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen glanced at the address of Brilliant Entertainment.
He knew that he had already obtained the 800,000. The press conference for Chapter 20 has begun, drawing the attention of the entire city. 9:50 a.m., top floor of the China World Trade Center.
Beneath the four gilded characters of Morningstar Trading lies unimaginable chaos and clamor.
The open office area, spanning over 100 square meters, was packed with people, as dozens of mainstream financial media outlets from Jianghai City aimed their cameras and microphones at the makeshift press conference stage.
Wang Chang stood in the corner.
The back of his suit was soaked with cold sweat. He nervously rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice to Zhang Lan beside him, saying, President Zhang, do you think President Su isn't he going too far? Our company just got its license yesterday, and today he's holding a press conference to announce an acquisition. If this goes wrong, we'll become a laughingstock in Jianghai City. He still feels like he's dreaming. Yesterday I was still worried about the 500,000 yuan surgery fee for my daughter. Today I stood on the top floor of the China World Trade Center. Zhang Lan pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, her eyes behind the lenses filled with unease. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Manager Wang, you have to trust President Su. He's not a reckless person. Every step he takes has a deeper meaning.
Even so, her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner tension. But their boss, Su Chen, remained very calm.
I stood alone in front of that huge, curved floor-to-ceiling window.
Hands in pockets. He felt nothing, just a little amused. I wonder if my dong is like an ant trapped in a hot pan right now, anxiously pacing around in circles? Just then, the heavy glass door of the office was pushed open with a whoosh.
A rich, fragrant breeze wafted in before the people even appeared, instantly overpowering the mixed smells of sweat and the heat from electronic devices. A woman in a tight-fitting bright red dress and black high heels with dagger-like heels swayed gracefully as she walked in amidst gasps of astonishment.
Lu Mengli.
She became the absolute focus of the entire event the moment she appeared. The dress, made of very little fabric, perfectly accentuated her exaggerated S-curve, her full bust looking as if it might burst out of its restraints at any moment, and her slender waist with its pert and rounded curves.
Every step taken.
They were like dancing on the tip of every man's heart.
Many of the male reporters present nearly dropped their cameras, their Adam's apples bobbing as they desperately swallowed. My God, isn't that Lu Mengli, the proprietress of Jiangnan Lane? Why is she here? Could she be behind Morningstar Trading? That figure, wow, it's even better in person than in the magazines.
Amidst the whispers of the reporters,
Lu Mengli walked straight through the crowd, ignoring everyone's burning gazes, and went to Su Chen's side.
She reached out her slender hand, painted with bright red nail polish, and with an extremely natural and affectionate touch, straightened Su Chen's already impeccable tie, her fingertips intentionally or unintentionally tracing his Adam's apple.
Su Chen could feel the coldness of her fingertips and a faint electric current. "Little Chen Chen, are you ready?"
She leaned close to his ear, her breath sweet and fragrant. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the reporters around them to hear clearly.
"Don't be nervous later."
After saying that, she turned to the reporters section and gave a stunning smile to the countless cameras, her voice charming and seductive. "Dear media friends, don't be impatient.
Isn't our Morning Star's young boss young and handsome?
When we take photos later, please give us a few close-ups, or I'll be angry if you take bad pictures."
Boom! The atmosphere at the scene was absolutely electric. Our little boss at Morningstar. This title. This action. That tone.
The sheer amount of information contained within ignited the gossip-loving spirit of every journalist.
What exactly is the relationship between this mysterious Morningstar trading, its excessively young founder, and this legendary fairy boss lady?
The flashes went even more frantically, and the sound of camera shutters filled the air.
At the same time, Funshin Media, Deputy General Manager's office.
Li Jiqian was leaning back in his large leather executive chair. With his feet propped up on the desk, he leisurely held a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea. On the computer screen in front of him, the live broadcast of Morningstar Trading's press conference was playing.
"Come and take a look, everyone." He beckoned to several subordinates in the office who were pretending to be busy. "Come and learn from this. This is the talent that our chairman Qin personally took a liking to. He's got guts."
A shell company that was only registered yesterday dares to hold a press conference today to announce an acquisition.
What a joke.
A bespectacled male subordinate quickly chimed in. "That's right, Mr. Li.
This kid's a complete naivete, he doesn't know his place.
I bet he doesn't even understand the acquisition process, he thinks he's buying cabbages at the market."
Another female subordinate covered her mouth and laughed. "He doesn't think that just by shouting in front of the media, Hongyuan Trading will become his, does he? He's too naive, he's just like a clown." Ha ha ha. The office was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere.
Li Jiqian took a satisfied sip of tea, as if he could already see Su Chen and his Morningstar Trading becoming the laughingstock of the city after the press conference. He took out his phone and looked at the text message he had received that morning again. "Cousin, I've done as you said and released the news that Su Chen's company is a shell company. I even paid for a few reporters, they'll give him a good welcome at the scene later."
"Very good."
Li Jiqian leaned back in his chair, adjusting to a more comfortable position. He wanted to see how this reckless brat would end up today.
Tianhe Group, top floor, chairman's office.
The huge floor-to-ceiling windows made the entire room bright and airy. Qin Shuiwei, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, sat behind her desk, reviewing documents with a blank expression. Secretary Lina tiptoed in, placed a tablet computer on her desk, and spoke in a voice so low it was barely audible.
"Chairman Qin, this is Assistant Su's company's press conference livestream."
Qin Shuiwei didn't even look up, her Parker pen drawing a sharp line across the document.
"Take it away." Her voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth.
"I have no interest in the farce in his company."
"Yes."
Lin Na felt as if she had been granted a pardon. She quickly picked up the tablet, bowed, and left. The office fell silent again, save for the scratching of pens on paper.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes later. Qin Shuiwei finally finished signing the last document. "Put the pen down." I picked up my coffee and took a sip.
His gaze, however, was involuntarily drawn to the laptop in front of him, which was in sleep mode. The provocative and suggestive words Lu Mengli spoke on the phone last night kept replaying in my mind.
"He's in his sister's bed.
His technique is amazing, he massaged me so much I could hardly stand it. Now, my sister is finding it increasingly difficult to let him go." Qin Shuiwei felt a tightness in her chest, as if a fire was burning inside. She had told herself not to care, not to concern herself. He was just an accident, a deal, a young man who was struggling to complete a test. What he does and who he's with are none of her business.
But why?
The thought that something might have really happened between him and that vixen Lu Mengli made her heart ache and feel bitter, with a hint of anger. As if by some strange impulse, she reached out her finger, turned on the computer screen, and opened the browser.
Almost without thinking, my finger automatically typed Morningstar Trading press conference into the search box. The first thing that pops up is the link to the live stream.
She hesitated for a fraction of a second, but ultimately clicked on it. The clear image instantly filled the entire screen. She spotted the man standing in the center of the crowd immediately. Today he wore a well-fitting suit, his hair was neatly combed, and he looked tall and confident, a stark contrast to his dejected appearance in the park that day. And the woman beside him, dressed in a fiery red dress, who seemed to want to cling to him, was none other than Lu Mingli. In the picture, Lu Mingli smiled affectionately and reached out to straighten Su Chen's tie. In that instant, Qin Shuyue's hand gripping the mouse tightened suddenly. The hard mouse shell creaked as she squeezed it, her slender knuckles turning pale from the excessive force. She couldn't understand it. What exactly is he trying to do? Why did he get involved with Lu Mingli? Was he holding this ridiculous press conference to prove himself, or to put on a show for someone else? Countless questions and anxieties intertwined in her mind, completely disrupting her usually calm and composed heart. Just then, in the live broadcast, Su Chen walked onto the stage amidst a flurry of flashing lights. He picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and his deep gaze swept across the entire room. The noisy venue miraculously fell silent at that moment. All eyes were focused on this excessively young boss. Chapter 21: A Decisive Strategy. This is my acquisition method. Good morning, friends from the media. Su Chen's voice, transmitted clearly through the microphone, reached every corner of the top floor of the China World Trade Center. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend Morningstar Trading's first press conference. I know that everyone here, including those watching the live stream, has a question in mind. He paused, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. What kind of company is Morningstar Trading? And what gives me, Su Chen, the right to stand here? Today, I have only one announcement to make. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and he spoke clearly, word by word. From today onwards, Morningstar Trading will take over Hongyuan Trading Company, Ltd. All the reporters held their breath, their cameras fixed on him, afraid of missing a single word. In the office of Funshan Media, Li Jiqiang held a teacup, his face full of a sneer of anticipation. In the chairman's office of Tianhe Group, Qin Shuyue's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, her heart beating faster for no reason. To conduct a very special acquisition. Su Chen's words took an unexpected turn. Special? What's the meaning? The reporters below the stage looked at each other, completely bewildered. Su Chen ignored their discussion and continued, "We at Qinxing Trading have absolutely no interest in Hongyuan Trading's equity, assets, or its brand that is about to be eliminated by the market. What we really want to acquire is all of it." Su Chen's voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable power. Foreign debt. The moment he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. It took a full 3 seconds before the entire venue exploded like a powder keg. What? Acquiring debt? Did I hear that right? Are you crazy? What company buys up someone else's debt? Do they have too much money to burn? What kind of business model is this? I've covered financial news for 10 years, and I've never heard of anything like it. In the office of Funshan Media, Li Jiqiang spat a mouthful of tea directly onto the computer screen. His eyes widened as he stared at the live stream as if he'd seen a ghost, muttering, What did he say? Acquire debt? Has this kid lost his mind? In Qin Shuyue's office, her fingers, which had been tapping on the table, stopped. For the first time, a genuine and undisguised shock appeared in her narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes. Acquiring debt? What kind of tactic is this? She has been in the business world for 20 years and has never seen such an unconventional approach. Just as the reporters were in a state of chaos, Su Chen snapped his fingers behind him. Wang Chang took a deep breath and led a dozen or so middle-aged men and women who looked simply dressed but were excited onto the stage. These people are representatives of suppliers who have been owed money by Hongyuan Trading for a long time. One of the men, who looked the oldest, took the microphone from Wang Chang, his voice trembling with excitement. My name is Lu Fugue, and I supply packaging materials to Hongyuan. Since last year, that bastard Ma Dong has been withholding more than 300,000 yuan from us. We're a small business, and this 300,000 yuan is our lifeline. We've gone to his door more than 10 times to ask for it, and he either says he doesn't have the money or tells us to get lost. He's driving us to our deaths. The man's eyes reddened as he spoke. But this morning, he changed the subject, his face beaming with the joy of someone who had just escaped a disaster. Manager Wang from Morningstar Trading contacted us and told us that President Su was willing to settle all the money that Hongyuan owed us. He held up a freshly printed bank transfer receipt high in his hand and practically shouted it out at the countless cameras.
Look! 322,300 yuan. Not a penny less.
It just arrived in our company account. We no longer need to be afraid of that deadbeat Ma Dong.
From today onwards, we only recognize Chinching Trading. Thank you, President Su. Thank you, Chinching Trading. You are like a second parent to us.
Lu Fugui's words resonated with everyone.
Immediately afterwards, the second and third supplier representatives also came forward.
They all showed off the bank receipts they had just received.
Facing the camera,
she tearfully denounced Ma Dong's unscrupulousness and expressed her gratitude to Su Chen. The reporters at the scene went crazy.
What's going on here? The atmosphere at the scene is getting increasingly tense. Just then, a bespectacled, seemingly refined male reporter in the crowd suddenly stood up. Mr. Su, what is the point of your doing this?
He was the person Li Jiqiang had paid to arrange. You're spending huge sums of money to pay off the debts of a company that has nothing to do with you.
Besides gaining a reputation as a philanthropist, does it bring any real benefit to Morningstar Trading?
Excuse my bluntness, he pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of provocation. Morningstar Trading has been established for less than 3 days.
What is your registered capital? What is your main business? Where did you get so much money to do such a thankless task? Could it be that you just rented an office, hired some actors, and put on a show here to promote yourself? This is an extremely malicious question.
It directly targets the very foundation of Morningstar Trading, its financial strength and business model.
The atmosphere instantly became tense again. All eyes were once again focused on Su Chen. Yes, what exactly is the background of this mysterious company? Does it really have the resources to back up such a crazy move?
Faced with this blunt attack, Su Chen's face remained completely unfazed. He didn't even bother to say a word, he just snapped his fingers again. This time, the person who stepped onto the stage was Zhang Lan, dressed in a smart business suit and exuding a calm and composed demeanor.
She calmly walked to the podium and plugged a USB drive into her laptop. The next second, the huge LED screen behind her lit up instantly.
The 2 documents were clearly projected. One document was a verification report for tens of millions of yuan issued by the head office of Zhonghai City Commercial Bank. The long string of numbers and the bright red bank seal on it stung everyone's eyes. The other document is a 5-year exclusive supply agreement signed between Morningstar Trading and Huamei Electrical Appliances Group. The total contract amount is as high as 9 figures. And the signature of Li Weigua, purchasing director of Huamei Electrical Appliances, is clearly visible at the end.
A collective gasp filled the air.
If the supplier incident was just a minor disturbance, then these 2 documents were like 2 bombshells, completely destroying everyone's last shred of doubt about Morningstar Trading. Tens of millions of yuan in working capital.
A 5-year long-term contract with industry giant Huamei Electrical Appliances.
This is no mere shell company, it's a commercial aircraft carrier fully fueled and ready to set sail. Zhang Lan adjusted her glasses, picked up the microphone, and calmly added in her characteristically emotionless tone when giving financial reports.
Morningstar Trading currently has ample funds and a stable core business. The first order with Huamei Electrical Appliances will begin execution next week.
In the future, our business will cover the entire Yangtze River Delta region. As for Hongyuan Trading, she paused, her voice tinged with a cold sarcasm. As far as I know, after losing Huamei Electrical Appliances, a customer that accounted for 70% of its business, and losing all its core employees, including sales champion Wang Chang, it is now, in fact, a bankrupt company. Zhang Lan's words were like knives, completely sealing the fate of Hongyuan Trading.
The reporter who asked the question turned a deep purplish red and, amidst a sea of disdainful stares, slunk down. Su Chen watched all of this with satisfaction. He returned to the podium and picked up the microphone. He didn't look at the reporters below the stage, but instead focused his gaze directly on the main camera facing him. He knew that on the other end of the camera, Ma Dong was watching, Li Jiqiang was watching, and perhaps Qin Shuiwei was watching too. So, do you all understand now? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a calm and composed air of complete control. I'm not acquiring Hongyuan, I'm erasing it completely from the market.
Mr. Ma Dong, if you are watching the live broadcast, the advice I gave you on the phone yesterday is still valid.
We at Morningstar Trading are short of a cleaner.
The monthly salary is 3,000, and room and board are included.
If you are interested, you can apply anytime.
After saying that, he gave the camera a bright smile.
Snap. The office of Funshin Media.
Li Jiqiang suddenly slammed the Longjing teacup in his hand onto the ground. He was completely unaware that scalding hot tea had splashed all over his pants. His face was contorted with extreme anger. His eyes were bloodshot.
Su Chen. And the top level of Tianhe Group.
Qin Shuiwei stared blankly at the young man on the computer screen, who had a bright, sunny smile but spoke incredibly ruthless words.
My heart started pounding uncontrollably.
She reached out and unconsciously covered her mouth, her legs swaying as she muttered to herself.
Madman. He's a complete madman. Chapter 22 Brother Long's phone call, an impossible mission. The press conference ended amidst a buzz of excitement and awe.
In less than half an hour, the keywords Morningstar trading, debt acquisition and Su Chen spread like wildfire through the financial circles and social media of Jianghai City.
Exaggerated reports were published by various media outlets. A business prodigy emerges. Morningstar Trading delivers a textbook example of precise strike. Established for 3 days, disrupting the industry. Just who is the mysterious boss, Su Chen? The end of Hong Yuan trading, a bloodbath triggered by debt. For the first time, the name Su Chen officially entered the field of vision of all the business tycoons in Jianghai City in such a high-profile and powerful manner. On the top floor of the China World Trade Center, in the office of Morningstar Trading. The press conference venue has been cleaned up, but the fervent atmosphere from just now still seems to linger in the air. Wang Chang, Zhang Lan, and the dozen or so former Hong Yuan employees who had just joined the company all looked at Su Chen as if he were a god. So cool. That was so satisfying. President Su, what you did today was absolutely brilliant. Wang Chang was so excited that his face turned red. He was now completely convinced of Su Chen's abilities. I've been in the business world for over 10 years, and I've never seen anything like this before. You wouldn't believe how much those suppliers looked at you just now, like they were looking at a living Buddha. Zhang Lan adjusted her glasses, her usual composure barely concealing her excitement. President Su, your strategic plan has completely transcended the scope of traditional business. You have not only won the market, but also won hearts and minds. After this battle, Hong Yuan Trading has absolutely no chance of recovery. Su Chen simply smiled calmly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the compliments. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Lu Mingli swayed her stunning figure as she walked to Su Chen's side, stretched out her slender fingers, and unceremoniously pinched Su Chen's cheek. Little Chun Chen, you're something else. I really can't figure you out anymore. Her voice was both charming and soft, and her peach blossom eyes sparkled with an unusual light. You played this cutting off the fuel supply and public execution move so well. I'm starting to regret it now. I should have asked for more shares from you back then. She leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, her breath sweet and fragrant. So, tell me, you've made such a commotion again tonight, how do you want your older sister to reward you? Is it the massage we didn't finish last time, or do you want to try something else? Su Chen felt his mouth go dry as he smelled her intoxicating fragrance. This vixen is always teasing him. Before he could respond to Lu Mengli's teasing, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. When I took it out, I saw it was an unfamiliar local number. Su Chen frowned, pressed the answer button, and casually turned on speakerphone. Everyone in the office fell silent instinctively, staring at him with curiosity. The call connected, and a noisy background sound came from the other end, like being in a karaoke room. Then, a rough, hoarse male voice, trembling slightly and trying to ingratiate himself, cautiously rang out. Hello, excuse me, is this Mr. Su Chen? Su Chen recognized the voice. Yes, I am, he replied calmly. Oh. Mr. Su. It really is you. The voice on the other end of the phone instantly became incredibly enthusiastic and obsequious. I'm Zhao Tianlong, the Brother Long from Brilliant Entertainment. Brother Long? Zhao Tianlong? The office instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wang Cheng and Zhang Lan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they stared at Su Chen in disbelief, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. Brother Long from Brilliant Entertainment. That ruthless man who was notorious in Jianghai City, and whom even the police dared not easily provoke. That tough guy who gave Tianhe Group's legal department countless rejections and even threatened to break the legs of the debt collectors. Why would he call me on his own initiative? And his tone, it's like a grandson seeing his grandfather. Lu Mengli also dropped her charming smile, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes.
She knew Su Chen had reported to Fingxing Media, and she knew Li Jiqiang would definitely try to trip him up, but she didn't expect Su Chen to have resolved this toughest challenge so quickly.
Oh, Brother Long. Su Chen's tone was calm and even, as if he were talking to an ordinary friend on the phone. I was just planning to visit you this afternoon. Why are you in such a hurry to see me? Have you changed your mind? I've figured it out. I've figured it out. I figured it out a long time ago. Zhao Tianlong's tone on the other end of the phone was almost pleading, a stark contrast to his identity as a gangster boss. Mr. Su. Master Su.
I was blind to your worth when it came to that advertising fee. I was such a bastard.
I'll send it to you right away. No, I'll send it to you personally. 800,000, not a penny less. I only beg you to show some mercy for my daughter's sake and help me out. His last words, spoken with a sob in his voice, were filled with a desperate plea. Everyone in the office, except for Su Chen, was completely confused. Daughter? What does this have to do with collecting advertising fees? What exactly did President Su do? Su Chen's face remained expressionless. He said calmly into the phone, Brother Long, the money isn't urgent. I prefer to do the job first and collect the payment later. He paused, his voice becoming meaningful. This afternoon, I will go to the First People's Hospital of the city and take the opportunity to visit Director Liu of the Hematology Department and talk to him about the follow-up donation matters of the Morningstar Leukemia Research Fund. Your daughter's illness requires an absolutely quiet and safe treatment environment. I don't want any careless accidents to disturb her. Do you understand what I mean? Su Chen's words seemed casual, but to Zhao Tianlong, they were like a thunderclap. He understood. He understood everything. Su Chen was telling him, first, I already know about your daughter's illness. Second, your daughter's lifeline bone marrow matching is now in my hands. Third, as long as you behave, I can not only ensure your daughter receives the best treatment, but also guarantee that no enemy will dare to harm her. This is a warning, but also a promise. It's a carrot and a stick. I understand. I understand. Mr. Su, I understand everything. Zhao Tianlong was so excited on the other end of the phone that he was almost incoherent, practically kneeling before Su Chen. Don't worry. From today onwards, my life belongs to you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Everyone at Brilliant Entertainment will obey your orders. Anyone who dares to disrespect you, I'll be the first to chop them up. Okay. Su Chen responded calmly, then let's leave it at that. The call ended. In Su Chen's mind, the cold, mechanical voice arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the decision mission ahead of schedule, the Queen's Deal Li Jiqiang's show of power. You subdued the villain with swift and decisive action, demonstrating extraordinary ability and vision. Task rewards are being calculated. Reward 1, Qin Shuyua's favorability plus 5. Current total favorability, 60 admiration and curiosity. Reward 2, the skill photographic memory has been successfully upgraded to hyperthymesia. Instantly, Su Chen felt as if a cool breeze had swept over his brain. Countless pieces of knowledge, images, words, and data that I had seen before and long forgotten in the corners of my memory, all became clearer than ever before at this moment, as if they had just happened. They can even clearly recall what words were on which page and line of a certain text when they were in elementary school. This feeling was like his brain had been upgraded from an ordinary hard drive to a super quantum computer with unlimited capacity. The office remained deathly silent. Wang Chang and Zhang Lan looked at Su Chen with eyes that had changed from admiration to fear. If before they thought President Su was a business genius, now they think he's not even human. He was like an all-knowing, all-powerful devil. Lu Mingli looked at Su Chen. Those captivating peach blossom eyes were filled with infatuation. But she knew nothing about it. He walked up to Su Chen. She stared at him for a long time with a complicated expression. What exactly did you do to Brother Long? She finally couldn't help but ask. Su Chen smiled, preparing to make up a reason to brush it off. The phone in my pocket rang once again, at an inopportune moment. Qin Shuyue. He glanced at Lu Mingli, who was standing beside him with seductive eyes. Thinking about Qin Shuyue's cold, pretty face again, he suddenly felt a headache coming on. He walked to a quiet corner and answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, Qin Shuyue's voice, filled with suppressed anger, came through the phone. Su Chen, come to my office right now. Immediately. Chapter 23 The Queen's Questioning, The Standoff in the Office. Equals. Tianhe Group, top floor, chairman's office.
Su Chen pushed open the heavy solid wood door. Instead of the roar he had imagined, he was met with a suffocating silence.
In the huge office,
Qin Shuiwei was standing alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window that almost took up the entire wall, with her back to him. Today she wore an extremely well-tailored black suit skirt. The pure black color did not make her look dull at all, on the contrary, it perfectly outlined her tall, voluptuous, and powerful figure. The tight-fitting suit jacket hugged her amazing bust and slender waist, creating an exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. The bodycon skirt she wore perfectly showcased her perky, full peach-shaped buttocks and her incredibly long legs encased in sheer black stockings. She stood there quietly, radiating a powerful aura that kept strangers at bay. Su Chen closed the door, shutting out all outside sounds from the office, leaving only the faint breathing sounds between the two of them. He slowly walked behind her, and a familiar, cool scent, a blend of top-quality perfume and her unique natural fragrance, instantly enveloped him. It smells like rose of the no-man's land. Cold and aloof, yet hiding a subtle and easily overlooked gentleness deep within.
What exactly do you want?
Qin Shuiwei did not turn around. Her voice was icy, as if it came from beneath a glacier, each word carrying a chilling questioning tone. Holding a press conference, using those almost thuggish methods to destroy a company, driving your former boss to the brink of despair, and publicly humiliating him in front of the entire Jianhai city.
Su Chen, is this what you call achievement?
Her voice was filled with disappointment.
Su Chen did not answer immediately.
He simply watched her back in silence, observing the graceful lines of her shoulders and neck, slightly tense with emotion.
He knew she wasn't really accusing him.
She was just scared and worried. She feared that his reckless madness would bring him endless trouble.
Sister, you.
Su Chen spoke in a low voice, gentle yet carrying an undeniable penetrating power. He took a step forward, instantly closing the distance between them. He could almost feel the texture of her suit fabric and the burning aura of a young man emanating from him.
You can't deal with jackals using the methods of sheep.
When Ma Dong humiliated me in front of the whole company and kicked me out like a dog, no one thought he went too far. Now, I'm just using a method he can understand to reclaim my dignity, so how has that become my fault? His words were like a needle, gently piercing Qin Shuiwei's heart. Yes, she only saw Su Chen's ruthlessness now, but forgot the humiliation he had suffered in the past.
And Su Chen lowered his voice even further, almost touching her sensitive earlobe.
His warm breath instantly turned her fair earlobe a lovely pink.
Isn't everything I'm doing all for you? So that sooner, much sooner, I can stand before you openly and honestly, and tell you.
He paused for a moment, his voice taking on a hoarse, burning, and obsessive quality.
I, Su Chen, am worthy of loving you.
Qin Shuiwei's body suddenly stiffened. She felt as if a powerful electric current had struck her back, instantly turning it scalding hot. Su Chen's youthful yet aggressive masculine aura enveloped and entwined her like vines, making her panic and even her breathing difficult. She turned around abruptly, intending to use her queen-like aura and icy words to force this arrogant man to back down.
Su Chen! How dare you!
She wanted to scold him, to tell him what an insurmountable gap existed between them. But the moment she turned around, she was met with his burning, deep eyes, which seemed to be burning with flames. In those eyes, there was no trace of retreat or fear, only undisguised possessiveness and an intense, sincere affection. In his dark pupils, she saw her own face, pale with panic, and her own phoenix eyes, equally filled with turmoil.
We can't.
She wanted to say the words she had repeated countless times. But this time, the words stuck in his throat as if something was blocking his mouth.
I just can't bring myself to say it. Suddenly, I realized that I couldn't refute him. The air in the office seemed to freeze.
Just as Su Chen was about to take another step forward and completely break down her psychological defenses.
Knock, knock, knock. There was an untimely knock on the office door.
The sudden sound instantly woke Qin Shuiwei up. As if waking from a dream, she took a step back, distancing herself from Su Chen, and her face quickly returned to its icy expression.
Come in.
Her voice returned to its usual cool tone, but if you listen carefully, you could still hear a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Secretary Lin Na peeked in, her face showing a hint of caution and embarrassment. Chairman Qin, Vice President Li from Fengxing Media has arrived.
He says he has a very urgent matter to report to you immediately. Li Jiqiang? What is he doing here?
Qin Shuiwei frowned slightly, but still said coldly, let him in.
She desperately needed an outsider to break the suffocating atmosphere of ambiguity.
Li Jiqiang pushed the door open and entered almost immediately. He had clearly been waiting at the door for a long time. As soon as he entered the room, the first thing he saw was Su Chen standing next to Qin Shuiwei, at an excessively close distance. A surge of anger, mixed with jealousy and resentment, instantly ignited in his heart.
Well, Su Chen. It's one thing to skip work and go out to mess around, but now he even dares to come to the chairman's office to curry favor? Did they really think that by clinging to Qin Shuiwei's coattails, they could do whatever they wanted? Today, he was going to tear this kid's face off right in front of Qin Shuiwei.
Li Jiqiang suppressed his anger.
He forced a worried expression onto his face and deliberately raised his voice to make sure everyone in the office could hear him. Chairman Qin, I'm here to report on Assistant Su's work today.
He waved a newly printed online news article in his hand, which was a report on Morningstar Trading's press conference. Not only did Assistant Su fail to complete the collection task I assigned him this morning as required by company regulations, but he also skipped work without permission and went outside to hold some kind of ridiculous press conference.
Look at this.
He slammed the press release onto Qin Shuiwei's desk, his voice filled with righteous indignation. His behavior is utterly disregard for company rules and regulations, and shows a complete lack of organizational discipline. I suggest that this black sheep be dismissed immediately as a warning to others. Chapter 24: A slap in the face. Who is the real trash? Li Jiqiang spoke with great passion and fervor.
Upright and dignified.
As he spoke, he glanced at Su Chen provocatively from the corner of his eye. His face was full of smug satisfaction, as if he had your mind now.
In his view, Su Chen's mistake today is undeniable.
He was absent from work without permission, engaged in side businesses without authorization, and brought negative publicity to the group. Either of these points would be enough to get him fired.
Moreover, the debt collection task he assigned was something anyone could tell was impossible to complete. Both witnesses and physical evidence are available. No matter how much Qin Shuiwei favored him, she had no say in the face of company rules. Su Chen looked at his smug face and couldn't help but find it amusing. Qin Shuiwei picked up the news report on the table and quickly glanced through it.
When she saw the headline Morningstar Trading announces acquisition of Hong Yuan debt, her fingers gripping the paper tightened imperceptibly.
Raise your head. His gaze swept back and forth between Li Jiqiang and Su Chen. You can't tell if he's happy or angry.
Vice President Li, she began slowly, her voice cold,
you're saying that Su Chen failed to complete the debt collection tasks you assigned? Absolutely true.
Li Jiqiang patted his chest to assure him, I sent him to collect the 800,000 yuan debt from Brilliant Entertainment. Even if our entire legal department went, it wouldn't have mattered, let alone a newcomer like him.
He's been out causing trouble all day, how could he possibly finish it?
Li Jiqiang had just finished speaking.
Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on urgently once again.
Secretary Lina practically stumbled in, her face filled with panic and disbelief, and she even stammered as she spoke.
Chairman Qin. Chairman Qin. Vice President Li. Vice President Li. Downstairs, Brother Long from Brilliant Entertainment, he's here. He said he would personally deliver the payment to Assistant Su. What? The smug smile on Li Jiqiang's face froze instantly.
He felt as if he had been hit on the head with a blunt object, completely stunned, and wondered if he was hallucinating.
Brother Long? Coming in person to deliver the money? How is this possible?
Before he could recover from the shock, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A burly man with a face full of scars, wearing a flashy silk shirt, a thick gold chain around his neck, and carrying a huge black briefcase, rushed in, sweating profusely.
As soon as the burly man entered the office, his eyes quickly scanned the room.
When he saw Su Chen, his fierce face instantly filled with an almost fawning, chrysanthemum-like smile.
Mr. Su. Master Su.
Zhao Tianlong rushed to Su Chen in one stride, bowing and scraping, his attitude even more affectionate than when he saw his long-lost father.
The three people in the office were completely dumbfounded. For the first time, a crack appeared on Qin Shuiwei's icy face.
Her red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment.
Li Jiqiang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets.
He stared intently at the obsequious Brother Long in front of him, feeling as if his worldview had been turned upside down.
Is this still the same gangster boss who would smash cars and overturn tables at the slightest disagreement, a guy even the police struggled with? Why is she so docile like a kitten in front of Su Chen? Master Su. I've brought you the money you requested. Zhao Tianlong completely ignored the other two people in the office.
He slammed the briefcase he was carrying onto Qin Shuyue's desk and then pressed the combination lock.
The lid popped open.
A whole box full of brand new 100 yuan bills, sealed with bank seals, was exposed to everyone's view without warning. A stack of 10,000, a bundle of 100,000. Under the bright office lights, that crimson color radiated a dazzling, money-like glow. Master Su, this is 900,000. Zhao Tianlong wiped the sweat from his forehead, pointed to the money in the box, and said in a fawning tone. The contract states 800,000, and this extra 100,000 is a small token of my appreciation. It's for money for you and this big boss. He pointed to Qin Shuyue. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against a rough man like me. As for my daughter, please take good care of her. The entire office fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze. Li Jiqiang's face flushed red, then turned pale, and finally became ashen. He felt a burning pain in his cheeks, as if he had been slapped a dozen times with the sole of a shoe. He had just confidently declared that Su Chen couldn't possibly complete the task, but the next second, not only did Su Chen complete it, but he also got the debtor old man to personally deliver the money to his door, and even gave him an extra 100,000.
This is more than just a slap in the face. This is pressing his face to the ground and rubbing it back and forth with his feet. Qin Shuyue was completely stunned by the dramatic scene before her.
What kind of magic did Su Chen use to make someone as stubborn as Zhao Tianlong undergo such a dramatic transformation?
How many secrets is this man hiding? Su Chen ignored the petrified crowd.
He slowly walked up to Li Jiqiang and took the collection notice that Li Jiqiang had thrown at him that morning from his hand.
Vice President Li. Su Chen's voice was indifferent, revealing no emotion. I've completed the mission. In fact, I've exceeded the target.
The 900,000, not a penny less, is all here. He pointed to the box of money on the table, then looked up and calmly stared at Li Jiqiang. As we agreed this morning, from now on, you will no longer need to worry about any of my work at Funshin Media. After saying that, he didn't look at Li Jiqiang again. He turned around and looked at Qin Shuyue.
A gentle smile appeared on his face.
Sister Yu, this money is an unexpected income for the company. I think it would be better to donate it to the Leukemia Research Fund of the First People's Hospital of the city in the name of Tianhe Group.
Chapter 25, a donation of 10 million, the Queen's heart is in turmoil. Equals. You donated?
Qin Shuyue and Li Jiqiang exclaimed in almost unison. Li Jiqiang was simply shocked and bewildered. Nearly 1 million yuan in cash.
For any working-class person, that's a fortune that could change their life. But Su Chen, this poor kid who seemed penniless to him, didn't even blink an eye and offered to donate it all? Is he crazy, or is he just acting? Qin Shuyue's shock was even more complex.
She wasn't unfamiliar with money, let alone 900,000, even 90 million would just be a string of numbers to her. But what shocked her was Su Chen's attitude when he made this decision. It was a genuine indifference and disdain for money, as if the money was nothing more than a pile of worthless paper that could be given away at will. This kind of vision and magnanimity is something that a young person in their early 20s, let alone someone who has just escaped poverty, should possess.
Why?
Qin Shuyue looked at him and asked subconsciously. Su Chen met her phoenix eyes, which were filled with inquiry and confusion, and explained earnestly.
Sister Yu, money is a small matter.
But if used properly, this money can accomplish great things. First, he held up a finger, analyzing clearly, a man like Brother Long, no matter how much money you give him, he might not remember your kindness. But if you help his daughter solve her life-saving problem, he will remember you for life.
Today, when we accept this money, it's a transaction.
But when we donate this money, the nature changes. This will make him feel that Tianhe Group, or rather, you, Qin Shuyue, have a far superior vision in doing things. In the future, he will not only dare not provoke Tianhe again, but may even become your most loyal dog in certain gray areas.
Secondly, Su Chen held up a second finger. Donating to the Leukemia Research Fund in the name of Tianhe Group is excellent positive news.
It can perfectly offset any negative public opinion that might arise from my press conference this morning being too extreme. It lets the outside world see that Tianhe Group not only has ruthless methods but also a compassionate heart.
This is entirely beneficial to the Group's brand image.
Third, and most importantly, Su Chen's gaze softened as he looked at Qin Shuyue and said softly, money is something you can't take with you when you die. But using it to help those who truly need help, to give a child like Brother Long's daughter hope for a new life, that in itself is far more meaningful than money. Su Chen's every word was like a warm pebble thrown into Qin Shuyue's seemingly frozen but actually turbulent heart, stirring up ripples upon ripples. For the first time, she examined the man in front of her, who was almost 20 years younger than her, from a completely new perspective that she had never imagined. He possesses ruthless and decisive methods, capable of making even the most cunning local bullies submit. He has a brilliant business mind and can turn a simple debt collection into a public relations extravaganza that achieves 3 goals at once. He possesses a vision beyond his years and a compassionate heart.
Ruthless, intelligent, kind.
These seemingly contradictory qualities blended together so perfectly in him, creating a unique charm that made her feel both unfamiliar with him and incredibly fascinated by him.
Qin Shuyue realized that she really couldn't understand him anymore.
Li Jiqiang, standing to the side, looked completely ashen-faced. Listening to Su Chen's analysis, he felt like a primary school student who had just learned addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, auditing a university calculus class. He originally intended to use this debt collection task to demonstrate his authority and ruin Su Chen's reputation.
As a result, Su Chen used this task to create a groundbreaking article.
Not only did it perfectly solve the problem, but it also enhanced the group's reputation and won over the hearts of people in the underworld.
And Li Jiqiang was in this confrontation.
He was like a clown from beginning to end. A short-sighted, narrow-minded person who only cares about immediate petty gains and even tries to suppress geniuses through conspiracies and tricks. He could even feel the disgust in Qin Shuyue's eyes as she looked at him.
Chairman Qin. I'm not feeling well, I'll head back now. Li Jiqiang could no longer stay there.
He made up an extremely lame excuse and slunk away from the chairman's office. Once again, only Su Chen and Qin Shuyue remained in the office.
The atmosphere became somewhat subtle.
The smoke from their earlier confrontation hadn't yet cleared when a unique, ambiguous feeling began to quietly grow between them. Qin Shuyue looked at Su Chen, at his face that still carried a hint of youthful innocence. This moment is filled with composure and confidence.
She couldn't even bring herself to look him in the eye anymore.
She was afraid that he would see right through her already chaotic heart. She remained silent for a long time, picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip as a cover-up, and then suddenly spoke.
Are you free tonight?
Her voice tried hard to remain cool and aloof, but Su Chen still detected a subtle, unnatural quality.
Su Chen's heart stirred.
He knew his opportunity had arrived. Sister, you has an appointment, he asked, feigning ignorance.
Come with me to a charity gala.
Qin Shuyue put down her coffee cup, her gaze drifting to the window, not daring to look at him.
Didn't you say you were going to donate today?
Perfect timing. Tonight's gala is the annual fundraising event for children with leukemia hosted by the Starlight Foundation.
Many political and business figures will be there.
She paused for a moment, as if trying to find a more reasonable excuse for herself.
I am looking for a male companion.
As soon as she said those words, Qin Shuyue felt her cheeks burning. When has Qin Shuyue ever lacked male companions? With just a word from her, the men who want to accompany her to a banquet could line up from downstairs at Tianhe Group all the way to the Huangpu River. She just wanted to find a reason to see him one more time. Just then, the pleasant system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind again.
Ding!
Detected that the target Qin Shuyue has taken the initiative to extend an invitation. Your defenses have significantly weakened.
Hidden quest triggered, the Queen's Companion.
Task objective, at tonight's charity gala, perfectly portray Qin Shuyue's male companion, making her feel a strong sense of dependence and pride in you in front of all outsiders.
Task rewards: 1. Increase the favorability of the target Qin Shuyue by 10. Current total favorability, 70. Deeply infatuated. 2. The System Shop Beginner is now officially open. System Shop. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly.
Without hesitation, he replied in a tone tinged with joy and flattery, "Of course I'm free.
It's my honor to accompany Sister Yu to the banquet."
Hearing his straightforward answer, Qin Shuyue felt inexplicably relieved, but she still maintained her icy queen expression. She took out a black card with a matte finish from her desk drawer and handed it to Su Chen.
Go and get yourself a decent outfit.
Her tone carried an unquestionable command.
Don't embarrass me. Su Chen took the card. The card is heavy and cool to the touch.
There are no numbers on the front, only a gold-stamped phoenix totem. Tianhe Group's highest-level unlimited black gold card. He looked at the card, then at the hypocritical woman in front of him, and a bold and exciting idea suddenly popped into his head. Sister you, tonight, I will not only not embarrass you. He looked up at her intently, like a lion about to begin its hunt. I'll make every man in the room jealous of you.
Chapter 26, The System Shop Opens.
The Temptation of God-Level Skills. You. Qin Shuiwei felt a shiver run down her spine under Su Chen's aggressive and possessive gaze, and instinctively wanted to reprimand him for his lack of discretion. But when she looked at his handsome face, which was full of confidence and arrogance, she couldn't utter a single word. She could only turn away awkwardly, her back to him, and use a cold get-out to hide her racing heart.
Su Chen smiled and stopped teasing her.
To deal with a woman like Qin Shuiwei who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, you have to simmer her like a soup over a low flame. You can't rush it. But occasionally, it needs to be attacked with intense fire like this to create more cracks in her hard shell. He took the black gold card, turned around, and left the chairman's office. Until the heavy door was closed. Qin Shuiwei slumped weakly into her boss's chair.
Extend your hand.
Touching her burning cheeks and wildly beating heart, her eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness.
After leaving Tianhe Group, Su Chen did not immediately go shopping.
He got into his BMW and impatiently muttered to himself, "Open the system store." The next second, a holographic projection interface, similar to that in a science fiction movie, slowly unfolded in front of him. The interface design is simple yet technologically advanced, divided into three main sections: products, points, and personal information. Su Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the dazzling array of goods in the product area. However, to his disappointment, most of the items in the mall beginner level were displayed in gray. It is still unavailable for purchase. There was a small lock hanging on it, displaying insufficient permissions. Only a handful of items were gleaming gold, indicating that they were available for purchase.
Rebate card basic. Type, consumables.
Effect, within 24 hours of activation, all purchases made by the host through the designated bank card already linked to Qin Shuiwei's black gold card will be returned as system points at a rate of 10 times.
Purchase limit, 1 million renminbi. Price, 100,000 points.
Charming perfume disposable.
Type, consumables.
Effect, after use, temporarily increases the host's personal charm value towards the designated target by 20 points for 6 hours. Make every breath you take a fatal temptation for her.
Price, 50,000 points. God-level driving skills. Type, permanent skill.
Effect, after redemption, the host will instantly master the driving and maintenance skills of all vehicles on Earth, including but not limited to cars, motorcycles, tanks, and even Gundams, reaching the level of a professional race car driver and a top mechanic.
Price, 500,000 points. Eye of Truth Fragment X1. Type, skill fragment. Effect, collect all 3 fragments to synthesize the permanent skill, Eye of Truth.
This skill allows the host to see through all lies and pretenses, and to discern the deepest secrets of people's hearts.
Price, 1 million points.
Su Chen stared at the items, especially the last 2 permanent skills, his eyes widening in amazement.
Godlike driving skills. This is a skill every man dreams of. And what about that Eye of Truth? It can see through all lies.
If that were used in business negotiations or interrogations, it would be a game changer. But when he saw the ridiculously high price of the points, he felt like he had been doused with cold water. He clicked on the personal information section to check his points balance.
Host, Su Chen.
Current target, Qin Shuiwei affection 70, Lu Mingli affection 25. Currently held skills, divine insight, hyperthymesia, comprehensive physical enhancement.
Current points balance, 185,000.
These 185,000 points were accumulated from completing various tasks and increasing favorability. It seems like a lot, but compared to the skills in the shop that cost 500,000 or 1 million points, it's just a drop in the ocean.
System, what are the rules for earning points? Su Chen asked in his mind. Ding.
The rules for earning points are as follows. 1. Complete the various tasks issued by the system, and you will be rewarded with different amounts of points based on the difficulty of the tasks. 2. Increase the target's favorability. Each point of favorability gained will reward 1,000 points. 3. Inducing intense emotional fluctuations in the target such as shock, jealousy, anger, or attraction will reward the player with points in real time based on the intensity of the emotional fluctuation.
The more intense the emotion, the greater the reward.
Making money is easy, but accumulating points is hard.
Su Chen looked at the rules and understood.
To put it bluntly, this system encouraged him to constantly tease his targets, making their emotions fluctuate wildly like a roller coaster. His gaze fell on the consumer rebate card, and then he looked at Qin Shuyue's black gold card in his hand.
A bold plan instantly took shape in his mind. Spend other people's money to accumulate points for yourself. This is simply the most awesome thing in the world. System, redeem a consumption rebate card basic. Ding. 100,000 points.
The spending rebate card basic has been added to the system repository.
Activate it now? Activate now. Ding.
The spending rebate card basic has been activated.
Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds.
After doing all this, Su Chen started the car, stepped on the gas, and headed straight for Hanglong Plaza, the most upscale luxury shopping center in Zhanghai City. He wanted to use Qin Shuyue's money to buy himself a top-of-the-line battle outfit and then go to the banquet to collect more points. Stepping into a world-renowned Italian bespoke tailor shop, the luxurious decor and courteous staff exude an air of sophistication. A well-dressed, middle-aged man who looked like a manager greeted them with a smile.
Good afternoon, sir. How may I help you? The manager's gaze swept over Su Chen.
Although Su Chen was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, his calm demeanor and the BMW car key casually visible on his wrist made the manager dare not neglect him in the slightest.
I want to have a dress custom made. I need to wear it tonight, Su Chen said succinctly. Tonight? The manager's face showed a hint of embarrassment.
Sir, our custom-made items usually take at least a week to complete.
Su Chen didn't say anything, but simply placed the black card gently on the glass of the counter.
When the manager saw the unique phoenix totem on the card, his pupils contracted sharply, and his expression instantly changed from a professional smile to extreme respect and a hint of fear.
Tianhe Group's black gold card.
In the entire Zhanghai city, there are no more than 5 people who possess this card.
No problem.
The manager's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. He yelled at the several shop assistants who were standing there in a daze, "What are you all standing there for?
Quick! Get our top tailor out here. Use our best fabrics and the best craftsmanship. Even if we have to work overtime until midnight, we must make sure this gentleman is wearing the most perfect suit before the banquet begins." Half an hour later, Su Chen had changed into a custom-made midnight blue velvet dress.
The top-quality fabric gleamed with a subtle yet luxurious sheen under the lights, and the perfect tailoring accentuated his model-like inverted triangle physique, which had been transformed through comprehensive physical enhancement.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The manager looked at Su Chen in the mirror, his eyes filled with amazement.
Sir, your figure and temperament are simply the most suitable for wearing our brand's formal wear that I've ever seen.
And help me choose a watch that matches this outfit. Su Chen remained unmoved by his compliment. Okay. This way, please.
The manager led Su Chen to the Patek Philippe counter next door. In the end, Su Chen chose a complicated chronograph watch from the Starry Sky series. The deep blue dial was adorned with dazzling diamonds, as if he were wearing the entire Milky Way on his wrist. The dress cost 280,000 yuan, and the watch cost 690,000 yuan. When Su Chen calmly swiped the nearly 1 million yuan bill, the way all the shop assistants looked at him changed.
Ding!
You have spent 970,000 yuan and received a tenfold rebate.
Congratulations, host, you have earned 9,700,000 points. The notification sound in his mind made Su Chen extremely happy.
While waiting for the dress to be ironed for the final touches, Su Chen's phone rang.
Upon picking it up, I saw it was Lu Mingli. Hey, Chen, where are you? As soon as the call connected, Lu Mingli's charming yet flamboyant laughter came through. I heard you were making a scene at Tianhe Group again today? You made that scheming old man Li Jiqiang so angry in front of Qin Shuyue that he almost had a heart attack? Oh my, I love you so much. You've made me so proud. Sister Mingli is really well informed.
Su Chen leaned back on the sofa and smiled.
Of course.
My sister has eyes and ears everywhere in the entire Tianhe Group, Lu Mingli said smugly, then changed the subject. By the way, I have to remind you. That Li Jiqiang isn't very capable, but his Aunt He Wanting is no pushover.
He Wanting? Su Chen recognized the name.
Yes, she's the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group, holding only slightly fewer shares than Qin Shuyue. She's always been at odds with Qin Shuyue, and relying on her status as a senior member of the group, she's often sabotaged Qin Shuyue at board meetings. By publicly humiliating Li Jiqiang this time, you've also offended He Wanting. That old woman is incredibly petty, you'd better be careful in the future.
Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine and memorized the name.
He was about to ask a few more questions about he wanting when Lu Mingli started giggling again.
But don't worry.
I'll be attending the Starlight Foundation charity gala tonight.
Her voice suddenly became full of provocation and playfulness. Then, I'll have to see if you'll choose me, this fiery little vixen, as your dance partner, or if you'll continue to stay with your cold, aloof queen. Chapter 27: A Grand Banquet, a battleground between two queens.
7 p.m., Shanghai International Conference Center. As the most anticipated charity event of the year.
The annual dinner of the Starlight Foundation.
It brought together almost all of Shanghai City's top celebrities and dignitaries. The red carpet at the entrance was already packed with cameras and microphones from major media outlets. One after another, expensive luxury cars arrived, and those who stepped out were all important figures who could only be seen in financial magazines or on the front page of the news. When a sleek, aggressively styled limited edition Aston Martin 177 came to a slow, elegant, and commanding stop at the end of the red carpet, the flashes from the cameras instantly intensified several times over.
Everyone knows that those who can drive such multi-million-dollar supercars are no ordinary people.
The car door opened. The first thing to step out was a long, beautiful leg wrapped in moon-white silk.
Immediately afterwards,
a tall, slender figure wearing a matching off-the-shoulder dress stepped gracefully out of the car.
It's Qin Shuiwei.
Tonight, she wasn't wearing her signature black suit. Instead, she chose a moon-white long dress with an extremely simple design, yet exuding a sense of sophistication. The soft moonlight softened her usual coldness and sharpness. The off-shoulder design showcased her perfect square shoulders and delicate collarbones, adding a touch of feminine grace and nobility to her queenly aura. Her long hair was carefully styled up, revealing her slender, fair swan neck, which was adorned with a necklace made of countless tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights, yet still couldn't outshine her. The reporters at the scene were stunned. They had never seen Qin Shuiwei look like this before. If she is usually an ice queen who wields power and decides life and death, then tonight she is a cold fairy who has descended from the moon palace, so beautiful that she seems untouched by worldly affairs, making people only dare to admire her from afar and not daring to profane her. Just as everyone was mesmerized by her beauty, the driver's side door opened.
A young man dressed in a midnight blue velvet tuxedo stepped down.
The man was tall and handsome.
The suit, custom made by a top master, fit his figure perfectly.
The deep blue velvet shimmered with a low-key yet luxurious sheen in the night, making him look like a noble prince who had stepped out of a medieval oil painting. On his wrist, the Patek Philippe Starry Night collection shone brilliantly under the flash of the camera, mirroring the confident gleam in his eyes.
It's Su Chen.
When he naturally walked to Qin Shuiwei's side, extended his arm, and let Qin Shuiwei take his arm, the entire red carpet erupted in cheers.
My God! Who is that man? He's Qin Shuiwei's male companion? He's so young. And so handsome.
Standing next to Chairman Qin, he doesn't look out of place at all. On the contrary, they seem like a perfect match.
I recognize him. He's Su Chun from Morningstar Trading this morning.
The ruthless guy who announced the acquisition of Hong Yuan's debt.
What? It's him? This is too surreal. By day he's a rising business tycoon stirring up the winds, and by night he's a devoted follower of an ice queen? Qin Shuiwei ignored the reporter's comments.
But when her arm touched Su Chen's strong forearm, her heart still skipped a beat. She turned her head and glanced at the radiant, charismatic man beside her. For the first time, she felt a strange emotion she had never experienced before, a feeling called pride. It was as if they were showing off to the whole world that they possessed a unique and rare treasure. The thought had barely crossed her mind when she forcibly suppressed it.
She told herself it was just acting.
The two walked hand in hand into the brightly lit banquet hall, pursued by countless cameras. As soon as they entered, before Qin Shuiwei could even lead Su Chen to greet the familiar guests, a fiery red, aggressive figure walked straight towards them.
Oh, Shuiwei, you finally arrived. Your sister has been waiting for you for ages. Lu Mingli is clearly determined to cause trouble tonight.
She wore a deep red sequin dress with a V-neck that almost reached her navel, and the high slit of the skirt went all the way up to her thigh. As she walked, her voluptuous legs, encased in fishnet stockings, were glimpsed and revealed, each step exuding a deadly allure. She was like a burning flame, passionate and unrestrained, forming a stark contrast to Qin Shuiwei's aloofness and nobility. She completely ignored Qin Shuiwei beside her, her captivating peach blossom eyes staring straight at Su Chen as if she wanted to devour him alive. Little Chin, you look so handsome tonight, so handsome that my heart is trembling. As she spoke, she actually reached out her arm right in front of Qin Shuiwei and forcibly took Su Chen's other hand, pulling him towards her and pressing her soft, voluptuous body tightly against him.
Shuiwei, do you mind if I borrow your male companion for a moment?
Just for a little while, I promise I'll return him to you in perfect condition. Lu Mingli smiled coquettishly at Qin Shuiwei, her smile full of provocation.
Qin Shuiwei's face instantly turned cold.
She felt the fire in her chest being ignited once again by this enchantress. She was about to speak, about to use the coldest words to tell Lu Mingli to get lost.
Su Chen acted before her.
He still wore a polite smile, but with an undeniable skill, he gently removed Lu Mingli's restless hand from his arm. Then, he turned around and grasped Qin Shuiwei's small hand, which was a little cold from anger, and intertwined their fingers. He looked at Lu Mingli, his tone gentle, yet carrying an undeniable firmness.
Sister Mingli, what a coincidence. Tonight, I'm Sister Yu's exclusive male companion.
Lu Mingli's smile froze for a moment. The moment Su Chen grasped Qin Shuiwei's hand, her body stiffened abruptly, and a powerful electric current instantly coursed through her entire body. She instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Su Chen held it tightly. Looking at their tightly clasped hands, Lu Mingli was not angry at all. Instead, her smile became even more meaningful.
Fine, you win. She winked at Su Chen.
I'll be watching from the sidelines and see how long you can be exclusive to him.
The atmosphere among the three was subtle.
A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over, carrying a wine glass.
When he saw Qin Shuiwei, a flash of amazement and deep admiration instantly crossed his eyes. Shuiwei, you've arrived.
He took the initiative to greet them, but when his gaze fell on Qin Shuiwei and Su Chen's clasped hands, he frowned almost imperceptibly.
Who is this? The man's name is Lin Jiannan. He is the CEO of another listed company and a close friend of Qin Shuiwei's late husband. Everyone knows.
This guy had been silently pursuing Qin Shuiwei for many years, always appearing by her side as a guardian. Qin Shuiwei looked a little awkward when she saw him, and was about to introduce him. Su Chen, however, took the initiative and extended his other hand, a perfectly composed smile on his face that exuded a sense of ownership.
Mr. Lin, hello. My name is Su Chen, and I'm from Shuiwei's.
He paused deliberately, turned his head, and looked affectionately at the pretty face beside him, which was slightly tense due to nervousness. Then, in a clear, resounding voice enough for everyone around to hear, he stated firmly.
Boyfriend. Boom.
The word boyfriend exploded like an atomic bomb within their small circle. Qin Shuiwei, Lu Mingli, and Lin Jiannan were all stunned at the same time. Qin Shuiwei whirled around, glaring at Su Chen with a mixture of shame and anger. She felt her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg.
That bastard. How dare he? How dare he spout nonsense in front of so many people? She wanted to immediately retort, to tell everyone that he was just her assistant.
But just then, Su Chen leaned close to her ear and whispered in a seductive voice that only the two of them could hear.
Sister Yu, don't forget, we're just acting. Tonight, I'll be your boyfriend. So, will you cooperate with me?
Chapter 28: The Banquet Horror, a conspiracy targeting Qin Shuiwei.
You.
Qin Shuiwei was speechless after Su Chen said, if you're going to act, you have to go all the way. Looking at his handsome face, so close to hers, with a sly smile, and feeling the inquisitive and gossipy gazes directed at her from all around, she could only grit her teeth and accept this absurd boyfriend status.
Lin Jiannan's expression instantly turned somewhat ugly.
Beneath his gentle and refined mask, a barely perceptible shadow of gloom flickered. He had been pursuing Qin Shuiwei for so many years, but she always kept a safe distance from him, never quite getting close.
But now, she's actually dating a young man who's almost 20 years younger than her? This is an insult to his years of dedication. Oh? Mr. Su?
Lin Jiannan forced a smile and shook hands with Su Chen, but the grip on his hand noticeably tightened.
Young and promising, very promising indeed. May I ask where you work, Mr. Su?
His words were ostensibly a compliment, but in reality, he was probing Su Chen's background. Su Chen felt the force from his hand and sneered inwardly, but his face remained impeccably composed.
Mr. Lin, you flatter me.
I now run my own small company, doing some small-scale trading, just barely making ends meet, he replied casually.
Oh? You own your own company?
Lin Jiannan's eyes held a hint of disdain.
That's really impressive. Unlike me, I'm just an employee.
But speaking of which, I've known Shuiwei for over 20 years. We've been good friends ever since she started her business with Lao Qin Shuyue's late husband. We've been through a lot together, and those years are something that today's young people can't even imagine. He deliberately emphasized his deep revolutionary friendship with Qin Shuyue, implying in his words that Su Chen, this young man, was not qualified enough to stand with Qin Shuyue. Qin Shuyue frowned slightly as she listened to his barbed words, about to say something. Su Chen gently squeezed her hand to reassure her.
He looked at Lin Jiannan, his smile unwavering. Mr. Lin is right.
I was indeed unable to participate in your and Sister Yu's past. However, I will accompany Sister Yu to the very end in her future.
Lin Jiannan's expression darkened further.
The young man in front of him was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. His words were impeccable, and his presence was equally commanding. He didn't seem like a naive young man just entering society. Lu Mingli, standing to the side, was like a spectator who wasn't afraid of a high stage watching a play. Holding a glass of champagne, she watched the silent confrontation between the two men with great interest, her eyes almost overflowing with laughter. Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, the dinner organizer took the stage to give a speech, and the conversation between the three of them temporarily came to an end. The auction officially began halfway through the dinner. The host was giving a passionate presentation about an item on stage, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually became more lively. Just then, a small commotion arose at the entrance of the venue. A middle-aged woman, dressed in a purple embroidered cheongsam and exuding an air of elegance and nobility, slowly walked in, accompanied by Li Jiqiang. The woman was about 50 years old, very well maintained, with exquisite makeup on her face. Although she was smiling, her eyes revealed a shrewdness and meanness. She is He Wanting, the second largest shareholder of Tianhe Group and Li Jiqiang's aunt. As soon as He Wanting appeared, many people in the venue who recognized her subconsciously suppressed their smiles. Everyone knew that this woman was the one on the Tianhe Group's board of directors who had the loudest voice against Qin Shuyue. Ignoring everyone's gaze, she walked straight to Qin Shuyue's table, led by Li Jiqiang.
Shuyue, I'm late, please don't mind.
He Wanting had a fake smile on her face, but her gaze was like two poison knives, fixed on Su Chen.
This must be Assistant Su, whom you personally promoted despite all opposition, right?
Her voice was neither warm nor cold, full of scrutiny.
She does look a bit young.
But she's quite good looking, no wonder she's won over Chairman Qin. Her words were extremely malicious, almost implying in public that Su Chen was a male concubine who rose to power because of his good looks.
Qin Shuyue's face instantly turned cold. Chairman He.
She stood up, her voice devoid of any emotion.
Su Chen is my assistant, and also my friend. His abilities don't need to be proven to anyone. Is that so? He Wanting smiled insincerely.
It's good that young people are energetic, but they also need to know the rules. Don't take advantage of having someone backing you up to cause trouble everywhere and tarnish the company's reputation. That press conference this morning caused quite a stir, and it wasn't something to be proud of. She was publicly reprimanding Su Chen, and also using this opportunity to undermine Qin Shuyue's authority. Qin Shuyue's chest heaved with anger, and she was about to retort.
A young man in a waiter's uniform walked over at just the right moment, carrying a tray.
Chairman Qin, your champagne.
He Wanting's smile deepened.
She picked up 2 glasses of champagne from the tray and handed one to Qin Shuyue.
All right, we're all family, let's not let work ruin our harmony.
She raised her glass, making a conciliatory gesture. Shuyue, it's been a long time since we, aunt and nephew, have had a drink together.
Come on, let me apologize to you on behalf of my good-for-nothing nephew.
She had already said all that if Qin Shuyue didn't respond, it would be a public embarrassment to her as an elder. Qin Shuyue took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and reached out to take the glass of champagne. Just as she raised her glass, ready to clink it with He Wantings and drink it all in one gulp. In Su Chen's mind, the system notification sound that hadn't been heard for a long time suddenly exploded in an unprecedentedly sharp alarm.
Warning! Deadly threat detected. God-level insight has been forcibly activated.
Target, the champagne glass in Qin Shuyue's hand. Ingredient analysis: alcohol, water, carbon dioxide, glucose, and a high concentration of a derivative of the hallucinogenic psychoactive drug flunitrazepam. Effects: after ingestion, it will rapidly damage the central nervous system within 15 minutes, causing the drinker to become disoriented, lose control of their behavior, experience intense hallucinations, and become unable to resist. The effects last for more than 6 hours. Upon seeing this blood-red warning, Su Chen's pupils instantly contracted to the most dangerous pinpoints.
He didn't have time to think much. His body's reaction completely outpaced his brain's thinking. Amidst everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, he suddenly reached out and snatched the wine glass that Qin Shuiwei was about to bring to her lips. Then, as if tripped over, his body staggered, and accidentally his hand slipped. Splash! A whole glass of golden champagne was spilled onto He Wanting's purple cheongsam, which was hand-sewn by a Suzhou embroidery master. Ah! He Wanting let out a scream. She looked down at the wet patch that was spreading rapidly on her chest and froze. Oh dear! I'm so sorry, Chairman He. Su Chen's face showed panic. While frantically apologizing, he quickly moved his feet, subtly placing himself between Qin Shuiwei and He Wanting. Separate the two people. I was so nervous. Seeing you and Chairman Qin reconcile, I got so excited that my hand slipped. I'll make it up to you. I'll get you a new one right away. He Wanting's face instantly turned from white to green, then from green to purple, and she was trembling with anger. Qin Shuiwei stared at Su Chen in utter astonishment. She couldn't understand why he would suddenly do something so rude, even crazy. Chapter 29, Use the trick to lure the snake out of its hole. Su Chen! How dare you! Li Jiqian was the first to react. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he instantly bristled and pointed at Su Chen's nose, cursing loudly. Do you even know how much this cheongsam cost to Chairman He? It's the final work of Suzhou embroidery master Gu Wenlan. You can't buy it even if you have the money. You think you can just say it was a slip of the hand? You did this on purpose. You deliberately wanted to embarrass Chairman He. Li Jiqiang's stern accusations instantly thrust Su Chen into the eye of the storm. All eyes in the banquet hall were focused on this small corner. The auction was forced to stop, and all the guests craned their necks, watching with great interest this unexpected farce at the grand banquet. He Wanting looked at the expensive fabric on her chest, now soaked and tattered with wine, and her lips trembled with anger. A venomous glint flashed in those well-maintained eyes. He wished he could devour Su Chen alive on the spot. Qin Shuiwei also frowned. Although she didn't like He Wanting. However, Su Chen's rude behavior in public made her feel ashamed. She tugged hard at Su Chen's sleeve. Lower your voice. With a hint of anger, he asked, What exactly are you doing? Su Chen turned around and quickly gave her a look that said, Don't worry, trust me. Then, Su Chen turned around. His face still wore that trembling with fear expression as he bowed deeply to He Wanting. Chairman He, it's all my fault. I'm willing to accept any punishment. He straightened up, a look of honesty and remorse on his face. To express my apology, I'll punish myself with this drink. After saying that, to everyone's astonishment, Su Chen actually picked up the glass of champagne that He Wanting had just touched, which still had a little bit left. Don't want. Qin Shuiwei gasped in shock. She tried to stop them, but it was too late. Su Chen, are you crazy? Li Jiqian's expression changed drastically in an instant. He and He Wanting exchanged a glance, and they both saw a hint of undisguised panic in each other's eyes. Su Chen ignored everyone's reactions, tilted his head back, and drank the half glass of champagne that might contain poison in one gulp. After doing all this, he put down his wine glass, deliberately stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, and smacked his lips. This wine tastes a bit strange. He pretended to be slow to realize what was happening, then started to sway unsteadily, his eyes becoming glazed over, as if the alcohol had suddenly taken effect. My head. I feel so dizzy. He held his forehead, staggering like a drunkard who might collapse at any moment. Then, with a seemingly confused but actually incredibly precise movement, he pointed to the waiter who had been carrying the tray and was now trying to sneak away. You come here. Su Chen's voice was slurred and indistinct due to intoxication. Is there something wrong with this wine? The waiter's face turned deathly pale in an instant. His eyes darted away, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he turned around and tried to run away from the crowd. Grab him! Su Chen suddenly roared, his voice loud and clear, showing no trace of drunkenness. In a corner of the banquet hall, several burly men dressed in black suits, who looked like security personnel, had already received instructions from Lu Mengli and had been secretly keeping an eye on the situation. Upon hearing Su Chen's shout, they rushed forward instantly. In just a few moves, they pinned the waiter who was trying to escape to the ground. The whole process was smooth and fast. The guests at the scene were stunned. The plot twist was more exciting than a movie. Lu Mengli swayed gracefully as she walked over.
She crouched down, looking down at the waiter who was being held down on the ground, a lazy smile on her face. She reached out her lace-gloved hand and rummaged around on the waiter for a few moments, quickly finding a small, transparent vial containing a small amount of white powder in his jacket pocket.
Lu Mengli, holding the small medicine bottle, stood up and walked to He Wanting.
She held the medicine bottle up to He Wanting's eyes so that she could clearly see the deadly white powder inside.
Chairman He.
Lu Mengli's laughter was charming and alluring, but to He Wanting, it was more terrifying than the devil's whisper. It seems that tonight's banquet will be much more exciting than I imagined.
What do you think would happen if we handed this little bottle over to the police now?
Looking at the medicine bottle so close to her, He Wanting felt as if all the blood in her body had been drained in an instant. Her face was deathly pale, her body trembled uncontrollably, and she couldn't utter a single word.
She knew she was doomed.
The suspect was caught red-handed, and the evidence was irrefutable.
All her plans and all her pretenses were shattered to pieces at this moment by that little assistant she didn't even take seriously.
Standing to the side, Qin Shuyue finally understood what had happened in that split second.
Su Chen wasn't being silly or rude.
He was saving her in the most desperate, resolute, and even risky way possible. An unprecedented sense of fear and emotion, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly overwhelmed her heart.
If Su Chen weren't here tonight,
if she really drank that glass of wine,
the consequences would be utterly catastrophic.
He was drugged.
He is delirious.
He lost his composure in public.
Even being defiled.
The mere thought of that possibility sent chills down her spine, and her hands and feet turned ice cold. She suddenly looked at the man who was leaning against her.
It seems that Su Chen is really taking effect from the medication. Eyes closed tightly.
His handsome face was flushed with an unnatural redness. His breathing became rapid and hot. His entire weight pressed down on her. Qin Shuyue supported his burning body, smelling the scorching scent of alcohol and male hormones emanating from him, and felt a pang of pain in her heart.
He actually drank the contaminated wine to save himself. What a fool! What a madman! Mowgli!
Qin Shuyue's voice carried a sob and panic that she herself was unaware of.
Quick! Call an ambulance! Get him to the hospital!
While nestled in Qin Shuyue's soft embrace, Su Chen calmly issued instructions to the system in his mind.
System, begin the settlement. I just drank poison. Chapter 30 Qin Shuyue's Tears, Exclusive Confinement in the Hospital Ward.
Chairman He, it seems that tonight's banquet will be even more spectacular than I imagined. Lu Mengli stood smiling in front of He Wanting, holding a small, transparent bottle containing white powder. Her voice was charming, each word like a feather, gently scratching the eardrums of all the guests present, but to He Wanting, it was more terrifying than a death knell.
What do you think would happen if we handed this little bottle over to the police now?
He Wanting's face drained of all color in an instant. It was as pale as a piece of paper just pulled out of the water. She stared at the medicine bottle so close to her, her body trembling uncontrollably, her lips quivering, but she couldn't utter a single word. Li Jiqiang, who was behind her, almost lost his balance as his legs went weak. He looked at the waiter who was being held down on the ground by two burly men in black, and then at the bottle of deadly evidence in Lu Mengli's hand, his mind going blank.
It's over. It's all over.
The suspect was caught red-handed, and the evidence was irrefutable. Their meticulously planned scheme, intended to completely destroy Qin Shuyue's conspiracy, was now shattered in the most barbaric, insane, and unbelievable way in front of the entire Jianghai City high society by Qin Shuyue's little male concubine, whom they had never taken seriously from the beginning.
The entire banquet hall was completely silent.
All the guests seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at this stunning reversal, comparable to a Hollywood blockbuster, not daring to breathe. At the center of this storm, Qin Shuyue was completely lost in thought. The scene that had just flashed through her mind was still replaying over and over again. Su Chen's face showed a look of panic.
The glass of champagne he accidentally spilled.
His resolute decision to drink the poison wine in one gulp to prove his innocence was remarkable.
His final, earth-shattering cry, grab him. It turns out he wasn't being silly or rude. He was saving her.
She dared not imagine what would have happened if Su Chen hadn't been there tonight, what would have happened if she had actually drunk that glass of wine. He lost his composure in public, became disoriented, and was targeted by those predatory wolves. Just thinking about that possibility made her feel as if her heart was being gripped tightly by a cold, large hand, making her shiver all over. She turned her head sharply and looked at the man who was leaning against her. Su Chen seems to have really taken effect from the medication. His eyes were tightly closed, an unnatural flush rose on his handsome face, and his breathing became rapid and hot. His entire weight pressed heavily on her, as if he had lost all his strength. Qin Shuiyue subconsciously stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly, embracing his hot body in her soft embrace. The hot, pungent scent emanating from him, a mixture of alcohol and youthful male hormones, forcefully entered her nostrils, making her feel flustered yet simultaneously giving her an unprecedented sense of security.
He really drank it.
In an attempt to save himself, he actually drank the contaminated wine.
What an idiot! That madman. Mowgli.
Qin Shuyue's voice carried a sob and panic that she herself was unaware of. Holding the burning hot man in her arms, she showed such an uncomfortable expression in front of others for the first time.
Quick! Call an ambulance. Get him to the hospital.
Lu Mingli glanced at Qin Shuiyue, who was holding a man in her arms and was in complete disarray, and then at Yi Wanting and Li Jiqiang, who were ashen-faced and trembling. A playful smile appeared on her face. Instead of calling a public ambulance, she took out her personal phone, dialed a few numbers, and issued a few concise instructions in an unquestionable tone.
The venue will be sealed off, and all guests' mobile phones will be temporarily confiscated. Anyone who dares to take photos or videos will be thrown into the Huangpu River.
Invite Chairman He, Vice President Li, and that waiter to the cellar in Jiangnan Lane.
I need to have a talk with them personally later.
Call my private medical team over, they'll be here in 5 minutes. Tell everyone there was something wrong with the champagne at the dinner party, and Mr. Su accidentally got food poisoning, but
Lu Mingli's energy was on full display at this moment. In less than 5 minutes, several doctors and nurses wearing white coats and carrying professional medical kits appeared silently in the banquet hall.
They skillfully lifted the unconscious Su Chen onto a stretcher. Qin Shuiyue, like a wife who had lost her soul, stayed close by her side, never leaving her side.
The entire process is efficient and private.
None of the guests present dared to utter a single word.
They all knew. I saw something I shouldn't have seen tonight.
But Lu Mingli, this woman, has plenty of ways to shut them up forever.
The ambulance roared past, leaving a white streak in the night.
Inside the carriage, Qin Shuiyue held Su Chen's hand tightly, while using her other hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead with a damp towel. He remained unconscious, his brow furrowed, as if he were enduring immense pain. Looking at his face, flushed red from the effects of the medicine, and feeling the burning heat from his palms, Qin Shuiyue could no longer hold back her tears, which fell silently, one by one, like pearls from a broken string. This was the first time in over a decade since her husband's death that she had shed tears for a man.
Regret. I feel incredibly regretful.
She regretted bringing him to such a place filled with intrigue and scheming.
She regretted not noticing He Wanting's malice immediately.
She regretted even more why she always used that cold mask to disguise herself, to push him away, and to hurt him. If it weren't for her stubbornness and pride, if she had responded to his feelings sooner, perhaps none of this would have happened tonight.
I'm sorry. Su Chen. I'm so sorry.
Qin Shuyue's voice choked with sobs, filled with endless self-blame and heartache.
You can't get hurt, you absolutely can't get hurt. As long as you wake up, I'll give you whatever you want. I'll never push you away again.
I'll never argue with you again. Like a helpless child, she whispered incoherently in his ear, over and over again. She gently pressed her cheek against his burning forehead, feeling his breath, as if only in this way could she confirm that he was still alive. Lying on the stretcher, pretending to be unconscious, Su Chen listened to the tearful, heartfelt whispers in her ear and smelled the cool yet reassuring fragrance emanating from her body.
He was overjoyed. Su Chen knew.
This iceberg he had always dreamed of was finally about to be completely melted by him.
Chapter 31, Moving into the Purple Gold Manor, Qin Shuyue's first time cooking. United Family Healthcare is the top-tier private hospital in Jianhai City.
In the VIP ward on the top floor, it was so quiet that you could hear the regular beeping of the electrocardiogram monitor. Su Chen lay on the large, comfortable hospital bed, already dressed in a clean hospital gown. And 4 drip was attached to the back of his hand, and the medicine was slowly being injected into his veins, drop by drop.
Of course, that was just ordinary glucose.
Qin Shuiyue sat on the edge of the bed, staring at him without blinking. She has been waiting here for almost 2 hours. During this time, the hospital director and the best experts have come and concluded that it is an acute reaction caused by alcohol allergy, and there is nothing to worry about.
But she didn't believe it.
She insisted on staying there to see him wake up with her own eyes. Her swollen eyes, disheveled hair, and the dust-stained moon-white dress made her look somewhat disheveled, yet also gave her a heartbreakingly fragile beauty that she would never normally possess. She picked up a warm towel from the side and, just like she had done in the ambulance, gently wiped Su Chen's cheeks and neck again and again. Her movements were clumsy, even somewhat awkward, but they were filled with a careful and cherished feeling. Just then, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. Lu Mingli changed into a black tight leather jacket and pants, and wore a pair of knee-high marten boots. Like a female special agent who had just returned from the battlefield, she crossed her arms, leaned against the doorframe, and watched the scene in the ward with a leisurely air.
Oh.
She spoke, her voice filled with undisguised sarcasm.
Our Ice Queen can take care of people now? If a reporter from the Financial Channel were to film this, Tianhe Group's stock price would probably hit the daily limit tomorrow, right?
Qin Shuiwei paused in her wiping motion, then looked up and glared coldly at Lu Mingli with her red and swollen eyes.
What are you doing here? What am I doing here? Lu Mingli chuckled and walked in with cat-like steps.
She circled the hospital bed, her gaze shifting back and forth between Qin Shuiwei and Su Chen, finally settling on Qin Shuiwei's face, which was filled with heartache.
Of course I came to see our great hero.
She reached out and poked Qin Shuiwei's shoulder with her finger, her tone teasing.
What, feeling sorry for your little boyfriend? You were crying your eyes out in the ambulance just now, do you think I didn't know?
I'm warning you, Shuiwei, this guy is like poison.
Once you're hooked, you can't quit. Look at you now, where's the majesty of a business tycoon? You're just a little woman blinded by love. It has nothing to do with you.
Qin Shuiwei's voice was still cold, but she was clearly lacking in confidence.
How can it not concern me?
Lu Mingli leaned down, whispering maliciously in Qin Shuiwei's ear, don't forget, he's also drunk your wine, slept in your bed, and given you a full body therapy.
Tell me, if he wakes up, will he call your name first, or will he miss your cooking first? You.
Qin Shuiwei was so angry at her shameless words that she trembled all over and was about to lash out. On the hospital bed, Su Chen, who had been unconscious, trembled slightly with her eyelashes a few times before slowly opening her eyes. His gaze was initially somewhat unfocused, but after he clearly saw the pretty face with tears streaming down her face beside the bed, it instantly became clear and focused. He didn't care where he was or what had happened. He simply reached out and, with all his might, tightly grasped Qin Shuiwei's small hand, which was cold from anger and tension.
Sister, you.
His voice was hoarse and weak, yet it was full of reassuring power.
Don't be afraid, I'm fine.
This one sentence, this one action, was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely shattering Qin Shuiwei's emotions that had been tense all night. She could no longer hold back, so she leaned down and buried her head deep in Su Chen's arms, hugging him tightly as if she wanted to meld him into her very bones.
Warm tears instantly soaked through his hospital gown. Wah! You idiot! You madman! You scared me to death.
Su Chen felt the soft, plump, and slightly trembling body in his arms, and heard her suppressed sobs. He gently stroked her smooth long hair with one hand, while his other hand intertwined with hers.
A victorious smile spread across his face.
At the same time, in his mind, the cold, mechanical prompts played wildly, like the most beautiful symphony.
Ding!
Detected an epic emotional fluctuation in the target. Qin Shuiwei moved, fearful, heartbroken, and budding love.
Emotional intensity rating, S+.
Congratulations, host. You have breached the target's core defenses.
Special reward, 500,000 points. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, the Queen's Companion. Play your role perfectly at the banquet and completely conquer your target by rescuing her as a hero.
Task rewards are being calculated. Reward 1, Qin Shuiwei's favorability plus 10. Current total favorability, 70 deep infatuation. Reward 2, the system shop beginner is now officially open to the host. Lu Mingli, standing to the side, rolled her eyes inappropriately while watching this deeply moving melodrama. Alright, are you done acting? Now that you're awake, stop pretending to be Lindayu. She stepped forward, pulled Qin Shuiwei, who was still crying in Su Chen's arms, away, and then gave Su Chen a bewitching smile. Little Chen, come with your sister. You've done a great job this time. My villa has the best nutritionist and therapist. I guarantee that in less than 3 days, you'll be plump and healthy, full of energy. As she spoke, she reached out to help Su Chen get out of bed. However, her hand had not yet touched Su Chen.
Qin Shuiyue suddenly raised her head, and in her phoenix eyes, which were red and swollen from crying, burst forth an unprecedented, cold, and domineering possessiveness. She stared intently at Lu Mengli, and said coldly in an unquestionable tone, like a queen issuing a royal decree.
No need to trouble yourself. He is my assistant. From now on, I will take care of you personally.
She turned her head and gave orders to Lin Na, the secretary waiting at the door of the ward. Lina, go drive my car downstairs.
Let's go home. Let's go home.
Qin Shuyue's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable decisiveness. When Secretary Lin Na heard those 3 words, she was stunned. She subconsciously glanced at Su Chen, who was being held tightly in Qin Dong's arms, and then at Qin Dong's face, which was full of heartache and determination. Her mind went blank.
Home? Which home?
Aside from a few apartments used for investment, Chairman Qin only has one permanent residence, which is a detached villa in Zijin Manor, the most prestigious villa district in Jianhai City. No one, not even the company's subordinates or Qin Dong's relatives, could step into that place without her permission.
Now, she's actually taking Su Chen back there?
Lin Na didn't dare to ask any more questions, so she lowered her head and replied as quickly as possible, "Yes, Chairman Qin, I'll go prepare the car right away." Lu Mengli crossed her arms and looked at Qin Shuyue's protective mother hen-like demeanor, pursed her lips, but her face broke into a wide smile. She leaned close to Qin Shuyue's ear and whispered maliciously in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Oh, so you've brought him home to keep him as a mistress?
Shuyue, you'd better be careful.
This young man is weak and has just been poisoned.
Don't drain him dry. Roll."
Qin Shuyue squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth, and the cold light emanating from her phoenix eyes, red and swollen from crying, could almost freeze a person.
Lu Mengli chuckled, not angry at all.
She swayed her hips and turned away with captivating charm. She knew she had achieved her goal for the night. If she stayed any longer, this ice queen might really attack her.
Half an hour later, a black Maybach smoothly drove into the Zijin Manor.
Su Chen leaned weakly against the back seat, his head resting on Qin Shuyue's thighs, which were covered in stockings and incredibly elastic. He could smell her unique, cool scent, a blend of no man's land rose perfume and her natural feminine fragrance, and occasionally his nose could brush against the soft silk hem of her skirt at her lower abdomen.
This treatment is simply amazing.
Qin Shuyue remained stiff the entire way, looking down at the man who was resting his head on her lap, breathing steadily, her mind in turmoil.
The car stopped in front of a huge, modernly designed detached villa.
This villa is Qin Shuyue's home. The entire building is composed of black, white, and gray, with cold, hard lines and sharp angles, like a cold palace standing in the night, perfectly reflecting the personality of its owner. With the driver's help, Qin Shuyue half supported and half carried Su Chen into the villa. Arrange for him to stay in a guest room on the 2nd floor, Qin Shuyue instructed the housekeeper who came to greet her.
Su Chen was settled in the largest guest room on the 2nd floor. He lay on the soft bed, looking around the room.
The decor was as he had guessed, still minimalist black, white, and gray. All the furniture was expensive, but when put together, it exuded a cold, lifeless atmosphere. He noticed that the door of this guest room faced a door at the other end of the corridor, which was noticeably larger and heavier than the other doors. Without a doubt, that must be Qin Shuyue's master bedroom.
This arrangement is very interesting.
After settling him in, the first thing Qin Shuyue did was to extend her slender, fair hand.
Give me your phone.
Her tone left no room for argument.
Sister Yu, what's wrong? Su Chen pretended to be puzzled. The doctor said you need absolute rest and cannot be disturbed by any external information.
Qin Shuyue made an excuse with a blank expression, but her slightly evasive eyes betrayed her true thoughts. She just didn't want him to contact that vixen Lu Mengli. Su Chen chuckled inwardly, but obediently handed over the phone.
Okay, I'll do whatever Sister Yu says.
Qin Shuyue took the phone as if it were a hot potato, turned it off without even looking at it, and then threw it to the butler behind her.
Keep an eye on him and don't let him run around,
she said coldly, turned and left the room, but her hurried departure looked like she was fleeing in panic.
Su Chen lay in bed, in a great mood.
This is not recuperation, it is clearly the queen's imprisonment.
He liked this feeling.
A while later, my stomach started growling. I'd been so focused on acting at the banquet that I hadn't eaten a single thing, and now I was actually quite hungry. He was just thinking about whether to ask the housekeeper to bring some food when a loud crash suddenly came from the direction of the kitchen downstairs, as if something had been overturned. Immediately following was Qin Shuyue's suppressed moan of embarrassment and anger. Driven by curiosity, Su Chen dragged his weak body, leaning against the wall, and slowly walked downstairs. Then, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The ruthless and decisive Ice Queen who could strike fear into the hearts of countless business tycoons was now standing in a huge kitchen that resembled a restaurant's back kitchen, looking utterly disheveled. She had taken off her expensive moon-white dress and put on a gray silk nightgown, but it still couldn't hide her stunning figure. However, her stunningly beautiful face was now smeared with a few suspicious specks of black ash, making her look like a little kitten caught stealing food. On the ground was an overturned soup pot, with a white, viscous liquid that smelled burnt spilled all over the floor.
Ahem. Sister, are you developing some new weapon? Su Chen leaned against the kitchen doorway and couldn't help but laugh.
Upon hearing the voice, Qin Shuiwei froze, turned around abruptly, and saw Su Chen. Two captivating blushes instantly appeared on her pretty face, which was covered in soot.
Why did you come down here? Didn't I tell you to rest upstairs?
She reprimanded him with a fierce but weak tone.
He tried to cover up his embarrassment by using volume. I'm hungry, Su Chen said weakly, leaning against the doorframe.
Besides, I'm afraid you'll set the house on fire if I smell this.
I won't feel at ease unless I come down and check. I just wanted to cook you some porridge.
Qin Shuiwei's voice lowered, like a child caught doing something wrong by their parents. She has lived for 41 years and has never cooked for any man. Today, for some inexplicable reason, I thought he was weak and should eat something light, but... Su Chen's heart melted at the sight of her adorable, helpless expression. He walked over and took the spatula from her hand.
I'll do it. Are you sure you can manage? You're still sick?
Qin Shuiwei asked with some concern. I still have the energy to cook some porridge. Su Chen smiled, opened the refrigerator, and took out some fresh ingredients.
It's better than watching you blow up the kitchen.
He skillfully rinsed the rice and chopped the vegetables. Qin Shuiwei stood to the side, watching his fluid movements, somewhat lost in thought. This ginger needs to be sliced into thin strips, Su Chen said, picking up a piece of ginger.
Oh. Chapter 32 The Queen's Teaching, Reverse Strategy.
Qin Shuiwei picked up the kitchen knife and clumsily began to demonstrate.
You can't hold a knife like that, you'll cut your hand. Su Chen couldn't stand it anymore.
He sighed and wrapped his arms around Qin Shuiwei from behind. His chest pressed tightly against her soft back. He reached out and took her small, cold hand that was holding the kitchen knife, covering the back of her hand completely with his own.
Relax your wrist, like this.
His voice, his warm breath, brushed against her ear.
Qin Shuiwei's body stiffened.
She could clearly feel the man's firm, burning chest behind her, and the scorching heat of his body transmitted through the thin silk pajamas.
Her mind was blank. Su Chen.
She wanted him to let go, but the voice that came out was so soft and weak.
Sister, don't move.
Su Chen's voice was a little hoarse. If you move again, I'll be the one who cuts my hand. He held her hand and guided her step by step, teaching her how to slice a piece of ginger into even, thin strips. In the kitchen, only the crisp thud of the knife blade hitting the cutting board and the increasingly rapid, intertwined breathing of the two people remained. After finishing a bowl of steaming congee with preserved egg and lean pork, Su Chen felt his weak body finally regain a bit of energy. Qin Shuiwei blushed the whole time, not daring to look at him. She hurriedly said, "You should rest early. I'm going upstairs to take a shower first," and then disappeared at the bottom of the stairs as if she were fleeing.
Su Chen watched her slender figure from behind, feeling pleased.
He returned to his guest room, lay on the bed, and after confirming that Qin Shuiwei wouldn't be coming down anytime soon, he immediately muttered in his mind, "Open the system shop."
A pale blue holographic interface slowly unfolded before his eyes. He immediately clicked on Personal Information. Host, Su Chen.
Current target, Qin Shuiwei Affection 70, Lu Mengli Affection 25. Currently held skills, Divine Insight, Hyperthymesia, Comprehensive Physical Enhancement.
Current points balance, 10,385,000.
More than 10 million points. This is the 9.7 million he earned from credit card spending rebates, plus a series of rewards he received for rescuing a damsel in distress at the banquet. Looking at this long string of numbers, Su Chen felt incredibly wealthy, a feeling he had never experienced before. His gaze fell on the skill in the merchandise area that cost 500,000 points.
God-level driving skills. Type, permanent skill.
Effect: after redemption, the host will instantly master the driving and maintenance skills of all vehicles on Earth, including but not limited to cars, motorcycles, tanks, and even Gundams, reaching the level of a professional race car driver and a top mechanic.
Price: 500,000 points. From now on, I must be Sister Yu's personal driver.
Whether it's taking her for a drive or getting her out of danger, this skill is indispensable. With that thought in mind, Su Chen chose to redeem without hesitation.
Ding! 500,000 points consumed.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained the permanent skill, God-level driving skill.
In an instant, a complex and sophisticated flow of information, like a flood bursting its banks, surged into his brain.
The roar of the engine, the screeching of the tires, the precise calculation of centrifugal force when drifting through corners, the perfect coordination of throttle and brake under different road conditions. Countless driving knowledge and muscle memories, at this moment, seem to be innate, deeply imprinted in his soul. He feels that even with his eyes closed, he could drive an F1 car and set the fastest lap time on the Monaco circuit.
Cool.
Just as he was basking in the joy of acquiring new skills.
Knock, knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the door.
Su Chen looked up and saw the door pushed open a crack, and Qin Shuyue's head, still damp with moisture, peeked in. She had already finished showering and changed into a very conservative off-white long-sleeved and long-legged silk nightgown, which completely covered her voluptuous figure.
But the finest silk fabric still outlined her breathtaking body curves with her movements.
She came in carrying a glass of hot milk. The doctor said that drinking a glass of warm milk before bed can help with recovery. She placed the milk on the bedside table, but her eyes kept darting away, not daring to meet Su Chen's gaze. Her beautiful face, fresh from the bath, still had a lingering blush.
She put down the milk and turned to run away. Su Chen would never let her have her way.
He reached out and precisely grasped her slender, smooth wrist. Qin Shuyue's body trembled, as if she had been struck by an electric current.
Sister Yu.
Su Chen lay on the bed, looking up at her, his voice carrying a hint of a smile.
Are you worried about me?
Su Chen's voice was soft, yet it precisely struck Qin Shuyue's most sensitive nerve.
Su Chen grabbed her wrist. My whole body froze.
The warm, calloused palms made the skin on her wrists tingle.
The heat traveled down my arm. It spread all the way to her heart.
She tried to pull her hand back. But she discovered that the other person was incredibly strong. Their fingers were like iron clamps, firmly binding her and making her unable to move.
I'm just concerned about my employees.
Qin Shuyue forced herself to calm down.
Try to make your voice sound as cold as usual.
But her slightly trembling voice and the way she avoided eye contact completely betrayed her inner turmoil.
Employees? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this familiar word used to draw a line.
He used a clever trick with his wrist. Qin Shuyue felt an irresistible force coming at her, causing her to lose her balance. She cried out in surprise and fell to the side of the bed.
The soft mattress sank in, instantly pulling the two of them to their closest point.
Su Chen could even smell a delicate orchid fragrance emanating from her hair, which was the scent of her shower gel.
Sister Yu, what boss would care about their employees to this extent?
Su Chen turned to the side, propped himself up, and faced Qin Shuyue, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. His gaze was hot and direct, and he unabashedly admired her chest, which was rising and falling slightly due to panic. He countered, at that dinner party, I told everyone that I was your boyfriend.
Why didn't you object?
Qin Shuyue was speechless at his question.
Yes, why didn't she refute it?
Given her personality, if any other man had dared to do that, she would have slapped him across the face and had security throw him out. But at that moment, faced with Su Chen's domineering yet affectionate declaration, she felt nothing but a racing heart and burning cheeks, and not the slightest bit of aversion.
Chapter 33: The Scandal of Morningstar Trading. That was all an act. To appease he wanting. Qin Shuyue finally found a reasonably plausible excuse.
Her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment and anger as she stubbornly retorted.
Acting? Su Chen laughed, a hint of malice in his smile.
He moved even closer, the distance between them now less than a fist's width. He could clearly see her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her lips, which were usually painted a very aggressive bright red, now had an alluring, natural pinkish hue because she wasn't wearing lipstick.
But I think, Sister Yu, your acting is not convincing.
His voice was low and magnetic, like the most intimate whisper between lovers.
A good girlfriend would be more proactive after her boyfriend is poisoned and falls into a coma because of her. For example.
Su Chen suddenly stopped. He reached out his other hand and gently stroked her soft lips, which were tightly pursed together due to nervousness, with his fingertips. At the very least, he should be given a comforting kiss. Boom! Qin Shuiwei felt as if her mind had been struck by lightning, and went completely blank for a moment.
A comforting kiss? That bastard! That lecherous scoundrel! How dare he? How dare he say such blatant things to me? Qin Shuiwei's heart was pounding. Knock, knock, knock. It was so fast it felt like it was about to jump out of my chest. I want to curse. I wanted to push him away. I want him to get lost. But when she met his eyes, which were burning with flames, all the scolding stuck in his throat. Those eyes held a teasing, an aggressive, domineering determination, but more than anything, they held a deep tenderness and affection that she could not resist. She found herself completely weak and powerless under his gaze. You shameless. She held back for a long time before finally squeezing out this harmless sentence through gritted teeth. Sister, how can this be called shameless? We're just rehearsing our lines. Su Chen's smile deepened. Didn't you say we were acting? Then we need to make it as real as possible. Otherwise, what if someone sees through us next time we encounter a similar situation? He was subtly manipulating her, using her own words to gradually lure her into a gentle trap he had set for her. Qin Shuiwei was so angry at his twisted logic that she trembled all over. Looking at the man in front of her with a mischievous grin but incredibly serious eyes, the string of reason in her heart, stretched to its limit, snapped completely with a crisp snap in her mind. To hell with being reserved. To hell with the age gap. To hell with his status and position. In her 41 years of life, Qin Shuiwei had never been cornered like this by a man. A strange feeling, a mixture of shame, indignation, and defiance, surged up in her head. It's just acting, right? Anyone can do that. She suddenly cupped Su Chen's face in her hands, and under the gaze of his eyes filled with a triumphant smile, she kissed him fiercely. This kiss was unlike any other before. There is no more despair and madness in the park, no more guidance and instruction in the bar, and no more heartache and pity after the dinner. This kiss was full of vengeance. It is full of her domineering and forceful nature as a queen, wanting to regain the initiative. She pried open his teeth and, with an almost biting motion, frantically plundered the air from his mouth, as if to vent all her shame and anger, and the flutter in her heart that she herself was unwilling to admit. After his initial surprise, Su Chen immediately switched from defense to offense. He liked her the way she was. This Qin Shuiwei, who had shed all her cold pretense and revealed her most authentic and wild side, made his blood boil even more than that high and mighty business empress. He responded to her forcefully, and the two were like two giant beasts fighting in the deep sea, frantically entangled, biting, and devouring each other. Inside this quiet guest room, the battle raged to its fiercest point. In Su Chen's mind, the pleasant system notification sound exploded wildly, like a victory celebration cannon. Ding! Detected extremely drastic emotional fluctuations in target Qin Shuiwei: shame, excitement, loss of control, desire to conquer. Emotional intensity rating, SS level. Congratulations, host. You have successfully guided the target into a reverse strategy state. You have received a special reward, 800,000 points. The deep kiss lasted for more than 10 minutes, until both of them were almost suffocating, before Qin Shuiwei finally released him, panting heavily. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and her long, narrow phoenix eyes were shimmering with tears, filled with the hazy look of passion and a hint of triumph after getting what she wanted. Looking at Su Chen's lips, which were also somewhat red and swollen, and still covered with her saliva, she felt a sense of satisfaction from her successful revenge, which improved her mood considerably. To cover up her embarrassment, she immediately sat up straight and forcibly changed the subject, her voice slightly hoarse from lack of oxygen. What are your plans regarding he wanting? Su Chen wiped the glistening traces from the corner of his mouth, savoring the intoxicating taste he had just experienced, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. She wants to ruin your reputation, so I'll make her lose everything. He looked at Qin Shuiwei, his tone calm, yet it revealed a chilling ruthlessness. I need detailed information on all shareholders of Tianhe Group, especially he wanting herself, as well as the financial status and fund flows of all her affiliated companies. Qin Shuiwei looked into his eyes, which had instantly turned from gentle to ruthless, and her heart trembled slightly. But this time, she did not advise him to forgive others when you can. The scene at the banquet had completely exposed He Wanting's vicious nature to her. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. She nodded, her voice regaining its queenly decisiveness. Good.
Lina will deliver all the materials to you first thing tomorrow morning. The next day, Su Chen got up early, feeling refreshed. Qin Shuiwei probably overdid it last night, or maybe she was too shy to see him. In any case, when Su Chen came downstairs, she had already gone to the company. On the dining table was a delicate breakfast prepared by the housekeeper, and next to it was a note with Qin Shuiwei's flamboyant handwriting. After you finish eating, have the driver take you to the company. You are not allowed to drive yourself. The handwriting was clear and cold, yet it conveyed an undeniable concern. Su Chen smiled and finished his breakfast in a good mood. Instead of having the driver take him home, he drove his BMW 5 Series out of the garage. He knows best whether he's in good health or not. An hour later, on the top floor of the China World Trade Center, in the office of Morningstar Trading. When Su Chen pushed the door open and entered, Wang Chang and Zhang Lan, who were engrossed in their work, both stopped abruptly. The two looked up and saw Su Chen. Their expressions instantly changed. It was a complex look in his eyes, a mixture of gossip, ambiguity, awe, and a hint of brother, you know what I mean. Wang Chang was the first to lose his temper. He put down the documents in his hand, rubbed his hands together, and leaned closer with a lewd look on his face. He lowered his voice and asked with a wink, "President Su, you're finally discharged from the hospital?" He emphasized the word discharged from the hospital. Su Chen glanced at him. "Speak your mind, or shut up." He. Wang Chang laughed even harder. "President Su, we've all heard. You haven't gone to the hospital at all these past few days. Chairman Qin took you home to recuperate? Oh my, President Su, this illness of yours was totally worth it." "So worth it," Wang Chang said with a look of envy and jealousy. "We've all heard from inside the group that Chairman Qin personally cooked for you." "My God, that's Chairman Qin. Who else in the entire Jianghai city gets that kind of treatment?" "Alright, stop talking nonsense." Su Chen rolled her eyes at him, then walked to her desk and sat down. Zhang Lan, standing to the side, was outwardly still meticulously examining the financial statements, but her ears, perked up higher than a rabbit's, and the gossipy glint in her eyes behind her glasses had already betrayed her inner thoughts. These two really love making a scene. Just as Su Chen was about to get down to business, the impressive glass door to the office was suddenly pushed open with a whoosh. A rich, aggressive fragrance wafted in immediately. Immediately afterwards, a stunning figure, swaying gracefully in high heels that could poke holes in the floor, drew gasps of astonishment. The person who arrived was none other than Lu Mingli. She wore a boldly tailored black office lady suit today. The top 3 buttons of her tight white shirt were undone, revealing a large expanse of fair and delicate skin and a deep, unfathomable cleavage. Her lower body was clad in an extremely short bodycon skirt, which perfectly showcased her pert and full peach-shaped buttocks and her voluptuous legs encased in black stockings. She was carrying a limited edition Hermes Birkin bag. She wore sunglasses that covered half of her face, exuding a powerful aura of "I'm the most beautiful woman in the world." Wang Chang and Zhang Lan were both stunned. If Chairman Qin is a noble and aloof ice queen, then this boss Lu was a vibrant and alluring enchantress. What kind of divine constitution does their boss possess? How come he keeps attracting such top-tier beauties? Little Chun Chen. Lu Mingli took off her sunglasses, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Ignoring the amazed looks from the others in the office, she walked straight to Su Chen's desk. "I heard that your hypocritical queen has been keeping you hidden away for days, and I've been missing you terribly." She leaned down and placed her hands on Su Chen's table. Her already ample bust almost jumped out of her shirt because of this movement. Su Chen could even smell the familiar midnight flight perfume on her. She took out an exquisitely crafted insulated food container from her 7-figure platinum bag and placed it in front of Su Chen. "Come, my great hero." She opened the food box, and a rich aroma of medicinal herbs instantly filled the air. "Try the nourishing soup that your sister made for you herself. It will help you recover properly. Otherwise, you might get drained by some woman and won't have the strength to come see your sister in the future." Her words were both provocative and bold, making Wang Chang and Zhang Lan blush. Lu Mingli scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and then held it to Su Chen's lips, clearly intending to feed him herself. "Come on, open your mouth, ah." Su Chen looked at the alluring and seductive vixen before him, racking his brains for a solution. Ring ring. The office internal phone rang at an inopportune moment. Zhang Lan felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly ran over to answer the phone. "Hello, Morningstar Trading." "Yes, okay, I'll inform President Su right away." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lan's expression turned extremely strange. She looked at Su Chen, who was being teased by Lu Mingli, and said in an almost sympathetic tone, "President Su, it was a call from the chairman's office of Tianhe Group. Chairwoman Qin's international video conference is about to begin," and her secretary said,
"Please come over immediately to assist in debugging the equipment." Puff. Wang Chang almost burst out laughing. Assist with equipment debugging? You're kidding me. This is clearly the queen checking up on her husband, and she's panicked to find that her little puppy is about to be snatched away by another fairy. Wang Chang and Zhang Lan exchanged a glance, and both saw 4 words in each other's eyes: "Boss is awesome." This chaotic scene, like gods fighting, was something they had never seen in their lives. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingli not only didn't restrain herself, but laughed even more heartily. She put down the soup spoon. She stretched out her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, and gently pinched Su Chen's chin. In front of everyone. He deliberately left a bright red lip print on the collar of his white shirt. After doing all this, she patted Su Chen's cheek like a little girl who had just pulled off a prank. "Go, my little knight. Don't keep your queen waiting." Su Chen looked at the glaring lip print on his collar and felt utterly overwhelmed. This vixen really wants things to get even more chaotic. He reluctantly picked up his coat. Amidst the sympathetic glances of his subordinates, who all said "Take care, President Su," he quickly left the office. He just hoped that Qin Shuiwei, that jealous woman, wouldn't throw him out of the office window later. We arrived at the Tianhe Group building. Su Chen took a deep breath. I stepped into the VIP elevator that went straight to the top floor. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a hand suddenly reached in and blocked the doors. Immediately afterwards, a face he least wanted to see, a face ashen, appeared at the elevator door. It's Li Jiqiang. Li Jiqiang stepped into the elevator and saw that Su Chen was the only person inside. His eyes instantly flashed with resentment. He was publicly humiliated in the chairman's office that day, becoming the laughingstock of the entire company, and hasn't dared to leave the house for the past 2 days. He finally managed to adjust his mindset and come to work today, but unexpectedly, he bumped into his nemesis in the elevator. P.S. How is this book? It seems like nobody likes it. The sales figures aren't good either. Is it really that badly written? Chapter 34: The Queen's Jealousy, Punishment in the Office. His gaze fell on the flamboyant red lipstick mark on Su Chen's collar. A surge of anger, mixed with jealousy and humiliation, instantly rose to the top of his head. He was left looking disheveled and embarrassed. That kid's something else. He was riding high on the spring breeze. He's always flirting with other women. Ha! Li Jiqiang sneered, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Assistant Su really has some tricks up her sleeve. Focusing on your career during the day and your career line at night, you managed to do both without any problems. It's only been a few days, and you've already changed your tastes? He pointed to Su Chen's collar, his sarcasm undisguised. However, don't get too cocky. Chairman, he won't let what happened at the banquet go so easily. You just wait. Su Chen looked at his blustering but cowardly appearance and simply smiled calmly. Vice President Li, instead of worrying about my private life, you should worry more about your own position. Su Chen straightened his tie and said slowly. After all, many people are eyeing the position of Vice President of Funshan Media. Don't you think so? The elevator dinged as it reached the top floor, and the doors slowly opened. Su Chen didn't look at him again and walked straight out, leaving Li Jiqiang alone in the elevator, trembling with anger, his face turning from blue to purple. Su Chen stood in front of the heavy mahogany door of the chairman's office, straightened his collar, and tried to cover the damned lip print with it, but it was obviously in vain. He took a few deep breaths before raising his hand and knocking on the door. Come in. From inside the door came Qin Shuiwei's icy voice, devoid of any warmth. Su Chen pushed open the door and entered. In the huge office, Qin Shuiwei sat behind the large executive desk, her face as cold as ice. Today she wore a black haute couture suit, her hair was neatly styled up, revealing her long, fair neck, and she exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers at bay. However, the moment Su Chen entered the room, her sharp phoenix eyes, like 2 radars equipped with an automatic target acquisition system, immediately and precisely locked onto the glaring, bright, and provocative red lip print on the collar of his white shirt. Snap! The office temperature seemed to drop from springtime to Antarctica in an instant. Su Chen could even hear the sound of water molecules in the air condensing into ice. A bone-chilling cold air shot up from the soles of his feet, rushing straight to the top of his head. We're doomed. That was the only thought in his mind. Qin Shuiwei did not immediately react.
She just stared at him quietly, her gaze growing colder and more dangerous, as if she were looking at a dead man. The office was eerily quiet, with only the regular ticking of the antique clock on the wall. Each tick was like a heavy hammer blow to Su Chen's heart. A full minute passed before Qin Shuiwei finally spoke.
Su Chen.
Her voice was light and airy, yet colder than the Siberian chill, sending shivers down Su Chen's spine.
I asked you to help me with the meeting, not for you to come here and show off someone else's lipstick.
She picked up a document from the table, didn't look at it, but held it between two slender fingers, and then slammed it heavily onto the table.
Smack. The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the quiet office. What exactly is your relationship with Lu Mengli?
Her voice suddenly rose, filled with barely suppressed anger and accusations. If you think Morningstar Trading's office is more comfortable than mine, or that Lu Mengli's tonic soup is more important than my work,
you can get out now.
She practically screamed the last word, get out, her chest heaving with intense emotion. Looking into her phoenix eyes, which were burning with anger, and her eyes, which were slightly red with jealousy, Su Chen felt no fear. Instead, he felt a strong urge to pull her into his arms. He knew that at times like this, any explanation would be futile.
Explaining is tantamount to covering up.
Dealing with a woman who was angry, especially one who was jealous, is the most foolish thing in the world to do.
You can only prove it through your actions. Su Chen remained silent.
He strode over the large desk and walked straight toward Qin Shuiwei. As Qin Shuiwei watched him approach step by step, looking into his eyes that burned with the same intense flame, she felt a sudden panic inexplicably.
What do you want to do?
Stop right there, she shouted, her voice trembling with fear.
Su Chen completely ignored her warning.
To Qin Shuiwei's astonishment, he grabbed her wrist and abruptly pulled her up from the boss's chair, a symbol of power.
Ah!
Qin Shuiwei gasped in surprise as he dragged her along uncontrollably, forcing her to the corner of the office wall. Her back slammed heavily against the cold wall, leaving her nowhere to retreat.
Su Chen used his tall body. She was completely trapped between herself and the wall. Wall slam. Qin Shuiwei. I never imagined I'd actually get a little wall pinned.
She used to think that the girls in TV dramas blushed when they were pinned against a wall, which she considered very pretentious.
It's simply impossible in reality. But you'll know once you experience it for yourself. Now, besides being shy, I really have no other thoughts.
Su Chen lowered his head, their faces were only a few centimeters apart.
Sister, you.
His voice was seductive.
You're jealous, aren't you? You're talking nonsense. Let me go.
Qin Shuiwei was so shocked by his audacious act that she completely forgot to resist. She could only glare at him with her misty phoenix eyes, both ashamed and angry, trying to maintain her remaining queenly dignity with her last bit of stubbornness.
Who's jealous? I just think that as an employee, your behavior is inappropriate. Still saying you don't?
Su Chen smiled, a smile that carried a hint of wickedness and domineering arrogance. He reached out his other hand and, with the pat of his thumb, gently and ambiguously wiped away the lip print belonging to Lu Mengli from the collar of his white shirt.
A vibrant red stain appeared on his fingertips.
Under Qin Shuiwei's gaze, her phoenix eyes wide with astonishment. He gently pressed his thumb, stained with red lipstick, onto her slightly parted red lips, which were parted in surprise. He covered up the mark of another woman with the mark of one woman.
Chapter 35. He Wanning's Achilles' heel, the fatal blow. The only thing in this world that can leave a mark on me.
His voice was so gentle it could melt your heart, yet so domineering it was unquestionable.
It's just you.
After saying that, he lowered his head without waiting for Qin Shuiwei to react. With a kiss that was both punitive and domineering yet deeply affectionate, he fiercely silenced all the words she wanted to say.
Qin Shuiwei's brain malfunctioned again. All the anger. All the grievances. All the questions. At this moment.
Everything was shattered by this.
Outside the office door,
Secretary Lina, holding a stack of newly printed urgent documents, was about to knock on the door.
Knock, knock.
As soon as she raised her hand, she heard a faint, blush-inducing sound coming from inside the office.
Lina froze instantly.
Her delicate face changed from confusion to shock, then to terror, and finally turned completely red.
Oh my God. In broad daylight. In the office. Chairman Qin. She actually had sex with Assistant Su.
Lina felt that her worldview had been impacted like never before. Like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, she clutched the documents in her arms and scrambled away from the crime scene. From today onwards, the chairman's office has been officially designated as the company's #1 restricted area. Without Chairman Chen's summons, she wouldn't dare take another step closer, even if you killed her. In the office, a punishment filled with the smell of gunpowder and the scent of hormones finally came to an end. Chen Shuiwei leaned against the wall, her body limp, panting heavily. Her impeccably tailored black suit was now somewhat disheveled, and a few strands of her hair, which had been styled in a bun, had fallen loose and clung to her flushed cheeks, making her look less like a queen and more like a languid and charming woman who had been thoroughly pampered. Her lips were red, swollen, and slightly upturned from the kisses, still bearing the scent of Su Chen. She raised her misty phoenix eyes and glared fiercely at the culprit who was wiping his mouth with satisfaction.
That bastard is getting more and more lawless. How dare he, to her in the office.
However, she discovered that besides feeling ashamed and annoyed, she also felt a damn sweetness.
Material.
She tried to make her voice sound normal, but the slightly breathless ending made her cold words sound like she was being coquettish.
Su Chen smiled.
This woman who says one thing but means another has been completely won over by me.
He picked up the thick file folder from Chen Shuiwei's huge mahogany desk. Sister, you should rest for a bit. I'll be right back.
He stopped flirting with her. He knew it wasn't the right time.
The important matter is the priority. Watching Su Chen's departing figure with the file bag.
Chen Shuiwei slid down to the ground, feeling utterly helpless. She buried her burning cheeks in her arms.
She felt.
All the rationality and defenses she had built up over the past 41 years were as fragile as paper in front of this man. Su Chen did not return to Qinxing Trading, but went directly to the private special assistant office arranged for him by Tianhe Group, located in a corner of the top floor. He closed the door and drew the blinds, completely isolating himself from the outside world. Then, he opened the file folder.
Inside is all of He Wanting's information.
From her personal resume to her family relationships, and then to the equity structure of all her affiliated companies and their financial statements for the past 5 years. Lin Na was extremely efficient. She prepared the materials that Chen Shuiwei asked her to prepare flawlessly. For ordinary people, facing this mountain of data that is as difficult to decipher as a book written in the heavens, it might take a month to understand anything.
But for Su Chen, who possesses both God-level insight and hyperthymesia, this is nothing more than a simple jigsaw puzzle.
He spread all the documents out on the floor and then closed his eyes. Countless data, charts, names of people and companies spun, rearranged, and connected rapidly in his mind, like stars. Hyperthymesia allows him to remember every number, while his godlike insight allows him to see through the logic and connections hidden behind those numbers.
10 minutes later, Su Chen opened his eyes.
His attention was drawn to a company called Dingxin Investment. On the surface, this company has no direct connection with He Wanting.
The legal representative was a name Su Chen had never heard of before. The company's business is simply to make some ordinary equity investments, and its financial statements are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. However, through analyzing its complex fund flows, Su Chen discovered that in the past 3 months, the company had quietly transferred a huge sum of up to 500 million yuan to a hedge fund account located in the Cayman Islands through a series of extremely complex offshore companies and trust funds. And this account has only had one activity recently. That is to short a pharmaceutical stock called Carry Bio on the Nasdaq market, recklessly and without regard to cost. Found it. A cold smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He Wanting, that old fox, is very cunning. She used this method to completely sever herself from this high-risk investment, so that even if it goes bankrupt in the future, no one will be able to trace it back to her. Unfortunately, she met Su Chen.
System, give me a deep scan of Carry Bio stock. I need all its internal information and market dynamics for the next week, Su Chen instructed in his mind.
Ding. Command received. Initiating in-depth analysis using God-level insight. Analysis complete. Deadly intelligence generated. A pale blue light screen, visible only to Su Chen, unfolded before his eyes. Target, Carry Bio. Status, stock prices depressed, market expectations are pessimistic. Breaking news, 1. The company's core anti-cancer drug, KX07, secretly received final approval from the US FDA for its Phase 3 clinical trial yesterday. 2. Due to procedural issues, this major positive news will be officially announced 3 trading days later, before the US stock market opens this Friday. 3. After the announcement, Karue Biotechnology's stock price is expected to surge by at least 500% on the same day.
4. He-Wanting's short selling account has a leverage ratio of up to 20 times. If the stock price surges by more than 5%, her account will be immediately liquidated, all margin will be lost, and hundreds of millions of dollars in additional debt will be incurred.
Chapter 36: Conquering the Racetrack, Speed and Passion. Looking at this intelligence report, Su Chen knew that He-Wanting's death was imminent. The loss of hundreds of millions of US dollars is enough to bankrupt her and even shake her foundation in Tianhe Group. However, Su Chen was not satisfied with this. He not only wanted to make He-Wanting lose money, he also wanted to ruin her reputation. He didn't choose to personally target He-Wanting in the market, because although that would have been profitable, it would have made too much noise and easily exposed him. He came up with a better idea to use someone else to do the dirty work. He picked up his phone and dialed that familiar, alluring number. As soon as the call connected, Lu Mingli's lazy, slightly teasing voice came from the other end. "Oh, my little knight, what brings you to call your big sister? Were you punished by your queen and made to stand in the corner? Did you come here for some comfort? Sister Mengli, stop fooling around." Su Chen's tone was unusually serious. "I have a great opportunity that can make you a fortune and also do Chairman Qin a favor. Are you in?" "Oh." Lu Mingli's tone immediately rose. She was intrigued. "Tell me about it." Without wasting words, Su Chen succinctly told her the information about Karue Biotechnology and He-Wanting's short-selling account. There was a full half-minute of silence on the other end of the phone. Then came Lu Mingli's voice, slightly distorted by extreme excitement. "Little Chen, you're truly my lucky charm. How can there be such an adorable little darling in the world?" Lu Mingli was all too aware of the value of this intelligence. This not only means a huge, guaranteed profit of hundreds of millions. It also means that she can use the evidence of He-Wanting's embezzlement of public funds and malicious short selling to curry favor with Qin Shuiwei and completely trample this old witch under her feet. "Little Chen, you just wait." Lu Mingli's voice was full of high spirits. "I appreciate this favor. I'll go and gather the funds right now. In 3 days, I'll make that old woman He-Wanting lose everything, not even her underwear." After hanging up the phone, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Everything has been arranged. Next, he only needs to wait quietly for the storm to come. After doing all this, Su Chen felt surprisingly relaxed. He checked the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon. He called Wang Chang and Zhang Lan and told them to leave work early today and get some rest. Then, he drove his BMW 5 Series and, as if possessed, arrived at Zijin Manor, downstairs at Qin Shuyue's villa. He didn't go inside. Instead, he parked the car in a secluded corner not far away. He took out his phone, tapped on the familiar queen's profile picture, and sent a WeChat message. "Sister, come down. I'll take you somewhere." A few minutes later, the villa door was opened. Qin Shuiwei, dressed in a simple white casual home outfit, sat in the passenger seat with a hint of doubt and confusion on her face. "What's all this secrecy about? What are you up to now?" She fastened her seatbelt and gave him a reproachful glare. Su Chen didn't answer, but just smiled mysteriously, then stepped on the gas, and the car shot off like an arrow. A black BMW 5 Series sped along a wide city expressway. Qin Shuiwei sat in the passenger seat, watching the street scene rushing past the window, and then looked at the mysterious man next to her who was focused on driving. Her doubts grew deeper and deeper. "Su Chen, where exactly are you taking me?" she couldn't help but ask again. "We'll be there soon." Su Chen turned his head and smiled at her. "Sister, hold on tight." The car exited the highway and turned onto a quiet suburban road. At the end of the road is a large, modern complex of buildings. The huge sign at the entrance reads GMAX International Circuit. A racetrack? Qin Shuiwei looked at the place filled with the aura of speed and testosterone, even more puzzled. "Why did you bring me here?" Although she enjoys driving, she has never been interested in this kind of expensive and dangerous extreme sport. Su Chen didn't explain. He skillfully drove the car to the entrance of the stadium and showed a black membership card to the staff at the door. "That's Lu Mingli's card. Throughout Shanghai City, from top-tier clubs to private horse farms and yacht clubs, there's nowhere that card can't get you in." Upon seeing the card, the staff's attitude instantly became extremely respectful. They immediately opened the track gates and notified the area via walkie-talkie. Su Chen drove his car directly onto the wide, smooth, professional F1 level track. On the racetrack, rows of ferocious-looking supercars in various colors were parked. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, each one was a performance beast worth millions.
Several drivers dressed in professional racing suits were warming up on the sidelines when they saw an ordinary BMW 5 Series drive directly onto the track, and they all looked on with surprise and disdain.
What the hell? A grocery getter dares to drive on a racetrack? I guess it's some clueless rich kid who brought his girlfriend for a drive.
Qin Shuiwei felt her face flush as she listened to the discussions outside. She tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. Su Chen, stop fooling around, let's go back.
This isn't a place for us. Who said that?
Su Chen turned his head and looked at her, his eyes flashing with a kind of light she had never seen before, a light called fervor. He suddenly reached out and pressed the play button on the car stereo. A burst of energetic, rhythmic electronic music instantly filled the entire carriage.
Sister you. His voice sounded exceptionally clear amidst the dynamic music. Hold on tight.
Before Qin Shuiwei could react, he slammed on the gas pedal and floored it.
Buzz.
This seemingly composed executive sedan, at this moment, unleashed a beastly roar from its powerful engine. The tires screeched across the ground, leaving 2 clear black marks. The car was like a cannonball launched into the air, instantly transforming into a black lightning bolt as it hurtled wildly toward the first bend of the track.
Ah!
Qin Shuiwei was pressed firmly into the seat by the sudden, violent push. She instinctively let out a short gasp and gripped the seatbelt tightly with both hands. Her heart was in her throat. The car was about to crash into the guardrail outside the curve at an impossible speed.
At this critical moment,
Su Chen showed no sign of panic. His hands, gripping the steering wheel, were as steady as a rock. His feet moved with precision down to the millisecond level, controlling the accelerator, brake, and clutch. Though it was an automatic, he simulated it in his mind. He suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply, while simultaneously controlling the throttle precisely.
Squeak! Chapter 37 He Wanning's Doomsday, the Storm of the Board of Directors. The entire car suddenly veered to the side at an extremely exaggerated angle. A near-perfect inertial drift, the kind you only see in movies, appeared on this BMW 5 Series. The tires rubbed violently against the ground, kicking up a cloud of thick white smoke. The car was teetering on the edge of being out of control, dancing wildly. Qin Shuiwei felt like the whole world was spinning, her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her mouth, and she could only close her eyes tightly and let out a suppressed scream. However, the expected violent collision did not occur. After a brief feeling of weightlessness, the car suddenly straightened up and steadily, hugging the inside of the curve, rushed out of the curve. The entire process was fluid and graceful, full of violent beauty.
Qin Shuiwei slowly opened her eyes. She looked incredulously at the scenery rushing past outside the window, then at the focused, calm man beside her. His handsome profile seemed to be gilded with a golden glow in the afterglow of the setting sun. That focused gaze, that calm expression, that slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, a confident curve radiating control. At this moment, Su Chen exuded an unprecedented and fatal masculine charm in her eyes.
Is this still the same puppy dog who would act cute and blush in front of her? No. At this moment, he is a true lion in control of speed and passion.
The next few minutes felt like a dream to Qin Shuiwei. Driving this BMW, which she considered just a means of transportation, Su Chen showcased a variety of high-difficulty racing skills to the fullest on the professional F1 track. Pendulum drifting, 360-degree turns, drainage ditch bends. He perfectly replicated those actions that only exist in racing movies and games in an almost artistic way. Beside the track, the professional drivers who had previously looked down on him were now staring in disbelief at the crazy black lightning bolt on the track, as if they had seen a ghost.
I'm not seeing things, am I? That's a 5 Series?
His line, his cornering angles, my God, that's pro-level skill.
No. Even better than a professional driver. He's practically a racing god.
Finally, after completing a full lap, Su Chen slowly parked the car in the center of the track and turned off the engine. The rousing music stopped. The whole world fell silent instantly. Inside the carriage, only Qin Shuiwei's rapid heartbeat and heavy breathing, caused by excessive stimulation, remained. Her cheeks were flushed from the surge of adrenaline, and her hair was soaked with sweat, giving her a unique and captivating beauty. Su Chen turned his head away, said nothing, and just looked at her quietly. The two stared at each other in the quiet carriage. After a long while, Su Chen slowly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from the rapid speed he had just experienced.
Sister you. I know you have many concerns. They're afraid I'm too young, too impulsive, and they're afraid I can't give you the sense of security you want.
He reached out and gently took her small, trembling, and cold hand in his.
But I want to tell you.
His gaze was sincere and burning, like two burning flames, trying to melt her completely. Whether in the cutthroat world of business or on this racetrack where life and death hang in the balance, I, Su Chen, have the ability to control everything.
Include.
He paused, his voice becoming incredibly gentle.
Our future.
Qin Shuiyue stared blankly at him, listening to his domineering yet affectionate confession. The last line of defense in her heart, built by age, status, and societal norms, finally crumbled amidst the extreme speed and passion, and the man's undeniable declaration.
It completely collapsed. She didn't say anything.
He simply took the initiative and moved closer. She responded to him with a kiss that trembled, was shy, yet conveyed utter surrender.
This kiss signified that she had completely given up all resistance.
This signifies that she has acknowledged that she has completely fallen for this man who is nearly 20 years younger than her. 3 days later, in New York, at the Nasdaq Stock Exchange. As the opening bell rang, countless eyes were fixed on the huge electronic display screen. A pharmaceutical stock called Carry Bio surged upwards at an almost vertical angle the moment the market opened, something no one expected. The green numbers on the screen were jumping upwards like crazy.
Plus 50%. Plus 100%. Plus 200%.
Meanwhile, a major piece of news spread throughout Wall Street through major financial media outlets. Carry Biotech announced that its core anti-cancer drug KX07 has officially passed the Phase 3 clinical trial by the US FDA and is about to enter mass production.
The news sent the market into a frenzy.
Driven by a frenzy of buying, the stock price of Carry Bio continued its unstoppable upward surge.
Plus 300%. Plus 400%.
Ultimately, within half an hour of the market opening, the stock price stabilized at a 520% increase.
Countless investors who went long made a fortune in this capital frenzy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in a secret trading room of a top-tier private club in Jianhai City, He Wanting stared at the huge, glaring bullish candlestick on the computer screen, a candlestick that represented the annihilation of her wealth, her face ashen. She felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body. It exploded, it all exploded.
The trader beside her reported in a trembling voice.
Chairman, our accounts that use 20x leverage for short selling have all been liquidated. Not only have we lost our entire 500 million yuan margin deposit, but according to the agreement, we owe the brokerage firm and the exchange over 3 billion yuan in debt. 3 billion.
This number struck He Wanting's heart like a heavy hammer. Her vision went black, and she collapsed into the chair.
It's over.
She knew she was completely finished.
However, this is not the end, it is only the beginning. Just as she was feeling lost and disoriented, her phone started ringing incessantly. It was her company's CFO calling. Chairman, something terrible has happened. Our account has been frozen.
We just received a notice from the bank saying that we are suspected of misappropriating project funds from companies affiliated with Tianhe Group for high-risk speculative activities.
The group's supervisory board has now launched an investigation. And there's more.
Several reporters from financial media outlets are waiting downstairs at our company, saying they received an anonymous tip and want to interview you about the malicious short selling that led to huge losses. One piece of bad news after another, like an avalanche, completely overwhelmed He Wanting.
She didn't understand.
She had done everything perfectly. She had bribed the insiders at Carui Biotechnology and obtained the false news of clinical trial failure.
Why? Why did it turn out like this? Who on earth stabbed her in the back? Chapter 38, Becoming a Board Member, Rewards in the Office.
The next morning, at the Tianhe Group headquarters, in the top-floor conference room, an emergency board meeting concerning the group's future is being held.
The atmosphere in the meeting room was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe.
Qin Shuiyue, dressed in a black suit, sat in the main seat with a cold, expressionless face and icy eyes. Opposite her, He Wanting looked gaunt and haggard, as if she had aged 20 years overnight. According to the preliminary investigation report of the supervisory board, Qin Shuiyue's voice was devoid of any emotion. Director He Wanting, in the past 6 months, abused her position to embezzle a total of 470 million renminbi from the Tiancheng Capital Project funds under the group for her personal speculative activities in overseas markets.
This action has resulted in direct and indirect economic losses of over 3.5 billion yuan for Tianhe Group.
His actions have seriously violated the company law and the group's articles of association, and are suspected of multiple criminal offenses such as embezzlement and misappropriation of funds. With each sentence Qin Shuiyue spoke, He Wanting's face grew paler. I propose, Qin Shuiwei said, her gaze sweeping over every director present, her voice firm and resolute, that he wanting be immediately removed from all positions within Tianhe Group and handed over to the judicial authorities to be held legally accountable. These words immediately sparked a murmur among the roommates. Several senior directors who were on good terms with He Wanting began whispering among themselves, trying to defend her.
Chairman Qin, isn't there some misunderstanding? Chairman, he is only doing this for the good of the company. Yes, a loss of over 3 billion yuan.
If we make a big fuss about this now, it will be a devastating blow to our group's stock price. Just when the board meeting reached a stalemate and the situation was about to spiral out of control,
the meeting room door was gently pushed open. Su Chen, dressed in a well-fitting suit, calmly walked in at Qin Shuiwei's instruction.
His appearance surprised all the directors present.
Who is this young man? How is he qualified to attend the group's highest-level board meeting?
Ignoring everyone's gaze, Su Chen walked straight to Qin Shuiwei's side and gently placed a document on the conference table.
Good morning, board members.
His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. On behalf of Morningstar Trading Company, Limited, I hereby formally submit a letter of intent to acquire your company. He pointed to the documents on the table and said calmly. As far as I know, Ms. He Wanting urgently needs to sell all of her shares in Tianhe Group to cover the huge losses due to personal financial problems. We, Morningstar Trading, are willing to acquire all the shares held by Ms. He Wanting at today's closing price, at a premium of 10%. Su Chen's words were like a depth charge, instantly detonating in the small conference room.
The entire audience was stunned. All the directors looked at Su Chen as if he were crazy. A 10% premium. We'll take it all. He Wanting's shares are worth over 2 billion. Where does this unknown Morningstar Trading, the seemingly green young man, get the confidence and financial resources to say such a thing? He Wanting stared intently at Su Chen. She finally understood. It's her. It's Qin Shuiwei. And this pretty boy next to her. They joined forces and set up this inescapable trap for themselves. Qin Shuiwei looked at Su Chen's confident and composed back, and at how he single-handedly confronted the doubts of the entire board of directors. Her eyes were filled with unwavering admiration and pride. She knew that from this day forward, this man would no longer be just her boyfriend. He will become her comrade in arms and her support. He will stand beside her in the most powerful way that no one expected, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, overlooking this business empire. The atmosphere in the conference room became extremely strange due to Su Chen's forceful entry. Several senior directors who had initially wanted to speak up for He Wanting now fell silent, their scrutinizing and evaluative gazes sweeping back and forth between Su Chen, Qin Shuiwei, and the ashen-faced He Wanting. They were all seasoned veterans who had spent half their lives navigating the business world. They could easily see through the current situation. This is no longer a simple matter of business losses. This was a premeditated and precise assassination attempt targeting He Wanting. It's a life or death power struggle within Tianhe Group, between the old and new factions. Su Chen, the seemingly unknown young man, and the equally mysterious Morningstar Trading behind him, are the sharpest swords that Qin Shuiwei used to launch this war. Absurd!
An elderly director with gray hair finally couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. He pointed at Su Chen with a look of contempt and disdain.
Chairman Qin, are you kidding me? Letting this greenhorn, this shell company that popped up out of nowhere, acquire Chairman He's shares? Can he even come up with more than 2 billion in cash? This is an insult to all of us directors.
Exactly.
Are the shares of our Tianhe Group like cabbages at the market? You can't just buy them whenever you want. I object. I strongly object.
Faced with the combined attack from the group of veteran directors, Su Chen showed no sign of panic. He simply looked calmly at the old director who was shouting the loudest, and then took something out of his pocket. It was a card that was completely black. The front of the card features only a unique, gold-stamped phoenix totem. Su Chen didn't say anything, but gently placed the card on the conference table and pushed it in front of the old director. When the old director saw the card clearly, his face, which had been flushed with anger, turned deathly pale.
Heavens, Tianhe black gold card, he exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling.
In the conference room, everyone who recognized the card gasped in shock. Tianhe Group's highest-level unlimited credit black card. In the entire Jianghai city, there are no more than 5 people who possess this card.
Each and every one of them is a top-tier tycoon who can make the entire city tremble. How did this young man get this card?
Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Su Chen turned his head and looked towards the door of the conference room.
I think my proof of funds should have arrived by now.
As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room door was pushed open. Lu Mengli, dressed in a fiery red suit and wearing 10-centimeter high heels, walked in with great charm, surrounded by a group of professional lawyers and accountants.
Her face wore a smile that could charm anyone. Good morning, board members.
She walked to Su Chen's side, extended her slender fingers, and affectionately brushed away non-existent dust from his shoulders. Then, she announced to everyone present.
Our acquisition funds from Morningstar Trading are fully in place. The transaction can proceed at any time.
In addition, she changed the subject, her gaze falling on Iwaning, her smile becoming like that of a fairy. We also represent more than a dozen other investment institutions whose funds were misappropriated by Chairman He, and have formally filed a lawsuit against Chairman He to recover a total debt of more than 5 billion yuan. If Chairman He is unable to repay within 24 hours.
Lu Mengli's voice became cold and cruel.
Then, what awaits her is bankruptcy, liquidation, and at least 20 years in prison.
Clang!
Iwaning could no longer hold on and slid off the chair, collapsing to the ground.
The entire conference room was deathly silent.
The dust has settled. Faced with the powerful combination of Su Chen and Lu Mengli, and the power vacuum left by Iwaning's downfall, the board of directors ultimately passed all of Qin Shushuyu's proposals by an overwhelming majority.
Iwanting was removed from office and handed over to the judiciary. The acquisition proposal from Morningstar Trading was approved.
Su Chen, in a way that no one expected, successfully acquired 12% of Tianhe Group's shares from Iwanting, becoming the group's youngest and most mysterious new director. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Tianhe Group. Upon hearing the news, Li Jiqiang felt a sudden darkness engulf his vision and his legs went weak. He then gloriously fainted on the spot, causing chaos in the office. After the board meeting, Qin Shuiwei asked everyone to leave, leaving only Su Chen behind. Only the two of them remained in the huge conference room. Qin Shuiwei looked at the man in front of her, who had gone from being a fired salesperson to becoming a director of Tianhe Group in less than a month. This is the man who orchestrated all of this, completely overturning the power structure of the entire Tianhe Group. Her eyes held undisguised adoration, admiration, pride, and even a hint of obsession.
Su Chen.
She rose from the chair at the head of the table, walked around the long conference table, and stepped toward him. The high heels clicked crisply on the polished marble floor, each step seeming to resonate with Su Chen's heartbeat. You have once again exceeded my expectations. She walked up to him and stopped.
She didn't say anything more.
Instead, right in front of him, she slowly sat down at the large mahogany conference table that symbolized the highest power in the group. Her legs were elegantly crossed, and the perfect curves of her legs, encased in stockings beneath her black pencil skirt, were displayed before his eyes without reservation. She looked up at him with her stunningly beautiful face and her shimmering phoenix eyes. Then, she extended her slender index finger, painted with red nail polish, and gently beckoned to Su Chen. Her voice was husky, alluring, and fatally attractive.
Come over. Claim your reward. Su Chen smiled.
He strode towards his most tempting prize. The temperature in the conference room instantly became scorching hot. However, just as he was about to receive his reward,
Qin Shuyue's private phone, which was on the table, rang at an inopportune moment.
Qin Shuiwei frowned impatiently, glanced at the caller ID, and her expression changed instantly. She hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, only an old, dignified, yet powerful voice came through. The sound wasn't loud, but it lowered the temperature in the entire conference room.
Shu Yu. Take your little boyfriend and go back to the old house. Your grandfather wants to see him.
The call ended. The color drained from Qin Shuyue's face, and her phoenix eyes, which had just been filled with passion and charm, were now filled with solemnity and a hint of fear.
What's wrong? Seeing Qin Shuyue's face change instantly, Su Chen had a bad feeling. For this icy queen, who is decisive and ruthless even at the board meeting, to show such a solemn and even fearful expression, the person on the other end of the phone must be someone extraordinary. My grandfather asked me to take you back to the old house.
Qin Shuiwei put down her phone, her voice a little hoarse.
Your grandfather?
Su Chen was somewhat surprised.
Whom?
Qin Shuiwei stepped down from the conference table, straightened her slightly disheveled clothes, and resumed her aloof and proud demeanor. However, Su Chen could sense that her inner self was far from as calm as she appeared. On the way to the Qin family's old house, Qin Shuiwei took the initiative to introduce her family background to Su Chen in detail for the first time.
Su Chen then realized that the Qin family was far more complex than he had imagined.
The Qin family is not just an ordinary business family, but a hidden family that has been rooted in Shanghai City for over a century.
The family's foundation can be traced back to the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China.
From shipping and money shops in the early days, to industry and real estate later, and now to finance and technology, the Qin family's businesses span all walks of life, and the connections and power behind them far exceed the imagination of outsiders. Qin Shuyue's grandfather, Qin Zhenbong, whom she had never met, was an even more legendary figure. He joined the army in his youth and made outstanding contributions on the battlefield. He is a true iron-blooded figure who came out of the hail of bullets.
After retiring, he did not choose to enter politics. Instead, he went into business.
With his decisiveness and ruthlessness characteristic of soldiers, he single-handedly propelled the Qin family's business to unprecedented heights.
You could say that.
He is the anchor of the Qin family's commercial empire, the absolute authority of the entire family.
My grandfather had a very strong personality, you could even say he was domineering.
Qin Shuyue drove with her eyes on the road ahead, her voice carrying a complex emotion. Back then, he was very opposed to me marrying my ex-husband. He felt that he was too weak, lacked masculinity, and was not worthy of the women of our Qin family.
Later, we still got married. Because of this, I gave him the cold shoulder for 3 whole years. Our relationship only improved after my ex-husband passed away.
But over the years, he has been urging me to remarry and trying to arrange a marriage for me with a man he considers to be a good match. As Su Chen listened, he gradually came to understand the situation.
He finally understood.
Today's trip, ostensibly to meet the parents, is actually more like going to the exam hall. That legendary old man Qin has probably already thoroughly investigated himself through various channels.
P.S. Please don't rush me to update too much. If you like it, I hope you can give me more encouragement to update so I know someone is reading. Thank you. Chapter 39: The Qin Family Old House, an even greater test. The reason I was called over today is so that I can personally assess my own worth and see if I am good enough for his precious granddaughter. The car didn't head in any direction from the city center, but instead drove west into a heavily guarded hilly area in the suburbs. This is the location of the Qin family's old residence, Zijin Villa.
The car stopped at the entrance of a huge, antique-style Chinese manor. 2 imposing stone lions stood on either side of the vermilion gate, and several guards dressed in black zhongshan suits, exuding a fierce aura, stood guard at the entrance, their eyes as sharp as eagles. This place doesn't feel like a home, it's more like a heavily guarded military fortress.
The car was only allowed to enter after strict identity verification.
As soon as he entered the door, Su Chen felt an invisible pressure. The manor features pavilions, terraces, bridges, and flowing water, offering picturesque views at every turn, exuding the elegance of a classical garden. However, beneath this elegance lies a rigid and oppressive sense of order. Every butler and servant they encountered would respectfully stop, bow, and greet Qin Shuyue as young Mississippi. But when their gazes fell upon Su Chen beside Qin Shuyue, their eyes instantly filled with undisguised scrutiny, contempt, and a hint of hostility.
Su Chen knew this was a show of force.
It was the entire Qin family that was giving him a hard time. Qin Shuyue clearly sensed the atmosphere, and she subconsciously gripped Su Chen's hand even tighter. The two walked through several corridors and arrived at the living room of the main house. There were already more than a dozen people sitting in the living room, and they all seemed to be core members of the Qin family. A young man who looked to be about the same age as Su Chen, but whose brows were filled with arrogance and haughtiness, was the first to stand up when he saw Qin Shuyue and Su Chen come in. He sauntered over to Su Chen, looked him up and down, and then spoke in a sarcastic tone.
"Oh, Auntie, is this your new boyfriend?"
He deliberately made the word boyfriend sound long and strange.
TSK, she looks quite fair-skinned, but I wonder if she's been weaned yet?
The younger members of the Qin family behind him burst into laughter. Qin Shushu's face instantly turned cold.
Qin Hao.
Shut your mouth, she snapped coldly. This young man was Qin Hao, the son of her second uncle. Spoiled since childhood, he relied on his grandfather's favor to act arrogantly and domineeringly at home, looking down on everyone.
"Oh dear, Auntie, why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me to death."
Qin Hao pretended to be frightened, but the provocation in his eyes was even stronger.
"I'm just worried about you. Don't let yourself be fooled by some shady people like last time.
Our Qin family can't afford to lose face a second time." His words were a blatant attempt to reopen Qin Shuyue's wounds. Qin Shuyue was trembling with anger and was about to explode.
Su Chen gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her to calm down.
He stepped forward, a warm, harmless smile on his face, and looked at Qin Hao in front of him.
This must be Qin Hao's cousin, right?
His voice was gentle, yet it carried a strange sense of oppression. I've often heard sister you mention you, saying you're young and promising, a standout among the younger generation of the Qin family.
Meeting you today, it's true, seeing is believing. Su Chen's words were perfectly watertight.
While it seemed like a compliment, the phrase seeing is believing felt like a soft thorn, making Qin Hao extremely uncomfortable.
Qin Hao wanted to say something more. An old and dignified voice suddenly came from the study on the second floor. Let him come up.
The sound wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire living room. A hint of fear flashed across Qin Hao's face, and he immediately shut his mouth and stepped aside.
Qin Shuiwei took a deep breath and whispered to Su Chen, "It's my grandfather."
You, be careful. Su Chen nodded and followed Qin Shuiwei up the staircase made of precious mahogany. The study was filled with the gentle fragrance of sandalwood incense. An elderly man, dressed in a dark blue tang suit, with gray hair but a vigorous spirit, was sitting behind a huge desk, twirling 2 walnuts in his hands. He is Qin Zhenbong, the pillar of the Qin family. He didn't get up, nor did he even look up at Su Chen. He simply pointed with his chin to the other side of the desk. There, on the table, lay a Go board that had already reached the middle stage. Black and white pieces crisscrossed on the chessboard, fraught with danger.
Kid.
The old man's voice was loud and clear, carrying the air of someone who had been through many battles.
Do you know how to play chess?
Play another game with this old man. Looking at the seemingly unfinished game of chess before him, which was actually full of hidden strategies at every turn, Su Chen knew that the real test was only just beginning.
This game of chess involves more than just skill. It is also about mindset, perspective, and wisdom. This is the ultimate test to see if Su Chen is qualified to become the Qin family's grandson-in-law.
He showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a hint of excited smile appeared on his face. He calmly sat down opposite the old man, picked up a cold black chess piece, and held it in his palm.
Junior Su Chen.
His voice, though not loud, was full of confidence.
Please enlighten me, sir.
The study was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The sandalwood scent permeating the air was mixed with an invisible aura called killing intent, making it difficult for Qin Shuiwei, who was standing to the side, to breathe. She looked nervously at the chessboard, then at her grandfather, and at the man sitting opposite him, who looked completely at ease. She knew that this game was far more important than she had imagined.
Qin Zhenbong's chess style, just like himself, is bold, domineering, and fierce.
Every move he makes is aggressive, like a general on the battlefield, commanding and pressing forward step by step, aiming to gradually erode his opponent's living space and eventually strangle them. Less than 20 minutes into the game, Su Chen's black pieces were already trapped in a small area by the old man's white pieces. He tried to break through the blockade but could not. It seemed that he was in imminent danger and his defeat was inevitable. Qin Shuiwei watched from the side, her palms sweating profusely. She couldn't even bear to watch any longer. However, Su Chen, who was at the center of the chess game, showed no sign of panic. He simply stared calmly at the chessboard, his eyes deep, as if the intricate game was nothing more than a simple math problem to him. With the enhancement of God-level insight and hyperthymesia, the position of every piece on the chessboard and the hundreds of possible future variations were being frantically deduced and calculated in his mind. Kid, why have you stopped? Old Master Qin Zhenbong picked up the covered teacup beside him, slowly blew away the foam, and said with a hint of condescending smugness, "Do you feel like you have nowhere else to go?" While playing chess, he continued to use words to psychologically pressure Su Chen. I heard that you've been running something called Morningstar Trading lately, and it's making quite a splash. They also ruined that good-for-nothing subsidiary of the Ma family, acquired the shares of that stupid woman he wanting, and became a director of our Tianhe. The old man put down his teacup and stared intently at Su Chen.
It's good that young people have some skills and drive. But having skills alone is not enough.
The business world is like a battlefield. Sometimes, taking a step back requires more wisdom than taking a step forward. If you attack on all sides like this, your sharp edge will be too exposed, and you will easily be defeated. His words were a warning to Su Chen, admonishing him not to be too arrogant.
Su Chen raised his head, met the old man's sharp gaze, and gave a humble smile. The old man is right.
As he spoke, he picked up a black chess piece from the chess box. I also believe that sometimes it is necessary to be patient and yielding in life and work. But he changed the subject abruptly, and with a resolute air, he placed the chess piece heavily on a seemingly useless position on the chessboard that no one had expected.
Smack!
The crisp sound of the piece being placed was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. When facing a hungry wolf, simply retreating will only lead to being torn to shreds. The only way is to bare your fangs, frighten it, and subdue it, letting it know that you are not a sheep, but a lion far more ferocious than it. As the chess piece was placed, in an instant, the entire situation on the chessboard underwent a dramatic change. That seemingly useless, discarded piece was like an activated nuclear bomb, instantly revitalizing the entire group of black pieces that had been surrounded. The black pieces, which were originally scattered and fragmented, were now connected by this piece into a huge, deadly net. And Qin Shinbong's seemingly invincible white dragon, which was about to complete its slaughter, happened to fall right in the center of this net. This is... The smug smile on old Master Qin Shinbong's face instantly froze. He stared intently at the chessboard, his eyes wide like saucers, and his hand holding the teacup trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't believe his eyes. This kid has been playing the victim from the very beginning. All his previous concessions and defenses were merely to lure the enemy deeper, to lead his great dragon step by step into the deadly trap he had meticulously laid. What a deep scheming mind! What a ruthless plot! Qin Shuiwei, standing to the side, was also stunned. Although she wasn't very good at chess, she could tell that the entire balance of power on the board had instantly reversed after Su Chen made that move. He managed to turn the tide of a game that seemed like a complete loss with just one piece. As Mr. Qin Shinbong looked at the chessboard, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He tried to struggle and break through, but Su Chen's subsequent moves became even more ruthless and domineering, each move deadly, leaving him no chance to breathe. 10 minutes later, the old man looked at his dragon, which had been completely slaughtered, and sighed deeply. He put down the white piece in his hand and conceded defeat. The entire study fell into a long silence. Qin Shuiwei looked at her grandfather nervously, unaware of the fury that awaited Su Chen. 5 minutes passed before Qin Shinbong slowly raised his head. He looked at Su Chen in front of him. His face, which was imposing without being angry, showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, he burst into an unprecedented, earth-shattering laugh. Ha ha ha. Good. Good lad. Good schemer. Good guts. The old man suddenly stood up, walked around the desk, and stood in front of Su Chen. He stretched out his large, calloused hand and patted Su Chen's shoulder heavily. The force was so great that Su Chen felt a tingling sensation in his shoulder. Conceal your sharpness while remaining blunt, strike only after the enemy has had a chance. You're even more cunning than this old man. His eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and satisfaction as he looked at Su Chen. He's 100 times better than Shuyue's deadbeat ex-husband, that spineless coward who only knew how to recite poetry. He turned to Qin Shuiwei, who was still in shock, and announced in an unquestionable tone. From this day forward, he is my, Qin Shinbong's, chosen grandson-in-law. You can get married whenever you want. Anyone who dares to gossip or talk behind my back should ask this cane in my hand if it agrees. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuiwei's face flushed red to her ears. She was both ashamed and delighted, and lowered her head, not daring to speak. Su Chen stood up and bowed respectfully to the old man. Thank you, Grandpa. His calling him Grandpa was incredibly natural and fluent. Qin Shinbong burst into laughter again. He held Su Chen's hand, his attitude as affectionate as if he were looking at his long-lost grandson. Come on, kid. Have a few drinks with this old man today. You're not leaving this room until I've gotten you completely drunk. Get married whenever you want. Anyone who dares to gossip or talk behind my back should ask this cane in my hand if it agrees. The resonant voice of Mr. Qin Shinbong still echoed in the study. Qin Shuiwei stood to the side, her usually cold and pretty face now as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her toes unconsciously drawing circles on the ground. There was no trace of the majesty of a business tycoon. She was clearly a shy and happy young girl who had been publicly betrothed by her elders. Su Chen was overjoyed inside, but still said respectfully, "Thank you, Grandpa." That Grandpa was uttered with genuine emotion and flowed perfectly smoothly. Qin Shinbong burst into several hearty laughs upon hearing this. He grabbed Su Chen's hand, his affection for him surpassing even that for his own grandson. Come on, kid. Have a good drink with this old man today. I've been saving this special supply mutai for decades, let's open it today. Just as Su Chen was about to agree, the old man seemed to remember something, changed his tone, and his smile faded slightly. His eyes, honed on the battlefield, fell back on Su Chen. Chapter 40: The Trial in the Capital, the Fairy's Gift. However, Su Chen, the old man's tone became serious. It's not enough for me, Qin Jinbang's grandson-in-law, to just be good at chess and have some clever tricks.
They've arrived. Su Chen knew perfectly well that the real test was only just beginning.
Our Qin family has recently encountered some trouble in Beijing.
The old man didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. You may have heard of that piece of land in the north of the city. We invested more than 5 billion yuan in it, preparing to build a new commercial center. However, we were held hostage by a local tyrant in Beijing called Sihai Group.
They used all sorts of underhanded tactics, inciting local residents to cause trouble and getting various departments to obstruct our approvals. The project has been stalled for almost half a year, burning through money every day. The old guys in the group are very unhappy about it.
Qin Jinbang said, letting out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with the board members. He looked at Su Chen with an unquestionable scrutiny and expectation in his eyes. I'll give you a month. Go to the capital and clean up this mess for me. I don't care what methods you use, I just want the results. If you succeed in this matter, the old man paused, then spoke each word with conviction. This will not only be your dowry for marrying Shuiwei, but I will also personally propose at the board meeting that you be brought into the core decision-making level of the group. I will entrust half of the future responsibility of Tianhe Group to you. Upon hearing this, even Qin Shuiwei looked up in shock. Let Su Chen into the core decision-making level? And give him half of the responsibility? This is no longer a test, this is clearly entrusting an orphan to someone. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The Sihai Group in Beijing, a mess worth 5 billion yuan.
This was more than 100 times more difficult than bringing down a small company like Hongyuan Trading. But there was no fear on his face, instead, a strong excitement and fighting spirit surged up.
Men should do things that are challenging. Grandpa, don't worry.
Su Chen bowed, his tone calm but full of confidence. I guarantee I'll give you a satisfactory answer within a month.
Good. Qin Jinbang nodded in satisfaction. With your words, I'm relieved.
It was already getting dark when we came out of the Qin family's old house.
Su Chen was driving, and Qin Shuiwei was sitting in the passenger seat. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat awkward.
Qin Shuiwei wanted to speak several times, to remind him how deep the waters were in Beijing and how complicated the background of the Sihai Group was, but when she saw Su Chen's profile as he focused on driving, she swallowed her words. She found herself becoming more and more accustomed to trusting this man and believing that he could create miracles. Just as the car was about to leave the gate of Zijin Villa, an extremely flashy red Ferrari, like a burning flame, executed a beautiful drift and blocked their way.
The car door opened. Loomingly, dressed in a black tight leather jacket and pants, stepped out of the car. That outfit completely covered her curvaceous and voluptuous figure, yet it was more sexy than any form of nudity.
Wearing a pair of studded high heels that could be used as weapons, she swayed her hips and walked straight to Su Chen's car window.
Hey, Chen, congratulations.
She knocked on the car window, winked at Su Chen in the driver's seat, and said, I heard that you even won over the most difficult old man in our Qin family today and officially became the son-in-law of Tianhe Group. I came here specifically to congratulate you. She spoke loudly and arrogantly, and Qin Shuiwei, who was in the car, felt her face flush and glared at her irritably. Su Chen rolled down the car window and looked helplessly at this troublemaker. Sister Mingli, your information network is too good.
Of course.
Lu Mingli smiled smugly, then took an exquisitely wrapped black gift box from the passenger seat of her Ferrari and, without saying a word, shoved it into Su Chen's arms through the car window.
Here, this is a welcome gift from your sister to you upon taking office.
She leaned down and whispered in Su Chen's ear, her alluring red lips almost touching his earlobe. A warm breath, a mixture of leather and strong perfume, tickled his neck.
When you're home alone at night, secretly open it and take a look.
She spoke softly, her voice full of hints and provocation. Her alluring peach blossom eyes even gave Qin Shuiwei in the passenger seat a deliberately provocative glance.
I guarantee there will be a surprise.
After saying that, she straightened up, waved to Su Chen, twisted her waist to waist that could make any man's soul tremble, sat back into the Ferrari, stepped on the gas, and sped away, leaving only a string of arrogant engine roars behind. Su Chen looked at the heavy gift box in his arms, then at the ice queen next to him whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot and who exuded a chilling aura of -30 degrees Celsius. He felt a chill run down his spine. That vixen really knows how to play tricks.
Back at the villa in Zijin Manor. Throughout the journey, Qin Shuiwei remained silent, and the atmosphere inside the car was so oppressive it was suffocating.
Su Chen tried to explain several times, but seeing her "I'm angry, don't bother me" expression, he could only obediently shut up. As soon as she entered, Qin Shuiwei threw her bag onto the sofa, crossed her arms, and looked coldly at Su Chen, nodding her chin at the black gift box in his arms.
Open it.
Her voice sounded like it was being squeezed out from between her teeth.
Sister Yu, this isn't right, is it? Sister Mingli said I should watch it alone. Su Chen still wanted to struggle a bit. I'll let you open it.
Qin Shuiwei's voice suddenly rose, and in her phoenix eyes burned a raging fire called jealousy.
Su Chen knew that if he didn't comply, he might really have to sleep on the sofa tonight.
He sighed and, in front of Qin Shuiwei, slowly untied the ribbon on the gift box.
The box is opened.
The contents inside made even Su Chen, who prided himself on being well informed, twitch at the corner of his eye. After Qin Shuiwei saw what was inside, her stunningly beautiful face instantly turned from icy white to volcanic red.
On the black velvet lining lay a set of clothes. A men's outfit with an extremely bold design, consisting of black leather and metal chains, wristbands, whips.
There was also a bottle of massage oil next to it. The worst part was that underneath the equipment was a pink card that smelled strongly of perfume.
Above is Lu Mengli's flamboyant handwriting. Little Chen Chen, bring it to your sister. Bang! Qin Shuiwei could no longer hold back.
She snatched the box and, with all her might, slammed it to the ground. The contents were scattered all over the floor. She was trembling with anger, pointing her finger at Su Chen's nose. Her phoenix eyes, glistening with shame and indignation, were filled with grievance and fury.
She commanded, word by word. Tonight, you can sleep in my room. Chapter 41 Daily Intelligence Update. The first piece of the puzzle in the capital. Tonight, you're sleeping in my room. Qin Shuiwei's words made Su Chen overjoyed. On their faces, they had to put on an expression of being flattered and a little apprehensive. The queen is so jealous she's lost her mind. Something's probably going to happen tonight.
Late at night, in Qin Shuiwei's excessively large bedroom, Su Chen lay on the king-size bed that could sleep 4 or 5 people, covered with a separate silk quilt, the delicate fragrance of orchids belonging to Qin Shuiwei lingering around his nose. However, the imagined scene of having a warm and soft woman in my arms did not happen. There was a clear dividing line between him and Qin Shuiwei, a line at least a meter wide. He could clearly hear, from that distant bed, the woman's slightly rapid breathing, caused by nervousness and embarrassment.
Don't move. Don't cross the line. Take a single step out of the window and I'll throw you out.
These are the 3 prohibitions she imposed on him after forcing him into the room. Su Chen was secretly pleased, but obediently replied, I know, Sister Yu, don't worry, I promise I'll behave myself. He pretended to turn over, turning his back to Qin Shuiwei, and closed his eyes.
Sister Yu's contradictory behavior is actually quite cute. But he didn't sleep.
His brain was working at a speed beyond what ordinary people could imagine.
Beijing, Sihai Group, Zhou Sihai.
All public information, online rumors, and financial reports about this new adversary were like countless shining stars in his mind, precisely captured by his hyperthymesia, and then rapidly filtered, reorganized, correlated, and deduced by his God-level insight. He was like a super hacker sitting in God's eye view, searching for the one and only path to the truth in the vast fog of information. Time passed by, second by second. Beside him, Qin Shuiwei's breathing gradually became steady and long, indicating that she had fallen asleep. As the hands of the clock silently glided past midnight,
Su Chen's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open in the darkness. It's here. Daily Intelligence Update. Countless previously chaotic fragments of information were instantly integrated by a mysterious force. Several key, fatal pieces of intelligence, like the last few pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, were perfectly pieced together by him. The first piece of the puzzle, Lulikang in Beijing, Jubuoj. He discovered a gilded Buddha statue in an unassuming auction catalog from 3 years ago that was remarkably similar to the legendary treasure to guard the house that Zhou Sihai had been searching for. This is further supported by a recent post by the owner of Jubuoj on a niche antique forum, in which he expressed his desire to sell a Qing dynasty replica. A bold conclusion formed in his mind, that Buddha statue was in Jubuoj. And it was being treated as a worthless replica. The superstitious Zhou Sihai had been searching for this Buddha statue for no less than 5 years. If he could get it to him, at least half of the trouble with that piece of land in the capital would be resolved. The second piece of the puzzle, Qin Hao. He recalled the venomous look Qin Hao had given him when they were at the Qin family's old house. Combined with the phone records he obtained through special channels showing that Uncle Qin had been in frequent contact with an investment company in Beijing recently,
A treacherous conspiracy has been exposed. Qin Hao and his ambitious father, in order to fight for the inheritance of the Qin family, actually tried to collude with outsiders to completely ruin Qin Shuyue's project in Beijing, betraying their master for personal gain.
That's a brilliant move to cut off the enemy's supply lines.
The third piece of the puzzle, by Ruwashi. This name was an outlier that he discovered when he was sorting out He Wanting's network of relationships at Tianjin Capital. She was the only risk-control director who dared to say no to He Wanting's illegal instructions. Given He Wanting and Li Jiqian's vengeful nature, they will definitely not let her off the hook. Combined with what he found out, Bai Ruwashi was driving alone to the suburbs to visit her sick mother that night, and that winding mountain road was a notorious accident-prone area in Zhanghai City.
A terrifying deduction instantly turned Su Chen's eyes cold. They're going to create an accident.
Although He Wanting has fallen, Li Jiqiang is still the vice president of Fengxing Media. That mad dog is absolutely capable of doing such a thing.
Killing 3 birds with 1 stone.
In the darkness, Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that he had found the first piece of the puzzle for his march into the capital.
He quietly turned his head and glanced at his side. Under the covers, Qin Shuyue's exquisite curves were faintly visible in the moonlight.
She slept on her side, one jade-like arm resting beside the pillow, like an unguarded child.
That usually cold and aloof pretty face now carried a rare trace of tranquility and gentleness. Su Chen's heart softened for no apparent reason.
He leaned forward and gently placed a kiss on her smooth, full forehead. Then, he quietly lifted the covers and got dressed.
We can't wait any longer. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and opened the door leading to the balcony. With the superhuman strength and coordination brought about by the comprehensive physical enhancement, he was like an agile raccoon.
He grabbed the balcony railing, swung his body, and silently flipped down from the second floor, landing steadily on the soft lawn in the backyard of the villa. He had to save the woman named Bai Ruwashi before the car accident happened.
She will be the most important cornerstone of his future financial empire. In the garage, Su Chen got into his BMW 5 Series and was about to start the car. Click.
With a soft click, the side door leading from the garage to the villa opened. Qin Shuyue, dressed in a thin silk nightgown, stood gracefully at the door.
The car keys she was holding were the ones Su Chen had left on the entryway cabinet.
The shame and anger that had been on her face were gone, replaced by a cold, hurt, and complex expression mixed with disappointment. She just looked at him quietly, her phoenix eyes, still bright in the darkness, glistening with tears. It turns out that his previous tenderness and obedience were all an act. It turns out that what she was so happy about sharing a bed was, in his eyes, nothing more than a cage from which he could leave at any time. Her heart felt heavy and clenched, as if something had ripped it open.
Su Chen.
Her voice sounded somewhat ethereal in the empty garage, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor.
Where are you going so late? She paused, each word seeming to be uttered with all her might. Shall we go find Lu Mengli? Chapter 42: A Race Against Time on the Mountain Road. The first step to conquering a sophisticated and intelligent older woman. Chapter 40: A Race Against Time on the Mountain Road.
The first step to conquering a sophisticated and mature woman.
Shall we go find Lu Mengli?
Qin Shuyue's voice seemed to rise from an ice cellar, each word carrying a chill that pierced Su Chen's heart. Her face appeared exceptionally pale in the dim garage light. Her moist eyes were filled with grievance and the pain of betrayal. Su Chen saw her standing barefoot on the cold cement floor, wearing only a thin silk nightgown. Her body was shivering slightly, she was clearly cold. His heart ached, he felt a mixture of pain and helplessness. This silly woman, she clearly cared, yet she always acted so stubbornly.
Sister, it's not what you think. It's urgent,
He was eager to explain, but the words caught in his throat.
Now was not the time to explain. The intelligence indicated that Bai Ruwashi's car accident could happen at any moment, and every second of delay could mean the loss of a life. He couldn't take the risk.
Su Chen pushed open the car door, his movements swift and rapid, like an arrow released from a bow, instantly rushing to Qin Shuyue's side. He didn't give her a chance to react at all, and before her wide, astonished eyes could see, he swept her up in his arms.
Ah!
Qin Shuyue gasped, her body suddenly leaping into the air as she instinctively reached out and wrapped her arms around Su Chen's neck. A strong masculine scent, mixed with a hint of rapid sweat, instantly enveloped her. Her cheek pressed against his firm chest, listening to his rapid, powerful heartbeat, her mind a jumbled mess. His sudden action transformed all her anger and resentment into astonishment and a vague, inexplicable panic. Su Chen, carrying Qin Shuiwei, strode to the passenger side. Before she could even react, he opened the car door with one hand and shoved her inside without a word.
Fasten your seatbelts. He uttered only those 3 simple words before quickly returning to the driver's seat.
He snatched the car keys from Qin Shuiwei's hand, inserted them, and started the engine.
Buzz.
The BMW 5 Series engine let out a deep, furious roar, completely at odds with its usually composed appearance. Su Chen floored the accelerator, and the car shot out of the garage and out of the gates of Zijin Manor like a black lightning bolt, leaving only 2 blinding red taillights behind before disappearing into the vast night. Qin Shuiwei was shoved hard into her seat by the sudden, violent push. Her mind went blank. She could only grip the door handle tightly, watching the scenery rushing past the window. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, as if it would burst out of her throat.
Su Chen. You're crazy. Where are you taking me?
She finally found her voice and couldn't help but scream, filled with fear and anger.
Su Chen didn't turn around, but kept his eyes fixed on the dark road ahead, his voice steady and powerful. Go save them.
On the way to the winding mountain road in the suburbs, Su Chen sped at an almost insane speed while quickly informing Qin Shuiwei, in the most concise language, that Bai Ruoshi might have been in a car accident. He omitted all details about his superpowers, only saying that he received the urgent information from a reliable informant. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuiwei's face, pale with shock, was instantly replaced by astonishment. She never imagined that Su Chen's late-night elopement wasn't to find another woman for pleasure, but to save the life of a complete stranger.
Bai Ruoshi? The risk control director of Tiancheng Capital?
Qin Shuiwei's voice was filled with undisguised surprise.
How could something have happened to her?
Where did you hear that? Su Chen didn't slow down. The car sped along the dark, winding mountain road, the sound of tires screeching against the pavement clearly audible.
Don't ask so many questions, sister you. Time is running out.
My information is reliable. Someone's planning to harm her tonight, to stage an accident.
An accident?
Qin Shuiwei frowned, her expression turning serious. Having navigated the business world for many years, she naturally understood the dirty tricks hidden behind these accidents.
Who wants to harm her? He wantings people? It's highly likely.
Li Jiqiang is no pushover, Su Chen replied briefly, knowing that Qin Shuiwei would immediately understand the deeper meaning.
Qin Shuiwei's heart skipped a beat.
A mixture of guilt, lingering fear, and a hint of inexplicable pride surged into her heart.
She had actually thought this man was going to find Lu Mengli. She had actually doubted him. But what about him?
He was doing his own thing, in the dead of night, recklessly running to save someone he might not even know.
Then, what do we do now? Call the police?
Qin Shuiwei asked urgently.
It's too late.
Besides, calling the police might not stop it immediately. Su Chen shook his head, his grip on the steering wheel tightening.
We can only rely on ourselves.
We need to find her first. Looking at Su Chen's profile, which appeared exceptionally resolute in the night, she suddenly felt a sense of trust she had never felt before. This man always managed to display extraordinary calmness and courage in the most critical moments.
I'll go with you. Qin Shuiwei gritted her teeth.
Although she still felt a little awkward, she was more worried and felt a sense of shared hatred.
Su Chen's lips curled up slightly.
This woman had finally come to her senses. The car sped through an industrial park in the suburbs. As it passed a large 24-hour hardware store, Su Chen suddenly slammed on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side of the road.
Sister you, get off the bus. Qin Shuiwei was thrown forward by the inertia. Just as she regained her balance, she heard Su Chen's urgent voice. She was a little confused. What are you doing? Buy things.
Su Chen opened the car door, got out, and quickly opened Qin Shuiwei's car door, pulling her into the store without saying a word.
Boss, I want all the warning triangles and all the emergency lights with strobe function in the store. Su Chen slammed the black gold card on the counter. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable sense of command. The hardware store owner, a sleepy-eyed middle-aged man, was about to complain, but when he saw the all-black card exuding understated luxury, he instantly sobered up. He subconsciously glanced at Su Chen, then at Qin Shuiwei beside him, who was dressed in a silk nightgown and possessed an elegant demeanor. This pair seemed strangely unsettling. But he didn't dare ask any questions and immediately and quickly moved all the store's inventory, warning signs of all sizes, and emergency lights out. Qin Shuiwei watched Su Chen skillfully directing the shop assistants to pack the items, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. This man seemed to be able to control the situation with ease, no matter the occasion. Whether it was the infighting at the board meeting or an unexpected situation at the hardware store on the street, he could handle it all with ease. "Hurry up, time is precious," Su Chen urged. The boss wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll load it onto the truck right away." A few minutes later, the trunk and back seats of their BMW 5 Series were filled with various warning devices. The mountain road under the cover of night resembles a giant black python coiled among the mountains, winding and twisting, eerie and silent. Only the headlights pierced the darkness, briefly illuminating the road ahead. The BMW stopped at the last rest stop. Su Chen turned off the engine, and the car was instantly filled with silence and a strange sense of tension. Su Chen pointed to a series of sharp S-shaped bends not far ahead and said to Qin Shuiwei, "That's Jianghai City's most infamous death hairpin bend. Director Bai's car might lose control there." His voice was calm, but Qin Shuiwei could hear the seriousness in it. He seemed to know this road like the back of his hand. "Sister Yu, we need your help now." Su Chen opened the trunk and took out all the dozens of emergency flashing lights and warning triangles. "See that bend ahead? From now on, every 10 meters, throw a flashing light in the middle of the road. Throw them all, then immediately get back to the car." His tone was authoritative, yet it carried a deep trust in her. Qin Shuiwei took a deep breath at this moment. She completely trusted Su Chen. Without the slightest hesitation, she picked up a bunch of warning lights and ran towards the dark bend in the road. Wearing silk pajamas and slippers, she looked somewhat disheveled as she ran along the rugged mountain path. Her slippers were even painfully worn down by the pebbles on the road, but she didn't care. Her slender figure, under the cold moonlight, carried a unique kind of determination. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. This woman, though usually displaying a queenly demeanor that kept everyone at arm's length and never admitting defeat, was someone you could truly trust and fight alongside when it mattered most. This tacit understanding and trust warmed his heart. A few minutes later, Qin Shuiwei returned, panting. Fine beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her silk pajamas clung stickily to her body from running, outlining her graceful figure. Her bare feet were dusty, but she paid no heed. Ahead on the winding mountain road, she had set up a temporary warning line hundreds of meters long, composed of dozens of red and blue flashing lights, which flashed wildly in the darkness, like a giant cautionary tale. The two had just gotten back into the car and hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath. Squeak! A screeching, teeth-grinding screech of tires, accompanied by the roar of an engine, came from the other end of the mountain road. The sound grew closer and more urgent, like the whisper of death. "It's here!" Su Chen's body tensed instantly, his eyes sharpened, and he stared intently at the dark bend ahead. A red Porsche 718, like a runaway wild horse, was hurtling toward the death hairpin bend at an absurdly high speed. Its speed and posture made it seem as if it would plunge off the cliff and kill everyone in the next second. The female driver, Bai Ruoshi, had a face filled with terror and despair. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her forehead pressed against it, her body violently jolted by the out-of-control vehicle. The brake pedal was slammed on, but the car showed no sign of slowing down. She knew someone had tampered with the car. The shadow of death loomed over her in an instant. Just when she thought she was going to die and was about to plunge off the cliff with her car, she saw it. She saw a continuous band of red and blue lights flashing wildly like police sirens on the bend ahead. That blinding light was so conspicuous and so abrupt in the darkness that it instantly tore apart the despair in her heart. Her survival instinct made her instinctively swerve the steering wheel sharply, avoiding the blinding light source and the deadly path that led directly to the cliff. Boom! The red Porsche didn't ultimately plunge off the cliff. Instead, under Bai Ruoshi's desperate control, it crashed violently into the relatively soft mountain slope on the inside of the curve at a tricky angle. The enormous impact shook the car violently, sending gravel and dirt flying everywhere. The airbags deployed instantly, the white ones slamming into her body and causing her to feel a tightness in her chest. The front of the car was severely deformed, the hood was raised high, and white smoke was billowing out, but the driver's cab was basically intact. The person survived. Su Chen and Qin Shuiwei exchanged a glance. Neither spoke, yet they understood the urgency in each other's eyes. They immediately opened the car doors, jumped out, and ran towards the wrecked vehicle. Su Chen ran to the car and quickly checked the situation inside. Bai Ruoshi was being held in place by the airbag. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling slightly, but she was clearly not in mortal danger. Qin Shuiwei also rushed over, and the two of them worked together to open the car door. The door was deformed from the impact, making a screeching metallic scraping sound.
They carefully rescued the female driver, who was somewhat disoriented from the violent impact and shock, from the driver's seat. Bairuwashi was helped to stand on the roadside. Her legs were weak and she could hardly stand. She was about 32 or 33 years old, wearing a well-tailored black office lady suit, and usually looked like a typical professional woman. But at this moment, her skirt was already disheveled from the struggle and impact, and the expensive black stockings on her legs were torn in several places, revealing her fair skin and several scratches. Her neat, shoulder-length short hair was a little messy, and her pretty face was full of lingering fear and confusion. She is Bairuwashi. When she struggled to lift her head and saw the two people who had saved her life, she was completely stunned. One was her boss, the legendary Ice Queen Qin Shuiwei. She was wearing a thin silk nightgown, her hair was a little messy, and she was still wearing slippers, clearly having rushed over.
And another one.
It's that mysterious man who just shone at the board meeting today, swiftly ousting he wanting and becoming the group's youngest director Su Chen.
Chairman Qin. Chairman Qin? Chairman Su. Chairman Su?
Bairuwashi's voice trembled slightly from shock, carrying a hint of disbelief and confusion. She never imagined that these two would appear here at such a critical moment.
Su Chen ignored her shock.
He looked at the woman in front of him. The tear stains on her intelligent face, caused by fear, and her long, beautiful legs, faintly visible beneath her torn black stockings, all gave him only one thought: this woman is indeed a rare talent, possessing both beauty and ability. He crouched down to be at eye level with Bairuwashi, handed her a tissue, and spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable authority.
Director Bai, I know who wants to harm you.
He paused, looked intently at her, and directly revealed the truth behind this accident.
Do you want revenge?
Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet night. Every word struck Bairuwashi's heart like a heavy hammer. He looked into Bairuwashi's eyes, which had become clear instantly from shock and hatred, and extended his hand, palm up, in an inviting gesture.
Work with me. Chapter 43: The Queen's Reward, the embryo of a financial empire. Work with me.
Su Chen's voice was calm, without any extra fluctuations, yet it was like a nail, driving straight into Bairuwashi's chaotic mind. She stared blankly at the man in front of her. He was so young, yet his calm and composed aura was stronger than any other business tycoon she had ever met.
Revenge?
These two words were like sparks, instantly igniting the dry grass in her heart.
Of course she wants to.
Whenever I close my eyes, all I see in my mind is He Wanning's well-maintained yet mean and treacherous face, and Li Jiqiang's arrogant and domineering demeanor. And just now, that out-of-control Porsche, the brakes that were slammed on but didn't respond, the overwhelming sense of death. A chilling hatred and the lingering fear of surviving a catastrophe made her shiver involuntarily.
But, how do I report it?
He Wanting has been operating in Tianhe Group for over 20 years, and her network of connections is extremely intricate. Even if she falls this time, a fallen camel is still bigger than a horse.
What is Bairuwashi compared to her?
A risk-controlled director who sounds impressive but actually has little real power is just a high-level employee.
Trying to break a rock with an egg?
Chairman Su. Bairuwashi's lips moved, her voice dry and weak.
She didn't even dare to look at Su Chen's face. I'm just an employee. How can I compete with her? Of course you can't win alone. Su Chen stood up.
He was more than a head taller than Bairuwashi, and this height difference naturally gave him a sense of looking down on her. But with me in it, it's different. He didn't continue the topic, but instead took out his phone and skillfully dialed a number. When the call connected, he only said a few words.
Sister Monli, there's been a minor accident on the mountain road. Send someone to handle the scene and tow the car away.
Yes, a red Porsche. After hanging up the phone, he casually took off his expensive suit jacket and draped it over Bairuwashi's shoulders. Bairuwashi's business suit was in disarray from the impact, and her stockings were torn. She was indeed a bit cold in the night wind. The coat, carrying the warmth of a man's body and a faint scent of tobacco, enveloped her, inexplicably calming her wildly beating heart, which was still pounding with fear. After doing all this, Su Chen slowly turned his head to look at Qin Shuiwei, who had been silent since the beginning, but whose aura was so low it was almost freezing. The Ice Queen stood a few meters away with her arms crossed. The streetlight shone down on her head, casting a shadow on her face and obscuring her expression. But Su Chen knew that this woman had definitely made another note of him in her mental notebook.
Sister Yu, it's getting late.
Let's take Director Bai to the hospital for a checkup first, Su Chen tentatively suggested. Qin Shuiwei ignored him. She merely glanced coldly at Bai Ruoshi, who was wrapped in Su Chen's coat, hunched over, and looked pitiful, out of the corner of her eye. Then, without saying a word, she turned and walked away, her high heels clicking on the cement floor, each step feeling like a blow to Su Chen's heart.
Su Chen sighed inwardly. Oh no, this jealousy has been completely overturned.
The next day, at Morningstar Trading on the top floor of the China World Trade Center. When Bai Ruoshi appeared in the office wearing a brand new Chanel business suit and Jimmy Choo high heels, Wang Chang and Zhang Lan, who were engrossed in organizing documents, were utterly astonished.
Director Bai? You, what brings you here?
Zhang Lan stammered as she spoke, almost dropping the folder in her hand.
Bai Ruoshi is a celebrity in Shanghai's financial circles.
She's the head of risk control at Tiancheng Capital, a well-known iron lady whose professional abilities are so strong that many men are ashamed of themselves.
Why would a master of this caliber come to their newly established makeshift team?
Starting today, I am the chief risk officer of Morningstar Trading and the head of Morningstar Capital.
The panic and vulnerability of last night were no longer visible on Bai Ruoshi's face.
She wore delicate makeup, her hair was neatly combed, and she exuded the competence and confidence of an elite woman. She nodded politely to Wang Chang and Zhang Lan as a greeting, then ignored their astonishment and walked straight to Su Chen's office.
Knock knock.
She knocked on the door.
Enter.
Pushing open the door, Su Chen was sitting in the boss's chair, leisurely drinking tea. Bai Ruoshi took a deep breath, walked up to him, and gently placed a seemingly ordinary USB drive, which had undergone multiple encryptions, on the mahogany desk. Chairman Su, this is my pledge of allegiance to you. Her voice was calm, but if you listened carefully, you could hear a subtle, almost imperceptible, resolute determination. Su Chen put down his teacup, his opinion of this woman's decisiveness and courage rising even higher. He picked up the USB drive and plugged it into the computer.
As the password is unlocked layer by layer, a huge, intricate table is revealed on the screen.
Inside were detailed accounts and transfer records of all the illegal operations, transfers of benefits, and embezzlement of public funds that he Wanting and her cronies had carried out within Tianqing Capital over the years. Every transaction has a clear date, amount, person in charge, and final destination.
The chain of evidence is frighteningly complete. This thing could easily wipe out He Wanting's power, let alone send her to jail for life.
Pretty.
Su Chen looked at the woman in front of him.
She not only has a figure and face that men would covet, but also a smart, calm, and decisive mind.
He never hesitated to praise talented people.
Director Bai, starting today, I am officially establishing a subsidiary, Morningstar Capital, under the name of Morningstar Trading, and you will be fully responsible for it. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. I'm giving you the position of vice president of the group, with full authority over all matters concerning Morningstar Capital. In addition, 5% of the company's original shares are yours. Bai Ruoshi's breath caught in her throat for a moment. She thought she had misheard.
Group vice president? Full responsibility? And 5% of the original shares?
Although Morningstar Trading has just been established, it is backed by Su Chen and Qin Shuiwei, and its future potential is immeasurable. This 5% initial public offering IPO share could be worth an astronomical figure in the near future. She only provided one piece of evidence, but this young man gave far too much.
Chairman Su, you trust me that much? She couldn't help but ask. They only met formally for the first time last night, and today he dares to entrust her with such an important responsibility and such huge benefits? I don't believe you. Su Chen suddenly smiled. I trust my judgment. I've always been very good at judging people.
He paused, then changed the subject.
Of course, I'm not doing charity.
I'm giving you so much power because I naturally hope you can create 10 times or 100 times more value for me. As he spoke, he roughly explained his short-selling plan targeting He Wanting to Bai Ruoshi. Of course, he cleverly omitted all parts about the daily intelligence, only saying that he had learned of the success of Karue Bio's clinical trials in advance through some special channels. He wanted to see what kind of surprises this financial prodigy, on whom he had placed such high hopes, could bring him. Bai Ruoshi was stunned after hearing this. A few seconds later, her eyes shone with a mixture of shock, excitement, and fervor. As expected of a top financial expert, she almost immediately understood the terrifying profit margin and meticulous planning behind Su Chen's plan.
This is no longer a simple commercial attack. This is a textbook example of capital manipulation. Chairman Su, your plan is too audacious. It's ingenious.
She was so excited that her cheeks flushed, and she even forgot the etiquette between superiors and subordinates. She rushed to the computer and started typing rapidly on the keyboard, her movements so fast that they left after images. Wang Cheng and Zhan Lan were outside when they heard the clattering of keyboards coming from the office, along with Bai Ruoshi's increasingly excited mutterings, filled with various technical terms. No, 20x leverage is still too conservative. We can use structured products from offshore companies to construct a multi-tiered option portfolio, which theoretically can amplify leverage to more than 30 times. Also, we can't let He Wanning's related accounts in China go. We can first make a feint, release some negative news to induce them to increase their short positions, and then.
Less than half an hour.
A more meticulous, more leveraged, and more ruthless ultimate hunting plan than Lu Mingli's previous version has been freshly produced.
Chairman Su, look.
Bai Ruoshi turned her laptop towards Su Chen, her eyes, which were shining brightly with excessive excitement, looking at him with an almost worshipful expression. According to my plan, we can not only take over all of He Wanning's overseas funds, but also wipe out all the retail investors and speculative funds that are following the trend of short selling. With this operation, our profits will be at least 50 times. Looking at her radiant expression of excitement, Su Chen's opinion of this woman rose to a new level.
Professional, calm, bold, and ruthless. It also carries a ruthless determination to crush the opponent to dust. I've struck gold. Tianhe Group, Chairman's Office.
Qin Shuiwei was in a state of extreme agitation all day. There was a mountain of documents in front of her, but she couldn't read a single word. The image that kept replaying in my mind was Su Chen draping his coat over Bai Ruoshi last night. And this morning, when Lina reported to her, she had that hesitant expression. Chairman Qin, Chairman Su brought a woman to the company today and directly appointed her as the head of the newly established Morningstar Capital. I heard that Chairman Su and that woman stayed in the office all morning with the door closed.
That bastard. He saved another woman, that's one thing. They even hired that woman into their company. They even gave him such a high-ranking position. Spending the whole day together? With the door closed? What good things could they possibly do?
Qin Shuiwei felt a tightness in her chest, as if a fire was burning inside, making her feel uncomfortable all over. She felt that her pet, which she had finally managed to tame and branded with her own unique mark, was being coveted by other women, who had even reached out their claws.
No. Absolutely not.
She couldn't sit still any longer. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was exactly time to get off work. She picked up the private phone on the table and dialed Su Chen's number almost without hesitation.
The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello? Sister Yu, what's wrong?
Su Chen's slightly tired but still clear voice came from the other end of the phone.
Su Chen.
Qin Shuiwei spoke in an unquestionable, queen-like tone, her voice cold and icy.
You, right now, immediately, come to my office. I have work to talk to you about.
After saying that, she didn't give Su Chen any chance to speak and hung up the phone directly.
Half an hour later, the door to the chairman's office was gently pushed open. Su Chen walked in.
He was greeted by Qin Shuiwei's face, which was so cold it could draw out 3 feet of frost. Only one floor lamp was on in the office, its dim yellow light enveloping her and making her appear even more aloof and unapproachable.
Chairwoman Qin, what brings you here so late? Su Chen walked up to her with a businesslike expression on his face, but he was secretly delighted. He knew perfectly well why this woman was looking for him. From the morning onwards, he felt a chill down his spine. Without even thinking, he knew that the Queen's death stare had crossed most of the city and locked onto him.
Qin Shuiwei did not speak. She took a thick document out of the drawer and threw it directly onto the table in front of Su Chen.
This is a list of all the group's currently idle assets, including office buildings, shops, and land. Take a look and see if there's anything that Morningstar Trading can use.
While she spoke of business, her beautiful phoenix eyes were like 2 sharp scalpels, scrutinizing Su Chen's face as if trying to find some trace of guilt in every pore of his skin.
Su Chen smiled.
This woman, when she's being difficult, is actually quite cute.
He didn't look at the document.
Instead, he walked straight up to Qin Shuiwei in front of her and shoved her away.
With a click, he locked the office door from the inside.
The sudden noise made Qin Shuiwei's heart skip a beat. Seeing Su Chen's bold move, she subconsciously leaned back, her voice carrying a hint of panic that she herself didn't realize.
What do you think you're doing? This is the company. Su Chen did not answer her.
He walked step by step towards her. Under Qin Shuyue's gaze, which was filled with astonishment and embarrassment, he suddenly leaned down, put one hand under her knees and put the other hand around her waist. In one swift motion, he lifted her up from the boss's chair, a symbol of supreme power.
Ah!
Qin Shuyue gasped in surprise, her body suddenly losing its balance, and she instinctively reached out to hug his neck.
The next second, the world spun around.
Su Chen turned her around and placed her heavily on the large, cool, and mirror-smooth mahogany desk.
The skirt slid up due to the movement, revealing long, shapely thighs encased in black stockings. She instinctively tried to struggle and get off the table.
But Su Chen had already moved closer, using his tall frame to firmly trap her between the desk and himself, rendering her unable to move.
Sister Yu, let's talk about work tomorrow, there's no rush. Let's talk about this now.
He paused, lowering his voice even further, like a devil's whisper.
The reward you promised me last night. The last rays of sunlight outside the window finally sank below the horizon. The office lights were off. Chapter 44 iPhone call from Beijing. The next day, Morningstar trading. The office was peaceful, except for two people.
Wang Chang, sporting dark circles under his eyes that almost reached his chin, and holding a cup of espresso so black it could be used as ink, floated unsteadily to Zhang Lan's desk and plopped down.
Mr. Zhang, I can't go on. I feel like I'm about to die suddenly.
His voice was weak, and he seemed to have lost all his bones. Zhang Lan pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, trying to hide her equally haggard face.
Me too, I only slept for 3 hours last night.
Her voice was also tired.
I read Director Bai's plan 3 times over, and every time I read it, my heart beat faster. 30 times leverage. My God, is this short selling? It's like taking a knife to stab an aircraft carrier's engine and betting on it exploding on the spot. Where does President Su get such audacity? Courage?
Wang Chang gulped down a mouthful of coffee like it was medicine, the bitterness making his features scrunch up, but it also made him a little more excited. He lowered his voice, his face revealing a mysterious expression that mixed awe, gossip, and lewdness.
How could ordinary people like us possibly fathom the audacity of President Su?
His confidence doesn't stem from this at all.
Wang Chang pointed to his head and then down below. Zhang Lan didn't understand. What do you mean?
What I mean is, we can't understand how powerful President Su is.
Wang Chang leaned even closer, his spittle almost flying onto Zhang Lan's face. Didn't you hear?
Yesterday afternoon, our President Su was called in by Chairman Qin to discuss work again. He deliberately spoke the phrases again and again and talking about work in a sarcastic tone.
And then?
Zhang Lan's ears perked up involuntarily, and she leaned forward, completely forgetting that she had just been telling herself to stay professional.
And then?
Wang Chang chuckled, like a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. Chairman Qin's beautiful secretary, Lin, notified the entire senior management at 5:30 that Chairman Qin had important work to do tonight and that no one was allowed to disturb him.
Guess what happened? Wang Chang paused deliberately, enjoying Zhang Lan's impatient expression.
My distant cousin's neighbor, who works as a security guard in the parking lot of Tianhe Group, told me that he personally saw our general manager Su not emerge from Chairman Qin's private elevator until 10 p.m.
And
Wang Chang lowered his voice, speaking with great enthusiasm. When he came out, the lipstick marks on his face, TSK, and several red marks on his neck, looked like he'd been bitten by mosquitoes. He was even walking unsteadily, his legs were practically weak.
Cough cough.
Zhang Lan choked on his increasingly explicit description, her face turning red.
She grabbed her water glass and gulped down a mouthful. Manager Wang.
Watch your words.
This is working hours.
She spoke righteously, but her shifty eyes and slightly flushed cheeks completely betrayed her. Wang Chang wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by, and continued to embellish the story, and this is just our empress.
Look at this new director Bai.
He gestured towards Bai Ruoshi's private office.
Did you see the way she looked at President Su today?
That's not how a subordinate looks at their boss, it's like a believer seeing a living Buddha descended to save all sentient beings. Let me tell you, yesterday I passed by President Su's office, the door wasn't closed properly, and I saw it with my own eyes. Director Bai was reporting to President Su, and the way she was leaning forward, and that business skirt that was so short, TSK, and those black stockings that she deliberately didn't change, with several holes in them. Oh my God, I'm a man who's almost 40, and I felt my blood pressure spike right there and then.
I finally understand completely.
Wang Chang slapped his thigh and made his final conclusion in a disillusioned tone.
Our CEO Su isn't human at all.
He's a monster who's cultivated for 1,000 years. He came down from the mountain specifically to capture these top female demons in Shanghai City. There's the icy queen, Chairman Qin the alluring enchantress, President Liu, and now there's the sophisticated and mature director Bai.
They're all exceptional women, and they're all completely devoted to him.
I think we shouldn't call our company Morning Star Trading anymore, let us just rename it Spider Cave. Wang Chang got more and more excited as he spoke. If these ladies start fighting over favors, won't their sorcery tear down the top floor of our international trade center? Zhang Lan was terrified as she listened, her mind already conjuring up scenes of a world war, but she also felt, damn it, what he said made perfect sense. Just as the two were whispering to each other, their conversation becoming increasingly absurd.
Beep. The internal phone in Su Chen's office suddenly rang.
The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a pause button being pressed, instantly silencing Wang Chang.
Manager Wang, come in for a moment. Wang Chang's body reacts faster than his brain.
1 second he was a sleazy gossipmonger, the next he had put on an expression of a loyal and dedicated elite, ready to sacrifice his life for the company.
He dashed into Su Chen's office in a flash. Mr. Su, you wanted to see me?
Su Chen was sitting behind that huge executive desk, flipping through a document about a real estate project in the northern part of Beijing.
Any news about that Zhou family kid from Beijing you were asked to investigate? I've got it. I absolutely have to.
As soon as Wang Chang heard it was serious business, he immediately pulled a crumpled little notebook from his pocket and handed it over like a treasure.
President Su, you're absolutely right. That kid's name is Zhou Yun. He's a notorious good-for-nothing spendthrift in Beijing's second-generation elite circles.
His father, Zhou Sihai, made his fortune in real estate. They have so much money they could use it to light cigarettes. This kid is a complete good-for-nothing, and his only hobby is throwing money around racing cars. He spent tens of millions to set up a so-called wind speed racing team, but his skills were terrible, and he couldn't even get a chance to compete in the domestic professional league. Recently, he's been pulling strings and spending money everywhere to get a wildcard entry to the Asian Supercar Championship to be held in Shanghai next month.
I heard he's as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Asian Supercar Championship? Su Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic knock-knock sound. He found it somewhat amusing. He was just worried about not finding a suitable excuse to go to the capital and meet the son of this local tyrant. Unexpectedly, the other party brought the pillow over themselves. Just then, his personal cell phone, which was on the table, vibrated. Su Chen glanced at it. The screen displayed an unfamiliar number from Beijing. He casually pressed the answer button and turned on speakerphone. Hey! You're that country bumpkin named Su Chen? On the other end of the phone, an extremely arrogant and domineering young voice immediately came through.
His tone was so arrogant that it was as if the whole world belonged to him. Wang Chang, standing to the side, felt his eyelids twitch as he listened, thinking to himself, holy crap, is this guy in a hurry to be reborn? How dare he talk to President Su like that? Su Chen didn't even raise an eyebrow. The voice on the other end of the phone continued to roar, my name is Zhou Yun, Zhou from the Zhou family, Yun from Baiyun. You fucking remember this, the Jingqing Sihai group belongs to my family. I'm telling you right now. That piece of rubbish the Qin family owns in the north of the city is my dad's dream. You better stay away from that land and don't meddle in other people's business. You bumpkin from Shanghai City, you better go back to your little place. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make sure you can't make it in Beijing, you won't even have a place to stand. Zhou Yun kept using profanity and his spoiled nature was palpable even through the electric current. Su Chen laughed. Far from being angry, he actually found it somewhat amusing, like watching a clown jumping around. Are you done? He asked slowly, his voice so calm it was completely unfathomable. Zhou Yun was taken aback by his indifferent reaction, then roared in a fit of rage, what? Scared? If you're scared, then hurry up and pack your bags and get back to your Shanghai, go cry to your old woman. Ha ha ha. On the other end of the phone came a harsh and foolish laugh. No. Su Chen's tone remained as calm as a bottomless ancient well. I just want to tell you something. What is it? Begging for mercy? Too late. I heard you're keen to participate in next month's Asian Supercar Championship? Zhou Yun's laughter abruptly stopped, like a duck whose neck had been choked. How the hell did you know? Unfortunately, Su Chen leaned back in his large executive chair, his voice laced with a cat-and-mouse smirk, that one and only wildcard is now in my hands. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone.
Su Chen could imagine Zhou Yun's expression of utter disgust at that moment. He continued unhurriedly, if you want to play, next week, Shanghai GMAX circuit. I'm waiting for you.
After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone immediately, not giving the other party a chance to say another word. He put down his phone, looked at Wang Chang, who was completely petrified and whose mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, and smiled.
Go, help me contact Brother Biao, the owner of GMAX racetrack.
Tell him that I was the one who asked to borrow the track for a few days.
Wang Chang nodded mechanically, his mind still blank. Su Chen added another sentence.
Also, help me spread the word a little.
Don't be too deliberate.
Just find a few car enthusiast groups or forums and casually mention it. They say a mysterious racing legend emerged in Shanghai, driving a heavily modified BMW M5 and setting a new unofficial track record at the GMAX racetrack. Su Chen paused for a moment, then gave a precise number.
As for the lap time, let's just say it's a full 3 seconds faster than the official record of Li Feng, currently the top professional player in China. Chapter 45: The Fairy's Assistance, The Queen's Punishment. A young master from Beijing is going to have a life or death duel with Shanghai's mysterious racing legend on the GMAX track?
This news was like a depth charge, detonating within half a day in the entire Shanghai city's high society and racing circles.
Especially after Lu Mingli, that mischievous fairy who thrives on chaos, personally intervened.
She not only booked the entire GMAX racetrack, but also used her connections to invite all the prominent media outlets in Shanghai City and dozens of internet celebrities with millions of followers, turning a private challenge into a highly anticipated Beijing-Shanghai showdown.
What's even more outrageous is that she personally ran a betting platform under the name Jiang Nanli.
Bet on Zhou Xiao of Beijing, the odds are 1-1. Bet on Shanghai and Su Chen to win, payout is 10-1. When these odds were announced, everyone was in an uproar. It's obvious to everyone that Boss Lu doesn't think highly of Su Chen and wants to take this opportunity to make a killing.
In an instant, countless funds, like a tidal wave, surged towards Zhou Yun. In the offices of Morningstar Trading,
Lu Mingli, dressed in a fiery red bodycon dress, sat on Su Chen's desk with her legs crossed, painting her nails with bright red nail polish while giving Su Chen a precautionary warning in her seductive voice.
Little Chen, I bet all the money in Jiangnan this month on you. She blew on her freshly painted nails and winked at Su Chen. If you lose, I'll have to close down and go work at a club next month. You'll have to support me then. Looking at her sly expression, Su Chen was both amused and exasperated. Sister Munli, do you lack confidence in me, or in your own money? Of course I have faith in you, sister.
Lu Mingli jumped off the table, swayed her hips, walked behind him, stretched out her arms, and wrapped them around his neck from behind, her soft, voluptuous body pressed tightly against his back.
However, I also have to remind you
that Zhou Yun drove a Koenigsegg Agera, a limited edition worldwide, worth over 30 million.
Your beat-up little BMW is a bit lacking compared to him. How about?
She leaned close to Su Chen's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. I have a Bugatti Veyron in my garage, can you borrow it?
I guarantee that Nouveau Riche from Beijing won't even be able to see your taillights. No need. Su Chen shook his head.
The 5th series is enough to deal with him. Just as the two were getting intimate, the office door was suddenly and violently pushed open with a loud bang. Qin Shuiwei stood at the door, radiating coldness, her beautiful, icy face filled with rage. She had just finished an important board meeting when she heard the buzz about the racing news. She was so angry she almost smashed her phone on the spot.
Su Chen!
She strode up to Su Chen in her high heels, her phoenix eyes burning with rage as she glared at him.
Are you crazy? Risking your life racing against a rich young master from Beijing? Do you know what kind of power the Zhou family wields in Beijing? You're playing with fire. What do you think your life is?
She rarely got this angry, her high chest heaved with intense emotion. She was cursing, but her slightly reddened eyes and the trembling in her voice betrayed the fear and worry deep inside her. Lu Mingli watched from the sidelines with a smile of anticipation on her face. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the woman in front of him who was worried about him.
He wasn't afraid.
Instead, he stood up and, to Qin Shuiwei's astonishment, pulled her into his arms and held her tightly.
Sister, you, don't worry.
He buried his face in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her familiar, reassuring, cool fragrance. Qin Shuiwei stiffened at his sudden embrace and instinctively tried to push him away, but the clean and refreshing masculine scent emanating from him and the strong, powerful heartbeat made all her struggles futile. I told you, I will protect your future. Su Chen whispered in her ear in an unquestionable and domineering tone, a mere spoiled brat can't hurt me. He released her, cupped her pretty face filled with worry, lowered his head, and kissed her deeply.
This kiss was both soothing and domineering.
He only released Qin Shuiwei reluctantly after she was kissed until she was so weak from the effort that she could barely stand. He gently stroked her swollen, slightly pouting lips with his fingertips, his eyes gleaming with intense passion.
However,
he changed the subject, his voice becoming ambiguous. "You're so worried about me, can I take that as you've fallen completely in love with me?"
Qin Shuiwei's face flushed red instantly, down to her ears. Since that's the case. Su Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Before heading to the battlefield, my queen, shouldn't you give me some special incentive?"
As he spoke, his hand began to wander, slipping under the hem of her suit jacket.
You bastard. This is the office."
Qin Shuiwei exclaimed, pounding his chest in a mixture of shame and anger. But her little bit of strength seemed more like flirting with Su Chen, a mixture of resistance and attraction. Lu Mengli, who was standing to the side, watched this passionate scene unfolding in the office in broad daylight. She whistled, and knowingly swayed her hips as she left the office, closing the door behind her. Outside the door, Wang Chang and Zhang Lan were passing by, carrying documents.
Lu Mengli gave the two of them a bewitching smile. "Don't go in."
She pointed to the tightly closed office door, laughing heartily. "Your boss is receiving pre-competition coaching from Chairman Qin." Wang Chang and Zhang Lan exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of understanding and a deep envy in each other's eyes.
Chapter 46: Crushing on the Track.
The collapse of the young master of Beijing. On the day of the competition, the Zhanghai GMAX racetrack was packed with people, a scene of unprecedented scale. Lu Mengli, that enchantress, truly treated this competition as a grand commercial event. The area around the track was packed with media reporters and online influencers who had come after hearing the news. Almost all the prominent second-generation rich kids and socialites from Lianjian Haisher came out in droves. The huge LED screen was showing live footage of the event, along with the ridiculously high odds of a 1-to-10 betting pool.
"Hey, tell me, who exactly is this Su Chen? Boss Lu is offering him such high odds, it's practically giving us money." "Who knows? Probably just Boss Lu's new gigolo, trying to get him into the entertainment industry." "I doubt it." The guy on the other side is young Master Zhou from Beijing, driving a Koenigsegg Agera, a ghost sports car worth over 30 million. What does Su Chen drive? A BMW M5? Even though it's heavily modified, it's only worth 3 or 4 million at most, right? How can you compare them? Exactly. How can you compare? I've already bet all my allowance this month on Zhou Xiao, it's a sure thing." Amidst the murmurs of pessimism from the audience, the two race cars slowly drove onto the starting line. Zhou Yun, driving his Koenigsegg Agera, which looked like a spaceship and was all matte black, arrogantly rolled down the window and gave Su Chen the middle finger. "Kid, today I'll show you what a clear difference in skill really means. If you lose, don't come crying to your mom later." Su Chen, on the other hand, remained as calm and composed as ever. He sat calmly in the driver's seat of the BMW M5, which was generously sponsored by Lu Mengli and had undergone extensive modifications by the top technicians at the GMAX racetrack. From the outside, apart from the addition of exaggerated aerodynamic kits and 4-slick tires, this car seems no different from a regular M5. But only Su Chen knew what a ferocious heart was hidden under its hood. Above the starting line, red lights lit up one by one. The instant all 5 red lights went out, boom! The two high-performance beasts roared simultaneously. Zhou Yun's Koenigsegg, like a cannonball, with its terrifyingly powerful 1500 horsepower and extremely lightweight body, instantly turned into a black afterimage, leaving Su Chen's BMW M5 far behind. "Ha ha ha. See that? That's the difference."
Zhou Yun looked at the increasingly smaller black dot in the rearview mirror and let out a triumphant laugh. A cheer, as was expected, erupted from the audience.
"I knew it. They're not even in the same league. The game is over, go wash up and go to bed."
However, just when everyone, including Zhou Yun himself, thought the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt,
we've reached the first series of S-curves.
With the Koenigsegg's powerful grip and ceramic braking system, Zhou Yun began to cut through the corner at an extremely high speed. However, just as he was about to exit the turn, in his rearview mirror, the black BMW that he had previously left behind suddenly caught up from the outside at an incredible speed that completely defied the laws of physics.
"What?" Zhou Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. He witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life.
The seemingly cumbersome BMW M5 did not slow down at all before entering the bend.
Su Chen simply turned the steering wheel sharply while precisely controlling the accelerator and brake. Squeak! The entire car instantly turned sideways.
A near-perfect pendulum drift, something only seen in Initial D, was executed by Su Chen in a way that was full of violent aesthetics. The tires screeched violently against the ground, kicking up thick white smoke. The car was teetering on the edge of being out of control, dancing wildly. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the BMW M5, with a near-ground hugging flight, easily overtook Zhou Yun's Koenigsegg at the apex of the bend at a speed at least 20 km/h faster.
I'm fucking mad.
Zhou Yun stared blankly at the black shadow that whizzed past him.
What the hell is that monster?
The rest of the competition turned into a one-man show by Su Chen. He was like an artist dancing on the edge of a knife, pushing the performance of that BMW M5 to its limits. Every bend is a perfect drift.
Every straight line represents a precise overtaking maneuver.
No matter how frantically Zhou Yun chased after it, no matter how hard he floored the accelerator of his Koenigsegg until it was smoking, he could only watch in despair as the black taillights of the car ahead grew further and further away.
That wasn't a competition at all. That was playing around.
Finally, when Su Chen drove his BMW M5 across the finish line with a huge lead of a full half-lap. Not content with that, he performed a 360-degree burnout drift in front of all the spectators as a celebration.
The entire GMAX racing circuit fell into a deathly silence.
Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the black BMW still emitting white smoke on the track, and the young man who slowly stepped out of the car, looking like a god. Zhou Yun parked his Koenigsegg on the side of the road, looking utterly dejected. He got out of the car and looked at the man surrounded by countless flashes of light and cheers. He felt his worldview completely collapse at that moment. His family background, which he had always been proud of, and his racing skills, which he had always been proud of, seemed so fragile and laughable in front of this man. He walked step by step towards Su Chen. Then, to everyone's astonishment, this once fearless young master from the capital lowered his proud head for the first time. His voice trembled slightly, and carried a hint of fanatical worship.
Who are you? I beg you to be my apprentice. Please, teach me how to drive.
Chapter 47 The Temptation of the Treasure Trove. Father and son turn against each other.
Want to become my disciple? Su Chen looked at the arrogant and domineering person in front of him just a second ago.
At this moment, however, he was bowing his head like a primary school student.
A young master from Beijing, his face full of admiration. I found it somewhat amusing.
It seems that this is a problem for spoiled brats in the late stages of Chunibyo middle school syndrome.
Fists and reason are useless.
Only by completely crushing him with what he is most proud of will he submit to you.
Want to learn to drive?
Sure.
Su Chen patted Zhou Yun on the shoulder, his posture like that of a peerless master instructing a junior.
Reporters and online influencers around them immediately pointed their cameras and microphones at the two, afraid of missing any detail. However, I have conditions for accepting apprentices.
A meaningful smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. What are your conditions? Just say it.
Zhou Yun's eyes lit up instantly, like a lapdog seeing a bone. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll do anything, not just 1, but 100.
Money? My family has plenty. Name your price.
I'm not interested in money, Su Chen said casually, then changed the subject, tuition fees.
I heard that your Zhou family owns a piece of land in the north of Beijing, right? Zhou Yun was taken aback. You mean, the Qin family's project?
Yes. Su Chen looked at him, her smile becoming somewhat playful.
Let us use that land as collateral.
You have to tell your father to return that project to the Qin family honestly. Not only should he return it, but he should also help the Qin family get all the approval procedures sorted out. This Zhou Yun's face showed a troubled expression.
This matter, my father, I'm afraid I can't make the decision.
It's okay if you can't make the decision. Su Chen's gaze passed over Zhou Yun and landed on the VIP boxes in the audience. He knew that Zhou Yun's father, Zhou Sihai, the chairman of Sihai Group, was sitting there watching all of this.
All you need to do is introduce me to your father.
Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was full of undeniable power. I think it's time to talk to him about the business of that gilded Buddha statue. That evening, at Jiangnanli, the most exclusive private club in Zhanghai City. In Lu Mingli's most private Shuyunjian VIP room, Su Chen met the true head of the Sihai Group, Zhou Sihai. This was a middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly overweight and somewhat unsophisticated, but whose small eyes gleamed with shrewdness and ruthlessness. "Mr. Su, you're quite promising at such a young age," Zhou Sihai said with a forced smile as soon as he sat down. "Today at the racetrack, you made my son lose convincingly." He spoke words of flattery, but his tone carried a subtle, almost imperceptible threat. Su Chen smiled but didn't respond. He carefully took something out of a long, rectangular brocade box that he had brought with him and placed it on the table. It was a gilded Buddha statue that was about 30 centimeters tall. The Buddha statue was dignified and solemn, with flowing robes and gilded all over. Under the dim light of the private room, it exudes a solemn and mysterious luster. The moment Zhou Sihai saw the Buddha statue, his small eyes widened in surprise. In an instant, my breathing became rapid. With trembling hands, he took a magnifying glass out of his pocket, brought it close to the Buddha statue, and carefully examined it inch by inch, from the inscription donated in the Yongle period of the Great Ming Dynasty on the base to the facial carving technique. The more I looked, the more excited and fanatical his expression became. That's it. It was that gilded Buddha statue made by the imperial court during the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty, which he had spent tens of millions of dollars, pulled countless strings, and searched for 3 whole years without success. It was said to be able to suppress bad luck and bless the family's prosperity. Mr. Su, Zhou Sihai's voice trembled. This Buddha statue, where did you get it? Name your price. I'll buy it no matter how much. The way he looks at Su Chen now has completely changed. The previous scrutiny and hostility turned into naked, undisguised greed and desire. Su Chen looked at his expression and sneered inwardly. He knew that the fish had taken the bait completely. Instead of directly stating the price, he slowly poured himself a cup of tea and then said casually, "Mr. Zhou, to be honest, I bought this Buddha statue a few days ago in Lulikang, Beijing, for 50,000 yuan from a small shop called Zhuboj. I don't understand this either, I just thought it looked nice." Later, I asked a knowledgeable feng shui master to take a look. Su Chen took a sip of tea, whetting Zhou Sihai's appetite. Before continuing, the master said that this item is a treasure for warding off evil spirits and bringing good fortune to the house, but it has extremely strong spiritual power and must be placed in a place where the dragon vein converges in order to exert its greatest effect. I had a master calculate it, and the best feng shui location in the entire capital, the place with the strongest dragon energy, seems to be right at the center of the Qin family's project in the north of the city. Su Chen's words were like a precise scalpel, piercing Zhou Sihai's heart. Zhou Sihai's face turned red and then white in an instant. He was caught in a dilemma. On one side is the treasured artifact that can protect his family's century-old legacy. On the other hand, there are readily available commercial interests worth billions. What should he choose? Just as he was hesitating and suffering immense inner turmoil, Su Chen took his phone out of his pocket, opened a recording, and placed it on the table. In the recording, 2 voices that he knew all too well came through. One is Qin Hao, the good-for-nothing second-generation rich kid from the Qin family. The other was his mole within the Qin family, Qin's second uncle. President Zhou's deputy said that as long as we give him the core technical drawings and financial bottom line of the Changbei project, he will help my father bring down that woman Qin Shuiwei at the board meeting. After this is done, Sihai Group will not only give us a huge sum of money, but will also support my father to become the new chairman of Tianhe Group. The recording is crystal clear and provides irrefutable evidence. As Zhou Sihai listened to the recording, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He looked at Su Chen in horror, feeling as if he were looking at a demon. How did this young man know all this? Just how terrifying is his intelligence network? Mr. J. Cho. Su Chen turned off the recording, his face still bearing that harmless smile. You must choose one to take with you today, this Buddha statue or this recording. If you choose the Buddha statue, then we are friends. We will cooperate for mutual benefit on the project in the north of the city. I guarantee that the money you spend today will double in less than 3 years from the project's dividends. But if you choose nothing. Su Chen's smile turned cold. Then this recording will appear on old Master Qin Jinbong's desk in the next second. At that time, do you think, given old Master Qin's protective nature, he will cause trouble for you, the mastermind behind the scenes, or will he first clean house and throw Qin Hao and his idiot father into the Huangpu River to feed the fish? Oh, right. Su Chen seemed to remember something and added, I heard that your precious son Zhou recently started learning to drive a BMW under a tutor and is having a lot of fun? Chapter 48 Cleansing the House, Qin Hao's Doomsday. This sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhou Sihai completely broke down on Thursday. He knew he had no other choice. He slammed his hand on the table, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words.
Mr. Su. I choose the Buddha statue. I'm withdrawing from the project in the north of the city. I'll withdraw immediately. Not only will I withdraw, I'll also help you. I guarantee that the Qin family's project will start smoothly within a week. At that very moment, in the next private room,
Zhou Yun listened with admiration as his new mentor, Su Chen, explained drifting techniques to him. When he overheard that his father was willing to offend the Qin family, a behemoth, for the sake of a project, and even almost ruined his chance to become an apprentice, he was shocked.
This teenager, suffering from severe Chinibu middle school syndrome, finally snapped.
He kicked open the door to the private room, pointed at his father's nose, and started cursing.
Zhou Hai. Are you fucking crazy? I finally found a divine master, and you almost ruined it for me. From this day forward, I sever all ties with you as father and son. I'm going to follow my master.
Thus began a farcical tale of father and son turning against each other.
Su Chen, holding his teacup, watched this absurd scene unfold before him and calmly smiled.
He knew that the gates to the capital had been kicked open by him in the wildest way. Having dealt with Zhou Hai, the biggest external obstacle, Su Chen did not linger in Jianhai. He took the recording enough to cause a huge uproar in the Qin family and Zhou Yun, who stubbornly insisted on following him, and stormed back to the Qin family's old residence that very night.
This time, he did not have anyone inform him. Instead, they directly used Zhou Yun's identity as the eldest son of the Zhou family in Beijing as his passport to travel freely.
When Su Chen led Zhou Yun into the Qin family's antique-style living room, everyone in the Qin family who were drinking tea and chatting there was stunned. Especially Uncle Qin and his beloved son Qin Hao, when they saw Zhou Yun behind Su Chen, the color drained from their faces instantly, and their expressions were more terrified than if they had seen a ghost.
Su Chen, Zhou, young Master Zhou, how could you?
Qin Hao stammered, unable to finish a single sentence. Su Chen ignored him and went straight to old Master Qin Jinbang, who was drinking tea in the main seat. He respectfully placed the cell phone, which was still playing a recording, in front of the old man. "Grandpa, your grandson has lived up to your expectations. The matter in the capital has been resolved."
When that conversation, filled with betrayal and conspiracy, came clearly from the phone, the entire living room fell into a deathly silence.
All the members of the Qin family glared at Qin Ershu and his son Qin Hao, who were already paralyzed with fear on the ground, with an incredulous, angry, and contemptuous look.
Smack!
The ishing purple clay teapot that old Master Qin Jinbang was holding, which he treasured most and was worth millions, was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces.
"You wicked creatures! You two traitors!" The old man was so angry that he was trembling all over.
He suddenly stood up, grabbed the dragon-headed cane made of golden nanmu wood, and was about to smash it hard against Uncle Qin's leg.
"Today, I'll personally break the legs of you two beasts, and throw you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish."
The entire Qin family was in complete chaos. The screams of women, the cries of children, and the shouts of men trying to break up the fight mingled together.
Amidst this chaos, a clear, cool, yet powerful voice rang out. "Stop! It is Qin Shuyue. She returned at some point, I don't know."
She strode up to the enraged Qin Jinbang and grabbed the old man's raised cane.
"Grandpa, calm down, don't get upset and hurt yourself."
Then, she turned around, her cold phoenix eyes sweeping over everyone present, finally landing on Qin Hao, who was terrified and had wet himself. Her voice was devoid of any emotion.
"Family scandals should not be aired in public."
She glanced at Su Chen beside her, her eyes filled with undisguised trust and reliance.
"Let Su Chen handle second uncle and Qin Hao."
In front of all the Qin family members, she announced in an unquestionable tone. "I believe he will give the Qin family the most satisfactory explanation." At that moment, everyone understood. From this day forward, the status of this young man named Su Chen in the Qin family is no longer simply that of a prospective grandson-in-law. He became Qin Shuyue's most trusted sword, and the most indispensable variable in the power struggle within the Qin family. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the woman in front of him who, at this critical moment, had chosen to stand by his side without hesitation and even handed over the power of life and death of the family to him. He smiled. He walked up to Qin Hao, who was slumped on the ground in fear and whose crotch was slightly wet, squatted down, and patted his face like a kind older brother.
"Cousin, don't be afraid."
His voice was very gentle and warm.
"I won't send you to jail, that would be too easy on you."
Qin Hao looked up at Su Chen's smiling face, but felt more terrified than if he were seeing a devil. I recently acquired a few small diamond mines in Africa and I'm short of a trustworthy person to help me manage them.
Su Chen's smile became even more radiant.
I think you are young, promising and energetic, which is perfect for you to go there and get some experience. Don't worry, the treatment there is very good. Although there is no internet or entertainment, you can eat fresh antelope meat every day, and there is a group of black brothers with AK-47s to protect your safety 24 hours a day.
Come back when you've made some progress on that business over there. Everyone understood.
This so-called management of diamond mines is nothing more than a disguised, indefinite exile.
That's crueler than killing him or sending him to prison.
Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Uncle Qin, on the other hand, lay sprawled on the ground like a lump of mud, muttering repeatedly, "It's all over.
It's all over." The biggest cancer within the Qin family was thus completely eradicated by Su Chen in the most dignified yet ruthless way.
Chapter 49. As storm rises in the capital, the mysterious antique shop.
Sister you can sleep a little longer.
I have some things to take care of at the company. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, casting shadows on the excessively large bed in the Zijin manor.
Su Chen sat up in bed and glanced at the woman who was still fast asleep beside him.
Qin Shuiwei lay on her side, her long, black hair cascading over the pillow. Her usually cold and aloof, beautiful face now held a rare tranquility and gentleness.
Perhaps her sleeping face looked exceptionally sweet.
Her off-white silk pajamas were slightly rolled up due to her sleeping posture, revealing a section of her fair and firm calves and a pair of beautifully shaped feet that could be described as works of art.
Su Chen felt her throat was a little dry. This woman is truly a natural beauty.
When she's asleep, she's like an unguarded angel. When she's awake, she's a queen who can make all men bow down in submission. He leaned forward and gently placed a kiss on her smooth, full forehead.
Then, he quietly lifted the covers, got dressed, and prepared to leave. He paused slightly as he reached the door.
That familiar yet cold voice rang out in his mind right on time.
Daily Intelligence Update.
1. Key breakthrough in the Beijing North Project. Zhou Sihai, chairman of the Sihai Group, is inherently suspicious and extremely superstitious about feng shui. For 3 years, he has spent a fortune searching for a lost Ming Dynasty Yunla period imperial-made gilded Buddha statue for warding off evil spirits, which is said to suppress bad luck and protect the home.
2. Current location of the target Buddha statue, inside the Zhenbaoxuan antique shop in Lulikang, Beijing.
The shop owner, Chen Mo, has mistakenly identified the Buddha statue as a Qing Dynasty replica and is preparing to sell it at a low price of 50,000 yuan this week.
3. Your former colleague, Fang Qing, 42 years old, former administrative manager of Hongyuan Trading, urgently needs 800,000 yuan for her only son's surgery after he suddenly developed acute leukemia. Having failed to borrow from relatives and friends, she is about to agree to her current boss's Lu Dishing, general manager of Dahua Building Materials, condition for lending money, accompanying him on a week-long business trip. Upon seeing these 3 pieces of intelligence, Su Chen's eyes instantly sharpened. Beijing, Zhou Sihai, gilded Buddha statue. The first piece of the puzzle leading to the capital has appeared. As for Fang Qing, Su Chen's mind conjured up the image of a gentle woman who always wore black-rimmed glasses, looked somewhat quiet, but would secretly slip him a piece of candy every time she saw him being harassed by Ma Dong. On the day he was kicked out of Hongyuan, everyone was laughing at him, except for Feng Qing, who chased after him, stuffed 200 yuan into his pocket, and said to him with red eyes, "Xiao Su, don't be discouraged, you are a good kid." 200 yuan isn't much. But Su Chen will always remember the warmth of that timely help. Now, she's in trouble. Lu Dishing. Su Chen murmured the name, a cold smile curving his lips. He knew that this old lecher was a notorious unspoken rules enthusiast in the building materials circle of Zhanghai City. You want to mess with Su Chen's friends? You're asking for death. Without further hesitation, Su Chen took out his phone and dialed Bai Ruoshi's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Good morning, Chairman Su. Bai Ruoshi's crisp, capable voice, tinged with barely concealed respect, came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Bai, help me investigate someone, Lu Dishing, the general manager of Dahua Building Materials. I need all the financial loopholes in his company and all the shady dealings about him personally. Send it to my email within 10 minutes. Su Chen's tone left no room for argument. Yes, Chairman Su. Bai Ruoshi agreed immediately without asking any questions. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen sent Wang Chang a message, telling him to prepare 1 million yuan in cash immediately.
After doing all this, he glanced at Qin Shuiwei, who was still fast asleep on the bed, left her a note, and then drove his BMW away from Zijin Manor without making a sound. He needed to deal with Fang Qing's matter first. Go to the capital again and meet that so-called Zhou Sihai. An hour later, outside the hematology ward of Zhenghai Children's Hospital, Su Chen met Fang Qing. In less than a month, this woman, who always wore a gentle smile, was now terribly haggard. Her hair was dry and disheveled, her eyes were sunken, and her once gentle eyes were now bloodshot and filled with despair. She was crouching in a corner of the corridor, holding her phone, lowering her voice, and silently shedding tears. On her phone screen was a chat history between her and someone whose contact name was General Manager Liu. Fang Qing, 800,000 is no small sum, and I can't come up with it all at once. However, the company is going to Hainan next week to discuss a project. If you'd like to come with me and relax, the money issue can be easily resolved. Upon seeing this message, Fang Qing trembled like a leaf falling in the autumn wind. She knew what this so-called business trip meant. But she had no choice. My son's illness can't wait any longer. Just as she was feeling utterly hopeless and about to type the word good, a pair of gleaming, expensive men's leather shoes stopped in front of her. She slowly raised her head and saw a face that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar to her. Su Chen? Fang Qing could hardly believe her eyes. The Su Chen in front of her was wearing a well-tailored Armani casual suit, with a watch on her wrist that she couldn't understand but felt was very expensive. She exuded a confidence and powerful aura that she had never seen before. Is this still the same intern who was scolded mercilessly by Ma Dong and couldn't even lift his head? Sister Chang. Su Chen felt a pang of sadness looking at her haggard appearance. Without saying a word, he placed a black sports backpack in front of her and unzipped it. Stacks of brand new red banknotes, bound with bank seals, were neatly stacked in the bag. Their bright red color, like a ball of fire, instantly stung Fang Qing's eyes. This is... Fang Qing's voice trembled. 1 million. Su Chen squatted down to meet her gaze, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. 800,000 yuan for the child's surgery. The other 200,000 yuan is your living allowance for the next year. Fang Qing's mind went completely blank. She stared intently at the money in her bag, feeling like she was dreaming. Why are you helping me? Su Chen, I can't accept this money. She instinctively refused, knowing that this amount of money was not a small sum for anyone. Sister Qing, back in the company, when everyone was laughing at me, only you treated me like a human being. Su Chen looked at her with utmost sincerity. I've always remembered that 200 yuan. Now, I'm rich. I started my own company called Morningstar Trading. I need someone trustworthy to help me manage the company's administration and logistics. After thinking it over, I can't think of anyone more suitable than you in the entire Zhenghai city. Chapter 50, Generosity and Charity Win Over Old Friends. Su Chen took out a pre-prepared employment contract from his pocket and handed it to Fang Qing. Morningstar Trading, Administrative Director. Annual salary of 500,000, company car and house, maximum social insurance and housing fund contributions. This is your first salary payment in advance. Fang Qing looked at the contract, then at the 1 million yuan in cash in her bag, and tears welled up in her eyes and spilled out. She recalled the cold shoulders and indifference she had suffered these past few days, and Lu Dishing's disgusting face. Then she looked at the young man in front of her who was repaying her small act of kindness in the most direct and dignified way. She suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Su Chen. President Su, no, Su Chen, thank you, really, thank you. She sobbed uncontrollably. Su Chen helped her up. Sister Qing, don't cry. Let's go and get the paperwork done for the child first. He patted her on the shoulder and then slipped a printed A4 sheet of paper into her hand. As for Lu Deshing, you don't need to worry about him. A cold smile appeared on Su Chen's face. I'll teach this scumbag what it means to be utterly disgraced. Fang Qing looked down and saw that the paper was densely printed with all the evidence of Lu Dishing's tax evasion, embezzlement, and power for sex transactions over the years. Each one of them is enough to send him to jail for the rest of his life. Having settled Fang Qing's matter, Su Chen didn't linger for a moment and immediately bought a ticket for the earliest flight to Beijing. 3 hours later, the plane landed. Instead of going to the hotel, he took a taxi straight to Lulikang. Lulikang is the most famous antique street in Beijing. The street is lined with shops, selling genuine and fake items, making it a holy land for all bargain hunters.
Following the information, Su Chen quickly located the antique shop called Zenbakuan.
The shop is small and looks a bit old, with a crooked sign hanging at the entrance. A boss dressed in a traditional Chinese jacket with a goatee, looking like a wizened sage, was lying in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, humming a little tune. As soon as Su Chen entered, the shop owner opened his eyes a crack and looked him up and down. "Young man, what would you like to see?" the shopkeeper asked lazily.
"Just browsing." Su Chen's gaze swept quickly across the store.
Soon, his gaze settled on the most inconspicuous corner of the antique display shelf. There stood a gilded Buddha statue covered in dust. Next to the Buddha statue, there was a label crookedly pasted on it, which read in brush, "Qing Dynasty imitation of Ming Yanla, 50,000.
Su Chen was secretly pleased, but remained outwardly calm.
He pretended to be curious about everything, touching and looking around the shop, and finally, as if by chance, picked up the Buddha statue.
"Boss, how much is this?" he asked, pretending to be a novice. "Hey, young man, you have a good eye."
The shopkeeper sat up from his rocking chair, perking up.
"This is a real gem, a Qing Dynasty imitation of a Ming Yanla piece. The craftsmanship is quite excellent."
"If you really want it, it's 50,000 yuan, no bargaining." Su Chen smiled, put the Buddha statue back in its place, and then picked up a dirty blue and white porcelain bowl that looked even less conspicuous next to it.
"Boss, I have something to ask you,"
Su Chen said casually, fiddling with the porcelain bowl in his hand. "I heard that 3 years ago, you bought a yuan blue and white porcelain plate for 300 yuan at the ghost market in Panjiayuan and then resold it for 3 million yuan.
Is that true?" Su Chen had just finished speaking. The smile on the boss's face froze instantly.
He suddenly stood up from the rocking chair, his small eyes wide open, staring intently at Su Chen as if he had seen a ghost.
"Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you?"
Chen Mo, the owner of Zenbakuan, felt the hairs on the back of his head stand on end. He looked at the smiling young man in front of him, but his eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. 3 years ago, at the Panjiayuan ghost market, I snagged a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain plate for 300 yuan and resold it for 3 million yuan. This was the most successful and most secretive deal of his life. Apart from the buyer at the time and himself, there could never be a third person in the world who knew. Because that transaction didn't go through any formal channels, it was a private deal, and no taxes were paid. If word got out, he would not only have to pay a large sum of back taxes, but he might even be summoned for questioning by the authorities for trafficking in cultural relics. But now, this secret has been revealed by a complete stranger.
Who exactly is he? What does he want? "Mr. Chen, don't be nervous."
Su Chen was secretly delighted to see his ghost-like expression, but his face still wore that harmless smile. He put the dirty blue and white porcelain bowl back in its place, then slowly walked up to Chen Mo. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Chen Mo's ears. "I'm just a junior who has a bit of an interest in antiques. I've come today for 2 reasons. First, I want to learn from you, my senior, and second, I also want to make friends."
"Making friends?"
Chen Mo looked at him warily, his shrewd little eyes, honed from years spent among antiques, filled with suspicion.
"Young man, your way of making friends is rather unusual. There's nothing I can do."
Su Chen shrugged, looking helpless.
"Who told you, Mr. Chen, to be such a notorious old fox in Lolakang?
If I don't bring out something real, I'm afraid I don't even have the right to talk to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's face flushed red and then turned pale. He knew he had met his match.
This young man in front of me is definitely not an ignorant fool.
He is either a scion of some reclusive family who has come out to gain experience, or a highly skilled person with extraordinary connections. Neither of them are people he, a small antique shop owner, can afford to offend.
"Mr. Su, is that right?" Chen Mo's attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant.
His face was full of fawning smiles. He personally brought over a grand chair for Su Chen and took out his treasured De Hong Pao robe, which he rarely showed to others, from under the counter.
"Look at you, let's talk this out. Why are you scaring this old man like this?"
he said, bowing and scraping as he poured tea for Su Chen.
"What brings you here today? If it's something I, Chen Mo, can do, just say the word." Chapter 51. Does the little god of wealth miss his sister? Su Chen picked up the teacup, gently blew away the foam, and did not speak immediately. This is exactly the effect he wanted.
Dealing with a seasoned veteran like Chen Mo is pointless. Reasoning with him or appealing to his emotions won't work. You have to use absolute power, which he can't comprehend, to completely subdue him before he'll treat you like royalty. "Mr. Chen, I won't beat around the bush with you.
Su Chen took a sip of tea and then pointed to the dusty gilded Buddha statue on the display shelf. I want that thing. Chen Mo looked in the direction he was pointing and was stunned for a moment. Mr. Su, you mean that Qing dynasty replica of the Buddha statue? He asked uncertainly. In his view, although the Buddha statue was of decent craftsmanship, it was ultimately a replica and not worth much. How could this unfathomable Mr. Su have taken a liking to such a thing? Yes. Su Chen nodded. Name your price. This Chen Mo hesitated. He was completely unsure of Su Chen's abilities. He began to have doubts. Could it be that the Buddha statue wasn't a replica? Or had he been fooled, and it was actually an extraordinary treasure? The thought of this possibility made Chen Mo's heart bleed. Looking at his conflicted expression, Su Chen knew exactly what he was thinking. He smiled, put down his teacup, stood up, walked to the Buddha statue, and gently pressed his finger into a very hidden groove carved with lotus patterns on the base of the statue. Click! A soft sound. A hidden compartment popped out from the base of the Buddha statue. In the hidden compartment lay quietly a yellowed fragment of silk embroidered with dragon patterns in gold thread. Chen Mo's eyes widened instantly, becoming as big as copper bells. He had been in this line of work for 30 years and considered himself to have a keen eye for detail, but he never dreamed that such a mechanism was hidden inside the Buddha statue that he had acquired and had been leaving to gather dust in a corner. This is a yellow silk cloth wrapping used as tribute to the Ming dynasty. Su Chen picked up the fragment of silk and gently rubbed it between his fingertips. His voice was calm, yet it struck Chen Mo's heart like a series of heavy blows. Only genuine imperial artifacts from the young Lorraine would be wrapped in this kind of material. Mr. Chen, do you think this Buddha statue could still be a fake? Chen Mo's face turned completely pale. He felt as if his heart had been smashed hard with a sledgehammer, the pain making it hard for him to breathe. Authentic. It's actually genuine. He actually mistook a Ming Dynasty Yangla Imperial Guild Buddha statue, worth at least 10 million yuan, for a mere 50,000 yuan replica and left it to gather dust in a corner for 3 years. He felt like dying. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Chen Mo's voice was choked with sobs. How did you know? How I know is not important. Su Chen interrupted him, putting the piece of yellow silk and the Buddha statue back on the table. The important thing is that, right now, it's still yours. Su Chen looked at him, her smile becoming somewhat amused. Mr. Chen, now, name your price? Chen Mo looked at the Buddha statue on the table, then at Su Chen's ambiguous smile, and felt a mix of emotions, like a jumbled mess of flavors. He knew he had failed today. They were utterly defeated and completely convinced of their fate. The young man in front of me is not human at all, he is a monster. He not only knows all my secrets, but he can also see through mysteries that even he himself cannot understand. Trying to outsmart him will only lead to your own demise without you even knowing how you died. Mr. Su, please don't flatter me. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, as if he had made a major decision. He bowed deeply to Su Chen. Take this Buddha statue. I won't take a single penny. Consider it making you my friend. He understood it very well. Money lost can be earned back. But if he offended this unfathomable deity in front of him, he feared he would never be able to survive in the capital again. Trading a Buddha statue that one had already misjudged for a favor from a powerful figure is a worthwhile deal. Su Chen smiled when she saw his pained yet resolute expression. He enjoys dealing with intelligent people. He did not accept Chen Mo's gift, but instead took out a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Mr. Chen, Su Chen, have my own rules for doing things. This Buddha statue is priced at 50,000, and that's it. I won't give you a penny more or a penny less. He paused, then changed the subject. However, I don't like owing favors to others. I'll remember this favor you did for me today. He picked up the pen and paper on the table and quickly wrote down an address and a string of numbers. This is a piece of land in the suburbs of Jianhai City. The government will hold a public auction next month. The starting price is about 30 million. Go find a woman named Lu Mingli and tell her that I sent you. She will help you acquire this land for no more than 35 million. Su Chen pushed the note in front of Chen Mo, her voice calm. Within a year, all the plans for the area surrounding that land will be finalized. At that time, its value will be at least 100 million yuan. Chen Mo stared blankly at the address and unfamiliar name on the note. He had absolutely no idea what Su Chen was talking about. Su Chen did not offer any further explanation.
He carefully put the gilded Buddha statue back into the brocade box, and then left the bank card containing 50,000 yuan on the table.
Mr. Chen, until we meet again. After saying that, he picked up the brocade box, turned around, and left Zhen Baochuan with an air of nonchalance.
Chen Mo was left alone, standing there blankly, staring at the note and the bank card on the table, feeling as if he were in a bizarre dream.
After leaving Lolakang, Su Chen did not rush to find Zhou Sihai.
He knew that dealing with this old fox couldn't be rushed. First, he needs to get his son, Zhou Yun, who's in the late stages of teenage angst, to treat him like a god. Carrying the brocade box, he first went to a 5-star hotel, booked a presidential suite, and properly placed the Buddha statue. Then, he took out his phone and dialed Lu Mingli's number.
Hey, my little money god, what made you think of calling your sister? Are you feeling unwell in the capital and missing your sister's gentle embrace?
As soon as the call connected, Lu Mingli's seductive voice, so alluring it could drip water, came through.
Sister Mengli, stop fooling around.
Su Chen leaned back on the soft sofa in the hotel and smiled.
Do me a favor. Tell me, my little boss, I'll do anything for you, even go through fire and water.
Please contact the organizing committee of the Asian Supercar Championship for me.
I need a wild card for the Shanghai race next month. A wild card? Lu Mingli was taken aback. You want to participate in racing? Little Qinchin, you can do that too? Chapter 52 The Treasure Pavilion in the Capital. A single sentence reveals the secret of heaven. I know a little bit. Okay, no problem.
Lu Mingli agreed readily.
But since you've taken the wild card, you need a racing team's name, right? Should we use your Morningstar Trading? No. A playful smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Let us use your name, Jiang Nanli. I've already thought of a name for the team. Let's call it the Queen's Knights Caravan. The Queen's Knight?
On the other end of the phone, Lu Mingli's breathing paused for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a silvery laugh, full of joy and excitement, came through the radio waves clearly.
He.
Little Qinchin, you really are getting better and better at pleasing your older sister.
All right, let's call it the Queen's Knight. I'll register it right now.
Team uniforms, race car livery, logistics team will take care of everything. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly so you can go and smugly subdue your little apprentice from Beijing.
Lu Mingli's efficiency is astonishing.
In less than half a day, the news that the Queen's Knights racing team had been established and had successfully obtained the only wildcard qualification for the Asian Supercar Championship spread like wildfire throughout the upper-class circles of Beijing and Shanghai City.
Everyone was in an uproar.
Especially the second-generation rich kids in Beijing, who practically bombarded Zhou Yun with calls.
Hey, young Master Yun. Have you heard?
Your mentor from Shanghai started some kind of Queen's Knight racing team and snatched the wildcard for the Supercar Championship.
Holy crap. Really? Wasn't that wildcard supposed to be reserved for that kid from the Li family? How did he manage to snag it? Who knows? I heard he has a top big shot in Shanghai City backing him up. It'll be a piece of cake with just one phone call. Young Master Yun, just who is your master? He's incredibly powerful. He even dares to get involved in the circles of Beijing?
As Zhou Yun listened to the exclamations and envy on the phone, she felt like she was floating on air.
He puffed out his chest and shouted into the phone in an extremely pretentious tone, "That's my master. You know that. My own master. Being awesome is a given. I'll take you to meet my master another day, so you can broaden your horizons." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yun felt that he had never been so proud in his life. His current view of Su Chen is no longer simply one of admiration. It's as if he sees him as a deity descended to earth to save all living beings. He immediately dialed Su Chen's number, his tone as obsequious as a little eunuch. Master. You are truly amazing. You are like my second parents. All right, stop flattering me. Su Chen's voice came calmly from the other end of the phone. How's the matter I assigned you going? It's all taken care of. It absolutely had to be taken care of.
Zhou Yun perked up immediately when he heard it was important.
I told my dad that you wanted to exchange some insights about Buddha statues with him. My dad was so excited when he heard that he almost jumped out of his wheelchair. He said he'd host a banquet at our family club, Sihai Pavilion, tonight, with the highest honors to welcome you back. Okay. Su Chen responded calmly, tell him I'll be there on time.
After hanging up the phone, Suchin glanced out the window.
Night has fallen. The night in the capital is more bustling and more unfathomable than that in Shanghai City. He knew that tonight's banquet at Sihai Pavilion was a trap.
That old fox Zhou Sihai will definitely not give in so easily.
But isn't Su Chen also a warrior preparing to slay the dragon?
He opened the brocade box containing the gilded Buddha statue and checked the fatal recording on his phone again. Then, he changed into a low-key black suit, took a taxi, and headed straight for Sihai Pavilion. Sihai Pavilion is Zhou Sihai's private club, located in a courtyard house within the second ring road of Beijing. This place is not open to the public, it is only for Zhou Sihai's most core business partners and friends in the industry. When Su Chen appeared at the entrance of the courtyard house carrying a long, rectangular brocade box, Zhou Yun was already waiting there like a follower.
Master! You finally arrived.
As soon as Zhou Yun saw Su Chen, he ran over as if he had seen his own father, eagerly trying to help Su Chen carry the brocade box in his hands.
No need, Su Chen said calmly, avoiding his hand. Lead the way.
All right. This way, please, master. Led by Zhou Yun, Su Chen walked through several ornately decorated corridors and arrived at a huge private room decorated in a lavish style. In the main seat of the private room sat a slightly overweight middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, who looked somewhat rustic, but whose small eyes gleamed with shrewdness and ruthlessness.
He is Zhou Sihai, the chairman of Sihai Group. Mr. Su, I've heard so much about you. Please have a seat.
As soon as Zhou Sihai saw Su Chen, he immediately stood up from his chair, his face full of a warm smile, and extended his hand. Su Chen shook hands with him and could feel the calluses on the other's palm and the deliberately increased pressure.
Mr. Zhou, you're too kind. Su Chen suddenly withdrew his hand and sat down opposite Zhou Sihai.
The table was already laden with all sorts of delicacies and several bottles of Mutai liquor that looked incredibly valuable. Mr. Su, my son offended you greatly at the racetrack today. As his father, I apologize on his behalf. Zhou Sihai personally poured Su Chen a glass of wine, adopting a very humble posture.
I'll finish this glass of wine, you can drink as you like.
With that, he tilted his head back and downed the 2 ounces of baijiu in one gulp.
Su Chen looked at him and sneered inwardly. This old fox, right from the start, tried to use the rules of the drinking table to test my strength and seize the initiative. Unfortunately, he miscalculated.
Su Chen picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp, without changing his expression.
Mr. J, you flatter me. He put down his wine glass and wiped his mouth. I like your son's straightforward personality. We became friends after a fight.
Zhou Sihai's heart skipped a beat when he saw Su Chen finish a glass of strong liquor without even blushing.
This kid can hold his liquor. Looks like he's not someone to mess with.
After a few drinks, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. On Thursday, Hai began to subtly probe Su Chen's background and origins.
Mr. Su, you have achieved so much at such a young age, truly a hero among the young. May I ask where your father works? My father was just an ordinary worker, and he has retired, Su Chen answered flawlessly. Oh? Then who is Mr. Su's teacher, with all these skills and extraordinary abilities? Zhou Sihai pressed on relentlessly.
Chapter 53: A high-stakes gamble on the track, conquering the young master of Beijing.
Su Chen smiled but did not answer directly.
He knew it was time to serve the main course. He placed the long, rectangular brocade box that he always kept by his side in the center of the table, and then slowly pushed it in front of Zhou Sihai. Mr. J. Cho, I came to Beijing this time on the behalf of an elder to take care of a small matter. By the way, I would also like to ask you, a master in the antique world of Beijing, a question.
Zhou Sihai's gaze was instantly drawn to the antique brocade box.
His breathing also became rapid unconsciously. He had a strong feeling that what was in this box was what he had been dreaming of.
Please speak, Mr. Su.
His voice trembled slightly. Su Chen didn't speak, but simply gestured for him to enter.
With trembling hands, Zhou Sihai slowly opened the clasp of the brocade box.
The moment the box lid was lifted, the majestic, gleaming gilded Buddha statue appeared before his eyes. Zhou Sihai felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, almost stopping its beating. He suddenly stood up from the chair, pulled out the magnifying glass he always carried with him, and almost lay on the Buddha statue. His shrewd little eyes were now filled with fascination and fervor, as if he had seen the most beautiful treasure in the world. Yes, that is it, he muttered to himself, his voice filled with unbelievable ecstasy. The inscription from the young Lorraine of the Ming dynasty, the facial features, the clothing details, the quality of the gilding.
It's genuine. It's authentic.
After confirming the authenticity of the Buddha statue, Zhou Sihai raised his head and looked at Su Chen with the eyes of a wolf that had been starving for 3 days and had spotted a delicious piece of meat.
Mr. Su. Name your price.
His voice became shrill with excitement.
As long as you're willing to give me this Buddha statue, I'll pay any price. 100 million. 200 million. Just name your price.
Su Chen looked at his expression, which seemed to want to devour her alive, and calmly shook her head.
Mr. Jaicho, I'm not selling this Buddha statue. Not for sale? Zhou Sihai's ecstatic expression froze instantly. Yes, not for sale.
Su Chen picked up his teacup and said slowly, I'll only give it away.
Give it away? Zhou Sihai was completely dumbfounded. Yes.
Su Chen looked at him, her smile becoming somewhat playful.
However, I have a small condition. What are your conditions?
Please tell me. Zhou Sihai was now completely captivated by the Buddha statue. He would agree to any condition, let alone one, even 100. My conditions are very simple. Su Chen put down his teacup, his gaze sharpening. Go back to where you came from, that project the Qin family has in the north of the city. Not only that, you also have to use all your connections to help the Qin family get all the approval procedures done within a week.
As long as you manage to do it.
Su Cheng pointed to the Buddha statue on the table.
It's yours now. Use that project in the north of the city to exchange for this Buddha statue? The ecstasy on Zhou Sihai's face instantly cooled down.
His small eyes, gleaming with shrewdness, were fixed on Su Chen, his mind racing.
The project in the north of the city was a piece of lucrative territory that he had long coveted. The potential profit of the entire project is at least over 1 billion.
Although the Buddha statue in front of him was precious and the treasure he had always dreamed of for protecting his home, its market value was at most 1 or 200 million.
Trading $1 billion business for $100 million antique? No matter how you calculate it, this is a loss. Mr. Su, your joke has gone a bit too far.
Zhou Sihai's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a businessman's calmness and prudence. Our Sihai group has already invested a lot of manpower and resources in that piece of land in the north of the city, and the preliminary preparations are almost complete.
Now you want me to hand it over so easily? That's probably a bit against the rules, isn't it?
He started playing games with Su Chen, talking about the rules of the business world. Su Chen looked at him and sneered inwardly.
He knew that dealing with this old fox couldn't be done by just offering bribes. He must be made to feel fear.
Rules? Su Chen smiled, a smile that Zhou Sihai found somewhat jarring.
Jaicho, I happen to be the kind of person who dislikes following rules the most. I prefer to set my own rules.
Su Chen stopped arguing with him and took out his phone from his pocket, opened a recording, and placed it on the table. Immediately, 2 voices that Zhou Sihai knew all too well came from the phone. One is Qin Hao, the good-for-nothing second-generation rich kid from the Qin family. The other was his mole within the Qin family, Qin's second uncle. President Zhou's deputy said that as long as we give him the core technical drawings and financial bottom line of the Chengbei project, he will help my father bring down that woman Qin Shuiyue at the board meeting. After this is done, Sihai Group will not only give us a huge sum of money, but will also support my father to become the new chairman of Tianhe Group.
The recording is crystal clear and provides irrefutable evidence.
As Zhou Sihai listened to the familiar dialogue in the recording, cold sweat suddenly poured down his forehead. He stared at Su Chen in horror, feeling as if he were looking at a demon from hell.
How did this young man know all this? How many secrets does he still hold that he can't let the light of day shine through? Mr. Jaicho.
Su Chen turned off the recording, his face still bearing that harmless smile.
You must choose one to take with you today, this Buddha statue or this recording.
If you choose the Buddha statue, then we are friends.
We will cooperate for mutual benefit on the project in the north of the city.
I guarantee that the money you spend today will double in less than 3 years from the project's dividends.
But if you choose nothing?
Su Cheng's smile turned cold.
Then this recording will appear on Old Master Qin Jinbong's desk in the next second. At that time, do you think, given Old Master Qin's protective nature, he will cause trouble for you, the mastermind behind the scenes, or will he first clean house and throw Qin Hao and his idiot father into the Huangpu River to feed the fish? Oh, right. Su Chen seemed to remember something and added, I heard that your precious son Zhouyan recently started learning to drive a BMW under a tutor and is having a lot of fun? This sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhou Sihai completely broke down on Thursday.
He knew he had no other choice. He slammed his hand on the table, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words.
Mr. Su. I choose the Buddha statue. I'm withdrawing from the project in the north of the city. I'll withdraw immediately. Not only will I withdraw, I'll also help you. I guarantee that the Qin family's project will start smoothly within a week. Chapter 54. The Queen is tamed, sweet talk makes her weak. At that very moment, in the next private room,
Zhou Yun listened with admiration as his new mentor, Su Chen, explained drifting techniques to him. When he overheard that his father was willing to offend the Qin family, a behemoth, for the sake of a project, and even almost ruined his chance to become an apprentice, he was shocked.
This teenager, suffering from severe Chinibu middle school syndrome, finally snapped.
He kicked open the door to the private room, pointed at his father's nose, and started cursing.
Josie, hi. Are you fucking crazy? I finally found a divine master, and you almost ruined it for me. From this day forward, I sever all ties with you as father and son. I'm going to follow my master.
Thus began a farcical tale of father and son turning against each other.
Su Chen, holding his teacup, watched this absurd scene unfold before him and calmly smiled.
He knew that the gates to the capital had been kicked open by him in the wildest way. Having dealt with Josie, the biggest external obstacle, Su Chen did not linger in Beijing. He booked the earliest flight back to Zhanghai City overnight. Before leaving, Zhou Yun insisted on going with him, saying he wanted to serve his master personally, bringing him tea and water. Su Chen had no choice but to agree after being pestered by him. So, when Su Chen appeared at the exit of Zhanghai City Airport with a young master from Beijing who looked like a little follower,
he spotted the figure standing out from the crowd at the VIP exit immediately. Qin Shuiyue.
Today she wore a beige Chanel suit, with an elegant short jacket on top and a knee-length pencil skirt on the bottom, which perfectly showcased her amazing figure. A pair of incredibly long legs encased in flesh-colored stockings gleamed alluringly under the bright airport lights. She wore large sunglasses that covered most of her face, but her tightly pursed red lips and the icy aura she exuded still made her the focus of everyone's attention. She stood there quietly, like an iceberg waiting to be touched by a returning traveler. When she saw Su Chen walk out of the passage, her phoenix eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, visibly lit up. But when her gaze fell on Zhou Yun, who was standing behind Su Chen, looking like a sycophant and following him step by step, her expression, which had just softened, instantly turned cold again.
Who is he?
This was the first thing Qin Shuiyue said to Su Chen after they met. Her voice was as cold as an ice cube just taken out of the freezer.
Su Chen felt both annoyed and amused as he looked at her obviously jealous expression. Sister Yu, let me introduce you.
He pulled Zhou Yun behind him and said to Qin Shuiyue, his name is Zhou Yun, the eldest young master of the Zhou family in the capital, and my newly accepted apprentice.
Disciple?
Qin Shuiyue took off her sunglasses, her narrow phoenix eyes filled with suspicion and scrutiny.
Yes. Greetings, master's wife. Zhou Yun was quick-witted. Upon hearing Su Chen's introduction, he immediately bowed respectfully to Qin Shuiyue and called out in a loud voice. Master's wife?
Qin Shuiyue was completely stunned by his address of master's wife. Two beautiful blushes instantly rose on her usually icy face. She was both ashamed and angry, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Su Chen was overjoyed to see her adorable appearance. He reached out and naturally put his arm around Qin Shuiyue's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Then, turning to Zhou Yun, he said in a gesture of asserting ownership, "Yes, this is your master's wife. From now on, when you see her, treat her with the same respect you would show me, understand?"
I heard you, master.
Zhou Yunli stood at attention, like a soldier being inspected. Qin Shuiyue leaned against Su Chen's broad and strong chest, smelling his familiar and reassuring masculine scent, and feeling his large hand restlessly caressing her waist.
She felt like she was on fire.
She tried to struggle and push him away, but her body was too weak to muster any strength. All she could do was glare fiercely at Su Chen with her misty phoenix eyes. That look seemed to say, "You just wait, I'll settle this score with you when we get home." Looking at her coquettish expression, Su Chen smile deepened. He knew that his queen had been completely tamed by him.
Back to Zijin Manor.
Su Chen first dismissed Zhou Yun, telling him to find a hotel to stay in on his own. Then, as soon as he entered the door, before he could even change his shoes, Qin Shuiyue pulled him into the living room. She slammed the villa door shut with a loud bang. The living room lights were off, only the moonlight from outside the window shone on the floor. Qin Shuiyue pushed Su Chen against the wall, and then used her tall, voluptuous body to pin him firmly against it. She tilted her stunningly beautiful face upwards, and in her phoenix eyes, which shone brightly even in the darkness, burned an uncontrollable flame.
Su Chen.
Her voice was husky, alluring, and fatally attractive.
While you were in the capital, did you get involved with some shady women again? Chapter 54, Father and Son Turn Against Each Other, The Temptation of the Buddha Statue. While you were in the capital, did you get involved with some shady women again?
Qin Shuyue's voice sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet living room. There was a hint of jealousy and insecurity in her voice that she herself was unaware of. She pinned Su Chen against the wall, her usually cold and sharp phoenix eyes now burning with two bright flames of jealousy and anger. She was like a proud lioness whose territory had been invaded, scrutinizing the man before her with an extremely aggressive posture. Looking at her like this, Su Chen felt no fear at all. Instead, he found her incredibly adorable. He reached out and gently pinched her soft cheeks, which were slightly puffed up from anger.
Sister, in your heart, am I the kind of person who flirts with other women everywhere?
His voice carried a hint of helpless laughter.
Isn't that right?
Qin Shuyue slapped his hand away and said irritably. She thought of Lu Mingli, that enchanting vixen, and Bai Ruoshi, that sophisticated and mature woman, and now there's this young master from the capital who appeared out of nowhere. This man seems to always be surrounded by all sorts of trouble.
Of course not.
Su Chen looked at her, his eyes becoming extremely serious.
During my stay in the capital, I thought about you every night.
I miss your scent, I miss the porridge you made, I miss you.
He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice filled with ambiguity, a voice only the two of them could hear. I miss the way you looked, so pitiful yet adorable, when I bullied you until you cried.
You're shameless.
Chapter 55, Qin Hao's Betrayal? I'll send you to Min in Africa.
Qin Shuyue blushed deeply at his blatant words of love. She weakly punched his chest with her small fist.
Su Chen let her hit him.
He knew that this was not hitting, but clearly a couple's playful banter. With a kiss filled with longing and domineering force, he silenced all her unspoken coquettish complaints and grievances.
The next morning, at Tianhe Group, in the chairman's office,
Su Chen sat refreshed in Qin Shuyue's private lounge, sipping the top-grade De Hong Pao tea that Qin Shuyue had personally brewed for him. Meanwhile, Qin Shuyue was sitting behind her desk outside, holding an emergency online board meeting.
The meeting had only one agenda item. That is clean house.
When the recording Su Chen brought back yesterday, which documented Uncle Qin and his son Qin Hao conspiring with Zhou Sihai's deputy to betray the company's interests and overthrow the group's power, was clearly transmitted to every director's ears through a video conference. The entire board of directors erupted in chaos.
Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. It's hard to guard against a thief within the family. What a misfortune for our family. That beast Qin Lao. It's a waste of the old man's trust in him.
Several former board members who had worked alongside Mr. Qin Jinbang to build the empire were so angry that they slammed their fists on the table, puffing out their beards and glaring at each other. Meanwhile, on the other end of the video, Uncle Qin and his son Qin Hao were ashen-faced, slumped in their chairs, unable to utter a single word. They never dreamed that their carefully planned scheme would be exposed by Su Chen in such a blatant and public way.
Board members, please quiet down.
Qin Shuyue's voice was cold and authoritative, instantly silencing all the noise. She glanced at the video footage of her two uncles and cousins, who looked like stray dogs, and saw no sympathy in their eyes.
Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself.
This principle was taught to her by Su Chen. I propose a solution regarding the handling of Qin Mingyuan, Qin Ershu, and Qin Hao. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, and spoke clearly, word by word. First, immediately remove Qin Mingyuan from all positions within the group and reclaim all of his group shares and dividend rights. Second, Qin Hao should be handed over to the judicial authorities and prosecuted for commercial espionage and leaking trade secrets. Qin Shuyue's approach was decisive, ruthless, and showed no mercy. However, just as her proposal was about to be put to a vote, a sound that no one expected rang out.
I object. The one speaking was Su Chen.
He carried a teacup and slowly walked out of the lounge.
All the directors' eyes instantly focused on him. What is this young man up to now?
Qin Shuyue looked at him with some confusion.
Su Chen gave her a reassuring smile.
Then, he walked to the conference table, looked at the two father and son in the video, whose faces were already ashen, and spoke calmly.
Distinguished directors, Chairman Qin. I think sending Qin Hao to prison is too lenient on him. Moreover, family scandals should not be aired in public.
If a member of the Qin family were imprisoned for commercial espionage, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of our Tianhe group.
Several veteran directors listened and couldn't help but nod in agreement. What Su Chen said makes sense.
So, according to Chairman Su, how should this be handled? An older director asked. Su Chen smiled, a smile that Qin Hao found more terrifying than the devil. I recently acquired a few small diamond mines in Africa through some special channels, and I'm just short of a trustworthy person to help me manage them.
Su Chen's gaze fell on Qin Hao's face, which was contorted with fear.
I think my cousin Qin Hao is young, promising, and full of energy.
He is perfect for going there to get some experience. Don't worry, everyone. The treatment there is very good.
Although there is no internet or entertainment, there is fresh antelope meat to eat every day, and a group of black brothers with AK-47s to protect his safety 24 hours a day. Let him come back when he has made some progress in his business over there.
Su Chen spoke casually. But to everyone's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone understood.
This so-called management of diamond mines is nothing more than a disguised, indefinite exile. They should throw him into that war-torn, desolate place and let him fend for himself. This is 100 times more cruel than killing him or sending him to prison.
No. I don't want to go to Africa, I don't want to.
Qin Hao, on the other end of the video, completely broke down after hearing the words Africa and AK-47. His eyes rolled back, he foamed at the mouth, and he convulsed in fright. Uncle Qin, on the other hand, lay sprawled on the ground like a lump of mud, muttering repeatedly, "It's all over.
It's all over." The biggest cancer within the Qin family was thus completely eradicated by Su Chen in the most dignified yet ruthless way. The conference room was deathly silent.
All the board members looked at the young man who, with a few words, had decided the fate of a member of a large family, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. They knew that from today onwards, Tianhe Group would belong to the Qin family, but the one in charge would likely be the Su family.
After the board meeting concluded,
Qin Shuiwa looked at Su Chen, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with tenderness and pride. "You have once again exceeded my expectations," she exclaimed sincerely. "This man always manages to solve seemingly unsolvable problems in the most unexpected ways."
"This is just the beginning."
Su Chen walked behind her, stretched out his arms, and embraced her soft, voluptuous body from behind. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her unique, cool fragrance that he found so alluring.
"Sister, you promise me you won't have to shoulder everything alone anymore. I'm here for you."
Qin Shuiwa leaned against his broad, warm chest, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her eyes inexplicably welled up with tears. She nodded, her voice trembling slightly.
Just as the two were enjoying this rare moment of tenderness. Chapter 56: The Queen's Punishment, Overtime in the Office. Qin Shuiwa's private phone suddenly rang.
She glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly.
It's Lu Mengli. What is this fairy doing here again?
She hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone.
"Hey, Shuiwa, I have some good news for you."
Lu Mengli's excited voice came from the other end of the phone.
"That old hag he wanting is completely finished.
The stocks she shorted have exploded, and now she owes billions of yuan. She has been restricted from high-end consumption by the court, and all her assets have been frozen.
And that idiot Li Jiqiang got dragged into this too, and he's being taken away for investigation by the Economic Crime Investigation Department. He'll probably be spending the rest of his life singing tears behind bars in jail." Upon hearing this news, Qin Shuiwa was not greatly disturbed.
All of this was within Su Chen's expectations.
"There's one more thing." Lu Mengli's tone suddenly became ambiguous. "I checked for you. He wanting has a secret account in a Swiss bank.
It contains about 300 million yuan of embezzled money she has made over the years.
Your sister used a little trick to get the money out for you."
Lu Mengli chuckled, her voice filled with a sense of self-satisfaction.
"Shuiwa, look, your sister has done such a big thing for you, shouldn't you show your appreciation? For example, how about lending your capable and handsome little man to your sister for a couple of days? For example, how about lending your capable and handsome little man to your sister for a couple of days?"
Lu Mengli's charming and coquettish voice seemed to have hooks, transmitting electricity through it, clearly drilling into Qin Shuiwa's ears. Holding her phone, her stunningly beautiful face, which had just been beaming with pride at her victory at the board meeting, instantly turned cold.
"Roll."
Qin Shuiwa squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth and hung up the phone. Looking at the man staring at her with an innocent expression, a nameless anger suddenly flared up from the bottom of her heart, making her feel uncomfortable all over. She went through so much trouble, worrying and jealousy, to finally snatch this man back from another woman.
And what happened?
This vixen, one phone call and she's already trying to steal him away again.
And him too. What did he mean by that "I don't know anything" expression on his face? Couldn't he hear the blatant seduction in Lu Mengli's words? Or perhaps, deep down, he also enjoys the feeling of being thought about by that enchantress?
The thought of this possibility made Qin Shuiyue feel a tightness in her chest, as if someone had stuffed a large wad of cotton inside, making her feel suffocated and bloated.
No. Absolutely not.
This man is hers.
It belongs to Qin Shuiyue. Nobody can take it away. A crazy, possessive thought instantly took over her mind.
She looked at Su Chen, and two bright flames of jealousy rekindled in her cold phoenix eyes. She picked up the intercom on the table and, in an unquestionable, queen-like tone, coldly commanded into the receiver, "Lina, spread the word that all meetings this afternoon are cancelled. I have very important work to do and need to speak with Chairman Su alone." Lin Na, the secretary on the other end of the phone, paused for a moment, but immediately replied, "Yes, Chairman Qin." After hanging up the phone, Qin Shuiyue stood up and walked towards Su Chen step by step in her 10-centimeter black stilettos. The high heels clicked crisply on the polished marble floor, each step sounding like the scepter striking the ground as a queen surveyed her domain. She walked up to Su Chen and stopped. She was a few centimeters taller than Su Chen, and looking down at him from above, her powerful aura was enough to make any man feel ashamed in front of her.
"Chairman Su."
She spoke slowly, her voice cold, yet carrying a hint of suppressed, dangerous hoarseness. "The board meeting is over, and the garbage at home has been cleaned up.
Now, shouldn't we settle the score between us?"
Looking at her obviously jealous expression, Su Chen felt both annoyed and amused, but more than anything, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He enjoyed seeing her jealous of him. That would make him feel that he was deeply needed by this high and mighty queen.
"Sister Yu, what accounts do you want to settle?" he asked, feigning innocence, knowing full well what he was asking. "What accounts are we set up?"
Qin Shuiyue sneered. She stretched out her slender index finger, painted with red nail polish, and pointed it at Su Chen's chest without any politeness.
"You better explain to me why that vixen Lu Mengli is so interested in you?
Also, why was it that that old witch, was the one who helped you short the stock?
When did you two become so close that you could scheme against my rivals together? Su Chen, don't tell me that you and she are just allies."
Each of her questions was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into Su Chen. Looking into her phoenix eyes, which were burning with anger, and her eyes, which were slightly red with jealousy, Su Chen felt no fear. Instead, he felt a strong urge to pull her into his arms. He knew that at times like this, any explanation would be futile.
Explaining is tantamount to covering up.
Dealing with a woman who was angry, especially one who was jealous, is the most foolish thing in the world to do.
You can only prove it through your actions. Su Chen remained silent.
He suddenly reached out and grabbed Qin Shuyue's small hand that was misbehaving on his chest, then pulled hard.
"Ah!"
Qin Shuyue gasped in surprise, lost her balance, and was pulled into his arms. Her tall, voluptuous, and supple body crashed heavily into his firm, burning chest. A strong, masculine aura instantly enveloped her.
What are you doing? Let me go."
Qin Shuiyue was both ashamed and angry, and instinctively tried to struggle. But Su Chen's arms were like two iron clamps, firmly imprisoning her in his embrace, making her unable to move. He lowered his head, buried his face in the crook of her neck, and greedily inhaled the familiar, cool fragrance of her body that he was so enamored with.
"Sister Yu, you're jealous."
His voice was hoarse and deep, full of deadly allure, like the most intimate whisper between lovers, drilling straight into her ears.
I didn't."
Qin Shuyue's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed red to her ears.
"Still saying no?"
Su Chen chuckled, raising his head to stare intently at her with eyes burning with the same intense heat. "Your heart is pounding like a drum.
Your face is as red as a ripe apple.
Your eyes clearly said, 'Come and comfort me,' but you're still putting on a brave face." Chapter 57: The Queen's Tightening Spell, Tenderness Before the Capital. Su Chen's every word was like a key, precisely unlocking one door after another in the depths of her heart. Qin Shuiyue felt flustered and confused under his gaze. She realized that she could never pretend in front of this man. He could easily see through all her thoughts and emotions. She wanted to argue, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Su Chen looked at her adorable expression, a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, yet utterly helpless, and his smile deepened.
He didn't give her any more chances to speak. He lowered his head and, with a kiss that was both punitive and domineering yet deeply affectionate, fiercely silenced all the words she wanted to say. Qin Shuyue's mind went completely blank for a moment. All her anger, all her grievances, all her questions were shattered at this moment by the sudden, possessive kiss. She felt like a leaf adrift in a storm, completely controlled by this man. She instinctively wanted to push him away, but the hands pressed against his chest were so soft and weak that they seemed more like an invitation to push him away. Gradually, she gave up resisting. She closed her eyes and responded to him awkwardly and clumsily. Her arms, which were wrapped around his neck, tightened even more, as if she wanted to completely melt him into her very bones. The temperature in the office suddenly rose sharply, becoming scalding hot and ambiguous. The sunlight streaming through the huge French windows cast long, intertwined shadows of the two people, stretching out endlessly. After an unknown amount of time, this punishment, filled with the smell of gunpowder and the scent of hormones, finally came to an end. Qin Shuyue leaned weakly against Su Chen's chest, panting heavily. Her impeccably tailored black suit was now disheveled, and a few strands of her hair, which had been styled in a bun, had fallen loose and clung to her flushed cheeks, making her look less like a queen and more like a languid and charming woman who had been pampered. Her lips were red, swollen, and slightly upturned from the kisses, still bearing the scent of Su Chen. She raised her misty phoenix eyes and glared fiercely at the culprit who was wiping his mouth with satisfaction. That bastard is getting more and more lawless. How dare he, to her in the office. However, she discovered that besides feeling ashamed and annoyed, there was also a hint of damn sweetness in her heart. Now, can I explain? My queen? Su Chen looked at her coquettish expression and was in a great mood. Qin Shuyue gave a soft hum, which was taken as tacit agreement. Mingli and I really are just business partners. Su Chen picked her up and carried her to the lounge in the inner room of the office, where he gently placed her on the soft bed. She helped me because she believed in my abilities and thought investing in me would be worthwhile. Incidentally, she also wanted to see how jealous you would be of me, to satisfy her wicked sense of humor. As for shorting he wanting, that was Director Bai's plan. I only provided the most crucial information. One of them was responsible for providing the money, and the other was responsible for the operation. I was just a hands-off manager from beginning to end. As Su Chen spoke, he considerately helped her take off the high heels that had made her stand all morning, then held her perfect jade foot, which was covered by flesh-colored stockings, and gently massaged it for her. Warm, calloused palms kneaded her sensitive soles through thin stockings, sending a strange, tingling pleasure through her entire body. Qin Shuyue couldn't help but let out a soft moan of pleasure. Looking at the man kneeling beside the bed, earnestly massaging her ankles, the anger she felt had long since vanished. Instead, there is endless tenderness and overwhelming emotion. This man is a formidable figure who can shake the entire business world. But in front of her, he was willing to set aside all his pride and act like the most considerate husband, massaging her feet and relieving her fatigue. What more could one ask for? Are you really confident about things in the capital? She couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with worry. I dealt with Josihai before he is a complete old fox, even more ruthless than he wanting. In Jianhai, you have me and Mingli to help you. But once you get to the capital, that is his territory, far from the emperor's reach. I'm afraid you. Sister you, have you forgotten? Su Chen raised his head, looking at her with a confident glint in his eyes. I am the director of Tianhe Group, as you yourself acknowledged. He stood up, bent down, and gently kissed that pretty face filled with worry. From the moment I decided to go to the capital, I was no longer alone. Behind me stands the entire Tianhe Group, and even more so, you. He paused, his voice becoming incredibly gentle. So, stay home and wait for me to come back. I will personally deliver that betrothal gift to you. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Qin Shuyue suddenly called out to him. She sat up in bed, her disheveled suit only becoming more alluring with her movement. She looked at Su Chen, a hint of shyness and an undeniable domineering air flashing in her shimmering phoenix eyes. She spoke in a tone as if a queen were giving a command, her face flushed, enunciating each word clearly. You're not allowed to leave tonight. Stay, and work overtime. Mr. Su, are you getting used to this shift? Morningstar Trading. In that top-floor office, big enough to host a small sports meet. Wang Chang, holding a freshly brewed cup of goji berry and chrysanthemum tea, approached Su Chen's desk with a fawning expression. The sly smile on his face that said I know practically screamed boss is awesome,
was practically written all over his forehead.
Zhang Lan, the financial director, is standing behind him,
Although he still maintains the airs of a professional elite,
pretending to be organizing reports.
But her ears, which stood up higher than a rabbit's, and the gossip-filled light behind her glasses, had already betrayed her true thoughts completely.
Su Chen looked up, glanced at the two clowns, and couldn't help but laugh and cry.